Bradbury Remax, Coxon Jim Carroll, also 2025 Hall of Fame inductee. Stake 3 is in third. And then stake 4 and 5.
Okay, we're hearing some, what sounds like clapping in the back. We're just waiting to see if when they cross the buoy.
They're very close. So at this point,
All right.
you're just fighting the urge to want to turn around and look where you are.
Exactly.
It says unofficial time is 6:17, so we will see.
What the official time would be.
Yeah, what the official time is, but if that is close to the official time, they won't be rowing again tonight.
Okay. All right, and we are now joined by the one, the only, Mayor Danny Brain. Mayor Brain, how was it watching from this angle?
Fantastic.
Yeah.
That was great. That was a good row they had there.
So
Great
how do you
race.
think you would have handled the duck hazards?
Well, I would have given way to the Ducks. I
Okay.
love the Ducks. So I think they would
would
get
win.
precedence
Yeah,
over
I'm
me.
a screaming duck,
Yeah.
so I might have lost an oar.
So, Mayor Breen, welcome. Last year, you were here plugging about all the preparation that was ahead of you and all the volunteers that needed to be recruited for the 2025 Canada Summer Games. So, tell us about your year.
It's been a busy year. I mean, our Canada Games Host Society and the volunteers have really done a lot of work over the last year. The facilities are ready. We're getting all the finishing touches put on here because in a couple of weeks' time, we'll be welcoming Canada to St. John's, Newfoundland, Labrador.
And I remember you had a certain number of volunteers you wanted to recruit when you were here with us last year. And did you make it?
We
Did you
did.
make the goal?
5,000.
Wow.
Just to put that in perspective, we had to cover 30,000 shifts.
Oh,
Wow.
wow.
So I get addled just thinking about the logistics of doing that, but getting the people to actually do it, and of course, people, as always, they step up and they want to be involved. We're very proud of our city and proud of our province, and we want to show that off in the best form to the rest of Canada.
So is there any particular sport you're excited to see?
There's a couple. I mean, all of them, really. I think that beach volleyball is going to be really interesting.
gee, what
when
beach?
it's
I'm
played.
trying to figure out where are
Right.
we playing beach volleyball?
Yeah, that's in Paradise. And,
Okay.
just the whole feeling in the place is going to be really special. But, I'm a baseball fan, so baseball, especially female baseball, I'm looking forward to as well.
It's the first time that they've had female
Yes,
baseball?
I think so, yeah. And rugby sevens is going to be a
Oh.
great sport as well. And then down here at Kitty Vitty Lake, we're going to have the canoeing and kayaking, I think, is here. There's also a couple of bicycle road races,
Okay.
one that's downtown, which is going to be really special, and one out in Luggy Bay, Middle Cove, Outer Cove, which is also going to be quite unique. So there's something in this for everyone. Just to tell people, though, I keep reminding people, there's going to be a lot of visitors here. We've got 15,000 people we expect for the Canada Games in total. During that time, we're going to have, I think, 6 cruise ships visiting the
sweet
city.
Where are we going to put them all?
So we're going to be on wheels here. So just make sure you check the website, find out where the traffic changes are coming that day, and plan ahead if you're planning to go to anything.
So if you were playing, Mayor Brain, in any of these sports, where are you? What's your sport?
I play softball.
Okay.
I try to play softball.
Okay,
That's
what
probably
position?
a better way to go.
What position are
I
you?
play second base most of
Okay.
the time. You can hide me better there.
As a Breen, don't you have soccer in your genes or something?
That's the talented breed. Although my niece is a very talented and our distant cousins are great soccer players, great soccer family. But softball was really my sport that I still play, and I play for recreation. It's great just to be able to see a group of people and have a bit of fun.
I really respect all the athletes in every sense. Hand-eye coordination is not my skill set, but I am a mean flag football player, so I know you're not supposed to tackle, but I will take you down.
I keep joking that it skips a generation. I have a nephew who's a great golfer,
Okay.
but I never got any of those.
It's okay.
Any of those gifts came my way.
Well, you make a great mayor.
Yeah,
So.
so you're playing to your skill set.
Yeah.
So what about those the Ack Arena now? Has it opened, and what are those buildings that are behind it? Is that where the people are staying? For
No,
Canada
so
Games?
those 3 buildings are apartment buildings that are privately owned.
Okay.
They're being built now and they're under construction. They're not associated with the games.
Okay.
So the Aqua Arena is completed and ready for the games. The new track and the new soccer pitch and the high performance center. They're at the Fortis Canada Games complex is ready to go. St. Pat's Ballpark looks incredible. King George V is ready. Facilities out in Mount Pearl and Paradise and CBS are upgraded and ready to go. And we have a new dome on the tennis complex at Greenbelt. So that was built for the 77 games. Then sometime after the bubble was put on it. And so that bubble was replaced for the game. So
it sounds like the places where the sporting events are going to be happening is really all over the Northeast Avalon. But where's the Athletes Village? Where are these young athletes going to sleep?
So they'll stay at the university.
Oh, at the residences.
Yeah, at the residence at the university. And what's nice about that is that it's pretty compact. It's a very compact game. So it's a great opportunity for teammates to go see other teammates play and perform in sports.
Yeah.
So you'll be able to walk there. It's in walking distance to like the track and the soccer pitch for certain games. Even walking to St. Pat's Ballpark or the tennis
And the
courts is
pool.
not and the pool. So and the field house.
That's right.
So it's a very compact games, and that's one of our advantages is being able to do it in a pretty small footprint.
So I know we're obviously going to be rooting for Team Newfoundland. So how many golds do you think we're going to be taking home?
Oh,
The hard-hitting question.
I come with the hard one.
That's a hard-hitting question. For me, it's not about the gold medals. It's about the memories.
Absolutely.
And it's
That's a good
about
answer.
watching athletes perform at their highest level at that age, the friendships that they'll form, and the ones that we'll see in the future perform at a higher stage.
Because for a lot of them, this might just be the start.
Well, for a
Yes.
lot of rowers, it's
Yeah.
the Canada Games. It's some of them. It's the apex. The 4-year cycle ends, and they compete in the Canada Games, and that's the highlight of their sporting career. And others, it's a gateway to a career in that sport for life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, it's fantastic. I know I'm excited for the Canada Summer Games, and not because I'm talented in any sport whatsoever, but more to see the influx of people get to see what St. John's and Newfoundland and Labrador have to offer in terms of culture and community and all that. I think it'll be fantastic.
And
And it's
there's a 2-week festival
2 weeks.
happening there too.
Oh yeah,
so
there's the Arts Vista.
yeah. So that's going to be able to showcase the talents of Newfoundlanders and Labradorians here. It's an awesome opportunity.
It's back race.
All right, so we have some race results before we continue to talk about the Canada Summer Games. Proactive, a time of 6:17:08 officially. Steers Insurance 6:26:83. Keith Bradbury Remax 6:41:67. The 1980 under 15 champs. That was the one senior men's half course 7:17:81, and Kent Building Supplies was 7:27:59. So congratulations to all the boats in race number 4.
Okay, look at that. We're already 4 races in.
Yeah, already 4 races in. We're here with Mayor Denny Breen. We're talking about the 2-week festival that's about to come up. So it's different sports that happen in the first week and the second week, right?
Yeah.
So what are the dates, and tell us a bit about what we can expect in the different weeks.
So the opening ceremony starts on August 9th
Okay.
at the Mary Brown Center.
Sold out, I heard.
Yes, it
Yeah.
is. And so from there it'll go into the various events. If you check the website, now you can get the schedule where you'll see what events are taking place and what locations. But I expect that a lot of people are going to be going around and just checking out the various venues, see what sports maybe they've never seen before,
That's right.
and they have no real affection with. But then there's going to be the ones like baseball and rugby and soccer that Newfoundland Labrador will be in. That's going to get a lot of attention from people. I remember in the '77 games.
Is that the last ones we hosted?
That was the last
Yeah.
ones we hosted in
Wow,
St. Pat's
50 years
Ballpark.
almost.
The
Wow.
baseball team was playing, and it was a
That
must-win game. The park was full. I'd
Buzzing.
say it was probably the biggest crowd ever for a sporting event at that time.
We're about to break those records.
know.
But what about Gusty? Was he around in 77?
No, Gusty wasn't here. I don't know who the mascot was in
It's a big
77.
cod, right?
It's a very
Yeah.
large fish.
It's a big fish, and he's a very busy fish. He's in a lot of places, but the kids have really taken to Gusty, and he'll become a big part of the couple of weeks here.
I think we should just give a general pre-Canada Game shout out to all the volunteers who have
Absolutely.
committed into giving of their time, their energy, their mornings, afternoons, evenings, and weekends. 30,000 shifts, you said.
Yep.
That's a lot of time. So
Yeah,
thank
and
you
also
to all
the
those.
government and the city, the municipal employers have stepped up to give their workers actual annual leave for these events.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the other group that gets involved in this, the corporate sponsorships
Yes.
that we've received, we really couldn't do it without
The
them.
Fortis
The
building.
Fortis
Yeah.
complex, you look at the Orange Store doing the torch run.
Yeah.
By the way, the torch will end in St. John's on Friday,
Friday.
Okay.
going into Bannerman Park.
It's in the
and
morning, I
it's-
think.
Yeah, Friday morning. I think it's around 12:30, 1 o'clock. It'll end around there. And that's going to go into Bannerman Park. And that's from there, then it will go to Light the Cauldron at the
Okay.
opening ceremonies.
So I guess I know what my plans are now for Friday morning.
There you go.
But what about, and the opening ceremonies, 2 weeks of jam-packed action, and then the closing ceremonies, I think they're also a standing room only or sold out event too. So
Yeah.
it's big bookend ceremonies to mark these games.
Yeah, it is. And, when you have so many athletes and you have to get the athletes into the coaches, and a lot of things are taken up. But there's going to be lots of opportunities for public interaction with the Canada Games over that time. It's it's the largest multi-sport event in the country, and I believe this is the largest Canada Games ever.
Wow. Look
We
at us
are
making history.
we're into something that's going to be very special and going to be remembered. I mean, many people who were around in '77 remember the '77 games. And what's really nice is many of the facilities we built for the '77 games have been upgraded and we're using again.
I
for
am
the
so
25
excited to go in
games.
the Ac Arena because I remember as a young girl on the swim team, there's a circle or a crest on the Ac Arena above that, very peaked roof, and it said Canada Games 1977, and there was a dog in the middle, and it was a big circle, and I wonder if it's still going to be there in the new Ac Arena because now they have 48 years later, a different Canada Games to host. So, this
Mayor
is so
Brain,
great.
can you drop any tea on that? Like,
I'm not going to say a thing. There's got to be.
Have you toured the new Ac Arena?
I got to keep some surprises
my
for people. I mean, if I tell everything here, we're going to have nothing to show you in a couple of
Fine.
weeks.
We'll
Well,
all
Laura,
have to
they
be
did have
there.
a media tour of the new Ac Arena. I
They
wasn't
did?
here. Where were you?
Mayor Brain, where's my invite?
I'm not sure I'll have to check into that for you.
Yeah, like just if you want to give us like a secret run through, we won't say no to that.
But the Aqua Arena has a lot of history in the Canada
Oh,
Games.
wow.
Of course, Blair
Yeah.
Tucker's gold medal at the Aqua Arena that night. I'm surprised that we didn't have to replace the roof for the
It almost
for the
went
hour.
off.
It was incredible.
Yeah.
Those are the kinds of moments that 50 years later we're still
still talking about.
remembering and talking about those. It's
Absolutely.
like the regatta.
Yes.
I
Absolutely.
mean, I was just thinking the other day that sports careers range 20 years or so. We got people that have been on the pound for close to 50.
Absolutely.
And, that no wonder it's emotional. We were at the Hall of Fame ceremony the other day, and it was an emotional Hall of Fame because so much of their life gets wrapped up in this regatta, and so much of our culture and our heritage. This is an iconic event for the province,
Absolutely.
and it's so important to us.
Speaking about the history of this, how did the city handle the shift of getting ready for the regatta a week earlier than when you were planning, considering you also have now, once this is over, we have another event that we have to be ready to roll for?
Well, just think about the last few months. So we had the East Coast Music Awards.
Yes, you did.
We had Iceberg Alley.
It's
We had the
Churchill.
Churchill Park Festival. We had the Folk Festival.
You got George Street Fest.
We've
on the
got
go
the George
next.
Street Festival. We've got the regatta, the games.
It's a busy
We're
time.
hosting the National Men's and Women's Soccer Championships in September.
Okay, so like we're
Year of sport.
This
and
is the
then
place
the
to be.
Newfoundland Regiment hockey team takes to the
Yes.
Oh my!
ice.
So
this
we're
fall.
busy.
So I think after all that, in 26, we're hosting a Briar.
Oh my goodness. Well,
So no naps.
Mayor Breen, it sounds like you have a lot to do besides sitting here and talk to us. So we want to thank you for spending time with us today. Congratulations on good luck on all of your efforts, and thanks to the city for its continued support of the Royal St. John's Regatta.
Happy Regatta Day.
Thank
Happy
you.
Regatta Day.
The happiest day of the year.
I know right now the rowers are getting their boats in line for the NL Masters Women's Prime Creative.
Yep. So race number 5 scheduled for 9:48 a.m.
Oh.
The Domino's Mercantile
Yeah.
Senior Women's. So we have here on stake 1, Exit Realty Aspire, Coxon Leon Murphy, Stroke, it says Stroke, Stroke, Stephanie Green, Nikki Kernew, Donna McMullen, Carla Myrick, Leanne Sparks, and Emily Bridger. On stake 2 in the Miss Lily, we have Iceberg Heat Pumps, coxswain Matthew Hiscock, stroke Jillian Evans, Catherine Fagan, Sarah Hodder, Rose Ernst, Danielle Broomfield, Jessica Kilfoy, and spares Laura Davies and Crystal Hayden. On stake 3 in the Iceberg Gold, we have P.F. Collins, who of course is sponsored by honorary lifetime president Tanny Collins, owner of P.F. Collins, coxswain Gloria Brown, stroke Terry Lynn Hoskins, Samantha Williams, Jessica White, Emily Sweeney, Jillian Evans, Amber Harding, and spares Susan Hardy and Christina Broderick. Manager Tori Costello. Next on we have on stake 4 Riverside Therapeutics. Jennifer Windsor Brown is a coxswain. My bestie is the stroke seat Kelly Sims. Rowers Ashley Rumsey, Michelle McDonald, Chrissy Dooling, Megan Hollett, Christy Hines, Dawn Ring, and Coach Craig Whittle. On stake 5 in the Jerry Angel, it's Pug Lusevec with coxswain Melissa Snow and rowers Valerie Byrne, Charmaine Wiseman, Monica Reddy, Stephanie Bolger, Christina Stone, Vanessa Babstock, spares Shannon Costello and Melissa Doyle, and coach Kitty Vitty legend Clyde Tucker. So welcome to race number 5.
Oh my goodness, 5 already. I'm going to say, so as the rowers get ready and get into their stakes, the garden party is definitely a sight to behold. Just look behind us.
Yeah, it's getting fully underway here. As I heard James Cadigan on the radio as I was driving this morning, and he said the RNC would have a presence down here, and they certainly do. I don't think there's anything wrong, but there's certainly some sort of official event. It's about to start. Maybe the Lieutenant Governor has arrived from her residence from the Government House, and we see here on the screen is Gail Malone, who's the gunner. So she has her safety glasses and her ear muffs or ear covers or whatever, because I guess it is quite loud up there.
And she has a medal around her neck.
Yeah, well, she actually she offers the Gail Malone Presidential Award because she was the first female president of the Royal St. John's Regatta. So whenever a women's team breaks the half-course record, they get the Gail Malone Award. So when we got it in 2018, she gave us these beautiful pendants that I proudly wear today. And so they're getting ready to start this race. And here are some fun facts about this race. Riverside Therapeutics, that is owned and operated by Chrissy Dooling, who is a physiotherapist, and her partners in that business. And her husband Craig Whittle, Hall of Fame inductee, past rower in this one. His business, Ryan Strokes, also sponsors the company. So rowers and sponsors certainly playing a dual role in today's event. And they're off.
And it seemed like this one, there were no hands that went up.
No, it looked like everyone was ready, and we have a nice view of the crew on stake 1 here in the Levi Shoddy Rogers boat. So for those who don't know, the Levi Shoddy Rogers is named after a very decorated, accomplished coxswain who coxed here in the past. And this is Exit Realty Aspire, who's sitting in the coxswain seat here is Leon Murphy. He has rowed himself in the past. He's been a coxswain in the past, also a triathlete, great athlete all around. And wow, look at how close.
It's a tight run.
It sure is.
Okay, it looks from our angles, stakes 1
and 2
are pulling ahead.
I would agree with you there. So that would be Exit Realty Aspire and Iceberg Heat Pumps. And then in the middle there, P.F. Collins. And then 4 and 5, so which now at this angle, stakes 4 and 5 are closest to the screen, closest to the boathouse. The crew closest to the boathouse on stake 5 is Pug Lusevec, and then on 4 is Riverside Therapeutics. So I know Riverside Therapeutics, in addition to Chrissy, their sponsor, also rowing in the boat, they're also very accomplished CrossFit athletes and coaches. So Kelly Sims and Christy Hines, both my pals, are coaching currently at the CrossFit 709 on Elizabeth Avenue at the Reps Gym. You can see them here in the white. This is the first year they've, CrossFit, there's a lot of rowing machine incorporated into the workouts, along with biking, running, weightlifting, all sorts of things. But the rowing machine work that they do in CrossFit certainly has prepared them well. But of course, when you transition from CrossFit to full-time rowing, you have to do more on the rowing machine. So it's more dedicated time, not only on the rowing machine, but also on the water. So you can see they've adapted their skill set for this race here today. So it looks like a real battle between third and fourth, but the 1 and 2 seem to be in that order.
I know Poglisvich has a little secret rower on their team today.
Oh,
Yeah, so in one of the notes coming here, their team saying that they have a lucky baby number. They have a lucky rower number 7 because there is a baby on board on today for the boat. So
that is amazing.
and I think that is amazing.
So their boat is powered by 7.
Yes.
So congratulations, absolutely, to those rowers, and especially to Puglisevec. And they said that luckily Mom is not sick, but so she's been able to train uninterrupted. But they have had some other challenge. One of the rowers ended up in the hospital for 4 days a couple weeks ago. And,
Oh, wow.
you know, instead of all she could think about was getting back on the water. And when
That
can I
is
get
dedication.
back? Yeah, that is absolutely. So it says they show great perseverance and commitment while keeping it fun, and they can be heard across the pond laughing on most spins. And this is not the first year, because I have received coaching on how to pronounce Puglisevec in the past.
Every time I see the sign, I'm like, I need a lesson.
Yeah, so it's their 3rd year as a sponsor of the Royal St. John's Regatta. And one of these rowers actually rowed last year with a broken thumb for 2 weeks.
Oh my goodness.
So there's a lot of grit here in race number 5, senior women's race at 9:40 a.m. And we're just talking a bit about the boat on stake, or the crew on stake 5, rowing in the Jerry Angel. And as I mentioned, P.F. Collins, another longtime sponsor. P.F. Collins is owned by the Collins family, and Bernard, nicknamed Tanny Collins, is an honorary lifetime president of the Royal St. John's Regatta Committee. So I just heard his name called behind me. I believe he's here to present some hardware to the victors of the day. But the P.F. Collins, typically, I'm not sure about these ones, but typically P.F. Collins, it's some of their employees.
Yeah.
So not all of the crews that are rowing in the regatta, it's employees who are rowing in the boat, but I think this one is. And we'll see another today. We have the HMP, the Her Majesty's Penitentiary.
Yeah.
And some of those rowers are actually working at the pen. They're working as first responders. And so it's pretty cool when your actual, organization that you work for agrees to become your sponsor.
Absolutely.
Got to be a little bit more flexible on the lunch breaks and
Yeah.
stuff. So it looks like stake 2 here is in the lead.
Yeah.
And stake 4 seems to be a close second. And see, at this angle, it looks like 4 is in first.
Exactly. Oh, and it seems to be like there's some pointing.
Yes, I would call it the angle.
Yeah, some narrowing.
Yes. Pointy boats. The angle of their course, I guess, is the coxswain's course as they steer. It's not easy, the coxswain's job, you think they just sit there and yell, but the ropes that they're holding onto makes a huge impact on the course of the crew.
And it seems like babies were a little bit of a trend this year for this particular race, because P.F. Collins had to swap out a member this year because someone had a baby.
Oh, that is awesome.
Absolutely. So they're stepping back because they're expecting not had a baby, expecting a baby in October. So look at that. It is a baby race.
Yeah, they're a crew of longtime teammates with lots of fresh energy. Okay, so we're getting close to the finish now.
And
Stake 1. Looks like Exit Realty Aspire has crossed in an unofficial time of 5:57.
Okay.
Awesome. Pretty close to that 5:53. And then we have stake 4, and then 5.
And then 1.
Oh, and then 1. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So that was Iceberg Heat Pumps. That was 5:57.
And then stake 3 is crossing now.
And that's P.F. Collins.
Yeah.
So I think Riverside Therapeutics, my pals, came second. So they were maybe near to that 6-minute mark. So great rowing by everybody there. And you can see the Royal St. John's Regatta crest on the back of their uniforms.
So do all teams have that crest?
No, as we've talked about the uniforms, totally up to the crew.
Okay.
So I remember when you're in TV, a lot of the broadcasters, like we had Danielle Budd and Amanda Muse, and they were rowing, and they had the coolest pants. They were like these sequins, spandy, not sequins, but like they had all these bright colors on their pants, and So some people go with more traditional unisuits, which is like a traditional rowing thing. Always a tank top. Typically tank tops or t-shirts.
Yeah.
And the key is to have slippery bottoms. So you want to make sure. Wow. So you can see here the coxswain giving her crew
Yeah.
a big pump up chat. She's proud. She is happy with that effort. You can see it. I don't even have to know what she's saying.
It looked like you did it. For me, and I'm not an expert lip reader, but that will be my guess. You
Yep.
can still see the smiles and a nice water break.
Excellent rowing.
So typically for you, when you rode,
I think that's Melissa Snow, the
Okay.
Pugly Civet, because it looks like the Jerry Angel. And I know Melissa is widely known for her enthusiasm, and she's been a coxswain for a number of years, and certainly she's displaying it right now.
absolutely.
Yeah. Sorry, you were asking me.
I was going to ask, what was your beverage of choice for rehydration?
Oh, water.
Water? You
Yeah.
are not a Gatorade?
Well, Gatorade, as we were talking about, endurance and stuff.
Yeah.
Gatorade, it's meant to replace electrolytes. So if you're in a race where you're sweating
Yeah.
for over an hour, then yeah, you're going to need some, or 45 minutes, an hour, it depends
Yeah.
on the individual. But yeah, you want to get into those Gatorades and replacing electrolytes. But for me, water. So there's Riverside Therapeutics, Kelly Sims there on the stroke seat, and Chrissy Dooling there in the 3 seat, and their coxswain Jennifer Windsor Brown, not her first trip up and down this pond today. And we're already preparing for race number 6. Holy, we're just knocking them off
We're
here.
flying through. I know at one point we're going to pop down to Lori and Mitch down pondside to see if they got some winners in the circle, see what they got going on soon. But in the meantime, we can see the rowers make their way back dockside.
Yeah, so this is a nice moment, you know. It's just like there's so many nerves when you wake up on regatta day, and then you do your thing, and when it's over, you have the whole day ahead of you to look forward to and enjoy. It's got to feel great for these athletes right now.
Absolutely. And I know the wind is not something you want, but I think after rowing like that, that breeze must be really refreshing.
Well, once you get the docking over with.
Yes.
Because a lot of times in the practice spins, there's more room on the dock, but on this race day, every berth or slot, I guess, at the wharf is accounted for. Someone's either getting in or getting out, or there's a boat tied up.
Oh!
So, what? Was
Duck
it a
hazard. It was a duck hazard, I'm telling you.
See, I don't even tune into it. I'm
very
used to
duck.
them getting out of the way. Duck focus.
Yeah.
It's a valid question.
More so, I was like, what it would be to be a poor ducky who gets whacked in.
Well, let's hope not. All right, so I hear, I think this increased police presence that we're seeing around us is because
the Lieutenant Governor.
Lieutenant Governor, the Honorable Joan Marie Aylward, has arrived
She has.
on site, and I think we're going to be graced with her presence
We
shortly.
are. I see some sneaking around.
This is super exciting.
It's always a good day when you get to chat with her.
Yeah, and I know that the Lieutenant Governor's garden party was this week. My mom
was.
actually attended.
Ooh,
She
what
had
hat
a
did she
lovely
wear?
time. She said, "I need to get a fascinator for next year."
See, I was gonna ask what I'm trying to see what hat she's wearing, and I can't see it yet, but I know it's something fabulous.
Well, I'm sure she'd be thrilled to tell you all about it.
Absolutely.
This is a big, as one of the, there's not too many sporting events that have a royal designation,
Yeah,
but this one does.
absolutely.
So she
We're waiting
is,
for the times now. I see.
yeah, we're waiting for the times. We're waiting for the Vice Regal Patron of the Royal St. John's Regatta, the
Can you say that
Lieutenant
title again?
Governor, Vice Regal Patron.
Okay, that is
Yeah.
a mouthful.
Yeah, so she is the King's representative. I'm used to saying the Queen's representative, but now we have a King.
Yeah.
So she is the King's representative in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador.
And she is fabulously
And
dressed.
she is fabulously dressed, and we're so happy she's taking time out of her busy schedule to join us for an interview. So in a moment, we will be welcoming the Honorable Joan Marie Aylward, the Lieutenant Governor of Newfoundland and Labrador.
And while we wait for the, not yet. We're doing shot. We'll be getting the final times in a minute. And so while we do that, we'll take a sneaky selfie. And then Amanda,
Here, I'll do it.
sneaky selfie.
Hi.
And our results are up for
I
race
just got
number
back last night,
5, and then
9:30.
Exit Realty Aspire coming in at 558.25. Riverside Therapeutics at 603.32. Puglusevich coming in at 606.99. Iceberg Heat Pump coming in at 608.20, and PF Collins with a 618.40. So, did any of those times beat?
No, but it's very close. So Exit Realty Aspire is just 5 seconds away from having made it into the championship race. So a great row by all.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, and we are now joined by Her Honorable Joan Marie Elward. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me again this year.
Oh, always. For as long as we're allowed to be here, you got to join us.
Great.
So, Amanda was telling us about your lovely title before we get to Lieutenant Governor. So, what was that again, Amanda?
The Vice Regal Patron
It's a mouthful that I
of the
refuse.
Royal St. John's Regatta.
That's true.
Yes.
So, as the King's representative, as Lieutenant Governor, I have the privilege and honor of being patron to a number of organizations. You know, most of them have been around a while. You know, it's just an honor. Like I'm a patron to the Battle Harbor Trust in Labrador, Easter Seals, Eating Disorder of Newfoundland and Labrador, CLB. I'm also the honorary colonel
Okay.
of the Royal Newfoundland Regiment,
Okay.
and I'm the honorary chief
Oh,
in this role
okay.
of the RNC. And I got to tell you what my badge number is in the
Okay, yeah.
RNC.
What is
See
it?
if you can guess.
1?
007. 007.
Oh,
That is
James
excellent.
Bond move aside.
Isn't that
Joan
something?
Marie Aylward to the rescue.
Yeah, isn't that great?
So Amanda and I were chatting previously because your garden party was recently,
It
and there were
was.
fascinators and hats galore, and you're donning a lovely chapeau for this event. So, like, how do you pick the hat you get to sport for each event?
Great question. Well, I like hats, and you know, and you need a hat when you're outdoors quite a bit. So I try to get hats that are able to stay on my head. And this one today is quite good because
Okay.
it stays on. And I know there's a bit of a breeze out there today.
Yes.
So I go with neutral if I can, and then
Okay.
a match. So
Oh.
And in addition to your beautiful chapeau, you're also, as a rower, I'm interested in the hardware. So you have these two beautiful medals. Can you tell us a bit about
sure. So this medal here is the highest order in Newfoundland and Labrador. It's called the Order of Newfoundland and Labrador. And in my role as Lieutenant Governor, I'm the Chancellor of the Order of Newfoundland and Labrador. So I get to present these medals to the people that are chosen by an
Okay.
independent committee.
We're just going to take a
Okay.
quick second because we have the stakes out for the next race, which is the Tim Hortons U21 men's and the Tim Hortons U18 men's. And so in the first stake, we have DF Barnes, which is coxed by Joe McGrath and stroked by Alex Roberts. We have Jack Lewis, Luke McGrath, Aidan Clark, Declan Flanagan, and Sam Beckett, and spares Roderick Nadla and Andrew Squires. And then in stake 2, we have Outfitters, and they are coxed by Steve Winters, stroked by Nick Winters, and we have Matthew Earl, Finley McGrath, George Parner, we have Jake Evans, Caleb Yetman, and spare Seth Hyde, and manager Allison Hobica.
There they go.
And I guess that's 2. And all right, and we'll be back. And we're back with Lieutenant Governor. So we're talking about your your like really lovely medal. And
Yes.
is that Labradorite I see around
is,
it? I
yeah.
knew it. I was like, I saw that
It's
lovely
beautiful
reflection.
Labradorite. It's representative of both the full province, Newfoundland and Labrador. And individuals are nominated by anyone, and then there's an independent committee that chooses based on the criteria. And every year, 8 are awarded, 8 medals,
Okay.
usually in the fall.
And this one?
This one is the Vice Regal medal that you wear as the King's representative in the province while you're serving. And of course, this here is the Regatta.
Yes, our lovely regatta.
Yeah.
It's not a brooch. What is it? Like, what would we call this?
I think these go back to the independent flag days of
Okay.
Newfoundland.
All right.
The rosettes, aren't they?
Yes, that's
Yes.
the word. I was trying to
Shannon told
remember.
us last year, remember?
Yeah,
keep
rosettes,
forgetting.
but the colors.
Yes.
The pink, white, and green.
Republic of Newfoundland.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and of course it's quite an old tradition, historic, and this year We celebrated our 100th anniversary in Newfoundland of women's right to vote.
Oh, it is the year,
Excellent.
yes, because we have the lovely Armene statue that went
We
up in
do. We
in
do.
Bannerman Park, and it was lovely to. I was there for that. And to
Wasn't
listen
that
to
beautiful?
It was beautiful.
Such a tribute. Those women worked so hard. 35 years they worked to get the suffrage and also the right to hold public office.
It was.
So it's quite an honor and a feat. And of course, we celebrate 100 years, but that's a drop in the bucket compared to the regatta, the Royal St.
Absolutely.
John's Regatta.
The 207.
207 years
207
behind
years.
us.
Wow, it's unbelievable.
And last year was the 75th year women could row in the regatta. There's a lot going on for us.
There's a lot going on, and it's nice to see. I just met a few of the rowers, now waiting for their race coming up, young women, and it's great to see so many young people, men and women, and it's great. You know, it's really so historic. And growing up in St. John's, it's something that you look forward to every year.
So do you have memories of regatta days as a young girl?
Oh, absolutely. I can remember coming down with my mother and father. And back in the day, we had a tent down here.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was always a great day. And, you know, you kind of played around and stayed there and had lots of fun, met lots of people. And then in later years, when I was president of the Nurses Union, we had a tent set up for seniors, which is just down here.
Yes,
And we
House.
would serve purity crackers and biscuits and tea to the seniors, and that was lovely. And so yeah, we got a lot of memories. And then just growing up on Winter Avenue in later years, my kids had the ultimate lemonade and Crystal Light stand, trying to make a few bucks, hitting people going down to the,
They did the right thing.
yeah. So anyway, yeah, a lot of memories for the whole family. It's a great. And I noticed last night it was a huge crowd here.
Yeah. Picking up, especially between the Killers concert, the Regatta Eve concert, which once again I will say the Regatta Eve concert did win in attendance.
Were you here?
No, I was in bed early, like a reasonable announcer needed
Like
to
a
be.
good commentator.
Yes, I was in bed by 9 p.m. tucked into my eyeballs.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, so Mayor Breen was just here talking about what a busy year it's been for St. John's, Newfoundland, hosting so many events. So
Yeah.
do you notice that in your role? Just so much, it's just the province is just buzzing with energy.
Well, we noticed too, because as you know, at Government House, the grounds are open to the public. The garden party is open to the public. This year we had almost 1,700 people attend. It was huge and great entertainment, very multicultural, very welcoming. And, you know, we started with the drummers, the indigenous drummers, and then we went and we had dancers and children, and it was just beautiful.
Excellent.
And then on top of that, like you said, there's so many activities. You know, it's great. And we notice the tourists that are coming through, walking the grounds and doing the tours, inside and outside the grounds.
Oh, wow.
Again, all summer,
Yeah.
free.
I noticed that, well, one of our sponsors, Steel Hotel, when I stayed at the Jag Hotel in June, it had been booked up for months.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
just seems that, you know, and I have heard people who are coming to visit, there's car rentals, you know, it's things are booked. You had to plan ahead to
You had to
have a
plan
good
ahead.
time. Yeah.
Wow.
Going around the turn here now.
And it seems like that is stake 3 seems to be making the turn ahead.
Well, these are young men.
Yeah.
It's under 18 and under 21, and you know, in their words to their media folk, the under 18 crew was really hoping to kind of stick it to the older boys and take the get a faster time than the under 21 race. So
And it looks like they might be able to do that this year. If I'm correctly remembering who is in each stake.
well, it's a 2-boat race,
Yes.
but in this there's 2 categories, so everyone's a winner.
Yes.
But still, we wanted the so stake 1 is the crew, the DF Burns. So
Yeah.
they're furthest to the right on in the screen that we're looking at, and then in the middle here we have the Outfitters, and that is sponsored by one of our local, you know, athletic outdoor shops. The Outfitters. Owned by Jonathan Earl, and the coxswain, Steve Winters, is the father of the stroke seat, who is Nick Winters. So
Okay.
really nice family connections in the boats.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, Lieutenant Governor, I've been still rooting to get a celebrity team. of sorts.
Oh.
I'm plugging at this really hard that one day I will cox a boat of all celebrities.
Hey, why not row?
You remember that whole upper arm and lower level strength thing? I'm not built like that. I'm built to motivate. of
So,
sorts.
so maybe the lieutenant
Yeah.
governor would like to row with us.
Would you row with us, or would you like to be the gunner to set?
I think I'll go with the gunner.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't rule it out totally, but it's a lot of prep.
It is.
It is a lot of prep.
It's a
willing
lot of
to
time, and you
motivate.
have a lot of places to
Yeah.
be.
I do, and yeah, it's just great getting out there. But I just wanted to say one of the things I love so much about the regatta is that it's a family time.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah.
the rowers over the years, the decades, are all connected in many ways. And this year, I heard, there were 2 Ukrainian teams
Yeah.
entered, which is wonderful.
Yeah, they're rowing at 2 o'clock right after the lunch break, which, and I think we're so privileged to have them participating.
Oh, I
And then
think
there's
it's
another
wonderful.
really diverse team with the MUN team that's going to
Yep.
be rowing too. So there are a lot of names that have never been heard on a
Yeah.
broadcast here that we'll get to have their
Isn't that
families rooting
great?
for them from
Yeah.
around the world. So it's super
lovely.
exciting.
Yeah. Well,
So
thank-
we're hearing in our ear you have a lot of places to be. So we want to thank you so much for joining us, for supporting the Vice Regal sponsorship of the Royal St. John's Regatta and the Year of Sport in 2025.
Yes, and thank you for what you do.
Oh, no worries.
It's
We're happy
great.
to be here.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tradition now as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm going
Yeah.
to make
How
a
many
collection
years
of
for
our
you guys?
selfies.
Yes.
I think this is our 3rd year
Yeah,
in a
it
row.
is.
Third year.
Yeah.
Great job.
We're gonna
Thank
be
you.
pulling it for as long as they'll let us.
Yeah.
We will be here.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Okay, have a
you.
great day.
Enjoy your day.
Happy
Bye.
Regatta.
Happy regatta. Thank you.
All right, so we have the outfitters coming up through the half course and entering the 4th quarter of their race.
So what I realized, so even for the under 18 and the under 21, they're doing the long course either way.
Yeah, that's right. We can even see that their time on time trials was, actually it's not posted here in the book, so I don't know what their time was on time trials.
They did a thing.
I suspect, I don't know why it's not in the book, but yeah, they are going all the way down, and I think this would be the first year that they do that full, because certainly in the under 14, they're still rowing the half course.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So very cool uniforms. I would expect no less, sponsored by, the Outfitters Equipment and
I
Apparel
like the
Company.
gradient. Like I'm here for the gradient in their jerseys.
Yeah, the green, white, and blue, I think
Yeah.
is kind of the Outfitters look and feel.
It is a vibe.
Yeah, it's the whole vibe. Man, it is looking real windy out there.
But they are handling it all like champs.
Like champs, experienced, rowers have been doing it 20 years, and I doubt they're not even 20, most
No.
of them that we were just looking at. So.
Absolutely. Like the way they're cutting through their water, it would look like it was a still day on the pond, but they are slicing through that.
Yeah, so the Outfitters on stake 3, they're all 16 years old.
Oh, sweet merciful.
Yeah, it is their 5th year rowing together, but in addition to rowing, they also play hockey, soccer, rugby, and they want to give a big thank you to the Outfitters for sponsoring them and allowing them to practice rowing in the summer months. We have a pair of cousins in this team, in addition to the father and son pair in the cox and stroke seat, Stephen and Nick Winters. The cousins are on the team. And also the manager, Alison Habika, is one of the moms and a decorated runner in the St. John's athletic community. So, yeah.
This is fantastic.
Their efforts of all those groups and family ties are paying off as they near the finish line ahead of with open water over the DF Barnes crew, sponsored by DF Barnes and coxswain Joe McGraw, stroke Alex Roberts, Jack Lewis in 5, Luke McGraw, so a boat of McGraws, Aidan Clark, Declan Flanagan, Sam Beckett, and spares Roderick Nala and Andrew Squires.
Another family affair. As we
Excellent
said.
job
The regatta is a full family affair.
to these young men who are battling these somewhat less than ideal conditions to get that boat all the way back to where they started and finish off our 6th race of the day, which is scheduled for 10 a.m. and we're still doing good. So because this is a long course, the next race will be 10:30.
Okay.
And here we go for the big finish. So I'm interested to see if people at home can maybe notice the stroke rate start to quicken because at this point, the rowers in the boat, you just want to turn your head and
Literally.
see when's it going to end.
Like, am I over this?
When is this agony going to stop? And the gun goes off to signal not only the start, but the first person across the line, so they can, put their oar down and take a breath,
Absolutely.
wipe the sweat from the brow, as we saw someone do earlier. Maybe they'll just lie back in the boat. These boys
look
are
at the high
the
five.
high five train down the boat is just awesome.
Yeah.
These multi-sport under 18 athletes have accomplished their goal and no doubt had a great summer and receiving some words of encouragement from their Cox and Steve Winters.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, and they have the crew name on the back. You know, in the U.S. colleges,
Yeah.
we call it rowing. They
Yeah.
just call it crew.
Oh.
Yeah. And so the gun just went off for a second time because this is actually a different category.
Yep.
So everybody's winners here. Stake 1, we just had the DF Barnes crew go across in the broker. And there we can see they're floating through the weeds now. And everyone's waving to their fans on the shore.
A little pond salad.
Pond salad. Well, you don't have to eat pond salad because there's luckily lots more options than that when you get down here today.
Like, if you're coming down,
Number
I can
5.
smell it. And it is
Yeah.
it is heavenly and tempting.
Something is
Nine.
smelling great around here.
As we wait for the final times, if we look behind us, it's pretty packed. And,
Yeah.
and I'm saying that as I look at the food lines as well. So if you're trying to plan your lunch appropriately, I would say come on down. And if you do, make sure to check out the Rogers tent where you have an opportunity to win a barbecue. And you can, if you do win the barbecue, Amanda and I also take first dibs to be attending your backyard fun time.
Well, we have to recruit for our celebrity crew.
Exactly. And so you can be part of the Rogers celebrity crew that goes in. So we're going to thank the sponsors, Home Depot, for that. We're also going to give another shout out once again to Steel Hotels, which is keeping people comfortable, whether you're at the Jag, the Albatross, wherever you find yourself in a Steel Hotel, you know you're guaranteed a good time. And thank you to the Spirit of Newfoundland and Labrador that's keeping us fed, caffeinated, and going for the full day. So come out, check out the Rogers tent, enter to win a barbecue, stay at a Steel Hotel if you're not staying in the city, and make sure to check out a show or two with the Spirit of Newfoundland.
And I believe some of the folks from Spirit of Newfoundland will be joining this afternoon.
I think so.
Yeah.
They'll be keeping you company.
Yeah. And so breaks over here for these young men as they gear up to take their boat back to the dock. You kind of just want to keep sitting there and taking the moment. But as we know, the regatta is on a tight schedule, so they get a
Absolutely.
couple minutes to catch their breath, and then the coxswain calls them back to duty to head to the wharf. And a bit more on the uniform. So these guys seem to have like most crews actually have 2 layers. So they'll have like a spandexy layer, and that's very slippery. And if not another spandexy layer, then a shorts kind of material that will allow you to move, because the more you can row stronger if you're moving all the way back and forth on your seat, trying to mimic that sliding seat motion as if you have wheels under your seat.
Okay.
But of course, this is the sport of fixed seat rowing, so there are no wheels under your seat, just blisters on your seat, on your butt.
It's a Band-Aid session.
Yeah, yes, actually, and you have them on your butt.
I was watching one of the rowers pull what I would assume would be the peeling of a callus.
Absolutely, and I saw, we were talking to one of our guests, so one of the close-ups of when race number 4 ended, I think it hurts. It's hard on the hands, you get these calluses and they never go away.
I can see you are still wearing your badges of honor.
And it's been a long time since I've been in a rowing boat, and I still have my calluses that, they just live there.
All of my brain goes through is, those commercials is where their hand looks like this so my hand can look like that. Your hands look like that because you have rowed and you have all that knowledge, and my hands look very dainty and delicate because I have never picked up an oar in my life.
Well, when you're coxswain of the celebrity crew, you're going to have to hold the rope.
So I will have calluses of my own at that point.
That's right, yeah. But I think you're good for it.
I'm ready. I'm prepped mentally. The toughness is there for that.
Yeah. So we can hear behind us. So when the boats come in, they dock, they have a little chat, then they go to the winner's circle to get their medals. Just beautiful medals. Every year it's special, different medals that both of these crews are going to collect. The results for race number 6, the under 18 men's category, posted a time of 11:43.81. So winners of their category, also winners of the under 21 men's is the DF Barnes crew with the time of 12:22:46 officially.
And it seems like those under 18s did get what they wanted.
They
and
did.
They did beat
Yeah.
the under 21s. So
But
congratulations on an extra note for
it's all
achieving
still
your
relatively young. So I would
Yeah.
encourage the under 21 guys to stick with it.
goal. Yeah.
And, come back next year and they'll soon be
Friendly competition.
eligible soon for the senior category.
Yeah.
Where there's lots more. It won't be a two-boat race if
No.
they're in the senior category. So
Absolutely.
yeah, it's the December 31st of this year. Any oars person under the age of 21 is eligible for the under 21 category, and then from that they can graduate to row in the senior category.
And if you are currently in that age range and you've never rowed before, I know usually at the regatta they have that like learn to row session. So if you're thinking maybe next year you want to dip a toe into the pond,
Tip a toe.
dip a toe.
Hopefully you don't get any toes in.
And
You will
normally
stay
you
dry.
don't. You try to stay dry. But if you want to dip an oar
There you
into
go.
the pond,
Yeah.
come check out the Learn to Row, and then maybe we could be announcing you next year.
Yeah, and we're really looking forward to seeing the crew of all first-year rowers and they're called the UAF Atlantic. So we're
Yeah.
seeing them row at 2 o'clock. Rowers all from the Ukraine who were so happy and proud, who have found refuge here in our province, and we've welcomed them to stay and to become active members of this community to the point where they're even participating in our local cultural events such as the Royal St. John's Regatta. So super looking forward to seeing them. And I heard actually they do the coxswain, who is a local, from Newfoundland, and sometimes the rowers are counting in Ukrainian.
Okay, so a little language lesson at the whole
Well,
time.
yeah, and so a little language barrier, but you learn to work it out.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you learn how to work it out to make that boat go in the direction it's supposed to. So really happy to have them joining us and looking forward to seeing them row this afternoon.
No, it's a good time. I wonder, we can hear some background noise. I wonder if Lori and Mitch found anyone pondside to talk to yet.
See, even you're doing it pondside.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a special shout out. We saw earlier this morning, Gail Malone was doing the gunner, but also up there in the timing tower, Noelle Thomas Cannell, who has joined us before in previous years. She's a really active member of the Royal St. John's Regatta Committee. She's has a daughter rowing, and she's also helping Gail with starting the races today. So
And is that the past president as well?
she was president.
Yeah.
Yep, and Chris Neer is president. So I think she might be the most recent past president.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then next year, Ashley
Will be
the
past president. And it sounds like Keith
will be throwing his hat in the ring
Keith
to
White
be president.
will be the president. Yeah, if he takes time to gets back safe and sound from the Chicago Marathon, which we wish him luck in
All
October.
the best of luck, because we wouldn't be there. That is not our skill set.
Yeah, so this is a great day so far. The winds are picking up, but I think it's supposed to go up to like 24, 25 degrees, maybe a
Yeah.
bit warmer. So that's another one of my memories from when I was very young, before I started rowing. The regatta was so hot all the time.
Yes.
Yeah, you would just come down to this very hot place. But I know they do have kind of aid stations and these blue like tent and rest areas where if you do come down and you're feeling overwhelmed and warm, you can sit in one of the tents that are set up
Absolutely.
for that purpose.
So I know there's one specifically for seniors, but there are tons of tents around for you to kind of rest, relax, catch your breath before you get too warm. We're trying to avoid heat stroke or any of those bad things.
Heat exhaustion, heat
Yeah.
stress. We just want heat fun.
Yes. But definitely make your way down. The garden party is fully in go, and the food trucks are smelling very delicious from this angle.
Yes, as it nears lunchtime. We should
Absolutely.
probably remind people that they can enter to win the barbecue.
They can enter to win the barbecue. You can enter from home if you call, and if you happen to be down around the garden grounds, make sure to stop by the Rogers tent, drop your name in the ballot box, and you could be the lucky winner of a barbecue sponsored by Home Depot. And another thank you to our sponsors, Spirit of Newfoundland and Steel Hotels.
Yeah, and speaking of sponsors, you can see there in the shot that the boathouse is called the East Coast Kia Boathouse. So not only have they sponsored a crew, which we saw in one of the earlier long course men's races today, They have sponsored the boathouse, so some
Absolutely.
improvements to the infrastructure. And they're also a race title sponsor.
They are.
Yeah, so after we get through our program of regularly scheduled 17 races, the last two races of today are the short course and long course championship races. And the sponsors for those races are the East Coast Kia,
Yeah.
um, the East Coast Kia Men's Championship, which is taking place at 6:30 p.m.
Okay.
And we see here in these beautiful Year of Sport Royal St. John's Regatta programs
Absolutely.
with Frank. This is Frank here, Norris celebrating his win with his arms out. A picture of the Capital Home Hardware crew after they collected their winning trophy last year in the East Coast Men's Championship, and that will be tonight at 6:30. And then the sponsor of the Women's Championship race, which is the half course, is the Sterling Communications International Women's Championship. And of course, the story there being Sterling Communications is the parent company of OzFM, NTV, and Kim Sterling. Rode for a short time in her her short life was tragically ended by a car accident. But during this time, she let her parents know that she loved rowing
Yeah.
and how much an impact it made for her. So the Sterling Communications and the Sterling family has always remained involved in the regatta. And part of the magic of the regatta for me is that Kim Sterling's grave is actually horizontal, like parallel with the finish line.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, over here in the graveyard that's just by just near the penitentiary. So
Yeah.
you know, it's just such a special event. It means so much to so many.
Absolutely. And it seems like the next race is getting ready. And so we'll find
Yeah.
out who is rowing in that one.
Yeah, so let's hear who's up for race number 7. Holy smokes, I think there's only 10 races set before the lunch break.
Oh, my
and
goodness.
We only have 3 left. So let's hear who's in iDesign under 21 women's, race number 7 on stake 1. Universal Corporate Wear, Cox and Graham Roach. We've seen him out there before. Greta Colford, Georgia Ryan, Lily Byrne, Nao Green, Claire Murphy, Abigail Bridger, Spares Ella Duffett and Lila McCrate, manager Susan Byrne. On stake 2 in the Miss Lily, we have the flip-flop swim team. Coxon Robin Penny, rowers Haley Edwards, Olivia Weatherden, Taya Pittman, Annabelle Earle, Carly Marsh, Emma Strong, Sarah Edwards, coach Jillian Suley, and manager Karen Weatherden. On stake 4, this is a 4-boat race. We have in the Jerry Angel, Cole Air Contracting, Coxon Daryl Price, rowers Catherine Manning, Avery Cluett, Emma Griffin, Vanessa Elliott Lynch, Olivia Cluett, Erin Thomas, Emily Edmonds, and manager Justin Cluett. And on stake 5 in the Iceberg Gold, we have Team Menchie's. That I can get behind. Cox and Kim Ring, rowers Victoria Davis, Claire Emberley, Ariana Lannon, Gracie Penny, Ailey Young, Rachel Lovelace, Spares Abby Adams, and Sophie Fudge, manager Dawn Emberley. Do you think they get free Menchies?
If they don't, that'd be really sad because now I want Menchie's.
Missed opportunity. So yeah, this is super exciting. We just saw a combo race composite of under 18 and under 21 men.
Yeah.
This is under 21 women, so they will be rowing all of them in the under 21 category. Probably one of their last years before they bump up to senior. This is a 4-boat race, and interestingly, on stake 1, which we see here closest to us, we have Abigail Bridger, whose mom, Rhonda Bridger, rode earlier today.
Okay.
So, yeah, really nice to see the whole fam jam getting involved, and the Bridgers and Coles and Cadigans are outer cove names with rowing that courses through their veins.
Okay.
So no surprise to see them out today, and I know that her late uncle, great uncle Ron Cadigan, would be happy to see Abigail Bridger out here rowing today. The number 10 foundation, which we talked a lot about last year, is James and Dan and Barb Cadigan. You know, they're James and Dan's dad. Ron Cadigan was a celebrated hockey player, a very accomplished rower, who, you know, left us a couple years ago, and we think of him as we watch his descendants. And so there's this crew, I don't think they're beneficiaries of the sponsorship, but some of the Outer Cove crews are sponsored by the number 10 Ron Cadigan Foundation. And next to them, next to Universal Corporate Wear Ladies under 21, is
The flip-flops.
flip-flop swim team. Speaking of the Aqua Arena.
I know. I was like, when I saw their name, I was like, oh, that sounds like such a cool team.
They sound like they're having fun, wearing their flip-flops.
I feel like flip-flops would be a hazard in the boat, would they? Are you a running shoe kind of person?
Oh yeah, you don't want to wear flip-flops in the boat because you need to be secure in those foot straps. And
Okay.
the flip-flops asked us to send out a special thank you to their coxswain Robin Penny. Maybe Robin Penny is wearing flip-flops. That would be okay for volunteering her time. They had a really great year, and they really want to make sure that Robin Penny knows how much her dedication and effort has meant to them on flip-flop swim team.
Oh my goodness. I was like, as we watched the boats, it seems like the safety one pulled 1 and stake 2 back.
Yeah, I think it's getting windier than we realize. You know, it's especially for these younger women's boats to get their course and also keep a straight line.
Yeah, because like earlier I could see the one in stake 4, I believe, was angled a little bit closer towards the one in
Yeah,
stake
I believe
3.
you called it pointed, and it was adorable.
You know what? At least I'm adding to that.
Just
Adding an
great.
edge of adorableness to the broadcast.
And as we were talking about the wonderful Ron Cadigan, I want to take a moment this morning to just draw attention to, in the program, the Royal St. John's Regatta Committee likes to do a memorial to the past participants and community members who have been involved in the Royal St. John's Regatta, either on the committee or as a rower, and they've passed away since the last time this event was run in August 2024. So we want to take a moment to remember these people, thank them for their participation, and that is Chess Atkins, David Baird, Walter Carroll, Nicole Clements, Rob Crosby, Ronald Dower, Mark Hiscock, musician, Dr. Peter Hollett, Joseph Lake, the Honorable Jared Lang, Brendan McCarthy, Neville Mills, Judy Sterling, and Leonard Lenny A. Williams Jr. Certainly you are loved and missed, and your presence is felt here today.
So what was the race record for the last time? Well, for this race.
For the under 21, I design under 21 women's race. The race record is 5:11.5, and I'm just gonna check my history before I spew wrong facts on the air. But that was set by, was it 5:11? Oh, that's the official winning times. I want to get the record time for under 21. Yeah, that's right. So CompuSalt in 2004, they posted a time of 5:11.15. And so the next year, they rode as CompuSalt A Canada Games, this crew, in 2005, and it was a big upset because these young girls who were training for the Canada Games, so they were at the height of their game, and they upset the favorites, Oz FM crew, and they actually set a new course record, which still stands today. So you can see here on page 21 of the program, if you have either the PDF from the website or the printed copy lakeside. So the senior women's championship record was actually set by an under 21 crew in 2005.
Wow.
Right? So they kind of get the crappy time. It's like 10:30, the winds are up, but it doesn't mean they can't go.
No, they came out with a real good time.
That's right. So 4:57.78. I mean, the course record overall is 4:56.1. And it was a bunch of under 21 athletes who set that in 2005.
Wow.
The CompuSalt A Canada Games.
That's fantastic.
So credit to, I was stroked by Katie Wadden and the others in that boat, Laura Rice. So Gail Malone getting ready to start the race.
Off they are.
Here we go. So these under 21 very capable young women rowers are off. And the Universal Corporate Wear, a special hello to Lynn Graham Hindy. So I know she's been involved with this organization, company for a long time sponsor of the regatta and cheerleader from the side for sure. And you got to look good. Like, look at their nice white and blue outfits.
It's spectacular, and we come to the regatta for the rowing, but I'm also very much here for the outfits.
Yeah, and when you're sponsored by Universal Corporate Wear, you know you're going to have good outfits.
Exactly.
So.
We got outfitters with some great looks, Universal Corporate Wear.
Yeah, and then flip-flops next door.
It's a good time to be a rower.
Yeah, great time to be a rower. They're still in the first minute of the race. So the first minute of the race, you're just trying to get your nerves out. You're switching over from the anaerobic kind of without oxygen system to saying like, okay, body, I have to do this for another 5 or 6 minutes. How are we going to do this? So you're trying to find that sense of calm as you enter your second minute. And it looks like it's an even, the way these boats were lined up at the start, this is how they're ordered now. Except when you change angles and it doesn't look like that anymore.
Exactly.
Right? So it's so deceiving. But all in the same category, all rowing for that under 21 title. Sponsoring race number 7 is iDesign.
Okay. Like, I keep watching and thinking that I will be able to predict who's going to win, and I know I am not a betting woman because I am never, ever going to win at that.
Well, we can see that the times in time trials, so we had Universal Corporate Wear posting a time of 6:15.99, so just under the hair of the 6:16. Flip-Flop Swim Team posted 6:55. The Coal Air Contracting Crew in time trials rode 7:18.74, and Team Menchie's rode 8:58.66. So, regardless of the placing, I know that each crew is going to want to try and shave some time off their time in time trials.
Absolutely.
But this is getting increasingly challenging as, we see every now and then at the tops of those waves is a white cap. So it's pretty windy, but so you see he's getting ready to go into the turn. The coxswain is holding his rudder, his rope, so he can start to angle the boat to go into that U shape. This is a great turn. He's very close to the buoy. The stroke side are so close they're actually having to lift their oars over the buoy. So great job to coxswain Graham
that was
Roach.
A close turn.
That's a beauty turn. So let's see if number two see they don't have to lift their oars over the buoy because they're gone way down.
They did a wide U versus
and a U that was kind of further away from the buoy.
Yeah. Oh.
This looks like a good one. It looks like we don't have the same angle, but it looks like the Stake 4 Coal Air Contracting is also posting a good turn. And same thing for Menchie's. But it's very challenging in the wind. The wind is blowing in the direction that is kind of going to mess up your turn, because as the boat slows down, the wind just takes you far. Not only your hair.
No, they're like, it's a hair and turn kind of wind.
I'm not sure which is more important. Well, I know.
While you're in the boat, definitely the turn. After the boat, maybe a little extra hairspray.
Yeah, but kudos. Graham Roach, who just was inducted to the Hall of Fame in 2025, just was showcased on the screen. They're given the Universal Corporate Wear under 21 ladies a real bang-up turn in these windy conditions. So well done, Graham. You've certainly earned your spot for a reason.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a weird angle here because as the Stake 5 tries to get their course back, because as we know, it's important for these teams to come in on the right-hand side of the buoy. We actually saw one crew last year who was disqualified
because of the wrong side.
And it's just so, it can happen to the most experienced championship coxswains. You get disoriented and you think one buoy is a different buoy, and you take your crew on the wrong side, and all of a sudden you're disqualified.
It's heartbreaking.
Yeah, it is. But and especially because you get one shot. It's not like there's a regatta day every month.
No.
There's one every year, and so it's a lot of pressure, but these things do happen.
So speaking of, we have the one Royal St. John's Regatta every year, but there are the other regattas throughout the year. Are those, again, necessary to be able to compete in this regatta?
No, they are not. You can just do the Royal St. John's Regatta, which is typically the first Wednesday in August. This year it's the last Wednesday in July. But there is an award called the Triple Crown of Rowing, and that can only be won by a crew that decides and enters and wins not only their race but the entire championship at the out-of-town regattas. So the two out-of-town regattas are the Placentia Regatta Committee, or the Placentia Regatta and the Harbor Grace Regatta. Typically the Placentia Regatta happens earlier, probably a week or two after the time trials, and then the Harbour Grace Regatta is the weekend before the Royal St. John's Regatta. So this past weekend, the Harbour Grace Regatta, it was supposed to be on Saturday, but they had to delay for wind and rain, and they went ahead with it on Sunday.
Okay.
Whereas we here inside the overpass like to have our regattas in the middle of the week.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and also rowers get a chance to race at time trials, which we've been talking about all morning. So that's when they really get seeded. So they're given a time so that the crews that are closest together in skill level will compete on the actual race day. Duck zone. Oh, gosh.
Okay, they did it skillfully.
Yeah, they did. They navigated their way through their ducks. They're rowing to a real nice, strong finish here. Unofficial time of 6:14, and it gives them a clear win in this under 21 category. Great job to the Universal Corporate Wear ladies.
Yeah.
Coxon, Graham Roach with a bang up turn there. Got his hat on backwards because, you know, if you have the hat on forwards, it's easier
wind.
for the wind to take it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That happened to me a race in Placentia once when Ronnie Brennan was our coxswain and he lost his hat in the race and he said, 10 for me hat, girls.
Oh. So what does the 10 mean?
Well, at that point he was asking, like, row 10 hard strokes.
Okay.
Because my,
Oh.
so this is bad. This is called losing an oar or
Yeah.
catching a crab, although it's kind of inconsequential at this point
Because
because
they're already at the end.
they're already at the end. I don't know what happened there. If she might have just let it run early, or maybe she lost control of it. But this is close.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we have Coal Air Contracting and Team Menchie's really battling it out here. Looks like Coal Air Contracting is going to cross first, followed by Menchie's. But
Absolutely.
Menchie's has certainly closed the gap
It
because
did.
yeah. In time trials, Coal Air Contracting was about a minute and a half ahead of Coal Air, and Team Menchie's is now just, they're not a minute and a half behind anymore, just a couple seconds it looked like.
Absolutely.
So great job.
And it seems like the gap between between Universal Corporate Wear and Flip Flop Swim Team would also have been closer.
Yeah, I think so. We'll wait till
The official
we
times.
get the official times, and we'll give an update on that. But I love the race braids. I
Yeah.
see some race braids in the Universal Corporate Wear boat.
Styling.
Yeah, they look real good. And we hear lots of clapping behind us. And they're in the safety boat. It looks like it's called the Sea Chief.
It looks like. No, there's another letter. There's a,
Sable Chief.
yeah.
So in that, the official name of this boat is called Chase Boat. Yeah, Charles Cook and Don Kelly. So it
Okay.
is called a chase boat.
Okay.
And Charles Cook is an incident commander, longtime regatta committee member, and Don Kelly. So you can see the exhaustion there.
They are stronger than I.
They have done a great job.
As they make their way through the salad,
The salad,
forever will be known.
the rowing salad.
The rowing salad, the pond. The pond salad, whatever you want. The Sable Chief.
It is a Sable Chief.
Look.
Sable is the name of the Newfoundland dog that used to be on the top of Signal Hill.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think he passed away in the last recent year. I must have left him out of the memoriam. But
It's okay. In honor of Sable as well.
yeah, so wow, it's 10:40. We're gearing up here for race number 8.
Okay. Which is the Sobeys General Workers Senior Women's.
Yeah, and that was scheduled for 10:50. So we're really sticking to the schedule. I mean,
Look at us go.
we've had look at the regatta committee go.
But you know what? It's a team effort. Us
That's
is
right.
the giant regatta committee.
That's right. And we had just one race that required 2 starts.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that was the second full course race of the day. And we heard one of the rowers there say that it was almost like, you know, we had a false start and it helped us. It helped me get reset. But I would think as a rower, it's almost like
I would be even worse.
I rowed extra hard for that many strokes.
Like you wasted my strokes.
Yeah, you wasted some energy on me, but you have no choice but to frame it positively when
Exactly.
you're in that situation because you can't change it. So you got to work with what you got.
Yep.
Yeah.
You get what you get and you don't get upset.
And that's why we love sport for the life lessons, right?
Absolutely. And
And
it is the year of sport. So lots of life lessons we're learning today.
yeah, and you have to take what comes,
Yeah.
right? And the challenges that get thrown at you, you roll with the adversity, much like live television.
It-
Although we've been going pretty smooth
we
here.
have been good. You know what? No, I'm doing all the knocking because we're not jinxing this. Before I hear Perry call out from the back, Laura Bell, what'd you do? I was like, it wasn't me. But no, it's fantastic. And so we are on, so it'll be race 8 coming up. So we have been through 8 races in such a quick succession and with very little errors. It's fantastic to see. And then just to think about all the rowers that have been putting their hearts out on the line for this. It's like, honestly, we see them row in just these brief minutes, but this is months upon months of early mornings, evenings, hours of like, we see the rowers, but their entire teams that support them, their family, their friends who make accommodations to allow them to get their time in on the water.
Absolutely. It's getting busy down here.
It is, and like the wind shifts every once in a while, and she blows a wonderful hungry smell my way, and so I just need her to work in my favor.
So
like,
what will be your food of choice?
I don't know. Okay, so from here I can see Ziggy's, I can see Cajones, I can see oh my God, there's Johnny and May's, and I know they have a special regatta like menu, and so. And then we still have the Spirit of Newfoundland food. So, like, I might be going home an extra 10 pounds heavier than I showed up to set, but that's fine, right?
It's only regatta day once a year. For
Exactly.
a
Like,
reason.
it's fine if I have to take an extra couple strolls across the pond. See, they could see the, like, the garden party. But with the times we have Universal Corporate wear ladies coming in at 6:16:69, Flip Flop Swim Team coming in at 7:03:71. We have Cole Air Contracting at 7:22:66. And Team Menchie's at 7:27:52. And you can see definitely now we have the official times, that bridging of the space between Cole Air Contracting and Team Menchie's. They definitely shaved some time off
Yeah, and it also gives me more confidence in saying that the wind is playing a factor. So we know that it was the I Design under 21 women in the time trials. The Universal Corporate Wear, their time was 6:15.
Yeah.
So
So 1 second and some milliseconds, but it definitely counts for them.
you can only, if it's the regatta day, you don't get to choose the conditions. You just kind of got to show up and,
Yeah.
and do your best. So if they rode that time a month ago, I'm sure that the wind played a factor because they had a nice clean race. They were out ahead, and if the winds were less, I suspect it would have been a lower time, but still, for the day, for the conditions, they performed their best, and they've got a lot of rowing years ahead of them.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I hope that they continue.
To enjoy the sport and want to come back to do it.
Absolutely.
I was like, as our viewers back at home can see the garden party right now, and I'm using this as a way to check out the line. So we can see the Ziggy's truck there, and I'm not sure what group of people are huddling, but that might be a French fry treat calling my name.
Yeah, and some of these vendors, the food trucks, they set up not just the morning of, they come
Oh, they were here yesterday.
Yeah.
I did get a feed of Ziggy's on the way home
the
after
night
our dry run.
before. It's like, well, now there's the big concert and everything, but
Yeah.
people kind of just come down to the lake. They want to
Exactly.
be here. They want to be where the
To
energy
take
is.
out the
and
scenery.
the food trucks caught on.
Yeah.
And so they set up early so people can, I think most of them are cash only.
No. They are
Really?
debit, so they are all
Oh.
tapping away if you need to. So,
So-
bring cash for I think more for the games that are taking
Right.
place on the other side of the pond. But cash, debit, whatever floats your boat to make a payment, it is a good time all around. I know there's some couple, I think even some not-for-profits. So if there is a not-for-profit organization you want to support, you can find them somewhere around the pond.
Oh, that is excellent. I brought cash like a rookie
I
because
came with everything. I wasn't playing around this year. I got cash, I got debit. If I have to spend a little extra to make sure that I get to taste everything, I know I will be. And I know there's some other, like Keith was saying, there's an Indian restaurant too. So like you're not just limited to fried foods. There is an assortment of foods that you can be trying here on Regatta Day, which just shows the diversity we have here. Okay. So, like, we're hearing, so our wonderful back-end producers telling me that I get free time So you're here and listening to us. And then, so we are also going to take this second to also shout out our sponsors who make all of this possible. Once again, a very big thank you to Steel Hotels, Spirit of Newfoundland, and Home Depot. And if you are around Pondside, do make sure to drop by the Rogers tent, put your name on a ballot, drop it in the ballot box, because you could be walking away at the end of today with a barbecue and an invite for both of us to join you at your home.
You know, one thing about the Steel Hotel group, they have the Albatross
Yeah.
in Gander, and it's pet friendly.
It is. So
Yeah.
you and your furry friend could be enjoying a trip around the province. So if, let's say, you're not in town for the Canada Summer Games and you want to get out of town because crowds are not your thing, maybe take a trip down around the province, stop at one of the Steel hotels, figure out what's going on in that community, and
Yeah.
get to know a little bit more about the province.
And the Albatross is conveniently located right on the TCH.
So you don't have to detour.
Yeah, I've driven that road a lot, and since my job moved out to the West Coast, I've been working at the Grenfell campus of Newfoundland's University MUN. I know the stops along the way, and it's nice to have reliable places where if you need to
Absolutely.
take a break, if you're feeling tired, then you can stay at the Albatross, which is halfway from St. John's to Corner Brook.
So I too have driven that. So I've managed to go from here all the way out to Port aux Basques and back. And I do have some favorites. And the Jag I'm still yet to stay at, but like since it expanded to like those little Jag, now what I'm calling the big Jag with the new restaurant kind of area, I've heard nothing but great things about the food. If we're going to talk about it, yes, the stay is fantastic, but the food and beverages are, I've heard, to die for.
Yeah,
So,
and when you stay there, you get you can have breakfast included in your
okay,
stay.
so hotel stay. Steel Hotels, you haven't seen me in a minute. I might be booking a room at the Jag.
Yeah,
If
I might
nothing
be
else
on
for
my own
breakfast-
in a minute. And
just for breakfast in bed.
Yeah.
But no, but even with the wind as they get ready for the next race, it does seem like it's adding a little bit of a breeze for those around the garden party, so you're not getting so hot. So if you were worried about the heat keeping you away, we're happy to announce that the lovely breeze that flows through here will keep you nice and cool. So come on down. Do not let the temperature scare you. Woo. As we try to hold our papers down.
That's right. So in the next race, we have, you can see the Her Majesty's Penitentiary there, and that is the crew that's going to be rowing at, what time are the HMP people rowing? Yeah, they're at 11:30. Her Majesty's Penitentiary at 11:30. And so cool. We can see crews lining up now to prepare for race number 8.
Okay.
The Sobeys General Workers Senior Women's. The race record for this one is 5:30.56.
Okay.
This is a 5-boat race.
And so when are we expected to have that new race today? What time are we expecting for that one? That's the one at 2, right?
It's right after the lunch break. So the last scheduled time for this morning is 11:30. That'll officially wrap up around 12, and then there's a lunch break from 12 to 2. And the Regatta Committee has like this special lunch.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so there's no races during that time, but right at 2 o'clock, it's called the Year of Sport Senior Open Crew and the Year of Sport Masters Open Crew. So that is the special race, as you
Okay.
describe it. Yeah, and it is special.
There are a lot of new rowers, a lot of teams that we haven't seen before, and it's a fantastic experience for a lot of people to kind of get to experience something that is very Newfoundlander.
Definitely.
I was like, I'm still observing as the rowers get their boats. I'm like taken in by the garden party and so many people like waving at people they maybe haven't seen in a while, catching up with community. And I think I always forget each year that this is like, you could see some people every regatta, and that might be the only time you get to run into them. And it's fantastic to see when you spot your friend across the course.
Definitely.
Okay, so you know where I'm eating. So Amanda, what is your call on food as we wait for this? Can you spot your
I
the
think
shortest line? Or
I
is there
usually
something?
wait until the night and, when the championship races are
Yeah.
over, because I still have an element of nerves,
Oh,
even though I'm not rowing in them.
after 3 years, I was like,
No, I haven't rowed since 2018.
oh my
Yeah,
goodness. So, okay.
woo, I'm getting there. I've done the rowing machine, but
Yeah.
I haven't competed since our last year of M5. Well, that's not true. I spared with Verso in 2019, but all right. So here we are for race number 8. We have Sobe General Worker Senior Women's. On stake number 1, we have the Lambs crew, coxswain Derek Mercer, stroke Rhonda Hart Pittman, Claire Avery, Joy Hart, Adriana Toms, Andrea Curley, Deanne Daw, spares Michelle Croak and Angela Skinner, coach Rich Bailey. On stake 2, we have the CNA team Broken Earth, coxswain Ron Witten, rowers Michelle Murphy, Betsy Nicholson, Michelle Hines, Jeannie Harrett, Lila Brown, Cole Smith, and spares Catherine Jones and Crystal Blanchard, manager Elizabeth Vincent. On stake 3, in the Rock Loxton, the crew Roth Loxton, coxswain Rob Prose, rowers Dale Prose, Elizabeth Elliott, Dawn Andrews, Ashley Newman, Kristen Pike, Renee D'Entremont, and spare Stephanie Foley. And then the Culligan Water crew on stake 4 in the Henley, coxswain Kim Ring, rowers B Ring, Chelsea Barnes Tucker, Casey Stone, Laura Brown, Langley, Jenna Evans, Jordan Sullivan, and spare Elizabeth Julia Von Reddy, coach Jim Ring, manager John Tucker, and on stake 5, we have the Carpet Factory, Yvonne Knight, Kaylee Major, Elsie First, Emily Bussey, Natalie Smart, Elizabeth Hanrahan, and Abigail Martin. Let's see those boats.
Okay, you can see the yellow hats. You can spot them
Oh,
very
yeah. I love the yellow hats. When we were rowing with M5, we had yellow hats, and it made us
Easier to
noticeable.
spot.
Yeah, for sure.
So if you had to design the ultimate rowing look, what's the gear? What are we sporting?
I don't know, but my favorite out of uniforms, and not sponsored by them or anything, but Lululemon
Yeah?
I really like their athletic attire, and it's quality. So you get it for your rowing uniform, and then you can continue to wear it.
So is there colors that we're wearing? Like, what's your vibe? Is it colorful top, colorful bottoms, a hat?
I like kind of the same color on top and bottom, because then you're not
Okay.
cut off in the middle. But that's
Okay.
just me.
Okay, see, I think I'm the opposite. I would go with like a neutral bottom. So that way, if I spill something, we're not going to know that I have accidentally poured my beverage before I got into the boat. And a brightly colored shirt, and then a hat that matches in a different gradient.
Yeah,
So
wow,
I-
you've really thought
I
this
have.
through.
If I'm putting together a celebrity team, I know their outfits will be photographed. So I need to ensure that they are looking their best. So
So very cool drone shot. And just a few words on that crew that we're taking a look at there on stake 1, the crew Lambs, which is coxed by Derek Mercer. And this crew is in their 5th year of rowing together.
Oh,
So
wow.
yeah, they're in the yellow hats. And they're
Lambs yellow.
friends, and they met
Oh.
just through a common interest in being active, and their coxswain is Derek Mercer. Uh-oh, did we just hear a second gun? We did.
Yep.
Yep. So this is our second. I'll call it a false start, but it could be an equipment failure. But either way, we're having another start to race number 8, as we did in race number 2 this morning. So we see the chase boat, occupied by Charles Cook and Don Kelly, is going to approach the boat on, I think, stake 2, it looks like. So they're going towards the College of the North Atlantic Team Broken Earth crew.
And so does that the other crews are going to have to row themselves back?
Yep, they just do a little loop and line up again. So it's a good thing if you didn't have your best start the first time, but it's not such a good thing if you were really feeling like you had a good start and you got to do it all over again. So yeah, we were kind of at the drone angle. I didn't see what happened. Sometimes we don't get these stories till the evening, but it looks like nobody's going in. They're all looping around. The interesting thing about the Team Broken Earth are, so our immediate past premier, Andrew Fury.
Was Team Broken Earth?
Yeah, so he not only did our current premier, John Hogan, row in 2007-2008 with Cox and Palmer, but Team Broken Earth, I think they rowed a bit more recently, probably they rowed actually in the 2018
Okay.
And they were a group of healthcare clinicians, providers, practitioners, physicians, and Andrew Fury, before he started his political career, he rode with Team Broken Earth. He also founded the organization.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he was, it started in Haiti, going on kind of a relief mission to help people after the earthquakes in Haiti, and then became more of a community effort that would help different parts of the world. So really nice to see it coming to get involved with the Royal St. John's Regatta as well.
Absolutely. I don't think I could handle the stress of a false start, quite honestly.
Really,
I think it would rattle me and I would be more anxious.
you gotta roll with it, girl. You just gotta like kind of, part of our sports psychology training is you go through every different scenario. The scenario you go through the most and you visualize is the one that you want to come true.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you have to have thought about
If it all goes wrong.
all the possibilities. Which for some of us it's not hard with anxious running minds, and we need to be reminded about. Our one coach used to say, "What if everything goes perfect?" Right? And that's the thing we like to think about the least, but it's the thing we should think about the most.
Absolutely.
Think about yourself rowing perfectly.
Yeah.
Think about your race being executed exactly as you want, down to the very last detail. And if you visualize it in your mind, it's more likely to come true. Of course, there's a lot more things you have to do besides visualization. You have to put the physical part behind it and the training and stuff too. But the mental side of this racing is so important, as you say.
So, what would you say in terms of someone who has rowed before, between the physical training and the psychological training? Which one was the hardest for you?
Oh my goodness, it's
I come with the hard questions.
yeah, the hard-hitting questions. It's really, your body can only perform if your mind lets it.
Yeah.
Right. And so, and the regatta being such a short season, which with like high season, these situations are very intense. You're
Yeah.
seeing these same 6, 7 people every day in and out. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. You're not always at your best.
I am definitely not.
Your emotions are tested. You're tired. Your relationships are tested. So it really takes a lot of communication, a lot of understanding and commitment to make sure that the 6 of you and the 7 of you, really, because your coxswain is just as important. And if you have a coach, it's another one in the mix, and the spares. But to get everyone on the same page about what you want to accomplish that season, it's like, it's a lot. It's tough.
So, as you mentioned, there's sometimes you have a coach and you have a coxswain. What would be the difference between the two?
Well, the coxswain is the one who's out in the boat and actually steering it, making the calls. And the coach, sometimes while they might sub in as coxswain, they might be more on the program development side.
Okay.
So maybe they're coming up with the workouts, the cycles of training, and also from day to day in the practice, the coxswain gets a different perspective
Yeah.
as being in the boat than the coach who is alongside the boat on the
Okay.
shore. And they can see, a little bit more about the body swings in the boat, the timing of the oars. They get that kind of horizontal view, whereas the coxswain gets that straight down the middle of the boat view.
Okay.
Good question.
Helping our audience.
Yeah. And I would say that it's kind of arbitrary, it seems, as you read through the program. Some, they got it. They're going slow.
Okay. No,
yeah.
not then a potential touching, but I was like, so that one now has to turn around to the other buoy because they are both in the same stake.
Yeah, they'll probably just back behind it and then touch out again.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, it's tense, especially because you just did this and now you started rowing and now you have to do it again. It's like, must I? But yes, you must.
Jinx, you owe me a soda.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, no, you're right. I think they're doing the backing.
So the crews on stake 2 and stake 3 there, the second and third boats away from us. The CNA, Team Broken Earth, and Roth Loxton in time trials less than a second between these crews.
goodness.
Yeah, so 6:21 and 6:22.
Some milliseconds.
Yeah, and then between 4 and 5, the furthest 2 boats away from us, Culligan Water and the Carpet Factory, only 3 seconds gap in
wow.
between their time trials. And so the fastest time is always seeded on this first stake
Okay.
for the Regatta Day race. And then once they make it into the top 5, they come back and they draw for their stake and their boat.
So why would the fastest be seated in the first stake if that is usually the most weedy?
That's just how it goes.
Okay.
Yeah. So probably maybe it's for spectating, because if you know that you're watching a 5-boat race, the fastest team from time trials is on 1 all the way
Yeah.
over to the slowest on 5. It might be for spectating purposes, but it's certainly not from a rower's design perspective, because
Okay.
especially in a weedy year such
Yeah.
as this.
Okay.
So we can hear now that the
And
gun
they're
just
off.
went off. I just love this view, so because you can see the whites of
Yeah.
the
The oars.
yeah, and then you can really tell a lot, because if the white is not there, it means the oar is too deep.
Yeah.
And if there's too much white there, it means the
It's
oar
not
is
getting in
coming out
enough.
too early.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And then it looks like the
Stake
one in
3.
stake 3 is pulling ahead.
Yeah, they're off to the races.
Closely followed by stake 5.
And again, we don't know what's happening up there
Nope.
with 1 and 2 in the what is pond salad.
Yeah, in our little pond salad.
And I do think it has to do with these warm conditions all over the province. The water levels are lower than
Yep,
usual.
we've had a couple fires.
We had a dry summer, or a dry,
We had a dry
spring
winter,
season.
too.
Yeah, that's what I meant. A dry winter and spring season. So, even the salmon season, salmon fishing is ending earlier than usual. There's weird things happening with our climate for sure.
Global warming. But we won't talk about it right now. We're
So
focused on
political.
Regatta. But we're so focused on
But you're
Regatta.
absolutely right. Number 3 actually must have had a great start for the Roth Loxton crew. Maybe they were very mindful of
Yeah.
the minimal gap between their the crew right next to them, the CNA Team Broken Earth.
And then it seemed like the one in stake 5 was also pulling pretty close. We can't see from this angle. From the aerial, it looked like they were
Yeah,
in
they're
close
close
second.
to the Carpet Factory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it looks like stake 4 and 1 were close to each other. And this is just my aerial guessing.
Yep.
And then finally stake 2.
Yep. So unofficial time of 1:40. This is the Carpet Factory going by the boathouse, just past the slide seat docks. And the coxswain at this point is got one eye on the buoy that they need to turn and another eye on their crew ahead of them. So everyone, kind of doing their best to keep in time with the person ahead of them and exert their full force on their legs with every stroke. And these crews, just like the last couple races we've watched, are going to be battling the wind.
Yeah.
So when they slow down their boat speed, it's prime time for the wind to kind of blow them too far beyond. So let's see how stake 4, the Culligan Water,
They're taking
does.
that turn.
Oh, sorry, that's stake 3.
Yep, the one that was in the lead, they're taking
Yep.
their turn.
Roth
And it seems to
Loxton.
be a bit
It's
of
a bit
wide.
Yep, you got it. And then next going in is stake 1, which is Lambs, Derek Mercer. It's a bit tighter. And then we have stake 2 and 5, almost
Yeah.
2 and 4, sorry.
See, that turn, that wide turn was very close to stake 2. Because
Yeah.
they look like they could have touched if the wind did anything odd.
So stake 3 picking up early, or in the lead, Roth Loxton. I'm sure they're pleased with that.
Yeah.
Coxswain Rob Pros. And the other crews making their way around.
It seemed like a lot of wide turns.
Yeah, it looks like, well, the wind, it's
Yeah.
it's really difficult. So 5 and 4 is kind of
Yeah.
now going into 3's territory.
Yeah.
May have picked up a bit early. So this is not ideal in terms
No.
of a straight line, but they'll get it back.
It feels like they're going to straighten out pretty quickly.
Yeah, they're going to have to, because they got to get back over in their own territory.
Yes, because you can't go in the wrong stake when you come back at
That's
the end.
right.
We're learning.
Yeah. So but that's, it's allowed. It's not, against the rules to go into the water
Yeah.
of another stake, as long as you turn or finish
In the right stake.
and you turn the right buoy.
Yeah.
You can turn the wrong buoy, you can finish on the wrong side, but hopefully that doesn't happen.
We made it through the turn, so we should be good.
Yeah, so there's still a chance here. Like stake 3, they're ahead, but 1 and 5 haven't given up.
No.
Yeah, so Roth Loxton is ahead. We can see here the Carpet Factory has given them a push. So I guarantee you, if it were me coxing, I would be making some calls to try and close the gap and catch up with the Roth Loxton crew. And the Lambs crew on stake 1 is doing the same thing.
And stake 4 straightened itself out.
Yeah, it looks like they're getting back into their own territory now.
Yeah. And we're at an unofficial time of 4:35.
Correct. So this is because the wind is blowing down.
Yeah.
This is when they're really bad. They're really feeling it now.
Absolutely.
So it would help them get to their turn faster, but then to get back to the top, it would be more challenging because this is when they're battling the wind. Great angle, great aerial footage of all 5 crews in race number 8, the Sobeys General Workers Senior Women's Race. Race record 5:30.56.
Okay.
That race record will stand for today, given the conditions, but still we're having some great performances here.
Absolutely.
So at this point, when you're this close, you want to look, you want to say what's happening with the other boat.
Yeah,
And,
but you can't.
Yeah,
Oh.
for that reason exactly, because you just see, you can lose track of your oar.
Exactly.
And so you'll hear coxswains say things like head in the boat or eyes on me, because head in the boat would indicate that the coxswain kind of maybe saw someone glancing out or they lost focus for a moment. And that looks like Kim Ring there with the Carpet Factory, I think.
I think so. At least there are very few duck hazards currently.
I knew you were going to say that.
Because I'm so concerned.
I'm also happy about that.
Between the pond salad and the duck hazard, it's an interesting soup.
So I wonder if the camera is now on the Roth Loxton first place crew or the
What are they wearing?
Oh no! So number 2 has just lost oar. This is not ideal.
No.
Because they were very close to the other
Oh.
crew. So she's got it back now.
Yeah.
So she needs to get in time. There we
Yeah.
go. So you can see how that affected
Yeah.
them for like 5 strokes.
But
Yeah, that's stake 5.
look at them. Oh, they pulled ahead in front of stake 3.
Wow.
Look at that. And then
So
stake 3 coming in.
Carpet Factory in an unofficial time of 6:34. Really, stake 3 had the clear lead all the way down, but the wind must have affected them on the way back.
And stake
so
1
Roth
in
and stake 1 coming in third.
third.
And now for
Oh,
fourth and
it's a
fifth.
tie. It's close. Okay, I think.
This looks like coming in here now
Yeah.
is.
Stake 2. Yeah.
Yep, that was stake 2, CNA Team Broken Earth. And then coming in 5th is going to be Culligan Water, my favorite kind of water.
Filtered for
Great
your
job.
pleasure. And they are doing great. And look at that. So
Wow, great
all right.
rowing.
That was fantastic. Like, I leaned in, but we're gonna be heading down pond side to see what Lori and Mitch
Jim Din? Yeah,
were up to. I think they got Jim Din down there with them.
or just Lori.
Hi, I'm here with NDP leader Jim Din. So Jim, welcome to the Regatta. How are you doing?
Not too bad. A great day. Breeze is up. It's not too hot when the breeze is up, and we're down with our. We usually have a tent down here across the pond, and passing out all things oranges, clementines, orange crush, and jam jams, and guess the jelly bean.
Ooh, that sounds really fun. I think I have to go over and do that myself. So Jim, this is like a tradition now. This has been the same. What's the thought of this year's Regatta?
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because it's moved ahead, and in preparation for the Canada Summer Games, and you look at the fact that. It's been really almost a month long of festivals, of music festivals, culminating with the regatta. And I know the regatta is probably the highlight for many people in the city and out in the surrounding areas. You look at the booths that are here, and one thing that always amazes me in the last few years is just the diversity of the products and of the food in particular. So I mean, when I was first going here many years ago, I mean, you basically had your chips and fish and chips, hamburgers and hot dogs, and so on and so forth. But now it's just such a diversity. It's fantastic.
That's true. And like you said, I've gone through a few of the vendors and I'm like so excited for it. So this is the year of the sport for the regatta, the 207th year. So what does that mean for you?
Well, for me, I guess it comes down to whether I was never much of an athlete in that sense, but I cycle, I fish, which usually involves hiking along a river. And you look at I guess the emphasis on part of the social determinants of health, the focus on that well-being and on that physical fitness. And certainly I've had family who've been involved with the regatta as well. My brother Paul sat on the regatta committee, and he and my other brothers rowed. Did not. I was quite happy being a spectator. Yeah. So you look at the level of competition that's here, and more importantly, just the fun, the pure fun of it. And I think that's the key thing with regards to the regatta. It's whether you're into the racing, whether you're into you just like the vendors, it's something here for everyone.
Exactly. And so many, it's such a community event in the sense that you see so many families here and the tradition's just quite like yourself, right? So, and what about this wind? Do you think this is affecting, times this year?
Good question, because we were looking at it earlier, and I'm thinking it looked like the wind was really picking up. Now it seems to have settled into a pattern. What my understanding is that a little bit of a lop on the water certainly helps. So at the times, of course, great going down. I'm assuming not so great coming back up. Yes. But hey, you're talking about people who've been training for quite a while, and they know how to deal with that.
That's right. So after today, now you're going to be at your booth. Is there any other vendors that you want to hit up today?
Oh, I was already checking on a few way down here, and I said maybe I better wait until see if I'm doing an interview before I go back and enjoy, because there's one local poco that I'm going to take on at the Mexican food, and a neighbor of mine, so I definitely got to try that.
Definitely. So that's something I'm going to definitely try as well. But yeah, so is there any other things that you want to say for today?
My gosh, I would say enjoy it. My daughter and son-in-law and their 3 children are my grandchildren are down. So I guess take care, keep son safe, and what. No, having been a parent with 3 young children down here, watch where they go.
keep your surroundings of your kids.
That's right, or have them on a leash. But I know it can be stressful. However, when I left them, they weren't interested in the money wheels. They were interested in the stuffed animal wheels, wheel spins, which maybe from a parent point of view is not such a great thing. One more stuffy in the house, but from their point of view, they're going to love it.
That's right. Keep hoarding all the stuffies, right?
That's right. And try to get rid of. No, I didn't say that.
I didn't hear that either, Jim. Yeah. But also, are you playing any games? Or are you going around to any other events?
Well, I couldn't play until my wife had to bring down some money, which I forgot. So I can guarantee you on my way back, I plan not to have anything left.
There you go. Your wife will want you to leave the
Yeah, I know,
then.
but I know where she's around. The bank is around here somewhere.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Well, thank you so much, Jim. It was a pleasure to see you.
Thank you for having me.
And we're going to go back to the main desk.
Thank you so much, Lori. And it was a pleasure to see you again, Jim. It's always wonderful when we get to see people year after year back at the regatta.
He better win a big stuffy for his wife. That's what I'm saying.
I'm saying if he's lost all his money, he better win something. Okay?
Buy those leashes for his kid.
Exactly.
Well, not anymore.
But no, it's like the grandchildren. So I have a 6-year-old, and every time we go out, I was like, it would be nice to have one of those backpacks with a cord.
And will your 6-year-old be taking in the regatta?
No, he's at camp.
Oh.
So unless he gets brought down, I think he is safely ensconced in an air-conditioned bowling camp today. So
excellent.
Yeah,
And Jim called it. It's makes the row down easier and harder getting back. And as we move closer to the noon hour, winds don't usually go down at this hour. So.
But the sun does pick up.
And our spirits.
Yes.
Our spirits will never be dampened. So, yeah. And as you can see, the crowds are really, the sun is bringing people out. Maybe the breeze is kind of encouraging people that they won't be
cooking
too sweltering.
Yeah. It will not be a rotisserie day.
Yeah.
Regardless of how delicious the chicken might be smelling from down there.
So that looks like Ben.
Yep.
If I know my pal Ben, I think that is him. They're coxing or preparing to line up for race number.
Drum roll, please.
We're at number 9.
Yeah. Oh, look. Two
Yeah.
more races between us
so
and food.
this crew on the screen here now is the Canadian Armed Forces women.
Okay.
So
they have the same color as the men's.
Yeah, and we saw the Canadian Forces men have a great success in their race this morning, and also co-sponsored with Browning Harvey. So, shout out to the Patton family for joining with the Canadian Armed Forces 2 crews, the men's crew and the women's crew, to help them be able to put 2 crews into the events today.
Absolutely. And I could see that multicolored thing you were talking about where you have the shorts and the slidey pants underneath.
That's right.
So someone was in like black and gray. So
yes. So you can kind of trick people if you have on black, but and it all looks like one, but you can also just own it and wear the contrasting colors too, which is also very neat.
I'm also enjoying the garden party fashion. There was someone out there earlier in a lovely gold jacket, and I was like, ooh, you are reflective.
So, I don't want to rush this, but this race is a prime example of how we're not just rowing to win.
No.
We're rowing to honor people and honor people's memory here. And one of the crews that will be in this race number 9, when we were talking earlier about the folks who have passed since last year's regatta, one of our crews is deeply affected by that.
Absolutely. We have on the Mark's commercial team last year, one of their rowers, Nicole, who we talked about earlier, unfortunately passed away due to cancer in November. So there's definitely rowing in her memory today. So, and then they picked up a couple new team members as well who wanted to put some oomph behind her name today as they got in the boat.
Yeah, so certainly, Nicole, we miss you. We know that your team is rowing for your memory. We know that they're going to be pushing hard today for you. And
There'll be definitely 10 hard strokes.
It's bigger than win, It's bigger than just winning. We're all here for a bigger purpose, and that's it right there. Look, we're bringing people together. We're gathering. We're remembering regattas gone by, and looking forward to the future. There's something comforting in knowing that this event is going to happen every year.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's
you know that it's just to be around for the next regatta.
The tradition continues.
Absolutely.
And how fortunate and privileged and lucky we are to take it in every additional year, and now for 207.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
As I'm looking at the lovely media sheet, there was one word that caught my mind, and I heard moo-moos and hobby horses. I was like, what moo-moos and hobby horses? So
what is hobby horse?
it's those little, remember when you were a kid, those little horses. But we'll take a break on the hobby horse conversation to talk about the
official
final
race
numbers.
results for race number 8. So we have Carpet Factory with a time of 6:34.54. Roth Loxton with a time of 6:40.69. So wow, we really thought Roth Loxton had that on lockdown from as they were on the way down, but the wind is a weird and wonderful thing. So we do have Carpet Factory coming out on top by about 6 seconds. Then the Lambs crew was 6:45.78. CNA Team Broken Earth, 709.3. Culligan Water, 718.2. Big caterpillar on my desk.
And we are going to move our lovely cat friend.
Yes, thank you.
Down into the bed. There you go, friend.
There's creepy crawlers all over the place.
And we now have a lovely caterpillar making its way across the carpet.
Could be a butterfly by the end of the day.
If we're lucky, we will make a new chrysalis on Regatta Day. So back to that moo-moo conversation. So
tell me what a hobby horse is again.
Okay, the hobby horses are, remember when you were a kid and there was those horse heads on sticks?
Yes.
So that is a hobby horse. There's an entire sport dedicated to hobby horsing, which has nothing to do with regatta, but there is a hobby horsing sport. And so in rowing in this race, which is the Rogers Commercial Senior Women's, race number 9. So in the residence at the Lilydale, we have Cox by Fabian McGrath, stroked by Megan Willette, and we have Sarah Sloan, Katie Altine, Shannon Lilly, Julie Parsons, Laura Daw, and Spares Melissa North, and Heidi Keating. And then we have in the Canadian Armed Forces and Browning Harvey Limited, Cox by Ben Colborn, stroked by Christine Hunt, Alicia Chalk, Michaela Harper, Morgan Evans, Catherine Scott, Michelle Durkin, Spare Emma Colburn, coach Tina Ring, and manager Penny Blanchard. And then in the Wellington Altus crew, we have Cox by Jennifer Windsor Brown, stroked by Kelly Boost, Yvonne Knight, Angela Bartle, Dina Kavanaugh, Cheryl Oak, Annette Larkin, and Spare Andrea Power. And in the Marks Commercial, we have Cox by by Jean Snow, stroked by Susan Byrne, Marina Lethbridge, Donna Foote, Kayla Howard, Lewis Cruz, Laura Daw, and spare Lisa Walsh. And then in the Bab Law crew, we have Brennan Chafe as the Cox, stroked by Brianna Mercer-Williams, Leah Mercer, Caitlin Lush, Sarah Young, Brooklyn Forward, Cheyenne Hutching, and spare Haley Pike. And
Oh,
so,
look, there's the Lieutenant Governor up there.
exactly, ready with her gunner.
And that is, I don't know who the gunner is, but
a very familiar face.
Mr. Hickman, I believe.
I believe so. And so we'll wait for...
So, like, to amplify her voice, it looks like they have a full face thing on her.
No, she has her headphones down.
Oh, it's headphones down.
Yeah,
and
because not to squish her lovely hat.
Right. Yeah.
Fashionable.
I wonder if she gets those hats locally.
I don't know. We should have asked her.
Yeah.
You know, where to go shopping for her next
Just
time.
turn this into a home shopping channel.
Why not, if we're supporting local?
So, fun fact, Ben Colburn, who's coxing the crew on stake 2, is the brother of Emma Colburn, who is the spare for the crew that he is coxing. And Megan Willett, who is the stroke on stake 1, so right here, who just came into the screen.
Yeah.
She's going to row this race, and she'll get a little lunch break, and then she is the coxswain of the UAF Atlantic, so the Ukrainian crew who will be rowing
this afternoon
at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
So
and
yeah, lots of hats. People wearing multiple hats.
Everything. This is, once again, the dedication to the sport puts you in different roles.
Yeah.
Back to that hobby horse conversation. It is the head with the stick thing, and there's an entire hobby horsing sport.
So
where
do you run with it?
Yeah. So you pretend you're like, luckily the camera's not on us right now, but you hold the thingy and you pretend to gallop and you hop the little barriers. So it's like this, and then it's a lot of work. None of it am I willing to engage in. But they have a moo-moo, so as we wait for the go-ahead, they're saying that many also dabble in hobby horsing from time to time, mainly during the regatta season, and it's possible to catch them cheering for other crews in their moo-moos and hobby horses. So not only are they rowers, they are hobby horsers too.
I love it. And also, hobby horsing.
Yeah.
That's the crew on...
It is the Wellington Altus Private Wealth.
That is so cool. I didn't even know you could hobby horse here in Newfoundland. All right, so we're just waiting for the boats to get lined up. Let's do a time check here. It's 11:23. This race is supposed to start at 11:30.
No, 11:10. 11:10.
11:10. So we're a little bit behind.
That's okay.
Right. We were ad-libbing.
We're fine. We're making it work.
You okay?
Yeah. The chair I nearly lost my chair.
So that Roth Loxton crew that was out to such a fiery start in the last race, apparently there's 6 brand new rookie rowers who have never. Yeah, they did phenomenal. They met through their work as occupational and physiotherapists, and their shared interest in keeping fit, keeping active, well-being, healthy living. And they were motivated to learn something new, be active, and hopefully encourage others to do the same. Well, with a start to a race like that, they certainly have encouraged many. And I laughed when I read this, that they said they did their first spin in winter clothes, which probably happened in May.
Yep.
So the boats go out in the potter and on the wand.
Water pond.
Water pond. What am I trying to say? The wand, the potter. Anyway, they said they didn't know how they were going to get the boat back to the dock. Look at our Lieutenant Governor is announcing the races, and you can watch for the smoke from the gun. And you probably can't hear her saying, "Are you ready, number 1? Are you ready, number 2?" You kind of can, but you can definitely see when the guy is going to shoot off his rifle.
It's off.
Yeah, so cool. Way to go, Joe Marie, if I can
It
call
worked.
you that. JM. Uh-oh, third one. Holy smokes. Here we go with the second start of the day.
It's the wind.
I'm convinced that you are correct, because it's hard for coxswains to get a good line.
Absolutely.
When the wind is like that. And hey, you can get a
see
shot
our
of the drone. It's like a picture taking a picture.
Yeah, the picture in picture. Oh, look, and more drone
Rogue
footage.
drone. This drone is on lunch break.
Hi, what did you catch, drone?
Okay, so again, not sure if somebody started early or if there was an equipment problem, but
We're going back to the start.
it's always stake 2. It's always the boat in stake 2. The coxswain throws
There
up their
might be a lot more
weeds.
Yeah,
Pond
that pond
salad.
I think that's going to be our thing we walk away with after today's regatta, the pond salad.
Yeah.
So it looks like some are just going backwards.
Yeah, they're just going to back it in. I guess maybe they liked their line. They
Yeah.
didn't want to go. And this is a crew on stake 1, so
Yeah.
they didn't want to circle back around through all the weeds. But it's a bit more difficult when you're on the other stakes to
Absolutely.
just back it in. So the Wellington Altus Private Wealth, who are rowing in this race, who are skilled hobby horsers from time to time, but they've also participated in some local running events, and many of them did the Muse 8K, and they also did the Telly 10 together, which is super awesome. So as they are participating in other sporting events during the year of sport, we just want to acknowledge some of the other sports that they were in, such as hockey, volleyball, softball, cheerleading, and they're so grateful. The Wellington Altus Private Wealth team is very grateful to their sponsor, Paul Doyle Team, with the Wellington Altus Private Wealth, and they want to say special thank you, as I'm sure all the crews do, to their sponsors for giving them the opportunity to have this experience with their crew and team and friendly competition here at the 207th Royal St. John's Regatta. So a second start lining up for race number 9, the second last race of the morning portion.
And our sponsors who help us make sure this broadcast goes fantastically. We want to thank Home Depot for their sponsorship. You can also win a Home Depot barbecue if you drop down the Rogers tent or call in. A special thank you to Steele Hotels for keeping people housed and comfortable all across the island, and for keeping us fed and not cranky so we aren't hangry on air. We want to thank Spirit of Newfoundland.
Yes, and Spirit of Newfoundland folks will be joining to replace. Are you coming back this afternoon?
I better be.
Okay. Oh, they'll be joining you then.
No. We got a lunch break.
Right.
So I think they're down with Donnie. So you get a break from our beautiful faces, and you get the one and only Don E. Cody.
Right. From Spirit of Newfoundland. And did you say about Steele Hotels?
Steele Hotels has kept people housed on your
Okay.
vacation.
Awesome.
And then you might get to see a little peek of our very own Jason Piercy later on throughout the day.
Look, I just saw Charles Cook weeding
Yeah?
again, so he was sweeping away some weeds. So my guess, I don't know, but my guess is that Ben threw his arm up. He was the one on stake 2 because he was having weed problems. Look
Pond
at this.
salad.
Yeah, pond salad. It's really intense. It's
But see, that's not even anything they could do about the call. It was going to be salady anyway.
well, what happens is these weeds, they either get on the oar, and that's not as bad because the rowers can kind of rotate the oar and get them off. But if they get caught on the rudder or the tiller, then it's bad because the
Drags you
coxswain
down.
doesn't have the steering control, which may be why, in addition to the wind, weeds on the hull of the boat can. That's a lot of weeds.
That's a very large salad.
Yeah, that takes some skill there. Good to Charles Cook for his aqua gardening abilities.
Oh, my merciful.
Yeah. And again, a combination of the warm temperatures, the low waters. If this were, they would have to do some weed control if this were actually happening next week, because they'd be even a week's more growth by then.
Exactly. So I wonder what the city will do to make sure that the canoers can canoe effectively.
Yeah, it's a good point. I don't know. Send out divers?
Maybe.
Never seen it.
I've never seen weed cleanup, so this would be a
But
new
the
thing.
Canada Games is serious competition, so yeah. They might take some measures there. All right, so we've got one who is nearing their being lined up. That's the Residents at Littledale, which is pretty cool. I don't know if I've seen Littledale as a sponsor before, but it's great to see such a historically significant building playing a role in the Royal St. John's Regatta.
Absolutely.
So, and number 2, Ben is keeping a tight line close to the second starting keg there. So to try and give himself a bit of leeway when everybody is ready. And I wonder if our friend, the Honorable Joan Marie,
We'll be back.
will be calling out. So for the people out at home, the calls before the gun goes off, the starter says, the person with the mic, the starter, says, are you ready number 1? Are you ready number 2? Are you ready number 3? Are you ready number 4? Are you ready number 5? Are you all ready? And then it's a slight pause, and the rowers have to pay attention because sometimes it's a bit of a longer pause, and sometimes it's like hardly any pause at all.
Yeah.
So you really have to be ready to go at that time, and then that's when the gun goes off to start the official start of the race. So this will be the second time that we see an official start. So we'll get a little bit behind here. It's now 11:30 and we're still on race number 9. Are you ready number 9? Not race number 9. Stake 1 is backing it in. And the number 2 oar, Julie Parsons. Yep. So the coxswain's goal here is to, you know, you want to have the rope or the toggle in a straight line so you can get as much distance between you and the starting keg as possible. So I think Ben's arm, when it went up that time, was a symbol of ready. Sorry, Fabian, who's there on 1. And the gun. Here we go. Let's hope those weeds don't drag us down too much.
And how many times can you get a false?
Well, look, number 2 is struggling there. This number 6 oar had, that was Christine Hunt of the Canadian Armed Forces Women. Browning Harvey had a little bit of weeds on her oar for the start, but she seems to have gotten rid of them, and they're away.
Okay. So how many times can you get a false?
I'm not sure, you know, because if it actually is a crew leaves before the gun, if as long as it's not the same crew twice, then they could maybe 10,
Okay.
you know, because it could be a different boat each time that's false starting.
And then if it's let's call it a mechanical issue.
If it's a mechanical issue, well, then they have to deal with getting it fixed.
Okay.
Yeah. But if the equipment fails, I think, again, it fails. It's not really likely. These boats, I mean, we have great boathouse staff who check the boats over very carefully and diligently before the races. But every now and then there might be, if a rower replaces an oar, they might not screw in their oar lock all the way and the oar can come out of the oar lock. That would be something that would be fixed once, and then you would make sure it's screwed in tight so it didn't happen again. And the chances of it happening twice in a row are pretty low.
Yeah. It seems like a tight race from this aerial angle.
Yeah, it's nice. There's drone footage. It seems like the Bab Law on stake 5 is off to a real great start. They look like they're there in the pink, closest to the boathouse.
I was going to say, from my angle, it looks like stake 2.
You think?
Yeah. This is why I can't be held responsible.
Well, we're just doing our best here.
We'll do our darndest. So yeah, to me, it looks like stake 2 was pulling ahead. So we'll see. But then as we get a closer shot.
Well, they'll be approaching the turn now, and as we can see, the turns are really a big factor on this.
Between the U, the V, or the wide U.
Yeah, and with the wind, it's like, because the boat speed, it slows, and then the wind kind of takes the boat far below the turning keg.
It could be anyone's race.
That's right. It could be anyone's race.
Okay, now from this angle, never mind. I'm not going to say a thing till I see the turn.
Don't worry.
So seems like stake 2 is already in its turn.
Yep.
And it seems like it's making a wide turn from how early they started.
Yeah. And so we have...
And stake 4 is a
4 is
tighter
holding
turn.
water there now.
Yeah.
So, yep. And now stake 3.
Yeah.
And it looks like stake 2 is going to be all the way horizontal around just before stake 1 goes in to start their turn.
Yeah. So yeah, no, that was a really wide one.
Yep. So we have stakes 1, 2, 3, and 4 here on the screen, which are the residents at Littledale is still working their way around their turn. Canadian Armed Forces Women and Browning Harvey looks like they're all picked up together. And Ben is starting to call them back. Very tight coming out of the turn. It looked like
Residents of
Wellington.
Littledale is and that was a really wide turn for them because they seem like they're out in the weeds.
Yeah, and Wellington Altus and Mark's Commercial seem to be coming out together, but
Yeah.
it seems like there was a better pickup from the Wellington Altus because there seemed to be having a bit of water there on the. Or no, sorry, it was Mark's Commercial had the better pickup, and they have pulled slightly ahead of Wellington Althouse on stake 3.
Yeah.
So yeah, it seems like
Stake 4.
the residents at Littledale has fallen behind, and it's a 4-boat race with it's pretty tight between Canadian Armed Forces Women and Mark's Commercial. Unofficial time approaching 4:15, and these crews and time trials. So I'll give the crew on stake 4, so second from the boathouse. Their time trials time was 6:36:11. Then the crew on stake 2, which is currently battling with Mark's Commercial, is the Canadian Armed Forces Women. Their time trials time was 6:33:9.
Okay.
And then the crews in the 3rd and 4th place. So it looks like 3rd, I'll go with on stake 5, the Bab Loss. So they didn't have a time trials time. And then in stake 3, the Wellington Altus, 6:35. So really close. Yeah, it's not surprising that these 4 boats are very close because their time trials were very tight.
Yeah.
And then on stake 1 is...
It seemed like the turn got the...
I think that, they were kind of a victim of the wind and the weeds and the turn.
A lot.
Things didn't really help out the residents at Littledale Rowers there on stake 1. They've in a quite significant
They have to catch up.
detriment there. Yeah, I was trying to think of a word.
Oh, good.
Test.
Great race going,
Yeah.
5:30, 5.5 minutes. These crews are past the marquee now, so they're into their last minute or so of rowing. Their lungs and legs are definitely...
Feeling the burn.
Yeah. So I know we had at least 4 or 5 corporals in the Canadian Armed Forces boat this morning.
Yeah.
Holy smokes, it is really
Whoa.
blown. The headsets are blowing off the desk here. If we're finding it hard, then the rowers must be really finding it hard.
So this is definitely a hard-fought race.
Definitely a hard-fought race, especially when, if the crew on stake 1, which is in the screen now, they went in as the favorites, and they've had a bit of a rough go in this particular race.
And so that's the corporals we can see now because they're wearing the same colors as...
Yep, the burgundy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it seems like they're pulling ahead.
It sure does.
And
So we'll look for the unofficial time for stake 2.
Yeah.
Canadian Armed Forces Browning Harvey crossing the line first.
Yeah.
At an unofficial time of 6:31. Which is still better than their time trials despite all the wind that's blowing our papers around. And next we have stake 4, Mark's Commercial.
Yeah. And then stake 3.
Or was it?
So yeah, we have stake 3 coming in next, and then stake 5 as we wait for stake 1.
Great rowing by everybody in the Rogers Commercial Senior Women's.
As we wait for
Awesome job.
the residents at Littledale who are now crossing.
Good job.
They did the thing.
Way to go, everyone.
Especially with the obstacles they faced, they definitely put in the work.
Absolutely. Everyone facing the wind. Such nice footage. Oh my goodness. What a beautiful place we live in.
Absolutely. But you can definitely see the wind on the lake.
You can see the wind.
On
We
the
can feel
pond.
the wind. Good thing you have your blanket.
I told you, this regatta blanket is now a fixture. I will never regatta without a blanket.
So we got, this time, the won the race 6:31, and then the first place time from the previous race, the Sobeys General Workers Senior Women's, was 6:34. So, yeah, these crews are really putting in their best effort.
Absolutely.
As the wind picks up around midday. So congratulations to all.
They're facing the elements with the most grace.
That's right.
So as we wait for the official times. All right, and so we're going to be checking out Pondside with the winners from the Sobeys General Workers Senior Women. I think we got Lori or Mitch down Pondside with them.
And welcome back. I'm with the Sobeys General Workers Seniors Women's. There you go. That was a mouthful. The winners today. So thank you so much for being here. So what's your name?
My name is Abby.
Elise.
Emily.
Natalie.
Beth.
Callie.
Congratulations. How does it feel to be the winners?
It feels amazing. We're super proud of ourselves. Yeah.
And so what, were you happy with your time?
We were very happy with our time. We had a great spin and a great coxswain coaching us all the way. Yvonne Knight, yeah, she's actually on the water right now, so we're waiting for her to come on in. And we also wanted to say thank you to the Carpet Factory for sponsoring us this year.
Amazing. And so do you guys have any rituals that you guys do before you prepare for a big race?
No, this is actually our first year, so we're a first year rowing team, so we were just kind of getting the jitters out and getting out there and doing our best, yeah.
Wow, first year and you won. So what, like, that's crazy. What's your thoughts on that?
We actually can't believe it. Like, we're over the moon about it.
Amazing. And so with the wind conditions today, is that beneficial? Was that...
I think it was kind of beneficial to us because we were on stake 5, so we were a bit sheltered from the wind. We had a bit of a wider turn, but coming back, I felt like we were really strong.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And Mitch, you want to have a view?
So I was going to ask you guys, like, how does the wind impact, your performance? But being as that it's your first year, you kind of like got out of the fire into the frying pan immediately. How do you feel that, like the regatta went ahead and then you had to row in this? Because I would say generally it's probably it's breezier than it normally is. I've done this with Lori, 3 years now? And
yeah.
it's windy. So did you guys prepare for this, or did you just get on the water and you were like, okay, well, we'll just try our best?
Yeah, I mean, leading into this, we practice about 5 times a week. Doesn't really matter the condition, rain or shine. It's all dependent on wind conditions. Today was a yellow flag, so we were good to go. We had prepared for it, so we were ready. Our coxswain, had a race plan, and we went with it. And yeah, I think it really paid off, and we're super happy with it.
I agree. I think a lot of folks probably won't be so lucky. Like, they're used to the regular conditions of the regatta. But like I said, this is your first go-around. So any subsequent race should be, easy peasy. Do you folks intend on competing regularly, or is this kind of like a one-time thing?
I mean, this was our first year at it, but I think winning our heat was momentum under our belt. So I think we're definitely in it. Yeah, we'll be back for sure.
Yeah.
Good stuff. That's great to hear. And I hope that we see you guys again later for the championship.
Yes. Any plans? You're going to hit up any vendors?
I think we'll definitely be at the beer tent. Yes.
Well deserved. Well deserved. Well, congratulations again, guys.
Thank you.
Woohoo!
Thanks.
We're headed back to the main desk.
And look at that. Look who joined us. Look who wandered off the pond.
Sorry?
You
me.
stranger.
Yes, I am. I'm here. Hello.
Nice to have you, Jason.
It's nice. It's nice to be had. That was a weird thing to say.
Yeah, let's roll that back.
I'm happy to be here.
There you go. So you've been wandering up and about. What trouble have you gotten out of?
Well, the beer tent. I got out of the beer tent. That's a lie. I wasn't
Isn't
even
it
in
early
there.
for beers?
It's 5 o'clock somewhere, okay?
Sorry.
Somewhere.
Early for beers. Listen,
Regatta day.
I was here doing this show, Amanda, when you were still racing, and I know that it is not too early for beers for some of these rowers.
True.
So let's not go too far. But yeah, I was hanging out. I was going around the pond and stopped, talked to a few people, and told some stories, and filmed it, of course, like
good.
most of it,
Like
not
you
all of
should've.
it. Well, I mean, I did. Otherwise, why would I be here and they would let me park?
No way.
So some of the stories we're going to tell this afternoon, and I think it'll be fun.
Okay. So now I get to ask you questions because you're in the guest
here we
seat.
go.
So
Here we
buckle
go.
up.
I'm
Ready?
sorry.
Professional?
I forgot that it was live. my stuff was
It is
pre-recorded,
not,
so
it is not Regatta After Dark. So
Sorry.
questions for you. What's your
Ma'am,
favorite
yes.
part about the regatta, actually?
sorry.
What's your favorite part since you've never been in the boat? Are you
My-
a garden party snacker? Are you a watcher? What's your vibe?
I think my favorite thing about the regatta, it has changed over the
Okay.
years. So now, my favorite thing about the regatta is that you see people who come here as vendors,
Yeah.
whose sole purpose is just to support and provide and make the life of those who are here easier.
Okay.
So like the St. John's Firefighters Association is up here. I stopped and I had a chat with them. They're there just to give away water. It's the only reason they're there. It's the whole reason they're there. Then of course you've got the tent, the seniors tent.
Yeah.
They're there just so that people who find it hard to stand and be in the heat and who don't necessarily, they're in like a transitional phase, and they can just come and chill and sit and relax. So now my favorite part of the regatta is I think that community support. There was a point in time when it was like the risk of like the regatta roulette. Like I was at the Killers. This is really on me.
I was like,
How was the Killers?
I took my my first child,
Okay.
who is 11 now, be 12 in December, and it was the first time that like they went to like a big concert.
Oh my goodness.
So that was kind of cool.
Yay.
And we rocked out a little bit together, and we
Oh,
sat in the grass and we ate our poutine, and it was fun. The show was, I heard the 4 songs that I went there to hear,
Okay, that's important.
and I enjoyed it.
Okay.
I thought it was a good time.
All right. And then were you in bed early enough to make it here at the call time, Jason?
I was here by my call time. Yes,
A call time. We'll go with.
I was here by my call
Okay.
time, 100%.
And so you have one kid out. Are they here today?
No, they slept this morning.
They're recovering.
I got up and went down. But yeah.
Okay. We're going down pondside because Mitch and
Oh,
Lori have
wonderful.
grabbed some humans. So let's see what they got.
Can't wait.
The winners of the Rogers race.
No, keep
Okay.
going. You're all good.
And now we are here with the Rogers winners, and you're with the Canadian Armed Forces St. John's and
Yeah, Ben Colburn.
Kate Scott, Morgan Evans, Penny Blanchard, Alicia Chalk,
Michaela Harper.
Christy Hunt,
And Michelle Druken.
Alicia Chalk.
Look at that. Double up, double up.
yeah, and of course you are the Rogers sponsors the winner. So how does that feel for you?
Yeah, it feels great. I got a really good team. We got all the guys in the Canadian Armed Forces, Browning Harvey. We got the full team back at the base supporting us. So, these guys are really interesting because they actually do the job that's on their shirt.
Oh, I love
This is a work day for them, right?
So how long have you guys been rowing together now?
So we've had a program with the Canadian Armed Forces for, I think we're going on 4 years now. Yeah, we're really well supported by the community, and these girls come out and do amazing work. We have the men as well that drive us ahead. So there we go. We're neck and neck all season.
So what's training look like for you guys?
So yeah, they start, right before Christmas. We're up doing work at Momentum Health and at the base. We push a really full training schedule, 3 or 4 days a week, and then obviously when we go to water, it ramps up to the full 6 days a week.
Wow, so lots of training involved for sure. Mitch?
So, is this your first time rowing? I don't know if Lori asked already.
Yeah.
As a novice team, this is our first year as us collectively as a group.
That's awesome. So, I guess, obviously, you folks won, and that is fantastic. But how do you feel about your performance? Is there anything that you would have done differently? Anything that you'd prefer, weather-wise? Or did it all just click? What do you guys think?
I think overall we really just pulled it together and we've improved significantly over the year, and I think we really just worked together as a team and did what had to be done.
Better day, truly. It's a good
Yeah,
day.
Really? I was chatting with the other folks, windy. But obviously, you guys are doing something right with your male counterparts coming in first earlier. So the Canadian Armed Forces, you guys are on a tear today. That is fantastic.
Oh, is it your birthday? Happy birthday!
Okay, so it's your birthday. It's George Street Fest tomorrow. You guys probably have some plans.
Yeah, little few plans. Yeah, beer tent later.
Beer tent later. I also am looking forward to the lunch break. I get to walk around, see what's up. But in the meantime, we're just going to go back to the front desk, see what they have in store, and we'll chat with you guys later.
Thank you so much. Congratulations!
I thought they were going to sing happy birthday.
Aw.
Yeah, it's our birthday. What a
We
double
can have
treat.
Jason do
I
it.
could sing happy
Is it your birthday?
No, but he
No,
can sing
but
happy
it doesn't
birthday.
mean that I
Oh.
can't. Actually, you do
Well,
not
can you
want
sing?
me to sing happy birthday. I mean, I can. It's not what
Should
anybody
you,
is.
Should
no.
you sing? I guess is the question.
I have
should
a
ask
great
you.
speaking voice.
Okay, and it doesn't
That's it.
translate to carrying rhythm
No.
in any way.
No, not at all.
Okay. Well, at
And
least
you
now
will
we
be
know.
speaking to the Rogers viewers all afternoon. Is that correct? Or at some point
What
today.
a great segue.
I know, that's
Who-
why they
there's-
pay me the big bucks.
There's not even a teleprompter. That was just like, we didn't even talk about it ahead of time. So I'm going to be speaking to a bunch of Rogers viewers. I mentioned we're going to talk to some firefighters. One of them has a killer mustache, and I mean it. Like
Is
it's
it like the twiddly
Oh, I
ones?
can't even. I can't even get into it
Is
with
it
you.
waxed
It's
on
really,
the
really
ends?
good.
Is it like waxed so it's twirled?
Well, that would be if wouldn't be fire retardant.
Okay. Well, we will stop and do some race results while we think about mustaches. So the Canadian Armed Forces coming in at a 6:32.99. We have Mark's Commercial at a 6:43.22. Wellington Altus at a 6:50.10. Bab Law at 6:58.45. And Residents at Lilydale at 7:20.44.
It's Littledale, by the way.
Littledale.
All right, and so we are going to queue up the next race, which is race number 10, which is the last one of the morning. You can do it, Barry. City of St. John's Labor Senior Women's. And on stake 1 in the broker, we have Coxon Kelly Buse, stroke Victoria Stanford, Julia Trahi, Yursa Abduladi, thank you. Tiffany, why not? Anne-Marie Whalen, Lorna Corriga, and Linan Verge. On stake 2 in the Smith-Stockley, we have Churchill Park Music Festival. Speaking of the killers, there's a segue. Coxon, Christina Hope Ennis, rowers Tammy Poirier, Karen Slaney, Dana Winters, Laura Kiley, Elizabeth Murphy, Jill Hampton, Spares, Brianne Young, and Karina Bolin Greeley, coach Kelly Murray Benoit. And on stake 3 in the Henley, we have Her Majesty's Penitentiary. Awesome. So I know some of the inmates and their coworkers are going to be cheering them on.
They're not watching me now, are they?
Coxon Valerie, they're coming for you. Coxon Valerie Byrne, rowers Samantha Bernice Anna Roussel, Angela Din, Jen Smith, Christina Learning, Rebecca Roach, Megan Renuff, Kelsey Clark, and Courtney Walsh. Coach Ken Nagel. So some of these are working actually at the HMP. On stake 4, Rest NL in the Oz Network, Coxon Heidi White, rowers Courtney Clark, Stacy Stellers, Leslie Baldwin, Christy Connors, Gina King, Jill Colburn, Spare, Leanne Butt, and Coach Trevor King. And last but not least, on stake number 5 in the Dominion Drifter, we have Keith's Plumbing, Coxon, George Wade, rowers Ashley Wade, Nicole Wade, Adrian Ding, Raylene Mackey, who's also doing social media for the Regatta Committee, I think. Natasha Cobb, Madison Rogers, and Spare, Kayla Mosier, and Coach Tim O'Neill. Wow, full slate.
And now I need to know what Rest NL is and if it comes with naps. Is now my new life's mission.
I don't know. I thought it was maybe like a mattress store or something.
I don't know. We're gonna find out.
Okay. Okay.
It's Rest.
I'm not here on the desk calling this, and already you guys, you don't even know who Rest NL is.
Excuse me. And have you
I can't
rested,
believe this.
sir?
Well, I wasn't here at 6 o'clock this morning. I was at the Killers last night.
Say, so it looks like the Premier John Hogan is there.
Okay.
As we know, Road 2007-2008, back to Gail Malone as the gunner, our first female president. So they're getting, despite the wind, these crews for our last race of the morning are trying to line up, and they're no, strangers to the wind. The HMP crew especially, they typically row on their lunch breaks. Their coworkers, work together and trade around shifts so the people can come down and row. And it is always windy at lunchtime. If you have ever rowed, you know that it's going to be windy at lunchtime. So let's watch these 5 crews line up to have a clean start, hopefully, in this wind. We can hear them.
Because it's so windy, like when they're done, they will be talking. So cue Rest NL.
Which does make mattresses.
I wonder if it's like, because in Harbor Grace it was Restwell Mattresses, so I wonder if it's the same.
Well, they have been manufacturing mattresses since 1991.
Ha! I was right.
You
I
were.
can't believe you found that in your head, just like that.
It just was in my head.
Amazing.
No, it's Regatta lore because Restwell Mattresses, I bet they're Harbor Grace team. But I'm not sure. I would like to know. I wish they submitted some media information, but they didn't.
They have a website, and now we're digging.
Yeah. So let's talk about the afternoon spins.
Okay.
So you were talking about because there's little caps on parts of this water here. So talk to me a little bit that as a rower, Amanda, like talk about that. How do you feel about
Whitecaps, you don't want to see them because it means it's really windy and it means you're going to have a hard go on the way back. So it might help you get down to the turn fast. But then, as Laurabelle and I have been observing all these turns this morning, when the boats get on their turn angle, the wind can really blow them as they're horizontal and trying to get around the buoy. And then after you finally get out of the turn and get straight to head back, then you're facing the wind. And as you're recovering your oar over the water, the wind can sometimes take it. So it takes more control on your hands to control your oar.
And the requirement of an experienced leader who's calling the shots back there when you're saying, like, when you're taking your angle, how you're taking your approach, are you going wide, are you going tight? Because I'm guessing if it is windier, you kind of got to get tighter. Or because if you go too wide, you could get blown up? Or am I missing that?
Well, it's like if you get really tight to the buoy, then you have to really slow down your boat speed to make that kind of tight V. So it kind of depends how fast you can pivot your boat. And I'd be interested to talk to some of the champion coxswains, like if we can get Graham Roach or Dean Hammond, if they'd share some of their secrets about how do they change up their approach to this turn when the wind is like as it is. Because that is, as you say, a whole job in itself.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and a whole strategy.
And I mean, we're zoomed out looking at this now, and I mean, I'd be like, oh, water, some cam, flat cam. And because where I grew up, that's what you would say. But it's just the view, I suppose, the spectacle, zoomed out. Everything looks different zoomed out.
Yeah, and I do love the drone footage, but it can be deceiving. So we've got 4 boats on the screen here.
Okay, so they're coming real tight to that buoy, right?
Yeah, real tight. And
really tight.
And hopefully it stays that way.
All of them seem to be making, well, no.
These ones are a bit wider.
Way wider.
So we'll see. We'll test Jason's prediction and see if the tight turns are working better in these conditions.
So I also, it occurs to me that if you've got...
It looks like stake 4 is picking up first out of the turn. And then I don't know. I can't
looks like
see.
stake 3 struggling.
I can't see what's happening on stake 1, but I'm assuming they might be picked up by now. But I don't know where they are relative to 2 and 3. Come on, drone, move over a bit.
So they're coming off of into the buoy of the next stake. So 3 is drifting in.
Yeah, and that's
4.
exactly what happened in the last race. And as I was telling Laurabelle, it's
So
not.
that's the win?
It's not illegal. They're not breaking the rules, but you pick up at a more weird angle to get all your 6 rowers back in before the boat is pointed back to the finish line, because you just want to get your boat moving again.
Yeah, and it's not so much like a lane swim where if you cross over, you're out of bounds.
Yeah, they can go wherever they want.
You can drift that far up until the point where you impede competition?
Well, as long as you finish on the right side of the buoy. But it doesn't work to your benefit. The more ground you cover, the slower you're going to be. So the shortest, fastest course is more ideal. And
so the coxswain of say 3 now also needs to adjust path coming back, because if they don't end up on the right side of their buoy, so they're not going straight back, they're on an angle.
Yeah, and I can't tell. I mean, the boats look like they're heading in the right direction, but the nuance of the angle about where they want to end up, I'm not sure where it is. But what is clear,
stake 4
is a clear lead.
Yeah,
that's. Stake 4 is well ahead. From this angle, it looks like stake 2 is behind, but on stake 4 in the lead is the Rest NL. So they got their rest.
They got their rest.
Absolutely. Aren't we good?
If I ever sponsor a team, I'm going to call it like Shreddies, because that's
Would the Shreddies,
yeah,
Shreddies have something to say about that?
Well, I mean, no, I'll just spell it different,
like with a Y.
Or
exactly.
Or 1D, because I think back to being a kid and all of the commercials for the Olympics and breakfast cereal and no, maybe it was Wheaties, not Shreddies.
Wheaties was
it was Wheaties,
the
yeah,
Wheaties
okay.
box.
Yeah. Well, you had your Wheaties today, and then we could make that joke instead of the Rest NL mattress joke.
Exactly. I was going to say, if you need someone to make the commercial, our wonderful TJ in the secret back end makes wicked commercials for Rogers.
Does he? Yeah.
So can whip up a cool little Shreddies with the Y commercial.
I mean, I'm no stranger to commercials.
So you're a wonderful ad.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Speaking of which, maybe we should shout out some sponsors or tell some people to
Absolutely.
get up to Rogers and see if they can win that barbecue.
Because you also want to go to their barbecue, right?
Well, I mean,
Yeah, it's
I'll
okay.
be at a barbecue sometime today. I don't
That's
know whose
cool.
it'll be. We'll just see what happens.
So if you are listening, Jason wants you to hop over to the Rogers tent and drop your name in the ballot box so you can kindly invite him to your barbecue.
Absolutely.
And
I'll give
then-
you my personal cell phone number. You can text me and invite me to the barbecue. Or if you want to sell a house, you can text me
Absolutely.
for that too.
And then if you are traveling up and around our lovely province, make sure to book your stay with Steel Hotels. Whether you're at the Jag, at the Albatross, or finding your way to some other wonderful hotel in this province, they are the place to stay. And then why not come back into town and take in a show with Spirit of Newfoundland, who's keeping us fed for the entire day.
They are. And I had.
You had some sandwiches.
I,
Guys,
well,
we got a race finishing here. We just
Okay.
gotta pay attention.
but I need to talk about my sandwich.
Well, your
Linda?
sandwich is very important, and it is getting sandwich hour.
All right, here we go.
Yay! So unofficial time 6:48. You could see them really struggling
Yeah.
there the last few strokes. It just,
Oh, yeah.
but they're happy.
And literally, like, the last position, like, hung up before they crossed. And
Yeah.
they're just like, I am gassed.
Well,
Gassed.
as you get more tired as you're approaching the finish line, you're more likely to kind of lose your aura, make a mistake. But in this case, where they were so far ahead, it didn't really matter.
And coming in second, it looks like stake number 2. And
Correct.
then stake number
Well, it's hard. It's
5.
probably, but, like,
Maybe
it's hard
3.
to tell.
I don't know. It seems like stake number 5 coming in third.
Yeah, and that is a great shot of the weeds that have been kind of
Tangling.
hindering everyone on 1 and 2. Look at
okay,
that.
so stake number 3 came in second. Stake number 2 coming in the 4th position.
Yeah, and the Arrest NL had the clear lead.
Clear lead.
Very clear lead. So, what, I mean, having not been,
Oh, look at that, the HMP shirts.
yeah.
So cool.
So I haven't not been able to see a lot of the races themselves earlier when I was out with walking around the pond. Do we have unexpected wins and losses? Like, are things that
There
like
was
upsets,
one
sort of?
team. Well, I wouldn't call it an upset, but one team. I think in race was it 1 or 2 that.
Yeah, so the top 5 men's teams of the day from time trials raced first, and then a crew from the second race managed to secure a time that would
Put them in.
put them in. Yep. And I think that their time was 10:56. Or wait, I'm getting confused.
While she does the times,
So
I will
that's-
also let you know that the under 18s men's race wanted to beat the under 21, and they did.
No way.
But they were both winners in their own categories.
yeah,
so
but
super
as,
cool.
from time.
From
though,
time.
The under 18 men's beat the under 21 men's.
Yeah, they had used on their side. Oh,
They're-
look, and we're watching the drain. Oh, hi.
Hey, what's up, man?
We're watching
you
some
doing? So this is
live
great
drone
view.
footage. And then
That was actually a well-placed ad for his tattoo artist.
Absolutely.
That's what that was for.
And I think that Cox is Christina Ennis. Yep, I know her hand movements anywhere.
Oh, really? Is she
Oh,
a
yeah.
Rogers?
Christina Hope Ennis?
Yes.
Is she a Rogers person?
No.
She is just a community.
She's a hand talker, and
Yeah.
she's a good communicator, and she's, I guess,
In the
by
Rotary.
trade, big with the Rotary. She's an HR professional, I
Yes,
believe.
she is.
Yeah, Christina's great, and she's dabbled in politics as well, I believe.
Yeah, and she, I think, now runs her own HR consultancy. She's
Speaking of dabbling in
Yes.
politics,
It's a
are
people.
we allowed to talk about that?
People dabble in things. I have no idea if we're allowed to
No,
talk about
no.
things.
I mean, I heard that the new Democratic Party needed some new Democrats,
Mhm.
and they were just like, "Hey, who's some new people
Some new
that
humans.
we like?"
I think Laura Bell would be good at it.
Do you? Do you? I was thinking, you, but now that you say it,
We know some
I
things.
think maybe.
We'll spill
maybe,
some tea later.
Maybe.
Some
I don't-
off-camera tea.
Yeah, sure. Like not CRTC tea.
No,
just
not
like,
CRTC.
Just like
Just
sipping your
Tetley.
tea. Tetley
Some
tea.
Tetley.
None of that red rose
No,
foolishness.
we're in the Newfoundland and Labrador. It's Tetley family.
So we're just going to wait to get the results from all 10 of our races this morning.
Okay.
And after that, there's going to be a lunch break. And I wonder if they're going to replay the footage from this morning during the lunch break.
I think so. While the
Well,
Regatta committee
I would expect
lunches.
the highlight package if
Awesome.
I know the crew that have been doing this a long time. They're
So
going to have highlights. They're going to have
that's
medals. They're
really
going to have
important
everything.
for all of our rowers to know. You don't have to worry about rewinding too much because they are going to replay all of the footage from this morning, the races, the whatever medal presentations they captured will be replayed during the lunch hour. Lunch hour is 2 hours, and there's a highlight package. So that is going to be replaying, and we're just waiting to get the official results from the
You're on TV, Laura.
I
Pay
am. I'm
Pay
waving
attention
at
to
fans,
This
okay?
is fans.
Fans.
She's an influencer.
No, I think the word you're looking for is constituents.
Whatever.
I think
You
you're
know what?
looking
We'll
for
call 'em what we call 'em.
constituents.
Yeah, and I'm pretty warm, but Laura Bell is here with a fleece
have a
blanket wrapped around her.
It is my regatta blanket. Don't diss it till
She
you
does
try
have it every year. Yeah.
Wow. Wow. And also, I mean, maybe our hardworking producer, Mr. Perry Cooper, he's the guy on the other side of all of these things here. He's finding it warm, which I get it. He's in this van.
He's in the
There's
truck,
a lot of
right?
stuff going. It's really
Do they
hot
have
in
the door
there.
open at least?
Yeah.
That's
I think
good.
I might just like throw him in the pond.
Yeah.
You
He'd
know what? I
welcome that.
hold no responsibility for if he can swim.
I'll do it, he said.
He just said he'll do it. You heard it here. If Perry doesn't jump in the pond, all of you get free Rogers skateboard.
So when
That's what happened.
when Laura Bell and I start to get blank stares and we're just like staring at the camera, it's because we're trying to listen to Perry
As he gurgles.
as he tells us what to do. But
Well,
yeah,
we're gonna have some results here, and then I can finish my sandwiches that I didn't get to eat because you guys were like, "Hey, Jason, come
But
on,
you're
talk
on
to
your
us."
third one, Jason. You can chill.
No, I'm not. I'm on the second half of my first one. But I
Is
said
that
no. I said first because there will be more.
We'll trust that.
But Spirit of Newfoundland makes a good sandwich.
They do.
It's
I'm
on a croissant.
It's a croissant sandwich.
Oh wow.
See, new vocabulary. Last year it was Skibbity Riz. Now you get croissant sandwich.
you guys said skibbity on the air last year.
Oh my God, I did.
Where was
There
I?
is footage. You were on break, and I think I was with Brad Power, and it was a Skibbity Riz moment.
Well, Brad Powers is skibbity as it gets.
I'm still waiting for the
I think
definition.
Brad
If
is
only I
awesome.
knew what skibbity riz meant, but I do know that I was seated on the plane next to two high schoolers who, we got this chicken meal on the plane, and
Sure.
she said that her chicken slapped.
Okay,
Oh, yeah,
so that's
so
good.
that's
Slapping
good.
is
Okay.
good.
So Riz is short for charisma.
And look
So
at us.
somebody who's really charming, who's really
Okay,
they
so
got
she also
Riz.
said so-and-so risen on someone else. All
That's
right.
right.
You read these.
We got race results. So we got Rest NL coming in at 6:49.70. We have Her Majesty's Penitentiary at 7:17.15. Or Some Ladies coming in at 7:18.25. Keith's Plumbing at 7:27.48. And Churchill Park Music Festival at 7:30.97.
Or Some Ladies
Or
is
Some.
my favorite name so
I think
so
they have
far.
Mad Riz.
Yeah.
Okay, just before
Wow.
we break, so if someone's risen on someone else, it
It's
means
like
they're
like,
flirting?
Yeah, kind of.
but
hyping
not-
you in a way.
Like fangirl?
A little.
Yeah, but it comes with the understanding that they're actually doing it kind of well.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you wouldn't use the word Riz.
Yeah.
Ah, because
Right?
Riz is a good thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Because then if
Yeah.
they did it wrong, I think it would be they would have Ohio or something.
Ohio is
Yeah.
okay.
It's not
Let's
cool.
not get political.
Not the state, the
Agent-
slang.
Agent Orange could be watching. We
Oh,
don't
well,
know.
we're not
Okay,
gonna
so
do that.
I called this properly this morning, but I just had a brain fart, and thanks to Tim Ryan. So the Canadian Air Force's men,
Yeah?
they won the race, and they beat Fine Strokes, who were expected to make the men's long course championship race.
So that's the upset you were
So
wondering
that's a
about.
huge upset,
Wonderful,
and it did
wonderful.
happen, but it's been a long morning, so I couldn't bring it to my mind at the right point.
And,
so
and
You are
shout out to
forgiven.
Mr. Tim Ryan, great guy. Known
Yeah.
Tim a
How
long
do you
time.
know him?
Yeah, I played hockey with him really long time ago. Fellow
You were
goaltender.
athletic?
I still am.
I'm just asking questions,
you were
Jason,
athletic.
okay?
My goodness.
Just a little
This is live.
What? You're fine.
I am athletic. Actually, that's true.
You're better than me. I have zero hand-eye
Yeah,
coordination.
but I would never have just said it outright
Is he
on
going to
live
be on the
television.
celebrity crew?
Yeah, he says he's
We're gonna do a
athletic.
celebrity thing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm trying to pull together a celebrity crew.
Well, you tell me. Do you think you can row like really strongly with one arm
You're
made of
bionic.
titanium?
You better at
Yeah.
this point.
So I'll
They
just
built
have one
you.
row,
you have Lori?
one oar in each hand.
Okay, so they built you from scratch, so you better know how to do it. All right, and so as we go over to lunch, we will
All right.
have a replay package where you will get to see the races, the medals, so that way when we come back this afternoon, you are prepped and ready for the next set of races.
That's right.
And also remember, we have some awesome new ones coming up this afternoon.
Perry,
And-
can I speak to my
Ooh.
friend Julie Stevens, who's here from Brock University, before we break for lunch? Okay,
Oh, look
Julie.
at that, some live air
This
switch-ups.
sounds like something that Jason Piercy does not to be a
No,
part of.
we kick you off.
I'm going to go eat my sandwich,
Go, enjoy.
and I will see you guys up and down the pond this afternoon with some cool conversations.
Welcome to live television, folks, and thank you, Jason, for joining us. But it's really important to me that we just get one guest on with us. This is
Right, Jason.
She's really important. It's an important visitor to our province this summer. Here we have Dr. Julie Stevens joining us from Brock University. So, Julie, this is Laura Bell.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Julie is here to work on some research related to the Canada Games. So, welcome, Julie.
Thank you very much, Amanda. Nice to be here. What an event. My first time here in St. John's. Perfectly timed to see the regatta.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so it's your first regatta day, and can you tell us a bit about what you're doing in St. John's this summer?
Right, so I'm a professor in sport management at Brock University here on a sabbatical leave. And what we decided to do, my husband and I, is come to St. John's for 3 months. And I'm working with great colleagues, including yourself and my colleague, Dr. Katie Wadden at Memorial University, on the Canada Summer Games. We're going to look at how the volunteers experience the games.
Oh, that's exciting. Okay,
Very
that
cool.
is so exciting.
Yeah.
And we had Mayor Danny Breen on earlier. So in addition to working with Julie in a research capacity, I got to learn a little bit more about Gusty.
Yes, so Gusty's the mascot, and I know the games organizers are so excited about him. I was actually at the torch relay event yesterday in Mount Pearl, and I think the Gusty's, the plushy things, were selling off the shelf like you wouldn't believe. They had to get a second shipment.
Wow.
And, you know, it's a lot of fun to have a mascot program that goes out to schools before the games and during the games is everywhere and anywhere for people to really engage.
I foresee my child trying to make me find a giant fish.
And what about the importance of the volunteers? So why are we interested in studying them?
Well, we know that sport events most of the time involve so many people that there's no way you could have a paid workforce for this.
No.
Absolutely.
So on one hand, the people that organize events in sport are most of the time not for profit, and they need volunteers just to make it happen and engage the community. On the other end, when you actually volunteer, just think what you get out of the whole experience, how positive it can be for you, the social connection, the feeling of community and being part of something that everyone's enjoying at the same time, how that makes you feel. So the research we're going to look at is about the sense of support the volunteers have and about kind of their sense of well-being. Because, you know, volunteering is not as popular, it seems, these days as it used to be, but it plays such a critical role.
And you have observed volunteers at Canada Games across the country over many years. So do you want to just talk about that?
Yeah, you know, it's every games is unique. It's about 4,500 to 5,000 volunteers an event needs of this kind, the Canada Games. And no matter what community it's in, people really engage. And there's momentum around it. People get excited. And then at games time, they're all in, right? And there's so many roles. Like there's 32 different areas you can get involved in as a volunteer. So whatever your liking is, if you're a real people person, you could be in the fan experience stuff. If you're someone that loves media and communication, you could be on the social squad, right? There's so many choices.
Mm-hmm. So cool.
I'm excited.
And you could be Gusty, maybe.
Absolutely, I am not
Well,
built for Gusty
that mascot team is a real hoot because you have the performers and you have the handlers, right? So you got to take care of each other.
Gusty he teleports himself from event to event. It's incredible.
I know.
Okay,
I guess
might
he
want
swims.
to be a handler.
Yeah, he's a pretty unique, you know, Gusty's got a lot of qualities.
I gotta
that are
see him.
pretty positive.
I think Gusty's got some gusto.
I think we should take him in at the opening ceremonies, which we're going to go to on August 8th.
Yes, the 8th, and probably see a great performance about the wonderful culture and history and music of Newfoundland, Labrador, and just soak it all in.
Do you think Gusty can do a jig?
Pardon?
Do you think Gusty can do a jig?
Oh, I assume. I mean, he's the Newfoundlander. What Newfoundlander can't do a jig? So Dr. Julie Stevens, thank you so much for taking time out of your busy summer sabbatical here. Welcome to Newfoundland. Thanks for joining us here this summer. First Royal St. John's Regatta. It's been an awesome morning. Thanks to everyone at home for tuning in. We'll be back.
Absolutely.
And I believe now we're going to break. Not yet, though. We're stretching it out.
We're having a great old chat. So
now that I'm here, actually, what can I wait to see here? What's next?
Well, we do have a new race that will be coming on this afternoon, and it is being sponsored by St. John's Pride, and it's going to be named after the Pride. And so it is going to be an open genders one, so that would be really cool. So
that's quite unique.
It is. It's the first time ever.
Honestly,
so
even
cool.
though it's a 207-year-old event leading the way in inclusivity, it's great. It's great to see.
And then you also have to take in all the food. There is so much food, and it is a wonderful opportunity to eat your heart out.
Speaking of food,
let's
go try some.
Okay. Spirit of Newfoundland, I'm coming for a sandwich.
So thanks for joining us, and we'll be back at 1:45 p.m. So we'll see you then.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Welcome, welcome, everybody. How are you doing this afternoon? If you're not down here by the pond, I don't know what you're at, but you need to get down here. Or maybe you're outside of driving range, and in which case, see you next year, I hope. We are here hanging out pondside for the regatta. Such an exciting time of year. And I'm joined to my left, the one and only Seth Hyde. And I mean, dude, I'm surprised you can get your head in here. Everyone's loving you so much. And we're going to talk about all the reasons why, your amazing career around the pond and everything else. But to my right, the one and only Keith from Spirit of Newfoundland Productions. Keith P, what's up, baby? I know. Can you get enough?
Can't keep me away. They just needed to add to the handsome factor of the desk.
Well, clearly it's 11 out of 10 here
It's
now,
working.
thanks to you.
It's working.
Much love.
You're welcome at home.
And I want to say for the viewers that the Spirit of Newfoundland Productions, an incredible company that we love so much, a cultural dynamo, and you are representing today as well as they here.
I am. I always draw the short stick. I mean, I'm always the lucky one who gets to come down and sit next to you. No, we absolutely love partnering with Rogers. They're incredible, and we're incredible, so it's a perfect match. We actually cater their entire day here, which is fabulous. And I always get to just represent two beautiful brands at the same time.
I know, it's amazing.
And I get to talk about Spirit, which I love to do, and I love to inform. I'm sure, have you seen the Spirit Newfoundland show?
Oh, we've gone every year. One of
thank
my
God.
mom's best friends is actually Michael Power. So we get to see you guys every single year. We're the first ones there, and we're the first ones to eat that delicious bread. I'm just going to put that out there. We skim the butter over it.
Yes, baby.
Delicious. Delicious.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, shout out to Michael Power if he's watching.
Did you expect that? Did you expect
I
that was
didn't.
the
I
answer?
thought he was going to say, no, I've never been to one before. Good for you. Good for you.
I
Unless you're
was,
lying.
my first show, I think I was like 7 or 8 years old, so I was probably a bit too young.
Yeah.
But you guys helped me mature it a bit earlier
Was
than
that last
everybody
year or
else.
the year before?
Last year, yeah, last year. Fresh out of preschool.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's great.
Amazing. Listen, I got to ask you, what
Yeah.
goes into getting ready for a day like today with your team?
For Spirit, you mean?
Yes, sir.
Oh, well, today, the biggest part of today is the kitchen. I mean, Colleen O'Reilly works wonders in that kitchen and whips up some of the best food that we've ever had at the company. And it's just all, I mean, it starts, what time you started this morning? 6 o'clock, 5
And how long is a
something?
piece of string? I mean,
Yeah,
really.
so we are up at the crack of dawn. Well, not we, Colleen and her fabulous team are there prepping all
You're
day.
luxuriating to
and
get
then
ready.
back and forth, the deliveries, the drop-offs. It's a little organized little circus.
It's amazing.
It is, yeah.
Now, I've seen those plates back there by the van. I haven't been able to chow down myself, but I know that I will be definitely doing that for sure.
Definitely. I'm going to nip by on my way out, too.
Oh, you might, yeah. But I got a question for you. Let's talk about the
Yeah.
shows, because
Yeah.
in case you don't know what Spirit of Newfoundland is, well, there's so many things, but ultimately, dinner and show is what they bring to the provincial stage. And how many shows have you guys put off over the many years of doing what you do so well?
I think Kathy had mentioned, I think this is our, don't quote me, 113th season, like summer, spring, winter, fall of doing shows. It's insane.
Wow.
And over 90 original productions we've done, mostly written by Peter Halley and then co-writers in and along the way of the whole journey. And this year, I don't know why we do it to ourselves, because we love it, but we have 2 brand new shows, and audiences are eating them up. I say this every year, but this year they're really good. They're really, really good. So I guess I'll go right into it.
Please, tell me more.
Might as well.
Come on.
Well, the first one is, it's all about driving and road trips with your family, like the good, the bad. The hands coming back. I don't care who
I'll
it hits.
turn this around.
Yes, are we there yet? Are we there yet? But mostly it's about the radio and the music of driving and all that stuff. So it's a full band, and it's myself, Dana Parsons, Amy Wilson, and John Williams. And if you've is a prime cast.
That's all killer, no filler.
It is. Well, there's a bit of filler, but that's
Yeah,
all
I mean,
right.
let's not get into that. We'll talk about that on the break. Speaking of killer,
yeah.
Dana Parsons is going to be gracing the stage of the Bud Light main stage on George Street
Yes.
for Wednesday, night 7
Yeah.
of the George Street Festival, which starts, tomorrow evening and runs for 7 days straight. And
I
she's going to
know.
be on the stage kicking it and
From
killing it.
7 to 8.
That's right, baby.
And guess what she's doing right after?
Oh, don't I know?
Coming to the Spirit of Newfoundland show.
We're all in this together.
Yeah. We're delaying our start. It's going to be great. We love when we can work together with anyone in any capacity.
Well, we love that. And she'll be up over the hill like a scald cat. I
Oh,
have no idea.
gosh, she'll be there 8:02.
Clickety click.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I got to say, when you speak about Peter and Kathy, I want to say what a dynamic duo that has led and created so many stars that we're lucky to see across the province
I know.
every day. The names that you would recognize, folks, that got their start on the Spirit of Newfoundland stage. You can't believe it.
And I go looking back through photos, and I go, I didn't even know that person worked with Spirit of Newfoundland before. I'm still learning.
Mhm.
And people, once they join the Spirit family, not often do they retire. They always stick around. For example, Patrina Bromley was in spirit years ago, and now she's directing our newest show, which is a murder mystery. I know, gasp, in an old age home, which is fabulous. And I'll tell you the
Is that
cast
Shady
before we
Pines?
cut. No, it's Foggy Memories.
Love it.
Yeah, but that one is myself, Dan Lasby, Natalie Noseworthy, Robin Sears, and Kara Noftel.
We love them.
And probably someone else. I don't know. There's so many things going on in my head.
I know. There's not enough, though, at the same time.
Yeah.
Now, we're going to throw it over. Jason has been down around the pond, living life, saying hello to the good people, and we're going to throw to one of those clips right meow.
Fabulous.
Okay, friends, still pondside, still hanging out with really interesting, fascinating people, and it's only in this particular moment cluing into me why this is called a bandstand.
Yes, the Walter Learning Bandstand, major.
So, Grandmaster?
I'm the bandmaster.
Bandmaster, I was so close, of the CLB Regimental Band. So, talk a little bit about the band, your year, what you do, and how we end up to be here at the Regatta.
We're all volunteers. We belong in the CLB, and we are of ages from 16 all the way up to very, very young, 83 years old. And we are musicians who like to play the challenge of marches, keeping the tradition. We do the parades in town, we do everything else. And Regatta is the last thing we do before we close up at the end of the year. And we play all our music that are our faves. We play for the races, the traditional up the pond when they leave, and when the boats come back, Gary Owen. And in betwixt, in between, we entertain ourselves, sharing the faves with the crowd. We play anything from concert to jazz to military, you name it. We just like to play notes and play together.
Now, you said you name it. I feel like that might have been a mistake, because I might try and name it. So, sir, you look great for 83. That's how old you said you were?
Me, no, I'm not 83. We have one gentleman in the band. He'll be here a little bit later today. He is 83, and so the band has been playing here at the Regatta for 61 years. He's been here for 60 of those 61 years. He's only missed one, and that was because he was in hospital.
So
good reason not to make it.
Very, very good. I missed the Regatta here because I was also in hospital one time, so that makes sense to me. So, can we hear something?
Absolutely. What would you like to hear? Everybody wants to hear, of course, the Banks of Newfoundland, which is what people traditionally associate with the Regatta, being more commonly known as Up the Pond.
Okay. So, if we want, what are you, I mean, you guys got to do it. Banks of Newfoundland? Work for you? Yeah? Everybody? Okay. Here we are, coming up momentarily. I'll let you pick up your tuba? See, I should be in this thing. All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, your CLB Regimental Band from the bandstand back to the desk.
And we are back again. Thank you so much, Jason, for bringing the heat, the CLB band. We love them. So listen, I'm joined here by Seth Hyde and Keith Power, and we're going to get right on into the next race and talking about the stakes. Let's go. Boom. Good graphics, guys. Just want to say that out loud. Well, we have race 11. This is the senior open crew, and we have Paul Ring. The crew is Premier Mortgage Center. The coxswain, Tina Ring. Stroke, Doug Trainer. Krista Brown. Gord Delaney. Steve Winters, who you know well. We'll talk about that. Jennifer Carroll. Allison Jones. And the Spears are Kiri Ann Ennis and Mark Power. Boom. Love it. And then we have the mayor's contracting. Maybe Mars, depending on where you're from in the province or beyond. Smith-Stockley Mix is the crew. Derek Mercer is the coxswain. And the stroke is Rick Koish. Connie Cornick, Kim Hocko, Kevin Greeley, Karina Boland Greeley, John Hart, and the Spear, Carolyn Cook. Boom. Thank you so much. Coach Mike
Newfoundland
Hickey.
names in that one.
Scatters. And Aurora Hickey. Love it. NTV Network. The crew is UNF Avalon. Love them. Coxswain, Megan Willette, Stroke, Liza Kenyuk. And now in the crew, we have Arna Pagasina, Victor Shalviak, Siri Viaco, Kariana Vasileko, and Sherry Vanitasset.
Wow.
They must be
Bravo,
from up
Donnie.
Southern Shore,
Thank
right?
you, everybody. Yeah.
Bravo.
They're from Twillingate for sure. A. Harvey Adventure, Solus powers the crew. Love that tech dynamo, doing big things. Now we have the coxswain. We have Sharuka Amapregi. The stroke is Jillian Power, Camilla Lanage, Stephen Fudge, Samantha Hallett, Mark Hickey, Jacob Manning, and Riley Keats. Plaza pre-owned, Monroe and crew, Lily Byrne, Chloe Penny, Logan Bragg, Sashwat Parash, Harish Piwar, Akles Sura, and Jean Park, and Lou Chow.
That was really impressive, Donnie.
Thank you, everybody.
That
Well
was
done.
It's
really
not my
well
first
done.
time at the Regatta Rodeo, shall we say. However, I'm going to get hate mail and DMs galore after, but here we are. So they're down in the pond. We're seeing them ready to go, and it's always such an exciting time. Seth, want to lead us through the energy going on in these shells right now?
I mean, it's surreal. And this is the busiest time of day. You look around, you see all the colors, you see all the people, and you're like, this is real life. Like, it's just an experience. You have to be in the boat to experience it. It's your adrenaline is pumping. Even if, you know, you're the only team in the race, you still want to do well. You still don't want to embarrass yourself. So all these teams, the touching up, the getting ready for that gun is insane. It's almost like it's almost as big as getting ready for a Spirit of Newfoundland show.
There you go. Well
Almost.
done.
It's almost as big.
Well done.
Is
Well,
he putting it?
lots
Yeah.
of experience in spirit shows, but not much on the water. But I just recently heard that you did. So you already raced today.
Yes, we raced at 10 a.m. this morning and managed to pick up a win, so we were pretty excited about that. And my cock, Steve Winters, is on stake 1 here with Premier Mortgage Center.
Nice.
And luckily, he's not mic'd up in the boat. That's all I'm going to say. Don't mean to throw him under the bus, but he's a fantastic cox.
Well, I've heard nothing but great things. It is a tradition of rowing, I think, in that family as well, and so many families across, the province that come here to the regatta and compete. And it takes a lot to do it. So I'll tell you what, they're getting out there in the mix. We are seeing them move up the pond, and I gotta ask, what's in it for a duck? I mean, they must say, what is going on around here? Once a year, they're like, what is the deal?
Oh, yeah,
I'm sure they love it, though. All the food getting dropped around.
True.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
They might get a bit greedy, though. We don't want that to happen. They make it crazy.
I know, they'll turn on you then.
Robin Sears in the shadows, another star in our midst.
She's going to pond side now soon to interview some people.
Oh, nice one. No one's safe. No one's safe.
No.
If you see her, run up to her. She'll give you a big hug and make you laugh. That's for sure.
Yeah.
So now, Seth, what's going on here?
This is, again, this part is just all adrenaline. You're trying to save yourself here because when you hear that gun go, you just want to go, 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 go. So these teams are still going. I'd say all the coxswains right now are saying, take a breath, like slow down. This is, we still got lots of time left. Save your energy. And look at that. They're still plowing through here. So again, this is just the adrenaline part of the race. They're already at the jog, so they're pretty close.
I thought the coxswain was going to say, if you guys don't be good, I'm going to turn this car around, like we were talking about earlier. So I guess not every time.
Yeah, that would be task, I think.
That'd be bad. So they're on their way back. And I mean, it's interesting. The cameras can be a little deceiving.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And even when you're in the boat, you might think you got a bigger lead or a smaller lead than you think. It's pretty hard to judge who's winning a race.
And how did they used to do it before the advent of the old technology? Like, how were they really doing that? And did people often clap back disputing because they didn't have this sort of eye-in-the-sky view of who actually is coming in?
He wasn't around back then. He don't know that.
Oh, you probably asked the father.
Yeah, well, my father actually, they were talking about this morning in 1993 when they won the championship. From 1 to 5, every boat was separated by a second. So Dad's team who won, let's say I don't know what time they rode. I'm going to get grounded when I get home. But let's say it was a 9:13. Then the next team was 9:14. Then the next team was 9:15. Like everybody pretty much crossed the finish line at the same time.
Wow.
So I believe back then the judges were right on the line. Like everybody was right on the line. So it was way harder back then to be able to tell. And maybe Dad didn't actually win the regatta. I should stop. I should stop. I should
Listen,
leave.
You know, let's not
Mute
pull
my
on that
mic
thread.
before I.
Yeah. That's Danger Bay right there. Now I wonder if back in the day they had their monocle out and they just would really just really take a good look at it.
I mean, surely they had cameras.
I mean, God knows what they had and didn't have around here. You know what I mean?
Fair.
Surprised we got water. So there's Jason. He's back again. He's getting ready to say another little hello, but we got the boats coming in through.
A race is won and lost at the turn. This is the biggest part right here.
Well, I'll say one's gone left. That's for sure. And it's interesting, how do you recover from a high-stakes run that doesn't go the way that you want it to?
It's tough. I've done my fair share of losing at the regatta. This was my 8th regatta and my first win, so it took a long time to be able to win. And it's hard. I mean, you're training, you're getting up, 5:30 in the morning when you're off school. You think you'll be able to sleep in, but no, you're getting up earlier. Wow. And it almost feels like, like we lost. When you take it seriously, it almost feels like we lost. Like, what was all that commitment for, But then when you look back, you realize the fun times that you had. But, yeah, I mean...
Isn't it, what they say, it's the journey. It's not always the destination.
Yeah, that's true.
It's the time with your team. It's the, that mental power it gives you and the physical abilities,
Yeah, wow, thanks, Keith.
There you go.
Really dug deep for me on that
and
one.
That's why I don't do anything physical.
Well, I'm all smock, no jock, so I totally understand your plight. And so I'm looking at this and wondering, do I have what it takes to take home the gold?
Unless that thing is driving to the beer tent, I'm not in it.
Well, I got to say, I've heard this, and I hope it's politically correct still, because I did hear it years ago. You can decide to have a baby, or you can row in the regatta, because both are 9 months of nonstop everything to get there. Is that true? And have you heard that before? And am I going to be canceled? That's the real question of the day.
No, I mean, I think that's very true, especially in the older days. Dad used to tell me, again, like, even in the winter, they'd be running around Kent's Pond, like, they'd be rowing canoes and kayaks to get ready. It definitely was like that back in the day, not so much anymore, at least for my age group, but it is a huge commitment for sure.
Well, I'm leaning in here now, looking to see what there is to see. And my homie Michelle, who is behind the scenes making it all happen, who we love, is showing me something exciting.
Yes, in size 9
Oh,
aerial
I know,
font.
exactly. Are we talking about a little Rogers and Spirit of Newfoundland-based contest? It's Home Depot, it's the barbecue times, it's the thing we do. And what do you know about that, babe?
About what?
About the Spirit of Newfoundland barbecue Home Depot promotion we got going on. Hit us up on the social medias or at our website to learn how to enter that competition. And later in the day, we're going to be giving away something cool. And Michelle has her thumbs up, so she's into it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're giving away a barbecue from Home Depot.
Exactly, I knew that. And we do that every year. We're so lucky to have their support. And, of course, the catering.
Of course, Colleen O'Reilly, we're giving away a package of catered food from the one and only.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Oh my God, what comes in that? Now you got my interest peaked.
And then, of course, on top of all that is paired with Steel Hotels
Of
giveaway.
course, we love Steel Hotels. You know what? It takes a lot of sponsors to make the regatta happen, and of course, Rogers is such a Local Matters community player, and year-round they are bringing the heat with programming and different things to really help us stay more connected as the people across the province, and I appreciate that. And the Spirit of Newfoundland has been so important to Rogers Communications over the years. And so, Seth, I guess you and I were talking earlier. We are almost done with this race here, and I wonder who is taking it home based on them crossing. And what do you call those?
Well, stake 1, it looks like that was Steve Winters, my coxswain. So his son Nick with the gold medal, and now Steve capping it off with a gold as well. So congratulations to him.
Say no more. Amazing.
And this is a pretty cool race. I mean, mixed crews, it has a chance to get the males and the females in the boat together.
Yeah, I love that.
Really, really cool.
I wonder if that would lead to even more folks signing up for the regatta, because sometimes you feel intimidated that if you don't have a full crew with you of either gender that you can't participate, but that's no longer true, guys. You can absolutely get in touch with the regatta, and you can maybe join a mixed crew just to experience what it's like, and I think that's something everyone should be thinking about.
I've been thinking about doing it myself for the past 20 years.
Really? Yeah, I think the 25th
one of these
year.
days I'm going to do it.
Yeah, I think the silver anniversary is when you're finally going to
Well,
say,
I want a Spirit of Newfoundland team. I mean, it would be so much fun.
Now that would be the best.
Imagine Peter Halley going now. And he would, too.
Oh, he would. He'd be the coxswain, though, telling you guys what to be at.
Yeah.
I think him and Kathy would probably be squatting into that seat in the back together.
There you go.
He'd be sitting on our shoulders at the end of it.
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah, and I'll tell you what, it's pretty great, guys, to be here gathered together for this regatta. And again, with Spirit of Newfoundland and the incredible Keith Power here helping us make it all happen. I got to ask, what is next for Spirit of Newfoundland? Look into the crystal ball. Where's it going?
Well, I can't give away too much, but you know, it's the old cookie cutter. I mean, once summer's over, you know, we have a pretty heavy fall still, and then of course we just kick it into high gear for Christmas, as you know. You know, you'll be there.
Oh, we'll be there, 100%.
I
We'll be the
wish-
first ones there too.
I wish I could release the show. I cannot.
Come on, man.
However, but it's always going to be fun. You know it. The laughs, the music, the food.
Grinch dressing in gravy will live rent-free in my mind forevermore.
It's a good one.
There's,
It's
a few,
crowd
there's a few
pleaser.
scenes there that
Oh yeah.
really will bring the LOLs, you know?
Yeah. Definitely. I've done that one twice so far. Actually, 3 times.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, we did it twice as a full season, and then a number of years ago we brought it to the big stage at Holy Heart, and did it there, and then we went out to where was it? Somewhere.
Somewhere we loved.
Somewhere that was amazing. It's unforgettable.
Greens Harbor.
No.
No.
Carboneer. There you go.
Oh, there you go. Thank you so much. Close one.
Shout out to Carboneer.
One little fun fact I want to bring to everybody's attention about the Spirit of Newfoundland that I found so fascinating is all of the different productions. You know, yes, some are fun and foolish and you make it up off the edge of a napkin, but a lot of them are your way of keeping famous Newfoundlanders and famous Newfoundland stories and incidents and political times and stories alive. And I think that is something people don't realize, is that a Spirit of Newfoundland show is always infused with a piece of cultural history, oftentimes that may be lost otherwise. What do you say about that?
Listen, you just said it all. I mean, we are all about our province and our culture. So whenever we get the chance to add that into a show, it's not just, you know, a little sketch comedy that it could happen anywhere in the world. There's a reason why it's in Newfoundland and Labrador, because we tell our stories and we put our folk musics in those, you know, stories, and they're just still meant to be told, and we had to tell them if no one else is going to, you know? So anyway, we'd love that.
I want everyone to remember that, and then get your tickets on the go and Google Spirit of Newfoundland.
Every
come out
now and
check
then
out a
we'll
show.
throw in an ABBA show, you know.
Well,
but,
why?
well, it still has Newfoundland flair, you know, and then of course we wrap it all up with the Spirit of Newfoundland song, which says, like, you know, thank you for listening. We hope we carry the history that you've learned on with you, because we do. You always learn something at a show.
But wasn't Bjorn from ABBA? But didn't he swing over Newfoundland one time and got
Yes,
into a
by
bit
Bjorn.
of trouble?
Bjorn from Bjorn.
Exactly. Yeah, it was Bjorn from Bjorn. Exactly.
Shelley says that in the show.
That's
I wish he
awesome.
was from Bjorn. I'd give him some fright. Close your ears.
Yeah. So listen, we're in our final little couple of minutes here, if not even a half a minute.
Yeah.
So Keith, I just want to thank you so much on behalf of myself and Seth for coming to hang out with us. And I do want to remind all the folks, the Spirit of Newfoundland is where you need to go. And what do you got to say in thanks?
www.spiritofnewfoundland.com is where you're going to find
Baby.
us.
Please do.
Yeah,
And the
come
social
see us.
medias.
We're all over Facebook, Instagram,
Yes.
all the good ones.
I love it.
Yeah, come find us and hang out. It's always a blast.
And if you join their mailing list like I have, every now and then you'll get flash sales and cool little limited time offers to save discounts off group rates and stuff like this.
That's
so.
true. Although we're worth the money, you can go for one if you want.
Oh, well, on behalf of us and Rogers, thank you so much for coming by and hanging out with us today.
I think I'm going to go poolside now and
All right,
see
yeah.
see if I can find some more people.
Well, I
to
think
talk
if you look
to.
over your shoulder, you might find 1 or 2
I know,
thousand.
Jinx.
Pepsi Jinx. Thanks so much, Keith. Well, Seth, I got to say, man, it's pretty great when the homies come through to talk about everything going on, especially when you're a proud sponsor of the event itself. And we're looking into the Jumbotron here, and we're seeing all the people packed down by this pond. Talk about your memories pre-racing of what the regatta was like for you when you were younger.
Oh, I love it. If only my parents were on here, they'd tell you I was vibrating last night. I was so excited for today. Even while I was racing, I was so excited to be a part of this event. And it's just, you know, the pride you have for our province. It's amazing. You look around, everybody's smiling, everybody's happy, you know, everybody's together, and that's the best part about it. My family, as you know, loves the regatta. I'm a 7th generation rower, and this has been drilled into my head for 17 years. I've been to every single regatta of my life, haven't missed one yet, knock on wood, and I'm hoping to keep it going for my whole life. But it's just a family affair, and it's like Christmas for us, Christmas Day for the Rose family, for sure.
I'm glad you're bringing that up, man, because ultimately, you know, when people tune in, they see us, they're like, who are these people? Well, I host Rogers Out of the Fog on Rogers TV, and so that's the reason that I'm here hanging out with the Rogers crew to facilitate this experience for y'all today. But I want everyone to understand a little bit closer. Yes, there's a family of 7 generations, but tell me more about your personal triumphs over the years, because people deserve to know who you are, because you are truly not only keeping the sport alive, you are bringing it to the masses for the future, and that's really important to us, given the fact that this is the oldest sporting event in North America.
Well, since 2021, I've been lucky enough to be broadcasting hockey games. That started during the second COVID shutdown. I had an injury with my heart, actually, so I had to miss a playoff game. And at that time, there was nobody allowed in the arena. So I was like, what am I going to do? Like, I can't go watch my team play in the playoffs, and it's going to be empty. So I reached out to Steve Power of the Avalon Celtics. And he said, you know, come on down and call a game. And ever since then, it's been an amazing experience. And I've been with Rogers for the Royal Newfoundland Regiment Memorial Hockey High School Tournament. And this upcoming season, I'm thrilled to be the voice of the Newfoundland Regiment alongside Brian Rogers. So I'm really, really looking forward to that experience.
Listen, dude, that is some huge news, man, because that is like epic. A lot of eyes and ears going to be on you. Are you ready for even more attention?
I'm really excited. You know, that team is, again, going to represent our great province of Newfoundland and Labrador. And the name carries so much history as well. And a lot of the guys are my age. Like, I know Ben and Quinn, you know, played against them when I was younger. So it'll be really, really cool to see them out on the ice and in their hometown as well. And it'll also benefit, you know, the youth of our province. Back when the Fog Devils were here, I believe there was 8 or 9 Newfoundlanders in the NHL at that time. Now there's only 2, Alex and Dawson Mercer, as of right now. So I think by the Q coming here, scouts will come here, and that'll give the chance for Newfoundlanders to be seen earlier, be heard earlier, and hopefully be able to stay home rather than having to move away to play.
Listen, man, you bring me to mind of a Big Sugar song called All Hell for a Basement about Newfoundlanders having to move away to find a better life, but all they end up doing is paying more for a basement apartment in another province, you know what I mean? Speaking of which, Big Sugar are playing at the George Street Festival. It is our 40th annual festival happening, and I do some marketing communications to help out, and that starts tomorrow night with the Arkells on headlining night 1, Blue Rodeo's 40th anniversary for night 2, the Famous Kitchen Party every Saturday, night 3, Polly D from Jersey Shore DJing for night 4. Night 5 is going to be Shani Ganak. Listen, there's so many incredible artists playing down at the festival this year. And Perry, I got your tickets, baby. Perry's in my head, always talking to me. And the viewers, oh my gosh, you can go to showpass.com, georgestreetlive.ca, and the weather's looking sweet, and it's just going to be an epic night because the regatta, as you know, this is a very unique time in history because the regatta is not happening the same time it happened last year. And may I give you a little knowledge drop? So I was born in 1978, I know, and it was the only year that the regatta was moved previous to this year because Prince Philip came. And they moved the regatta to accommodate Prince Philip's visit. And I was going to be named Philip because I was born on the day that the regatta was moved to, which is July 27th. So this blew your minds.
There you go, folks. That's a really cool piece of history, actually. Wow.
People are like, anyway. I'm like, no, that's cool because I'm involved somehow in some peripheral way. But yeah, the regatta, it always is when it is, except when it's not, which is 1978 and this year.
Yeah, well, I was texting one of my friends yesterday who I used to row with, and he's away working at a sleepaway camp. And we were talking, and then he said, what are you talking about the regatta for? And I was like, the regatta's tomorrow. And he's like, what? Like, the regatta's tomorrow? Like, he couldn't believe it. Again, because it got pushed ahead due to the Canada Summer Games. So it's definitely thrown a lot of people off. There's John Joe over there, old hockey coach of mine,
the man
coming by in the back.
Look at him, baby! No, that's a star. He is also an axe wizard of 709, owns his own tech company.
That's right. Yep.
He's an octo threat. He does it all. And I think that's important living around here. I think that nobody just does one thing. Am I right? We're all doing it all. Which is pretty fun, and it brings us all together in different ways. And now I will say, you know, sitting with you last year and again this year, I'm learning even more and more about the regatta, and it's from so many different lenses and so many different perspectives. And I think that's half the benefit of why folks are tuning in today. It's because it is such a cultural phenomenon. It is North America's oldest sporting event, and we are excited to talk about all the loose hairs and the races and the things that are going on. Speaking of which, some footage on the screen for you guys to enjoy, and we're down by the pond right now watching everyone in the boats. Is this pep talk time? What's going on here?
This is another time where the coxswains are telling you to relax. This is where my dad, when he coxed me for 6 years, he'd say, just soak it in. Just take this time to just look around and then we're going to go, get the tog or whatever. So that's your time to sink in that you're here, and this is the moment. And I think we got the times coming in here, Donnie.
Let's go. Let's go.
Up next. So
Well, take it away,
5:47 for Premier Mortgage Center. They beat their time trials time by a second, so great job for them on a windy pond today as well. And then we got Munn Rowing up next, finishing second with 6:12. They were ranked in stake 5 going into the race today. They did not compete in time trials. UNF Avalon with 6:14. They shaved a lot of time off their time trials time. They were 6:41 in time trials. Solus Power, 7:07 in 4th place. They rode 6:53.98 in time trials. And in last place, Smith Stockley, who rode a 6:25 in time trials. They were 6:39, so shaving time off time trials. So a great job from all them. And again, rowing in the regatta is very challenging. So, kudos to all those guys and girls in that race.
You talk wind to me, and it made me wonder, can the wind be an advantage? Has it ever been?
In the squirt race, I know that's called U14 now. If the wind is blowing straight down the pond, which it was earlier today, that's a huge advantage. I know there's a team going for the record today, actually. So if the wind keeps blowing the way it's blowing, that could give them an extra push to break that record. I mean, you could be involved in another history-making moment of the regatta.
I mean, third time's a charm.
Yeah, there you go.
I love it. Now they're all getting into their position. And I mean, like, back to the nerves, guys. We talked about this in the previous race that we had just seen. It is an exciting time when you're getting ready to rock the pond. All eyes on you. Yes, there's the concessions and all the things going on, but when that gun goes off, like you said, they are watching you. We're going to get ready pretty soon now to announce up who is next competing. We just did the race for the Senior Open Crew, Masters Open Crew, and upcoming, our next race at 2:20 is Curtis Daw Under 18 Women's. What do you know about it?
This is going to be a phenomenal race. This race is going to be a showstopper here at the pond here today. So this is the Curtis Daw U18 Women's Race. And our first crew rowing in the Lambs Palm Breeze is the Outer Cove U18 team. Donnie, this is for you, Team Outer Cove. Their coxswain is Jim Ring, stroke Lily Howell, who I work with at Easter Seals. Even on a day off, she still can't escape my voice. At number 5, Catherine Kelly. 4, Kate Goldsworthy. 3, Bridget White, who also works at Easter Seals. 2, Lila O'Neill. 1, Emily Boland. And the spare is Ava Myrick, manager Andrew White. They all go to Gonzaga as well.
Vikings for life.
In the Ranger, the crew is Frontier. Their coxswain is Kelly Bust, stroke Claire Colford, who I played hockey with for years. Jane Kirby, Catherine Colford, Bella Jack, Kate Pittman, Violet Avery, and the spare is Anna Toms. Manager Claire Avery was on the Lambs Rum team. In the Smith Stockley 2, it's Targa, Newfoundland. Coxswain is Tina Ring, stroke Allie Ryan. 5, Chloe Rogers. 4, Brianna Lee. 3, Sarah Bonnell. 2, Cheyenne Field. 1, Emma Knoll. Their spares are Grace Ellard and Claire Healy. Manager Evelyn Rogers.
Boom.
And our final team here in the Catherine M, it's Hickman Select. Coxswain Emma Ramsey, stroke Isabel Bourne. At number 5, Caitlin Yu. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Number 4, Lucia Chen. Number 3, Megan Yu. Number 2, Kira Connors. And number 1, Julia Garifa. I'm not as good as you, Donnie, on those names.
You did great, man. You did great.
But best of luck to all these crews. And I know a lot about the Stake 1 and 2 crews. Again, some of them go to Gonzaga and played hockey with a few of them. So those 2 teams are going to be in a dogfight for the victory here today.
Sounds great to me. Well, as always, exciting to be down here. And if you are tuning in, this is the Regatta Day coverage happening on Rogers TV. And so glad to be here, hanging out. The one and only Seth Hyde. You know his voice. He is the commentator, making waves, breaking hearts, living life, and with a rich history, 7 generations rowing in the regatta. And you said that earlier. How proud are you of that?
Oh, so proud. Again, it's an honor to row in the regatta every year, and a bit of pressure comes with that. But again, I really enjoy it. This is like Christmas Day to me, so I'm hoping to make it my whole life without missing a regatta. But there's so much pride for, again, our province and to represent my family name. It's amazing. And to finally be able to win today after 8 long years with all my family watching is a surreal experience. And I owe it all to the Outfitters crew. They were fantastic. They used to beat us every year in the regatta. We'd get smoked by them every year. So I felt a bit like a Kevin Durant, going over to the winning team, and finally been able to win with them. So a huge shout out to them. They were amazing.
That's great. Listen, we're all proud of you, man, and I can't imagine what that must have been like to have the family all on side, cheering you on. 8 years, boom, there's the medal. Wowee. And here we go. Now we are getting ready to get set. The duck can't wait. He's like, I'm into this too, guys. Let me in. And they're off.
Well, here we go again, the adrenaline start. 10 hard strokes, and then you try to settle in, and there's the Outer Cove girls on the screen there. Went from Outer Cove blue last year to now pink this year. They changed up their uniforms a bit.
Guys, daring with the fashions. And by the way, it's interesting, I'm sure back in the day they'd cut the sleeves off a potato sack and get in the boat. Nowadays, it's very much about the lifestyle and the fashion and the athleisure. But I mean, I guess it's really helping them do their best, eh?
It is. It absolutely is. Well, my dad used to row with no shirt on, so it's definitely come a long way since then.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. Well, pretty exciting to watch, folks. And again, it takes a lot of partners to make this event happen. We are so thankful to one of our sponsors, Spirit of Newfoundland, and of course, Home Depot. And if you head onto the Rogers site now or our social media, you'll be able to enter a contest where you may walk away later today with a barbecue courtesy of Home Depot. Thank you so much. And refreshments for all the crew here at the regatta happening are courtesy of Spirit of Newfoundland, famous dinner and show, cultural icon. Keith Power just hung out with us a few minutes ago, and he always cracks us up and takes a good few shots at me while he's at it, no doubt about it. That's a sign of good friendship, I guess. So Perry's in the back here, echoing into our headphones here. We have 1:15 into the mix. And Seth, I'm going to ask you now, when it comes to the competition, like you said earlier, we train so long to get ready and in that boat, and it can all be over in a couple of minutes. And once you're finished the race, and if you didn't go and take the gold, how often do you think that the rowers who don't win get back in that boat and try again the following year?
I mean, the regatta is very hard. I think a lot of people don't realize how tough it really is. I'm still catching my breath from our race this morning. But it's very challenging, and it takes a special, group of guys to be able to keep coming back. And that was our team, Madsen. We had our first year was amazing. We were in a race with a way older crew. Like, they finished and they were going for the record. But we rode against. It was a team named after some daycare. And anyway, we got second place in the 200th edition, and we thought we won. Like, we were really excited about that. And then after that, we were kind of cursed. We'd win June Day, we'd win time trials, then we'd lose the regatta. We were kind of cursed like that. And we kept trying again. And, being able to come back and keep trying again and keep going again, it was hard. Like, it was really hard to keep losing. And, again, like, we'd win time trials and then we'd lose the regatta. Like, it got so hard, to suffer those losses. And I know I'm sounding a bit dramatic up here, but it was really challenging. But yeah, it's really, really hard to come back. Even after you win, it's hard to come back.
I can only imagine. That must be even harder. You're right. I mean, either way, digesting the race that's gone on, the training, the effort, all the things, and then getting hyped and psyched to do it again, and the marathon of that experience. That is why I think a lot of us have such a deep respect for the St. John's Regatta, and why it continues to be such an incredible event that we hear about year-round. And folks come from around the world, by the way, to attend this event because of the significance and the discipline and the relentlessness that you need to have. And I think there's probably a high correlation between people who do well in business and in volunteerism and in vocations that require effort and passion to those who compete and to train in different sports like the regatta, because I think it does teach you a lot and it does hone a lot of your ambition. And I think that's an important thing to think about when you're thinking about what am I going to put my kids in for the summer. Well, I would say you should be putting them in to train and get in started with the regatta, because they do offer different programs that help people to experience what it's like to row. Very easy, low risk, low blockades to entry, to get in a boat and see what it's like. And I just want to make sure that's known, because Brad Power, who we love so much, who can't be with us today, he had told me a few times that the regatta does offer a really cool starters training program. So anyone out there looking for something to do, get in a boat and check it out. And I wonder, did you ever take part in a program like that?
Well, again, I was kind of down around the pond my whole life. So I was kind of just, thrown into the boat. Like, you got the rose blood, just, kind of getting to the boat. But I know my mom and my dad did the coxswain courts. so they could cox my team, and they really, really enjoyed it. And it's really good to see that, rowing is so accepting to new people, and I think that's really, really important to have for all sports, not just rowing.
Yeah, no, I love it. So listen, I got to say, how is this gig hanging out with me different than what you're doing with the hockey? Is it the same old song and dance?
It's definitely a lot warmer here, Donnie, that's for sure. Definitely a lot warmer. I don't have 3 jackets on.
Yeah, fair enough.
But no, again, just the tradition of this is amazing. Obviously, hockey's my favorite sport, but this one definitely means the most to me. Coming down the Regatta, and again, hanging out with a good Outer Cove boy here, too.
You know it, baby. LC, MCOC, let's go.
Yeah, that's right. So, I mean, it's a bit different, obviously, because, hockey and rowing are, hockey's action-packed, and, rowing's a bit slower. But, again, it's a lot of fun to be able to be a part of such an amazing event, and with an amazing crew. A huge shout-out to Rogers TV.
It's incredible indeed. And so here we are watching our competitors flow on down the pond. And many of these, like you said earlier, are people that you know. That must make it even more interesting for you.
Yes, it's hard to pick who to cheer for here between stake 1 and 2. Unfortunately, don't know any of the girls on stake 4 or 5. I know that the Outer Cove team was looking to make the championship race here, so big aspirations for them this year. By the way it's looking, they might come just short, but this is a great time for this crew. Frontier Subsea just behind them as well.
I know, I wish I could just get a little closer to see who's who. And I think next year they should tell us what colors they're wearing so we can have even more understanding of the fashion, And boom, here we go.
Well, back-to-back champions, Outer Cove U18. That's their second straight title. And actually the stroke of that team, Lily Howell, was in a similar situation as me. She, had a lot of tough breaks, won time trials, lost the regatta, that kind of stuff. And ever since she's joined this team, she's won back-to-back years. So this is her 6th year rowing, I believe. And again, I'm pumping Outer Cove's tires here, but they got good genetics for rowing down that way. So, as we know.
Oh, that we do. And that's why I think maybe I will take my, my natural Cadogan Kinsella jeans, and maybe I'll hop in a boat myself and rip it up and surprise everybody. They never saw me coming. It'll be seniors men's race by the time that rolls around, but whatever. It's a whole other story. So congrats, and yes, they are standing up. It's the moment. They're looking around. They're feeling the energies, talking amongst themselves. I mean, I can only imagine what's being said. And then they're bringing it in. Past the stake they go. And boom. Yeah, it's pretty incredible to see. And of course, we're so lucky to be able to talk about the regatta and all of the different races that we're having today. And yet, we are on race 12 right now. The race has started early this morning. And when it comes to early train and early starts, there's a correlation there, I guess, eh?
Yeah, and this day has flown by so fast. It's really too bad that it's only one day. This is so much fun. And again, seeing the joy of everybody coming down here, it's awesome. This is one of the few times that we're all united as one here, and we're all so proud to be together. And especially with the Canada Games coming here as well, this is going to be a great summer for athletics here in Newfoundland.
And look at this from our boy Brad, who is watching from abroad, and he's sending us a picture. He says, missing us today. Brad, we're loving you, brother. We'll be seeing you next year. But I'm doing the good work, talking about all the programs and all the things that make the regatta amazing. And I'll tell you what, guys, don't get it twisted. The amount of volunteerism that goes into making the regatta happen every year, a year-round venture, is no joke. So my hat's off to all of the incredible community builders and supporters who power the regatta and make all the decisions so that we can all come down as family and friends and have an inclusive, accessible, and positive experience here. And I think that's something that has made the regatta last as long as it has and to bloom as much as it has. And that's the attention to the experience and making sure everyone walks away saying that was a special time.
Well, I think that's the worst part of the race. They're rowing back to the dock, especially when you win. The first win today when we came in, and you get the glory of winning, whatever. And then Steve was like, "All right, guys, bury your blades." And we were like, "Oh, we got to row back now." So this is the toughest part. Win or lose, I mean, you just want to take a quick break, but then you got to get back into the dock quickly. So
no good deed goes unpunished. There you go. So yeah, no, I have to say it's interesting, and I would love for you to walk me through a little bit of the evolution of the shells, because from what I understand, they used to be just a pure log of wood that you'd carry and drop in the pond, and now things have become quite advanced.
And it used to be very superstitious back in the day as well. We know about the shell draw, the shell draft. That used to be a huge deal.
Well, tell us about that. What is that?
So basically, you get all the coxswains and managers and whatever in a room, and you get them to basically draft their boat. So it's almost like, an NHL draft. Like you draft your boat, and back then that was a big deal. Like you thought that one of the boats was better than the other, and I mean it could be. But
for sure.
Maybe it was superstition back then, but everybody thought that a particular boat would be better than another. And when you go back and look at in the program, all the old champions, you see like the Shell, Miss Tubular, like 10 years in a row, and then there'll be another boat that catches wind, and like a winning crew has that 5 years in a row. Like it's big in superstition about the Shells down here at Kitty Vitty.
So the winner gets to pick the shell they want the following year? Is that how, are these the little nuances? How does that go?
I'm not sure how that works because that's kind of being phased out now as it gets a bit old.
As the boats become more uniform and more the same.
Yeah, this is why we need Bradley here because I'm not too sure about that. But
no, but I'll tell you what, it is interesting to see the evolution of the shells and how aerodynamic and amazing they become.
I do think, though, if I do remember correctly, I think it's your time trials time allows you to pick in order. So I think it'd go like, if you had the best time, then, you'd get your first pick and whatever. So I'm pretty sure that that's how it went. Someone can correct me at home, but I'm pretty sure that it's your time trials time.
That's very cool. See, there's so many different nuances. And, you're so deep in the sport that there's all these rituals and little things that, you wouldn't really know if you're just a viewer who comes down once a year to take in the spectacle. If you don't have the backstory of a lot of what goes on in terms of the cultural motifs of rowing and what it's like to be in that fraternity, there's a lot of cool stuff to learn, I bet, right? Like we're learning today. So thank you guys, everybody, for tuning in. If you're joining us for the first time, I'm your boy DC, and this is the amazing Seth Hyde, and we're hanging out here pondside. It's Regatta, it's Tradish, we're loving life. Keith Power just came through. We're sending love to our colleague, Brad Power, who is deep in the regatta, who can't join us today, but he sends his love, and we're sending that right on to you. So Seth, I gotta say, is there ever a year where it's already in the bag and everybody knows who's gonna walk away with the big prize? How does that work?
There's some years, and again, sports is very unpredictable. Anything can happen in sports. But I would even go as far to say that this year's men's race is, going to be won by Home Hardware. I hope that the other crews prove me wrong, but they are the favorites. They won again this morning. They won time trials. And again, like sports, I hate to, say one team because, again, everybody puts in so much effort. But they are the favorites, and they have a really good team. Won last year, looking to win again this year. So,
oh my God!
I don't know about the women's race. I think that's a bit more of a dogfight for the championship this year.
How exciting! And that's what we want. Oh, a little Jason moment we're gonna have, guys. Jason Piercy, he's our one and only. We love him. Host of Out of the Fog and general lover of good times, real estate mogul. He's pondside, and we're gonna throw to him right now. And I know that the buzzword is firefighters.
All right, folks, we're still at the head of the pond. I'm here with Mr. Jim O'Toole, who's an executive member of the St. John's Firefighters Association. Jim, how are you?
I'm pretty good. It's a beautiful day here down at the pond.
It is a beautiful day. It's hot also, but I guess you don't mind that. You're sort of used to hot things.
Yeah, we've taken all in. This is not too bad in comparison to what our members deal with on a daily basis.
And just the guard, so I was talking to a couple of police officers that I was talking to previously who wear different, say, uniforms, modalities, and they're all wearing their garb. How come you guys are?
Well, not being on duty today, we'll go with that. We're here to represent the association here today to give out water to the general public. We are taking donations for a charitable fund, which gives money back into the community, whether it's children's charities, our Buddy Bear program that we have. We're involved in different cancer initiatives. So all kinds of different community events that we do throughout the year. We're accepting donations to go back into that account and go back in.
Jim, that's awesome. Talk to me a little bit about the Buddy Bear program. What's that?
So the Buddy Bear program is a partnership with the VOC and Cares Foundation. And every engine and vehicle in the city of St. John's is equipped with Buddy Bears. And they're a comfort bears for children who are experiencing the worst day of their life during an emergency, or even sometimes it's just a comforting thing for children while on scene. So
I had absolutely no idea. So
My dad was a fireman, may I say.
Yep.
His entire career. Well, he drove the Metro bus and then gravitated over. Here we go. Let me know. And I'm going to start chatting with you right now. Watching the clip, it's going to transfer back to us. And I will say there's a little bit of audio moments going on here, but that happens. It's live TV, baby. We're pondside, it's Regatta times, and Jason's going to take a look at that audio, and we're going to catch up with him in a little while. So listen, you know, have you been in a situation where you're doing the live cast and it's all happening and things go left and you got to keep it moving and grooving? I'm sure you're an old hat at that now.
Well, back when we used to stream on our cell phone, there'd be some instances where, you know, my mom would try to zoom in and the camera would flip around and she'd be there, you know, with her glasses, like, you know, trying to figure out how to flip it back around. And then like 100 people would be seeing my mom, you know, trying to look through her glasses to flip the camera around. But that, you know, that makes the stream a bit more fun and a bit more personable, right? Totally. Knowing that we're not perfect here in the show business, that's for sure.
Oh no, I mean, it's go business. That's really what's going on here. And Michelle, I mean, I gotta love my homie who keeps putting nice little things up on the thing for me to read. And it's back again, and we're now talking about the results of race 12. And I'll hand it over to you, Seth.
Well, 6:05 for the Outer Cove girls here. They didn't row in time trial, so they didn't have a time to beat, but all that matters, they snagged that gold medal. Frontier Subsea as well didn't row time trials, but a 6:23.15 from them. A nice job from that crew. In third place, Tarragon, Newfoundland with a 6:36. In time trials, they rode 7 minutes, so what a way to shave off their time. And at last place, Hickman Select rowing a 7:03, shaved 3 seconds off their time trials time, so a win for all the teams out on the pond today.
Good job. Well, that wind that's going through our headphones is clearly not causing anybody too much grief. And now we're looking here on the pond, and what do we see?
Well, this is going to be another fun race. Again, the competition's going to be between stake 1 and 2. So
All right.
This is race 13, Marco U16 men's. And our first crew in Mars Contracting Shell, Harbor Grace Cold Storage. Their coxswain is Brendan Cage. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. The stroke is Luke Pike. 5, Ben Bailey. 4, Jacob Chafe. 3, Liam Evans. 2, Evan Johnson. 1, Ryland Chafe. And the spare is Tyler Snow. Those guys are coming in from out of town. Next up in the Plaza Pre-Owned, it's Case Construction, who I spared with a couple times this year. Their coxswain is Deanne Smith. Stroke, Nick Hounsel. 5, Thomas Webb. 4, Thomas Whittle. 3, Finton Warren. 2, Andy Millord. 1, Patty Avery. And the manager is Patricia Walsh-Warren. Try to say that 5 times fast.
I can't say it once.
In the A. Harvey Adventure, it's the Cajones crew. Their coxswain is Rich Bailey. Stroke, Matthew Radofsky. 5, Davis Corrin. 4, Nathan Stanley. 3, Liam Costello. 2, Liam Walsh. 1, Maddox Cody. And their coach is Mike Radofsky.
Mike Radofsky, sees him at the gym every day, putting in work. I didn't know he was involved in rowing. That's awesome.
And in the Paul Ring, it's the number 10 Clothing Company. Their coxswain is Jennifer Windsor Brown. Stroke, Max Steele. 5, Caleb Murphy. 4, Ewan Colford. 3, Jonah Murphy. 2, Ethan Cole. 1, Ben Mullen. And the spare is Andrew Walsh. Manager, Sheena McCrate.
Love Sheena. Classic. That's amazing.
And look at Case Construction coming out here in the lead. That crew, my dad coxswained them their first year they rode, and they have come a long way, Donnie.
That's awesome to see. I love it. I love a come-up story. Well, I mean, listen, the weather couldn't be better. And yes, it is a bit windy here and there, but I got to say, it doesn't feel as windy as other years either, though. What do you say? Like, how does this year fare in terms of the wind versus other years?
The morning was very, very challenging on the wind, but it seemed to die down a little bit here. And I think that this is a bit of an anomaly regatta here. The wind isn't very high at all in the afternoon. Usually it's the opposite. The morning is beautiful like it is right now, and the wind really picks up in the afternoon. But today it's like the opposite, so.
Didn't realize that. You know, it's interesting. The things that we don't realize with someone like you who's been on the pond for so many years would. Like the fact that it's typically windier in the morning than the afternoon. Like, that's interesting to hear. Now, let's see. Well, it doesn't look very head-to-head from where I'm sitting here looking into this big screen and the drone above. There's definitely some that are pulling out ahead. And yet, here's my question to you. How soon do you really turn it up? Do some folks kill it out of the gate? and leave it all out there, and then they try to like get ahead far enough so that they can put the pressure off at the end? Or do some folks wait until after the turn to really put the pedal to the metal? What's the story?
Well, the thing about the half course is you can kind of sprint the whole way. You know, if I know that's what the outfitters used to do when they were younger. They just go all out sprint. They got some crazy cardio. But usually what you want to do, you start off hard with 10, and then you kind of settle in, and then you drive it into the keg hard for 10 like they're doing right now. And then once you come around the turn, you drive it out for 10, and then you settle in again, and then once you get to the end, you drive it in for 10. So basically, when you get close to the kegs, you're just driving it for 10, and you're basically trying to settle the rest of the way. And look at this. This is going to be a close turn here.
Look at that. That's a quick turn.
And I'd also like to give kudos to the Cajones team and the number 10 clothing team. This is their first year doing the turn. They were in a dogfight last year for the U14 championship. Cajones went for the record. They were 2 for 2 in their rowing careers in U14, won both years. So kudos to both of them. Number 10 finishing in second both those years as well. So shout out to those guys. All of them play hockey and was lucky enough to call some of their games as they grew up through the ages.
Now listen, I got to say, is there a correlation between those who row and those who play hockey?
Yes, absolutely. There's a lot of hockey players out on the ice here. Out on the ice. Look at me. Out here on the
Freudian
pond.
slip.
Yeah, out
but
here
it makes
on the-
sense, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because one's very winter heavy, and then they probably do something deeper in the summer as well.
Yeah, and also hockey players usually pretty fit, usually have pretty good cardio, so
Well,
it kind of
yeah.
correlates with the regatta for sure.
Well, after the regatta, there's no doubt they're going to rip the ice apart when they get back on it, that's for sure, because
for
it is a
sure.
cardio-based game. And what goes into training, may I ask, for the viewers at home wondering, what do you got to do to get good at the regatta? What do you do?
Well, obviously the ergs. That's an obvious answer. As well, we used to run up the bank over there, across the way over by the bandstand. We'd run up that, and the hill right here to the left of us. And we also used to run around the pond. We do a sprint around the pond. So usually we kind of stay around the pond, but hill sprints and sprints around the pond is pretty big.
Well, I guess down here it must be a hotbed of activity, especially in the months leading into the regatta with all the folks that are down here on the pond and then doing their training cycles thereafter. This must be a real boot camp area.
Oh, it absolutely is. It's really a hub for athletes for sure down here at Kitty Vitty Lake. You got King George V right there as well, field. So great spot. And the old Memorial Stadium as well. Could you imagine the soccer field, the hockey
my
stadium,
God.
and the pond all next to each other?
You know what? You're right. This is a beautiful area, and I'm so glad that the city of St. John's and through partnership have really done so much to evolve the, the Kitty Vitty Lake area and the boathouse. And there's so many folks to thank for that experience. And Neil Daw, I will give you your flowers right now from Track Consulting, a place-making company that has done all of the concourse projects and so many other beautification projects across the city and beyond. And they are the ones responsible for the design motifs of the boathouse that has happened. And I'm so thankful for that and for the work that you do, because it takes a village to make it all happen. So here we are back on the pond, and we're watching it all go down. And you wouldn't lose them in the woods with that shirt on, and they are seemingly in the lead. Or does the camera deceive me?
Yeah, well, it looks like Case Construction did it. Good for them.
Look
That's
at her.
amazing.
She's so excited. Look at her, yeah.
Good for them.
Good job.
Yeah, again, they're a team that endured lots of heartbreak in the regatta their first 2 seasons.
What do you mean?
Oh, they finished, I believe they finished 4th last year. I could be wrong. They were 4th last year, and they finished last in their first year, and now they're champions.
See? That is what we love.
And I don't mean to crap on them here, but they lost by 19 seconds in time trials. They got destroyed by the Harbor Grace cold storage. So for them to bounce back and win here today is really good for them.
That's
But
incredible.
a shout out to the Harbor Grace crew. You know, coming in on a new pond and coming that close to winning, you know, hats off to them.
Oh, that's awesome. And look at them. They are celebrating and exhausted at the same time. So I got to ask you, is there a 1-to-1 ratio? Like I hear the coxswains sometimes will help more than one crew. Is that true?
Yes, that is very true. You're not allowed, obviously, to have a crew in the same age group because that'd be a bit
Yeah,
challenging,
bit
jumping
conflict
in and
there.
out from each boat. But there are a couple coxswains that have a couple teams down on the pond for sure.
I love it. That's so great. And now we're checking it all out. And guys, listen, you're watching the water and what's going on, but look in the hillside. Look in the trail going around the lake and all of the folks that are down here on this beautiful afternoon checking out the regatta. It's pretty special, got to say. And a reminder about the contest that we are holding with our sponsor, Home Depot, who we love. A barbecue could be yours. And, of course, catering provided by Spirit of Newfoundland Productions, who we love. And Keith hung out with us a little while ago talking about all the good things that they do. And here we are now with the camera back on the pond, checking out the crews, having their chats. You can feel it here now, guys. I mean, this is really starting to pick up because we know that in the blink of an eye, we're going to be into the final races of the day, and this will all be in the record books for time to come. And Seth, I got to ask you, once the day is done, how do we celebrate the winners? And is there a separate night that happens, or does it all happen on the same day? Like, how does this go?
Well, I mean, it's a long season for the regatta. And could you just repeat the end there? There's a bit of stuff going on in the background.
No doubt. It's a matter of how do you feel that, the award winners get celebrated? And is there a separate night that happens after this big day that we're into here? Because, I mean, I can't imagine it all happens in one day and then the sun goes down and that's it.
Yeah, well, again, like I said at first, it's a long, hard year. And I'm going to sound a bit like my dad here, who we call Switzerland. But, everybody deserves an award for rowing in the regatta. It's hard. It's really, really hard to be a part of this. I think they used to have an award ceremony at the end of the regatta, like it'd be the same night.
Same
but
day,
now I think
God.
it's a couple of days or a couple of weeks after they present oarsman and oarswoman of the year and stuff like that. But I think if the regatta committee's watching, that they should have a more prestigious award ceremony because it's a big deal. I mean,
you should host it.
Yeah, that'd be me and you. Let's do it.
Do
Let's
it,
team up
baby.
and do it. Yeah, that would be awesome. And we could have Keith Power running around, and getting everybody on the go in there.
He'd be our man in the streets, absolutely. Yeah, no, it's great, and I do agree with you. I think that, the day is so long and so fast-paced and everyone is so exhausted at the end of it that it's so great to hear that everybody gets to come back together in another context and really celebrate who put in the work and the award winners that, that we have here, because it takes so much and you really want them to maximize the celebration that they get to have after such a job well done.
Absolutely. Yeah, I really think that they should have the award ceremony, the same night and kind of have it in a ballroom, make it, official and stuff like that. But,
You never know. Maybe you'll step up to the organizing committee and really make it happen. And I got to say, Seth, I feel that you have such a leadership ambition in you that I wonder if, as you evolve through the sport, if you're going to want to take a hand in being sort of on the committees and helping to keep it moving and grooving into the future.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be a pretty cool job. Again, the early mornings would be pretty tough, getting up at like 5 a.m. to make the call here. It's a tough job, and, I know we just called out the regatta committee, but we know it's a very tough job. I don't think they get enough credit, to be honest with you. But, yeah, I mean, someday I hope I'm on the regatta committee, and if not the regatta committee, I'd like to be on, the Avalon Celtics committee or something like that. Like, I'd really like to be involved with a sports committee, at least.
I love it. Listen, you speak it into truth, man. That's step one, is saying it out loud, So here we are. What are we seeing going on here now? Because this is the crew, and I can tell by the neon red they got on that they're now getting their way back to the boathouse to get out of the shells. Am I right?
Yeah, this is just them being all beat out, just making their way back, especially Case Construction here, rowing 5:33.99. Great time from them. Shaving a lot of time off their 5:59.32. In second place, Harbor Grace Cold Storage with 5:37.69. They shave 3 seconds off their time trials time. Number 10 Clothing coming in third place, beating Cajones for their first time in their 3-year career of rowing with a 5:57.15. They did not row in time trials, and Cajones coming in fourth place with a 6:01.80, shaving 9 seconds off time trials. Bravo to all teams.
Great job. Thank you so much. And we're going to mention the sponsors again, of course. It's Home Depot. It is Steel Communications, who we are not saying enough on, who we love. And thank you so much for everything that you do. And Spirit of Newfoundland, who we love so much too. So these little footage pieces that we see, it really shows how many folks are down around the pond. And let me tell you, some areas are thick and you can't even move ahead. It's like you're at a music festival. And speaking of which, a really great night happened last night here on the pond, which is preparing everybody for the big day. So the regatta is truly diversifying. It's not just day of, it's the day before where all the vendors are coming down, getting all the booths set up and everything cool. I mean, that's the real energy and spirit that makes you excited. If anyone next year wants to hop down to Kitty Vitty Lake the evening before the regatta, you're going to see a whole different show happening down here on the lake, that's for sure.
And it's almost like the calm before the storm as well. You know, everybody's kind of peaceful, kind of mellow. Look, we can see Derek Locke walking through the crowd. I don't mean to change the topic here in the
there he
pink, the
is.
sponsor of the Cajones crew.
That's right. It's funny. I'm sure if we had this kept on for the next 5 minutes, within 3 minutes we'd have probably 13 people picked out, and that's just living
That's
life.
the Newfoundland way,
it's
right
the
there.
Newfoundland way. Who knit you? Well, we'll tell you.
We'll be related to a couple of them too. We're like, oh yeah, that's my cousin, you know, and then we'll find out we're related up here.
Yeah, we probably are, but there's no doubt about it. Growing up where we did, and outside the city. And listen, I got to say, you know, you brought it up earlier. I'll bring it up again. Lucky Bay, Middle Cove, Outer Cove, and the rich history of rowing is in our blood. And you, as a 7th-generation competition from a family who really helped pioneer the sport, how proud are you of everything you're seeing here happening down by the pond?
Oh, it's amazing. I mean, I sound like a broken record, but just the pride of our province here is awesome. And it's such a great year for athletics. And, you know, again, the smiles on everybody's faces, that's what I love. Everybody is happy. There's not one angry person down here, and even if you come down alone, you're going to end up walking around with somebody that you know. Like, you're never going to be down here alone at the regatta. You always find someone that you know, find a family member.
So true.
And yeah, it's just the pride of this event and the tradition and the honor to be a part of it is amazing.
Well, I'll tell you what, you know, to me, and I keep bringing this theme back, the rowers and the training and the volunteering of time to make that happen. Rogers, one of our major sponsors that we're lucky to be having down here, and the volunteerism that they run through their organization that allows us to come hang out with you today, and us here also as well, and all the vendors and everyone down here doing their thing. The amount of hours that go into an event like this, it really demonstrates why the St. John's Regatta has become such a favored and longest-standing sporting event that we're so lucky to be hanging out with you guys today. So by all means, thank you so much for joining us, and please keep tuned because the things are only going to get more and more as the hours go by and the races get bigger and the awards come in view. Pretty exciting. And I want to take a moment to talk about the brands that actually power these shells that have been leading us so far, from NTV, CNA, Atlantic Lottery, Newfoundland Power, Domino's, Tim Hortons, iDesign, Sobeys, Rogers, City of St. John's, Curtis Daw, Marco, Heave Away, Cineplex, Prime Creative, East Coast, Kia, and Sterling Communications. I mean, these are the brands that show up and turn out to help keep our community moving via the events and the different things that happen, the projects. And these are the brands that show up and support all of these different community building initiatives. And so I just wanted to say all of those names who are sponsoring the teams and helping to make the regatta and our community happen. Over to you regarding race 14.
Well, race 14 up next is the Heave Away U16 women's race. On stake number 1 in Shell Smith Stockley 2, it's East Coast Catering. The coxswain is Kelly Buse, stroke Rachel Langdon, 5 Riley Courtney, 4 Avia Churchill, 3 Grace Norman, 2 Bridget Connolly, and 1 Jane Lilly, In the stroke of power, it's Mars Contracting. Coxswain is Michael Shea, stroke Rachel Cook, 5 Bridget Roach, 4 Hillary Sharp, 3 Lola Windsor, 2 Avery War, 1 Eva Marr, and the spare is Callie Malone, coach Jennifer Windsor Brown. In the Ranger, the crew is Hickman certified carbineer making the trip in from out of town. It's Tara Gillingham as coxswain, stroke Molly King, 5 Julian Slade, 4 Brooklyn Piercy, 3 Leah Swain, 2 Leah Drover, 1 Maggie King, and the spare is Chloe Slade. And last but not least, in the Catherine M, it's crew Redline Automotive. Coxswain is Derek McGraw, stroke Claire McGraw, 5 Julia Hickey, 4 Aaliyah Robbins, 3 Ainsley Walsh, I'm sorry about that, 2 Alexa Healy, 1 Lydia Griffiths Collins, and the spare is Sophia King.
Thank you so much. It's so great to be here, and I'm looking at a few all-stars in my midst. So happy to be hanging out here by the pond with the one and only Seth Hyde. And here we are watching it all go down, and they're on the pond getting ready to rock and roll. Dude, what are you at?
How's it going?
You guys met up shore?
Oh, how's it going?
No, this is my first time meeting our
my
premier
God,
here,
the
folks. You're
one
getting to hear
only.
this over the air here.
Yes. Well, dude, what a surprise to know you're even coming. That's great. Hey, little Hogan, what's up? How are you? Good. Pretty awesome, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. So what's going on? How you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Yeah, great. Just, passing time, chit-chatting.
This is right up your alley, buddy.
Oh, my God, it's a laugh. Come on. Were you out in the streets leading up to today, or have you been a good boy? Any Churchill?
Circulated around. We went to Churchill last night.
Yeah.
It was fun.
Oh, my God, man.
Yeah,
it was
really
wicked.
fun.
I
Really
ended
good
up
show.
going.
Yeah.
I was like, am I going to do it? I don't know.
Oh, no. You got to go, man.
I did, yeah. No, it was incredible. All the hits, all the bangers. I was so happy. And, of course, the entire province was there, so that was great.
They were.
So how can we make this amazing for you?
Whatever you want to talk about.
Oh,
It's your
my
show.
God, jeez. Seth will figure it out.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to ask, this is the year of sport in our province, and, we've had a successful regatta day so far.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. Canada Games coming up. So what has this year meant to you so far?
Yeah, so as Premier, I've been in this job for a few months, and you certainly look at Newfoundland and Labrador and what everybody has to offer here. And of course, sport is a big part of us, and it's a great way for everybody to get together. I mean, you think about how the regatta started. I mean, everyone's here walking around and eating French fries and having a great time, but it really did start with the rowing races and sport. And as you said, the year of sport, Canada Games coming up. Everyone from across the country is going to be here in Newfoundland and Labrador. And of course, we have a new hockey team coming up in October, so it doesn't end. Keep the good times rolling.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. That's
Yeah.
a perfect thing to add to our year of sport, right? That wasn't planned, but now they're here, so it's a good
Exactly.
exclamation point
Really
on
good.
it.
Well, Seth is going to be the voice of the regiment, actually.
Yeah, I know. It's awesome.
Sick,
Yeah. Excited?
Yeah. Oh, I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, really good, man.
It'll be a
Congratulations.
good year. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
So I just want to be clear, we're not taping at this moment in time because John just sort of hopped up in here
I
to
just
say
wanted
hello.
to make sure. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I'm asking now, yeah. Just making sure,
Ask her. She doesn't know.
yeah, we're on, we're happening, it's all good, yes? Great. Wanted to make sure. You just sort of slinked up here into the mix, so I just wanted to make sure that this was a live experience that we were enjoying right now. And thank God I kept it pro, because let me tell you guys, I can easily not do that. So I'm going to ask you a question now, John, leading into today and coming down to the pond. And you live close by too, actually.
Yeah,
if I'm
not too far
mistaken.
from here. I used to live a little bit closer. I
I
just used to
know,
live on
yeah,
Pleasantville
exactly,
Avenue across
yeah.
the pond here, yeah.
So pretty special to bring the family down here. When you think back of growing up here on the pond yourself, and now you're bringing your family down here, how does that feel?
Yeah, we talked about it. We had lunch in here at the boathouse, and people were talking about legacies and traditions, and people came down when they were little kids with their parents, and now you get to bring your little kids down here yourself and, have all the snacks and see all the races. And she's already interested in rowing, so in a couple of years when she's
there
10,
you go.
get in the little kids program and start rowing herself. So just amazing to have the opportunity to continue to do that. Yeah,
That's
great.
amazing. That's incredible. And listen, a 7th generation rower here.
Get out of here, really.
Yeah, listen,
Amazing.
I started at 10 years old as well, and it's a great experience.
So I did it for 3 years. I did 07 to 09, I guess. Always, when I was coming around here as a kid, and finally realized, like I said, when there was actually sporting races down here, I was like, I have to do it. You can't be a townie and not have rowed in the race. So took that opportunity to do it. I joked, I don't think I'm going to get the call for the Hall of Fame anytime soon, but it was an amazing opportunity, an amazing thing to do with your buddies.
Well, it's never too late.
Oh, well, no, listen, I'm pretty busy these days. But
Yeah, exactly. Right. Your hands are full. But now I do remember there was a cross-Canadian bike ride that did happen back in the day. So this guy, he's not a stranger to physical feats. Biked across the country. No big deal.
Yeah,
That
so
is crazy.
most people during law school, you sort of spend your summers working in firms, and I did take the time to say, you know what, I'm going to be working for the rest of my life. So the summer between second and third year law school, me and two friends of mine, one who's good friends of Donnie's, we flew out to Victoria, BC, bought some bikes, and came home. Took about 7 weeks, but what a great way to see the country.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it was
eh?
really fun. Really great.
Now, I think I'm a bit of a bike aficionado these days, but you would not catch me driving from province to province on a pedal bike on the TCH. What about you? You're more daring than myself. What do you say?
I get out of breath coming up over the stairs, so I don't know how you did that.
I'd say the first few days were pretty tough, but we got the fitness came around after a couple of
Oh,
weeks.
yeah, I bet it has to, right?
It was great.
That's great. Listen, I'll tell you what, it's so great to have you here hanging out with us at the Regatta for the telecast. And as we are going through all the different races, something that occurs to us is the importance of culture and tradition and community. And what do you have to say about how important events like this are to the fabric of what makes this province great?
Yeah, so what makes us great as Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, I mean, we're always there for each other. We're rooting for each other. We got each other's backs. I know we've had some hard times this summer with forest fires, but all the local fire departments, all the community, reaching out to everybody, letting people stay in their houses, getting the meals. I mean, that is what Newfoundland and Labrador is all about. And we're just about to give an award here for the first time, the award from St. John's Pride Trophy. I mean, you talk about inclusiveness and community and a sense of everyone being part of this. 207 years to get here for that award. Wow. But we're here. Little baby steps, and we'll be better as a society for it. So I think that's very important. And you know, those little small things in the grand scheme of the big regatta is very important.
I love it. That's so great to hear. And listen, diversity and things evolving at all times. And we're talking earlier on, now there's like mixed crews going on. And so we're seeing all the sporting events and all the different sort of festivals and events really take it on as a priority to embrace diversity so that we can all feel included and accessible to events like this. And I do know that the Regatta Committee works really hard to make that happen. And that is something that I see you guys leading the tempo of across the province. So I'm so glad you guys are leading that charge and communicating the messages about how important it is to keep diversifying and welcoming everybody into these events, because they're so important to the province and the success.
Yeah, and you know, being in politics, of course, I think it's very important you go coast to coast to coast in this province to hear everybody's voice, everybody's viewpoint. Agree or disagree, it's important to always have those conversations, and I think it's important as a premier and leader to really hear what's important to Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, and that's what we need to act on. It's not about necessarily what I want, it's about what Newfoundlanders and Labradorians want, and to make sure that's delivered, every voice needs to be heard.
Well, that's a great thing to say. And Seth, I feel like I'm hogging all the airtime, so by all means, feel free to jump in over me. But I got to say, we are, and this is a conversation I think you would love to lead, is around the upcoming Canada Games. I mean, talk about this from a lens of how much volunteerism and support needs to happen for this event to go off, John. What do you say?
Yeah, look, I mean, how much can I sit here and speak about how great Newfoundlanders and Labradorians are? 5,000 volunteers. I think Mayor said today it was 30,000 positions or 30,000 shifts over the course of 2 weeks. And Newfoundlanders and Labradorians stepped up, and they're going to get it done. And, you know, I know you're excited about the Canada Games. To have all these athletes here from across the country, visitors, tourism, place is going to be booming. It's a really exciting time.
Well, the largest influx of people to the metro area that we will be seeing in our lifetime is what I've heard many, many times. And I think that's a major source of pride that we all should have, is welcoming all the people across the country and around the world to the most special place that we love. And for the next 2 weeks, it's going to be on wheels.
That's what we like to say, on wheels. I've been meeting with the premiers from across the country, and I can't tout Newfoundland and Labrador's place in this country more. You know, people know we're special. You know, it's always that little extra step to come farther east of Newfoundland and Labrador, but I encourage everyone to come here and see our beautiful province. And in terms of where we are, I mean, the Prime Minister right now is talking about nation-building projects, and we have them all right here in Newfoundland and Labrador ready to go. So everybody get here, everybody from across the country. Newfoundland and Labrador always has been a special place, and it always will be.
That's amazing. That's so great to hear. We appreciate that. And the energy is very high, not only here hanging out with you, but right down in the pond, Seth. What do you say?
Yeah, I mean, race is kicking up here. People are starting to fly in to the pond here now. This is when it really starts to get busy.
Listen, on behalf of us, thank you so much. Cheers. Have a great day on the pond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Premier, for coming in. Surprise visit. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Love it. Cheers.
Well, that was a surprise visit from our premier.
How did we get so lucky is the question, right? We're starstruck. If I didn't know him for 30 years, I'd be nervous. Thanks, John. Guys, amazing. And we're so lucky to have so many people contributing, coming on down to the pond, sharing experiences, and just feeling the energy. And if you're not here, then maybe you want to make a plan to come on down next year, because it truly is something special. And it's an honor to be hanging out with you folks today with Seth and the crew at Rogers and our incredible sponsors, Home Depot and Steel Communications and Spirit of Newfoundland Productions, to really bring you a play-by-play of the regatta as it's unfolding here today.
I'd just like to say, it took them a while to get started in this race. The whole time that our premier was here, maybe there was a false start or someone had trouble getting the toggle, but it seemed like that it took a while for this race to start. I could be wrong about that.
I think we were just starstruck and lost track of time. I mean, it's sort of what I think. But yeah, no, it's great. And listen, I'll tell you what, these aerial views bring such an extra dimension to what we are observing. Because, you know, think about it, for years, like I said earlier, you're down in the pond and you really don't know what's going on until a couple of people decide based on their bird's eye view. But thank God to the inventive technology, because now we're able to see all of the aerial footage, and it really gives you an extra lens about what's going on out there, like right now. I mean, you see who is positioned to take it home, but anything can change.
Yeah, well, right now it's Mars Contracting. This could be another upset here, Donnie. This might be a bit of a theme, and I could be wrong about my home hardware prediction if these underdogs keep on winning here today.
And that's what we love, hey, is those success stories that come out of nowhere where you thought it was going to be one, but guess what? It's another.
Absolutely. Again, that's what makes sports so special, for sure.
Totally true.
Now, do you have any underdog stories from any sports that you played when you were younger?
Well, I'll tell you what, I was always, and this is how I know your dad, from working with the city and working in aquatics. And so lifeguarding was interesting because it was definitely about hitting a time, 18 minutes to do 40 laps, but it was a very you against you scenario. So most of my sport experience has been very much an account of doing the solo type versus a league sport. But man, what I see in these shells and in all the different arenas that be is the camaraderie of coming together, whether you know them all or you don't. Coming together to make this happen is something I think is truly special, especially from the eyes of someone who has not done something so amazing and intensively training as this. It's pretty wild. And look at the beautiful shot. I mean, this is where we live. We are so lucky.
What a beautiful spot. We talked about it earlier, a hub of sports here at Kitty Vitty Lake.
You said it, man. I didn't realize until you listed all the amenities of what's going on right down here on the pond. And truly, you can have your own games right here just in a 1 mile radius.
Yes, absolutely.
Now listen, I'm sorry for being distracted, but my dear sweet mother is just standing just off over in the corner. That's a Lucky Bay girl, if ever I saw one. I wonder if I'll get lucky enough to get her attention. Anyway, we'll see.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. You know, I think we could turn around our chairs and just broadcast the people walking by here, you know. I've been distracted a couple times looking back. You know, you've asked me a couple questions. I've been like,
I know, I saw that. You're like, where am I?
Yeah.
Pretty amazing. Well, here we are, and we're 4:05 into the race, and they've turned the corner, and it's the come-home stretch. And we don't know what it's going to be, but we know what it's not going to be, and I'll leave it there.
Well, again, Mars is still in the lead right now. They rode 7:15.64 at time trials there. They look like they're going to blow that time out of the water here.
Looking good, looking really good. And you know, it's funny, I will say to the folks that, you know, yes, there's the concessions and all the things that you can do down by the pond, but there's more and more people just pitching tents and hanging out for a couple of days as well. I wonder where they're from. That cracks me up. Now, I live like a 5-minute bike ride away from the lake, so clearly, you know, I'm already here in my own way. But yeah, no, pretty beautiful. And here we are, the crowd cheering in the background. They're hyped. They're ringing on the support for who they want to win. Pretty exciting. Now, I see there is some construction happening up there by the penitentiary as well. So I hope anyone who's trying to get to the lake is observing the routes that you're most likely to have an easy flow down to the pond. I can tell you right now that Boathouse Lane is wide open and people are walking up and down flat out. And I say good luck to you because that's a cardio in itself. You can row or you can walk up Boathouse Lane. You can pick one and go with it, you know? So here we are, and they're coming in.
Now, judging by our last aerial shot, it looks like the crew on stake 5 is in the lead here. Look at that. This is close. Even a closer race for second place here now. It looked like Mars had it locked up. Wow, look at that. That's a close race. I believe that's the team on stake 5 all the way over there.
Oh, yeah, and you can now that you're seeing how the stakes at the top of the pond are lined up, you're right. This could be an interesting finish. You just got to wonder, have they saved it to the end? Are they saving it to the end?
Look at everybody looking both ways. They're looking, where's the other crew? Where's the other crew? Where's the other crew?
Here we go. Oh, my God.
Wow. Looks like Mars is falling down to 3rd here now.
Oh, yeah, no.
What a wild finish to this.
Look, they're really going to give it their all now, but they're not going to compete. I mean, look at who's ahead.
Well, it looks like Redline Automotive is going to be our winner here, and second place just narrowly is East Coast Catering. Donnie, can we call that race of the day here?
I mean, that's unreal. We had a lot of expectations going into this, and we thought we knew who was going to take it home, and wowee, did that ever turn.
Unbelievable. I mean, the people that are down there on the beach of the pond there really got a treat seeing those 3 crews come in hard to the finish line. That was great. Great race.
Now listen, not to take the steam away too soon, but I gotta say that if I decided to row, I'd be hiring a tiny little coxswain, and I would probably lock them in a basement and not feed them for 3 weeks before getting in the boat. Is that wrong? You know.
Now, you be careful now. There's some police officers walking around here, Donnie. Be a bit careful here. We might get a visit from James Cadigan.
Well, we don't want our cousin to come through and have to tell us what's real, so I will back that up. But I will say that, you know, there's so many ingredients that lead to a win, and some are feeling more logical than others.
Yeah, well, something my dad always used to say, he said you could get 6 bodybuilders in the boat, And they said you could have one team with great technique, and the team with technique would blow them out of the water.
So right. Yeah, no, that is so true. And it's so great to see. And here we are watching one of the crews just sort of paddle after the end. And I wonder where they placed in the end. We're going to find out pretty soon now once the different totals come up. The clapping in the background. They're proud. Beautiful day here in the Royal St. John's Regatta. We are coming at you live from the pond. Telecast we are so happy to do on behalf of Rogers, who goes out of their way to make local matter. And we're so thankful for them and to be a part of this show with you today, wherever you are tuning in from, whether it's your smartphone or your TV screen. And right now, we just finished one of our latest races. I do believe this was the heave away.
We're halfway there.
Yeah.
Halfway there.
Wow, time is flying by. So what you're seeing here now is something that we're so lucky to see pondside, an aerial view. We're watching the different crews head back over to the dock after the race. Lots of feelings, pride and accomplishment, maybe a little bit of we'll get them next year.
I mean, I wouldn't be too sad if I was these girls in this race. This was a phenomenal race. I mean, 3 teams could have won it there.
That was
really,
close.
really well done.
That
And a
was
shout
close.
out to Hickman Certified Carboneer. I'd assume they're from Carboneer. Coming in from out of town and racing on a new pond definitely isn't easy. I can remember rowing in the Placentia Regatta, and that was a humbling experience, that's for sure.
Oh, is that right? Tell me why.
So we went in thinking that we were going to win. Here's another heartbreak story. We went in thinking we were going to win, and anyway, it's on the ocean, so it was very, very loppy and windy, and we ended up finishing second place out of 4 teams. And we lost by like 1 or 2 seconds, but it was a hard race because it was so windy. It was so windy. I think we rode like 7 minutes to the half kegs and back. So yeah, it was so challenging, but we got it done.
That's wild, and that's the thing you don't realize things like the wind until you're in a boat on the pond trying to take home the gold. Then you're going to find out. Beautiful, just a few clouds in the sky down here. What a day on the pond. And listen, I gotta ask you, what is the worst day on the pond you can ever remember? Do you have any memories? Was it ever so bad you can't believe they went ahead with it?
Do you mean like the regatta or just like in general?
Yeah, the regatta, yeah.
Oh, that's a really good question.
Because you
Trying
know,
to think.
you can only imagine some years they're like, we're going ahead, and everyone's like, really? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't really pond conditions, but the 2021 regatta was the COVID regatta, and there was nobody down here, like not one person. There was nobody here, and that was really eerie. Like it was a pretty loppy day too, but it was so eerie to like come down, no concessions, no noise, you know, no family, no friends. And it just had a weird feeling. Like it was strange. And again, I know your question was about the weather, but it was just such a weird feeling down there. And the people is what makes this regatta, you know, the 50,000 that come down here. And yeah, it was strange. It just felt like any other spin, you know?
That's wild. Yeah, no, I can only imagine this, and we're so glad to be out of that era and back into where we are now, because look behind us, and they are packed in. And just so you guys can understand where we are, we're right by the boathouse. So all the crews getting in and out of the boats, you know, they're hanging out, and we're seeing all the action go down. And everything that's happening is very much a bird's eye view for us.
That's a sign of the wind
well.
kicking up there, folks.
Oh, I know, exactly. Exactly. The papers are going everywhere. So check it out. Beautiful view. People in the mix. Folks getting out of the shells. I mean, this event brings out everybody. And if you want to see all the competitors do their thing, just come on down and hang out in the boathouse, because they're getting in and out of the shells all day. And they're really vibing down here now by the boathouse, especially as the hours are going by and the races are getting bigger and bigger.
Can I just say, over your left shoulder in that shot there was the Colford twin sisters and their dad, Sean, who coached me hockey for 3 years and was my biology teacher. There they are right there over your left shoulder.
Oh, look at them.
Yeah, he was my bio teacher this year. Let's not get him up here and talk about my marks. No, just kidding.
Straight A's only, guys. Don't get it twisted. Yeah, pretty amazing. So now, I mean, I'll tell you what, guys, we are looking into the crystal ball to see what is up next. And at 3:20, we know we have our Airbnb under 14 men's event. And what a cool sponsorship to have Airbnb sponsor a race. It really shows that they get what's going on around here. And no doubt, I mean, ultimately, I got a spot and it's rented out all through the summer months because of the demand for accommodations in this beautiful city of legends that we live in. So, boom, check it out. More camera angles, more stuff going on. Pretty great. So I got to say, you know, when it comes to friends of yours that have been competing in the regatta over the years, it sounds like there's a lot of people that you now know that are competing in these races that we've been televising. And that must be pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, it is really cool, and it adds a bit of friendly banter, too. I remember one of the crews, Penacon, that we rode against, they were all our age. You know, we played soccer and hockey with them. And although it was fun to row against them, it got so competitive. Like, you know, it was just so, like, I don't know how to describe it. It was so competitive. But it makes it more fun, you know, being able to say, oh, there's so-and-so in the race. Oh, there's so-and-so in the race. It gives you something to cheer about and someone to come watch. So it's really cool from competition and spectating standpoint.
Yeah, no, it is definitely a community, to be sure. And we are 5 minutes out from the next race. And again, thank you so much for tuning in down at the pond. And Perry's coming through the mic whispering genius to us. Perry, come back to us so we can tell the viewers. Ah, we're going to throw. Love it. Well, Mitch and Lori, who we love. And speaking of the Outer Cove Kings and Queens, we have a crew in the midst, and we're going to throw right now.
And now we're with the Curtis Dahl U18 winners, Outer Cove. Congratulations. So introduce yourself.
I'm in stroke. I'm Lily Howell. I'm in 5, and I'm Catherine Kelly. I'm in 4. I'm Kate Goldsworthy. Oh, I'm in 1. I'm Emily.
Good stuff. Sorry, I got you like right as you moved.
And I'm number 2, and I'm Lila O'Neill. I'm in 3rd, and I'm Bridget White.
Fun. Oh, and your cox. Oh, hi. Come on in.
Okay.
So how does it feel to win? How long have you been rowing? Wow. So what does it mean to win this year?
It's pretty good. It's pretty exciting.
Yeah. So do you guys have any rituals or things that you do before you row?
Not really. I feel like we just kind of hop in the boat and go for it.
So the coxswain, you're here now. I remember you. You've been you're very storied, I imagine. No, you're not.
No.
Is this your so how many regattas have you been a part of?
Oh, I can't even remember. I'd say about 30.
Good stuff. So how do you guys feel about the win? What exactly is it that you did, like your training regime? Was it like a 5-day-a-week thing, or how'd it go?
We train every morning, so that helps.
No, I believe it. I believe it. It's all good.
So surreal. You're so cute. I love it. Yeah. So, you know, with regards to this now, you guys are going to celebrate, I'm sure. So what's your plans for the rest of the day?
We're going to go swimming.
Swimming. Oh, nice. And is there anyone that you want to give a shout out to?
Jim.
You're Jim, are ya? Yes, excellent. So Jim, you know, how proud of you are you of these girls right now?
Very proud.
Yeah.
To do it 2 years in a row, and it's their second year rowing. So last year was the first. They won it last year and won it again this year. So
wow.
Pretty happy with them.
That's incredible.
That's wild that you folks just came right in there and you absolutely swept. But you must be tired. How was the wind today, like compared to last year? It's kind of cooled down a little bit in terms of that. Do you feel like last year was maybe a bit more difficult, or was it this year? Like, do you recall, or is it just kind of like you're on the water, you're just in the zone? Like, what's it like?
I think we're definitely in the zone when we're on the water, but last year was definitely a lot windier on the way back. This year is I think it was a bit easier this year coming back with the winds.
Good stuff. Because I always wonder, like, do athletes feel like a little bit, you know, cheated if a certain day is windier? Because I know, like, the time is what matters, right? But I'm glad that you had a great time on the water.
Yes, and so, you know, are you planning on rowing again next year? Definitely. And same team, everyone's all the same? Yeah, that's great. Well, thank you so much, and congratulations, and I want to hear a big yeah. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Yeah!
Good stuff,
Congrats,
everyone.
guys. We're heading back to the main desk.
Have a good
Back at the main desk, wishing this hair out of my face at the speed of life. I mean, what can we say? It's a little bit windy, I guess you can tell. So whenever you see me looking crazy, you know that the wind is blowing. But I'm joined here by the incredible Seth Hyde, a local sports legend, and he's just getting started, baby, and the regiment's voice for the fall. And I want to ask you, how excited are you for the fall, given your incredible role with what's upcoming with this league?
So excited, so excited. Like I talked about earlier, it's going to be so great for our province and for the players too. There's lots of great talent. Like I said, I've been able to announce, U11, U13, U15, U18, the Novice Select tournament. There's so much talent that goes unnoticed here in our province, and having this team here will bring the right people here, bring the right scouts here, and it won't just be great, for me or for you or for everybody. It'll be great for our players, and that's what's most important.
I love it. That sounds so great. And, when it comes to league play, we all know the challenges that can happen when it comes to, all the games that have to happen. And the cost of running this league in terms of that reality is something that I think a lot of us here locally and across the province take very seriously and have a lot of appreciation for the folks stepping up to make this happen. And, of course, having your voice tied to it. I mean, no big deal. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be so much fun. And like you said, a lot of funding goes into the team. Obviously, it's going to be a bit cheaper, because it's all around Atlantic Canada and Quebec as well.
That's great.
So it is going to be a lot cheaper and going to be a lot more exciting hockey. These guys are young. They're hungry. They got a chance to make it to the NHL. They got a chance to be superstars in the NHL. They're not as beaten up and run down, so they're going to be fast. They're going to be energetic. It's going to be great.
Listen, I love it. I can't wait for it. And ultimately, I have to ask you, what goes into rocking a job like that? Because, we're lucky. I show up here and there's names on sheets and this, that, and the third, and we're loving life. But when it comes to the detail of what you are going to be commentating on, you got to know who's who on the ice. What is that like to have to wrap your head around that?
Well, I'm very fortunate to have an amazing team with the Newfoundland Regiment. A huge shout out to David Sims, who's the stream manager. It's going to be a bit of the same, I can walk in and they'll have names and pronunciations and stuff. But I like to dig a little deeper. I like to make it a bit more personal. So, it'll be researching on the QMJHL website, looking up their Hockey DB and Elite Prospects accounts and stuff like that. I like to find some stuff that's a bit under the surface to make it a bit more for the people watching, from abroad, to come and be able to watch their kid and to see, them get shouted out and stuff like that. So, yeah, that'll be the hardest part. And learning all the new names, this is a new league for me. So that'll definitely be a pretty hard part, is learning all the new names and learning the information about these players and about these teams. So that's gonna be tough.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's no shortage of work that goes into it. So, folks, don't ever think that we're just breezing in here, dropping into the chair, and just winging it. I mean, unless we are, which half the time. But I'll tell you what, it's pretty great, and I take this very seriously, and I know that you're going to do a great job doing what you do on the mic. And did you ever dream that this opportunity would come to you?
Oh my gosh, never in a million years.
No way.
I thought it was going to come in the future. I didn't expect it to be at this young of an age, but there's so many people that have helped me out. Like, I wouldn't be able to name everybody on here. It's crazy. So shout out to the hockey community. They've helped me so much. Like, I can't thank everybody. It's absolutely amazing what they've done for me. And there's a lot of them down at the pond here today that have come up and congratulated me and stuff. And I'm like, no, like, thank you. Like, you've helped me get here. So it's really amazing. And I'm pinching myself still to this day, like, pinching myself. I can't believe that this is really happening.
That's amazing, dude. So proud of you. And I'll tell you what, a lot of folks are as well, because when it comes to doing what we're doing here on this mic, guys, we don't get it twisted. It is, a lot of things going on. They're talking to us in the headphones. We're having to tell you guys what's happening on the screen. Then there's the backstory of all the rowers and announcing it all. I mean, it's just so fun to juggle all these balls. But what else are we going to do on a civic holiday, celebrating our oldest sporting event? I'm happy to be here. And, of course, we had our premier, the incredible John Hogan, joined us. And then Keith Power before that from Spirit of Newfoundland Productions. So it really is a community, family affair going on down here where everyone comes together and has a great day. Well, speaking of good things worth seeing, we got our homie Jason out in these streets down Pondside. And we're going to throw to him to see who he's hanging out with right now.
All right, folks, we're still at the head of the pond. I'm here with Mr. Jim O'Toole, who is an executive member of the St. John's Firefighters Association. Jim, how are you?
I'm pretty good. It's a beautiful day here down by the pond.
It is a beautiful day. It's hot also, but I guess you don't mind that. You're sort of used to hot things.
Yeah, we can take it all in. This is not too bad in comparison to what our members deal with on a daily basis.
And just the garb you have to wear. Like, so I was talking to like a couple of police officers, and I was talking to different people who are in different, say, uniformed modalities, and they're all wearing their garb. How come you guys aren't?
Well, not being on duty today, we'll go with that. We're here representing the association here today to give out water to the general public. We are taking donations for a charitable fund, which gives money back into the community, whether it's through children's charities or Buddy Bear program that we have. We're involved in different cancer initiatives. So all kinds of different community events that we do throughout the year. We're accepting donations to go back into that account, put back out to the community.
Jim, that's awesome. Talk to me a little bit about the Buddy Bear program. What's that?
So the Buddy Bear program is a partnership with the VOCM Cares Foundation, and every engine and vehicle in the city of St. John's is equipped with Buddy Bears, and they're comfort bears for children who are experiencing the worst day of their life during an emergency, or even sometimes it's just a comforting thing for children while on scene. So
I had absolutely no idea. So what you're saying is like I don't know if it's a bell or a ringer or a buzzer or whatever in the hall, and everybody instantly into the truck, off to save people's days, lives, or whatever the case is. And there's a child who's obviously really not necessarily having a great day, so you literally bring them a teddy bear.
We bring them teddy bears. Yeah, it's a great project. VOCM Care has been on board for, I believe, over 35 years now. And it may be something that, a child's not injured, but, a parent could be injured, and they're having a reaction to that. And these Buddy Bears really comfort them and kind of bring them down and let them relax a little bit more during an incident.
Mr. O'Toole, I'm so glad that I stopped here for two reasons. One, I don't know if you guys can see it, that guy's mustache is killer. And secondly, because I had no idea about that Buddy Bear thing, and now I'm going to talk about it constantly. Jim, awesome. Thank you very much for all that you do, your service, and for the teddy bears.
Thank you, and thank you to our members for showing up today. That's the most important thing.
Yes, thank you to the members. Get a shave. Right back to the desk.
Well, that was the fastest swallow of a granola bar I ever had. And you're back on the pond. It is Regatta times, and we're loving life. And I'm your boy DC, hanging out with the one and only Seth. Hi, that was the final swallow I had there. And we're just loving life, man, because we're here at the pond, and all the volunteers and the Rogers crew are around. And, of course, you see, the city's finest behind us, popping and bopping, cheering on all the rowers. Seth, how you feeling?
Oh my gosh, I'm feeling energized here. This is amazing. What a great day.
Well, I'll tell you what, back over to Mitch and Lori, going to tell us some more. Let's go.
And now I am with the Heave Away U16 winners, Redline Automotive. Congratulations, guys. So introduce yourselves.
I'm Derek McGrath, and Cox for the crew. I'm a Redline Automotive out of Placentia.
Oh, excellent.
Yep.
My name is Claire McGraw, and I'm number 6.
I'm Lydia Griffiths-Collins. I'm number 1.
I'm Ainsley Walsh, and I'm number 3.
And your turn?
I'm Aaliyah Robbins, and I'm number 4.
I'm Alexa Healy, and I'm number 2.
I'm Julia Hickey, and I'm number 5.
So is this your first time racing, or is this how many years have you been doing this now?
We're together 3 years. It's our first time rowing St. John's Regatta. Wow. Yeah, we actually come in as the underdog with the slowest time trial at a 7:15, I think, and we ended up rowing 6:28.
Wow, and how do you feel about that time?
We are pumped.
Yeah.
Excellent.
That's amazing. So, today we've had a compilation of different weathers.
Yeah.
It was windy, it was, cold. It was.
Yeah.
So has that impacted your speed or your
No, well, we're used to rowing in windier conditions than what this is, so I think that's where we had a little advantage here today.
Oh, excellent,
Yeah.
excellent.
Yeah.
I'm glad that they got the seaweed cleared out for you guys before your race. Also, I love your uniform.
Yeah.
Primarily because we see your names, and having to figure out the name thing, that's tough. But anyways, I digress. How do you folks feel, and what are you going to do tonight to celebrate?
I feel excited, kind of distraught, and I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do.
I'm really happy that we won and probably go to sleep.
Good stuff. I relate to that. But what a fantastic race. So you guys came first out of 4, is that correct?
Yeah.
Good stuff. So you must be proud, like we said, after however many years, and you come in and you do this. That is awesome.
So do you guys have any like rituals or things that you do before a race?
No, not really.
Nothing. Just be awesome, right? So hard work. And are you planning on racing again next year? Possibly. Yeah. You guys seem like you have like such a cool dynamic, and you guys are good friends. So what do you do when you're not rowing?
Hang out with everybody. Yeah.
These girls do everything together. They play softball, ball hockey, rowing. Yeah, they're
See-
an excellent group of girls.
You guys are super athletic. That's amazing. And how proud are you right now?
How what?
How proud?
Oh,
are
I
you?
am very proud. I just told them, like, I'm in the rowing a long time. It's probably my proudest rowing moment yet. Love it. Love it.
Is there anyone that you want to say hi to or a shout out to?
I would definitely like to thank our sponsor, Redline Automotive. They've been great throughout the year, and they were a sponsor the last couple of years, and they're awesome. Excellent.
Excellent. Well, congratulations once again, and we'll bring it back to the main desk.
Back. Thank you so much, Lori and Mitch. So great that you guys are hanging out with the winners, getting the first-hand view of everything that goes down. I'm your boy DC, joined by the one and only Seth Hyde. And over to you for the win results there, brother.
Well, Redline Automotive coming up with the upset victory here, 6:28. They said they have the advantage in the win. We talked about that Placentia
We
advantage
did.
earlier. East Coast Catering in second place with 6:30.64. They shaved 29 seconds off their time trials time.
Wow.
It's Mars Contracting with 6:35. They shaved 40 seconds off their time trials time.
It's big.
And coming in fourth place is Hickman Certified with 7:11.02. They shaved 16 seconds off their time. So nice job all around from them. And just look at how tight that was in the top 3.
That's crazy. And we talked about it earlier. It's like the expected results based on previous times versus what actually happens on the pond can be two very different things,
And it all depends on the pond's conditions as
You
well.
said it. Yeah, absolutely. And we're listening to the overheads because there's lots of announcements going out as they are revealing what we're telling you folks in real time as well. And the claps are happening. People are happy.
Looks like this this next race has been held up a little bit, the U14 men's race. Having a look out onto the pond to see if there's any boats out there just yet. That's going to be another close race between two teams that play hockey with each other. This is a townie battle here today.
I wonder, when it comes to the regatta and keeping on schedule, I can only imagine so many things may be happening to keep that from happening. Even though the organizers do try their best to keep it on schedule, I can only imagine every now and then via weather conditions or other issues that come up that sometimes the best laid plans just don't go that way. Have you ever been a part of a regatta or can remember where, something impacted the timing that we counted on for the races to happen?
Well, our first regatta that we rode in, which was the 200th anniversary, we rode against an Outer Cove team. And they were really good, really good. And they didn't row in time trials. So we ended up getting put into the race against this team that was gunning for the record. And we talked about this earlier, they shot off and they were done in 2 minutes, 30 seconds. And, we're just back here with just the two rookie teams, the two 10-year-old teams just slowly coming up the pond. So there was something like that, and they felt really bad that they were in our race because, again, they were so good and so old. They were going into grade 8 that year. So, yeah, that's just one instance that I can remember in my career, but I'm sure there's much worse than that for other people. We were just there for a good time.
Oh, yeah, no doubt, and I'm sure it was that. And I'll tell you what, we are looking here now, and we're watching the crew take their place.
Steve's up there, too, getting his second gold medal.
And our premier now in view, he's everywhere. He's gone.
Steve must be sick of getting those gold medals. He's won 4 straight with the outfitters and now one himself.
Yeah, he's bored to death winning. That's definitely the thing. And it never gets old, does it? I mean, every win is attached to a crew and memories and experiences and the challenges and what brought you to win that award. So everyone must have a lot of significance.
Absolutely. And rowing is a few sport that takes every member of the team to win. There's not one superstar on the team that can carry the team on their backs. There has to be all 6
Not even
hitting
you.
together.
Not even you,
Oh,
Seth.
no, I don't know about that. 8 years in the making.
I know, right?
Yeah.
I mean, next thing you know. Pretty exciting. So listen, I got to ask you, you know, like next year. Is it too soon? Too soon to ask? Too soon to start daydreaming about it?
I think I'll definitely at least be a spare with the Outfitters again if they want to have me back. Yeah, I mean, again, I'd be very happy to be with him.
So what's going on? What is going on in the pond here now? Because to your point, it's like, what is happening here? Well, nothing.
Our TV just cut out here in case anybody was wondering what happened then.
And now nothing's happening. Perfect. And back to the footage, checking it all out.
So this is the U14 men's race coming up next. This is a short race.
Oh, interesting. A race from the other end.
Oh, they never did that when I was in
So what's
U14.
that about? Explain that.
So they only go one way. There's no turn. You just go straight to the half kegs. So back when I rode, we'd start at the top of the pond and we'd go to the half kegs. And, you know, all of our friends and family would be down around. They'd be like, did they win? Like, what happened? So it's pretty cool that they do this.
That's smart, actually.
And we always used to say that they should start at the half kegs and come in
Dreams
towards.
do come true.
A couple years too late for my crew.
We're going to file a formal complaint, and we'll have that issued by sundown. No
It's a
big
good
deal.
thing Bradley isn't here because...
Listen, we got him on speed dial.
Yeah, we've been giving him some flack here today. No,
We
just
are.
kidding.
I mean, it's all the love for Brad, and it's funny because Brad is texting us, you know, with photos of where he's at, and he can't wait to get behind this desk again next year. And if I'm so lucky to be hanging out with you guys, I'll figure it as a job well done. That's for sure. So let's talk for a second while we're watching this race go on, and we're seeing the folks in that little cute boat there behind. What's going on in there? Are they hobnobbing and bopping? What's going on there?
I think that's a kind of invite boat. I remember last year we had a
excuse
couple
you.
of family friends that were on it for almost like a special experience. So it's pretty cool.
And so when the race is over, we will do the stakes. Just want to say that out loud so folks know. Well, why not? Why wait, I say. Over to you, my friend.
All right, well, in the NTV network, it's Quinlan, Bowl, and Barrett CPAs. My gosh, what a mouthful that is.
Gosh.
The coxswain is Rich Bailey, stroke Aidan Lawler, in 5, Samuel McNiven, 4, Noah Cook, 3, Quinn Cadigan, 2, Finley Power, and 1, Ben Quinlan. The spare is Cole Edwards, coach Michael Power, manager Jennifer Power. Rowing in the paw ring, it's Domino's Pizza. Their coxswain is Jeff Clooney. Stroke, Will Hickey. 5, Jack White. 4, Max Eckholt. 3, Gavin O'Toole's dad was just interviewed with the fire department. 2, London Murphy. 1, Oliver Bonnell. And the spare is Reed Swain. And these guys know each other really well. Rich Bailey was actually the coxswain of this Domino's Pizza team last year. So a little bit of a storyline there. He's with Quinlan, Bowl, and Barrett now. And these guys all know each other well. They're used to seeing each other on a frozen water surface on the ice.
Whoa.
And Quinn and Will and Jack and Max were all on the same AAA team this year, the U13 AAA Eastern Knights. And there goes the gun. And we have a champion. It's Quinlan, Bowl, and Barrett CPA taking home the victory. Domino's Pizza coming behind them. That's their second year rowing for both these crews. And the first win for Quinlan, Bowl, and Barrett.
Well, don't miss me with that stuffed crust. That's all I got to say about the Domino's crowd. Let's go. So yeah, pretty amazing to see. And again, another great race and an interesting race. Like we said, it started at the top of the pond, or at the bottom, I guess you'd say, and headed back that way, which to your point, definitely provides folks with a lot more of a view of what's going on. Pretty cool.
Absolutely. Well, there goes Domino's Pizza through the finish line. And a great job from those two. Quinlan, Bowl, and Barrett will have the bragging rights the next time they face each other on the ice surface.
Or they might start a law firm. I mean,
there you go.
Sounds like
There
it
you
could
go.
be very that. Oh, that's great.
Well, the next category we got coming up here, Donnie, there's 2 full races for U14 women's,
Yes, I
which is
saw.
awesome to see.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of this, you know, it's pretty amazing to see, back to the diversity conversation we were having earlier with the Premier, that, you know, so many more folks are feeling invited into the sport. And it's so great to see the future of the rowing community really stepping up. And I got to ask you, you know, you are in the orbit of folks who are probably still entering their rowing career. What's the energy? Do you think that more and more people are understanding the importance of this as something they want to get involved in? Do you think it's more of a challenge? What are your thoughts?
I mean, I think so. I hear a lot of my friends say that they wish, they rode in the past. So, I think that it is evolving, and I think a lot more people are getting interested in it. I think the kind of prestige of the regatta is coming back. Not that it was lost.
No, I get it.
But I think that it's kind of coming back in the younger generation, the pride. So yeah, I mean, to answer your question, I know I do a lot of talking.
You're good at it.
You can ask all my teachers, but yeah, I think that the pride is starting to come back in the sport for sure in the younger ages.
Love it.
Absolutely.
Well, and now on that end, with Premier, we're going to throw it over to Lori and Mitch. Let's hang.
Stand by. Yep.
Hello, hello. We are back with the winners of the Senior Open Crew Premier Mortgage. Thanks for coming. We just grabbed you right after your NTV interview, so I hope you're warmed up. First, we'll have you guys introduce yourselves.
Krista Brown.
Doug Trainer.
Steve Winters.
Jennifer Carroll.
James Burt.
Gord Delaney.
Mark Power.
Allison Jones.
Awesome. So I have to ask, this is a question I'm curious about. I was chatting with you. You guys have around, 100-ish years of rowing experience between all of you. Do you find that, your experience kind of clashes with one another? I'm sure that each of you kind of has your own way of doing things, your own rituals. Did you find that? Because you've only been a team for, you said, since June.
Since June, yeah. We've had about probably 3 spins a week, around 15 spins. So I don't think we've had a lot of time to really clash with one another, but it's been super fun.
That is a way to do it. It's just, there's just no time. But honestly, how awesome that you folks can just come together like that and focus on this goal and come out on top. That must feel fantastic.
It was really, really fantastic. We all had so much fun, and we really enjoyed this year.
Good stuff.
And how do you feel about your time today?
I don't know that we have an official time yet. Did we get an official time yet?
I think it's close to what we did in time
It's
trials.
probably what we did in time trials with tracks, really. I think we improved by maybe 1 second, we figured, if that was our rough estimation. So we really were not concerned with times or anything like that. It really was just a passion project this summer of an excuse to get together and see each other 3 times a week.
I love that. So are you planning on doing this again?
There's no contract signed on Regatta Day. That all starts up in about a month's time.
And you have this amazing trophy here. So what's your plans with this today?
We're going to keep it until someone comes looking for us. Don't tell them.
You're going to put plants in there, yeah?
Yeah, plants, yeah. Other people's medals. Yeah, it's going to be a fun night.
Nice. That is the way to go. Okay, I have another technical question for you because I'm curious. I'm genuinely curious. So when you folks are on the water, do you kind of register oh, this is, worse than this past time I did it? Or this is so much easier than say last year? Is that something that you folks register, or are you just, like I said to someone previously, are you just in the zone? Or are you kind of constantly trying to figure out what the best way to, go forward is?
Well, the first probably 5 seconds of the race, we had a 38 right, so I think we had it jacked up.
It's always hard. It never gets easier.
No.
Yeah.
I think you go in the zone. Yeah, I think you do.
Okay, so see, this is where we have the contrast here. This is where we start having the fights. But thank you very much, everyone, for your time. Really appreciate it. But for now, we'll go back to the desk.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And we are back again. Thank you so much for joining us. If you're just tuning in, this is the Regatta, baby, and I'm hanging out here with the
One and only Seth Hyde, and we're hanging out pondside, watching it all go down. The races are racing, the winners are winning, and it's pretty great. How you feeling, bud?
Oh, I'm feeling great. Again, energized and ready to go.
So let's look at some race results, and I'll ask you to lead those ahead because you do it so well.
Well, Quinlan Boland Barrett, CPA, shaving 2 seconds off their time trials time, taking home their first regatta title.
Wow.
In second place was Domino's Pizza, rowing a 3:23.50, a little bit worse than their time trials time, but they improved from last year. They rowed just under 4 minutes last year.
And now we're going to do the stakes for the next race, and back over to you there, Seth.
Well, this is the Rec Room U14 women's race, race number 16. Cool sponsor of this one as well. Well, this is the team to watch here today, Donnie. In the Smith-Stockley 2, the Ideal Masonry. Cox and his Tina Ring, stroke Charlie Hill. 5, McKinley Kennel. 4, Lily McKinnon. 3, Grace Valvasori. 2, Billy Beaton Cutler, and 1 Libby Richardson. The spare is Nyala Adam, and the coach is Nancy Beaton, manager Sean Kennel. They're going for the record today.
Wowee.
In the stroke of power, the crew J&E Enterprises Limited, coxswain is Chris Neri, stroke Olivia Neri, 5 Kaylee Finley, 4 Elsa Lovies, 3 Mary Jane Gallant, 2 Jenna Whittle, 1 Hannah Newman, and the coach is Craig Whittle.
Boom.
In the shell, the Catherine M. The crew is OCP Tech Lift and Crane Support. Coxswain is Melissa Humphreys, stroke Nora Goss, 5 Mia Humphreys, 4 Abigail Legere, 3 Caitlin Coughlin, 2 Madeline Street, 1 Allison Sparrow, and the spare is Elise Parsons. The coach Sonia Goss, manager Julia Sparrow.
Oh.
In the Lambs Palm Breeze, it's the Outer Cove girls. Julie Parsons is their cox. Their stroke, Aaron Bonia, 5 Sally Cody, 4 Charlotte Nixon, 3 Liv Randall, 2 Carly Green, 1 Jasmine Hickey. Spare is Kelsey O'Neill, and the manager, Janet Nixon.
Well, they're applauding for you. Good job, bud.
And last but not least here in the Ranger, it's Ocean Sushi. The coxswain is Jim Ring, stroke Jinchi. How would you say the last name, Donnie?
I would say it's Yingji Che.
Che, all right. In the 5, it's Bridget Smith. Donnie, number 4.
I'll go Pujitha Kata.
All right, and number 3, Emily Zhang.
Emily Zhang, exactly.
2, Emma
Fizwaka.
1, Ava Churchill, and
Boom.
the spare is Chloe Ring. This is why Donnie is here with me to help me out with those names. Thank
You're
you
the
very
man.
much,
You don't
Donnie.
need my help. You got it all.
An apology to the families watching for those girls.
Well, may I jump on in here and have a conversation around Ocean Sushi? And there's a few little question and answers here, and we wanted to get some information from them, so we did. And thank you so much to Louisa Tan for providing this information to us. So, of course, this is for the race happening shortly, race number 16 of the day. And she has to say, our crew is a spirited group of passionate girls who have been friends since kindergarten. Over the years, they played basketball, spiked volleyballs, and recently pushed their limits in track and field. This season, they've trained tirelessly with their dedicated coxswain, Jim Ring, the man, building not only strength but skill, and also, as you say, Seth, an unshakable team bond. So, she says, thank you, Ocean Sushi, for your generous support. Your sponsorship fuels our passion and teamwork, and we're proud to have you as a part of our regatta journey. Thank you so much, Louisa, for your kind words to your sponsor, because really they do make it all happen, folks. There you go. So now we see what's going on here now, and I'd like to be out in that little boat there with the boys. Just scooting around, saying hello and best wishes for the day. But what are they really doing out there?
I think they're just making sure everything's okay. You know, they just kind of go by and say, you know, good luck, whatever. And if something ever happens, they'll be right there, you know, to kind of validate and make sure that it's okay, especially when there's a false start.
Making sure they're not putting any sort of secret motors in the water so they can get ahead. You
for
know?
sure.
Little things
Absolutely.
like that.
Yep.
No, I'd be at that. That's what I'd be doing. I'd be figuring out all sorts of little ways to stiff the competition, but you know, I guess that's why I'll never row. Or will I? Time will tell, guys. Next thing you know, next year I'm winning it all. Although I gotta say, that's pretty unlikely. Maybe you have something different to say. I'm gonna ask you, from 0 to hero, how long do you take from starting to row to winning it all? 2 years, 3?
Well, thanks for putting me on the spot here, Donnie. It took me a long 8 years to finally win a race at the regatta.
But today's the day.
Yeah, but I like to hope that I'm an anomaly. I like to hope that for some other people it takes, you know, maybe even their first race.
Listen, Seth, it's all about how you play the game. You know what I mean?
Makes the win more sweeter, too.
You said it.
Having those heartbreaks, for sure.
You said it. But now I got to say, going back to the earlier race and the Placentia team and how amazing it is that they are competing out there most of the time, then they come on in here and win the day. So it just goes to show you can be on this pond 24 hours a day, or you can just show up and rock it. There's a million ways to take the gold. That's what I'm learning.
Now, I wonder how this works. I think this might be the first year that they've done it the opposite way. I don't know if they have toggles in, if that would interfere with the turn at all. I'd love to know how they do this here at the half kegs.
Well, what is a toggle?
Well, for the viewers at home, a toggle is the thing that you hold on to. It comes off the keg, and you hold on to it. That's why I see most coxswains reaching back with something. And that just basically prevents you from getting a false start, pretty much.
Lovely. I'm learning all sorts of things here today thanks to my homie Seth, and he knows all the good things, whether it's on the pond, rowing everything, or hockey. We know he is a double threat in the sports arena, but if you had to take on a third sport, what would it be?
Soccer.
Okay,
100%.
well, there you go.
Love watching and playing. And I'm fortunate enough to be calling that at the Canada Games, actually.
You are? Get out
some
of here.
soccer and rugby sevens, softball and basketball.
Wow.
So looking forward to it.
Well, we'd be remiss if we didn't connect the entire goings-on here at the pond of this regatta to the upcoming Canada Games 2-week journey. And what a lot of people don't know is that, it's over 2 weeks, meaning a whole group of people will show up, compete, live life. They're gone, and a whole other crew of people come into the province to compete in other games. And I think that's just one of the many things about the upcoming Canada Games that people may not know, but they should know, because it is going to be quite the sports bonanza. And to find out that you are playing an active role in that, that's pretty exciting. I mean, what did you say when they asked you?
Well, this was a couple of years ago that they asked me to do it, and it was pretty surreal. I mean, I was never going to go as an athlete, that's for sure. So this really was the next best thing, and to see the future of Canadian sports right in front of us is the bright future of Canadian sports, I might add. Right in front of us here in our own backyard is going to be really, really cool. Some big names have played in the Canada Games. Steve Nash, Canada Games athlete.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that. I actually looked it up a couple days ago. So two-time NBA MVP in the Canada Games for basketball and among many others.
Is sports broadcasting what you see yourself doing? I mean, you're doing so much of it, and your star is rising so much so fast. Is that something that you're thinking more and more about?
Yeah, the goal definitely is to someday be on Hockey Night in Canada for sure.
Oh, well, if that's the goal, let's help you get there. So, folks.
Look at that first toggle there. I don't mean to interrupt
Yeah,
our
go on.
conversation, but look at that. I don't know if that's our camera angle here, but.
What is going on? Because that boat is paying extra special.
This will help them break the record. Now getting a little head
Yes,
start
exactly.
with the first toggle.
Well, guys, this is exciting, man. You never know what's going to happen when that gun goes off, and here we are, checking it out.
Well, here we go.
Okay.
So Ideal Masonry rode a 2:39.78 in time trials. That's just over 2 seconds away from the race record. This is a third-year crew rowing this course. They're phenomenal.
Wowee. Well, they're leaving it all on the pond here now, and you can tell just from the footage that we're seeing that they are into it.
Yeah, very, very experienced group of girls. And on the other side, Chris Neary in stake 2, the coxswain, his daughter Olivia the stroke. Chris rode in the first race in the morning in 2007, which was a historic race. And both teams in that race broke the record. Chris Neary was on the second place team. They both broke the record, but one of them had to lose. So both teams broke the record of 9:01 and still lost.
Now that is a rare disappointment, I'm sure. Someone is still kicking ear and swearing under their breath over that.
Imagine rowing under 9 minutes and still losing. I mean, that is crazy.
They're like, we couldn't have done it the following year. Whatever. I'm sure they're down in the pond in some capacity laughing and telling the story for the rest of their lives, and that's what it's about.
Yeah,
it's about all those experiences and the stories that you get to tell because you're living life, babe. So now here we are, and things still look pretty even, Seth.
Yeah, it's pretty tight race. Maybe everybody will break the record here in this.
Imagine, and no one will win.
Listen, Chris Neary and Olivia passing the torch here. Both of them rowing under like 2:30, and.
Well, the Neary name on the pond, thanks to Chris and his legacy of contribution, is unmatched as far as I'm concerned. I mean, he has been a tireless supporter of the regatta in so many corners of the room. He is there.
Absolutely, and he was president for the 200th edition as well. And then it was Bradley Power right after him. They were the dream team. They were
no
pretty
doubt
cool duo
about
for sure.
it. They definitely lock in. And now look at this. We are seeing some moves, big moves.
Well, the girls got to start digging in here now. They got to get in under 37 seconds in order to break this record. And that would be quite the feat for them. That's what we like to see, is those history-making moments.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they're going to have to drive the boat up onto the shore.
Here we go.
A lot of these teams are really good, too, in this U14 race. 4 out of the 5 teams rode under 2:50 in time trials, which is a great time for these girls.
Very cool.
Well, we're at 2:35 here. We'll see if Ideal Masonry will get in. We'll wait for the gun here.
Okay, so here we are, and they are coming in close, and the ducks are starting to look around, saying, what is going on? Oh, look.
Well, there goes Ideal Masonry flying in.
Boom.
And it looks like they're going to take home the title
There
here.
you
Didn't
go.
break the record, but they'll still get the trophy and the gold medal. And that was another close race. Look at all the teams coming in behind them.
Look.
Well done to everyone in this race.
Incredible.
And look at the crowd of people there, Donnie, in the background.
Look. And it's getting thicker and thicker as the day goes by, you know, because more of the folks know that this is the time of day when things start getting high stakes and very climactic. So it's very exciting to see, and we still have so many people down here on the pond, and we are loving it. And this aerial view is magic.
Amazing. And like we said earlier, it's a shame that this is only one day a year.
Look at that.
And Regatta Day kind of reminds me of the Masters a little bit, fueled by tradition. And it's absolutely amazing.
Well, speaking of amazing, our homies Mitch and Lori, who we love, are a team who are going to be hanging out with Case Constructions in just a few minutes. So we're looking forward to queuing that up to hang out with them. And I will say, you know, so many of us are down here by the pond from the Rogers crew, and we're all over the place. So if you see us, come say hi, because, you know, we're wanting to have a laugh with you and really connect and making sure you're enjoying the day. Without any further ado, over to Mitch and Lori.
And now we're with the Marco U16 winners, Case Construction. Congratulations, guys. So I'm going to get you to introduce yourself.
Deanne Smith.
Thomas Whittle.
Fenton Warren.
Andy Millord.
You'll get
Thomas Webb.
Patricia Walsh.
Nicholas Hansel.
Patty Avery.
So how does it feel to win, guys?
Hey, unreal, incredible. Yeah, these guys have worked really hard.
It feels really good.
Absolutely unreal. It's
Amazing.
Unreal.
Awesome, awesome. So how long have you been training for today?
These boys started back in May, actually, so they've been working they've had a long season, a long, hard season with a lot of hard work, and they've put in a lot of hard work and dedication, and it definitely paid off today.
It absolutely did. And how long have you been rowing together?
3 of the boys, Fenton, Nicholas, and Thomas Webb, have been together for 3 years. We joined the great additions of Patty and Andy last year, and Thomas Whittle joined us this year.
Love it, love it. So, you know, do you guys have any rituals or things that you do before a big race?
Well, we did have the ritual of Skittles, but we didn't have any today, so that might be something different.
Yeah, they had afterwards.
Yes, but Patty found $5 in his pocket, so that might be the lucky charm.
That is definitely good luck, so that's amazing.
Well, there you go. Maybe it's because you didn't have the Skittles that you won. Maybe it's time to do away with that.
Could be new tradition.
Right? But I have to ask, real quick, did you have the jitters yesterday? Like before a big race, you came, you did fantastic. Did you feel nervous at all?
Last night before I went to bed, I didn't feel that much. When I woke up this morning, I feel like I was really nervous and stressed out, but it was actually all the excitement for today.
Good. That is a good answer, and
it.
I understand completely. Anyways, thanks for the quick interview, guys. Really appreciate it, and congrats once again. But we'll go back to the desk.
And we are back again, hanging out with the one and only Seth Hyde. He is voice to the ages. We got to come up with a cool little branded slogan about you so that we can really help carry you to fame as quickly as you deserve. And while it's not easy being green, we're about to throw to a clip from Keith Power. Check him out.
Hey everyone, it's Keith Power here from Spirit of Newfoundland, just doing some rounds around the pond here now, and I bumped into a good friend of mine, Karen Ennis. Karen, how are ya?
I am so wonderful. I mean, beautiful day. Look at all these crowds coming down to support the races and all the other event, things that are down here. Like, it's such a wonderful family event, right?
I know, and it's so great to see the community just coming together and having fun.
Oh, absolutely. And I remember as kids, this was like Christmas to come down to the regatta and spend a fortune trying to win anything, right?
Yeah.
Whatever you could win. And of course, if one sister won, then the other one had to win as well. So, yeah, it was, oh yeah.
Competition in the family.
Always competition, yeah.
Yeah.
And now I come down for the races and, you know, to support all the local charities and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Oh, well, that's so great to hear. I'm so glad I ran into you.
Yes, I'm glad I ran into you too. Of course, we have a mutual friend, Gord Delaney,
Yes.
so he's a huge part of this as well. So always come down to support his crews and, well, all of them. But
Awesome. My God, it's so busy around here. I can't even get an interview with my good friend. But anyway, here we are.
Yes.
And lovely to see you. I hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, and I hope you do as well. You're doing a wonderful job.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. We'll see what's back at the desk there now.
don't have to deal with us for too much longer. We're going to send it over to Robin Sears, who's down at the pond with some gossip for us. Oh, not
sorry,
ready with her
Robin.
just yet, so you got to deal with us here for a little bit longer.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. I'll tell you, my first memory of seeing Robin take the stage is Spirit of Newfoundland, and I am still laughing. She is such a talent. One of the many artists, and of course, as you saw, Keith, who we had here hanging out with us earlier, hanging out and doing interviews, he is also a Spirit of Newfoundland lover, and there's such a talented, incredible crew of artists and performers that power the Spirit of Newfoundland Productions, and of course, Robin is absolutely one. And speaking of which, we're going to hand it over to her now, will we?
We will. Over to you, Robin.
Here's here with Spirit of Newfoundland. I am here with
Theo.
Theo.
And Mindy.
And Mindy. Now, Theo and Mindy, what is your favorite part of the regatta?
Definitely the poutine.
The poutine? What
Yeah.
else?
What else?
Do you like the races?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you like
Pretty
the
cool.
prizes?
I haven't really done one of those yet, though.
No?
Yeah.
Mindy, how about you? What's your favorite?
I like the same thing as him.
You like the same thing as him? You like poutine? Yeah? Well, thank you so much for talking to me. And I hope you win lots of prizes today. Okay, bye. Bye for now. Back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Robin. What fun you're having down there hanging out with all the peeps. You too, Keith. I'm hanging out here with the one and only Seth Hyde, and we are loving life here down at the pond. How you feeling, my man?
Oh, again, I mean, this day is amazing, and the weather is perfect. It's not too warm, not too cold. It's just right.
I love it. It's perfect. And so now getting into the 4 o'clock race, which is the last one of this segment of the day, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm going to start tearing up here a bit.
No,
Donnie.
it's going to be okay, Seth. It's going to be okay, you know?
Yeah.
But I will say that it's really a lot going on here in this final race. And then, to your point, you know, it's the final 2 of the day. So tell me more about how that goes down.
Yeah, I mean, this is crunch time for, you know, not only us, but the regatta committee as well. They're putting in a lot of tireless work. The championship races are up next at 6:30 and 7 o'clock. So this is when everybody kind of starts to settle down, you know. This is when it gets really, like, cool here, you know.
okay,
This is the time I like. This is golden hour, as we could say. The final race of the day, you know, people are starting to clear out a bit. The lines start to get a bit shorter so I can get my Ziggy Peel goods. But this last race is going to be a dandy for sure. These teams are going to be pretty tight for sure.
Amazing. And speaking of which, let's talk about results from the last race. Over to you.
Well, Ideal Masonry with a 3:07.50. They take home the victory. Couldn't grab the record. OCP Tech Lift and Crane Support with a 3:12. J&E Enterprise Limited with a 3:13.90. What a tight finish between those two for second and third place.
Wow.
Ocean Sushi with 3:18 and Outer Cove Girls with 3:19. So that 2 to 5 was pretty close and a dandy race for sure. We thought Ideal and J&E Enterprises were going to run away with that one. Or I should say row away.
Oh, see what you did there. But it just goes to show you never know what's going to happen on the pond, and the best laid plans don't always go that way. And sometimes there's some unsung heroes who end up coming up from behind and taking the gold. So it's a real mix of those stories that we see, and they develop over months. Nothing happens here on the day of. It's all leading up, and it's the journey of preparing. And so finally, you know, we do have a race we're going to call, and we are excited about checking them as they head up to the pond. And of course, you know, the under 14 is the final race of this segment that we're about to see. And we're looking forward to getting that going, and over to you for more detail on that.
Well, it's our final races before the championship. It's race number 17, Prime Creative, U14 Women's. Can't believe we're already here, Donnie.
Wow.
Rowing in Shell A, Harvey Adventure. BBG Honda, their coxswain is Emma Ramsey, stroke Claire Stevenson, 5, Hannah Barrington, 4, Molly Penman, 3, Mara Lambert, 2, Sydney Cowan, 1, Rebecca Peddle, the spare is Penelope Butler, and the manager is Jennifer Barrington. In the Paul Ring, it's crew East Can Transport Services, LTD. It's coxswain Tracy Roach, stroke Ella Roach, Lucy McDonald, Lauren Tate, Madeline Noseworthy, Anna Healy, Lucy Bailey, and the spare, Allie Roach. In the Plaza Pre-Owned, it's War Wealth Rowers. The coxswain is Sarah East, stroke Adele War, Jane O'Brien, Natalie Monk, Earned Lawler, Zoe Marr, Jessica Rideout. The spare is Kathleen Redfern, and the manager is Amy War. And last but not least, in the Mars contracting shell, it's Airbnb Inc. The coxswain is Chris Neary. Stroke, Eleanor Gallant. 5, Sophia Neary. 4, Claire Lovies. 3, Veronica Hayward. 2, Allie Roach. And 1, Haley Barrington. So Chris has both of his daughters rowing in the regatta this year. And I guess they're both competing for bragging rights.
I'll tell you what.
Right at the dinner table. That must be pretty awkward.
Oh, it's going to get intense.
It's lucky that Uncle Pat and Dad was on the same team, because that would have been some friendly banter too back in the day.
No doubt about it. So here we are watching them from a unique view, may I say, funny enough.
A couple
And
seagulls
I
buzzing
know,
around
scattered.
there. It'd be pretty cool to be a seagull. Wouldn't have to worry about parking or anything, you know?
I hear you, and yet if you live in the A1C on Prescott Top Block like your boy, you are low-key looking for BB guns, because they are everywhere, and my car is white, but it really is gray, so figure that out. Yeah, exactly. I went there. So we'll have to have a little note to Danny now or tomorrow about that one. But anyway, for now, we're back on the pond, and we're checking it all out, and everybody is getting ready to do the damn thing, and we can't wait. There we are out in the boat.
Oh, yeah, that's me and you there.
Just making sure it's all going well, watching out for the people.
We should tie like a tube on the back, you know, and take a couple people out for like a joyride.
Yes, with any luck. And now I'll tell you what, with all the training that goes on to get these folks ready to ride this race, that we might be able to hang out the back of these boats. They'll be going so quick. But I wonder, are we going to see any records being broke today? And have we seen any records being broke today? I don't know about that.
No, I don't think we have so far today. I think our best chance was Ideal Masonry earlier, but, you know, anything can happen in this sport.
Say what, say what. So I'll tell you what, guys, you know, this has been an exciting adventure so far, and if you guys are hanging out on the couch, little bowl of chips, watching it all go down, we hope you're enjoying all the guests coming through and all the community partners coming together to make this event happen. And of course, me and Seth having a laugh and trying to communicate what we're seeing to you. And so if you have any feedback for us so we can kick even more butt next year, then get at Rogers, because we want to know what you have to say. Of course, and where would we be without our sponsors? We're talking about Steel Communications, who we love. We're talking about Home Depot and Spirit of Newfoundland Productions. And let's not forget that contest right now where someone can walk home with their own barbecue courtesy of Home Depot. So make sure you get into that contest and Google Rogers TV and Rogers St. John's to learn more about that.
Well, if we can go back to records for a second.
Yeah.
You know, rowing records are so difficult to break. I mean, there was one that stood for 81 years here. You really need the perfect conditions, and not just the perfect conditions, but the perfect team. And that's why it's so hard to break. You really need like a perfect pond, and I think that Ideal Masonry could have benefited from the weather we were having earlier. You know, the wind was blowing this way, so if it was the old way, they would have flew down the pond, and I'd say they would have been down there in about a minute and a half. So it's really, really challenging to break a record in the regatta, and that's why it's so, you know, unbelievable to even set a record.
Well, that's why I ask him much about the technology and all the things that go on to diversify and evolve the sport, because, you know, the idea that we can, you know, break records seems like it would be a lot more doable today, and yet not so much that way. So it just goes to show that I think the sport is honed really well, so that the opportunity for folks to sort of, you know, break records like it's no big deal, thus interrupting the integrity of the sport, I think we're safe from that happening.
We got a couple little fans here waving behind us there. I'd be doing the same thing when I was younger. Or seeing the security camera when I go into Sobeys, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely give the little wave so you know what's happening. Hilarious.
A couple Liverpool fans there, too.
Yes, look.
Behind us. Wow. They had a good season in the Premier League this year.
Well, you'd know. Oh. Okay. Perry, the amazing voice in our heads, always telling us what's up, is saying that we're going to throw to another clip right now. And so we're going to have him press that magic button and tell you guys what's going on. Check it out.
Hey again, everyone. It's Keith Power here from Spirit of Newfoundland. I was thirsting for a drink, but I found something better. I didn't find the Lambs, but I found the Lambs rowing team, who are very excited to be chatting with me today. Who do we have here?
I'm Adrienne Toms. Joy Hart. Deanda. Andrea Carley.
Well, nice to meet all of you. So obviously you've already raced because you do have your medals. Tell us, how was your experience today on the pond?
We had a great day, except the wind was up and we had a couple of tough conditions, but we always have a great day when we're in the boats.
Yeah, how often have you done this?
This is our 5th year as the same crew.
Wow.
We have not lost one out of the boat yet, and this is the way it's going to be.
We can't get better than that. Well, are you going to come back next year?
100%, yes.
Excellent. Well, it's great to see you here. The breeze is nice now that you've already finished.
Absolutely, it's very nice. We have 2 that aren't here because their daughters are out on the boats now. They've just raced. So 2 of our crew are carrying it on to the next generation, which is pretty cool.
Oh, that's so amazing.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for chatting with me today.
Absolutely.
All right, and we'll see what else we can find down here at the Regatta.
And we are back again. This is Regatta Day, baby. We are down on the pond loving life, and the day is flying by, don't you say, Seth?
Too fast.
Way
too fast.
It's our annual bop here at the lake, and of course, as you know from the previous chats, we are getting ready for the final race, and as you see in the Jumbotron, we are seeing them all take their positions, getting their game faces on, getting ready, and as we talk about every time, the culmination of many months of work and a lot of camaraderie and memories made is right here at this stake, ready to rock.
Well, here we go, the last dance here. We should get the Chicago Bulls theme song going here now. That's what we should do for the championships next year. Have like
That's
a little
what we will
intro,
do.
you know?
Exactly. And it's funny, you know, I always hop on my pedal bike and head on around the pond to check out the final races up at the head. So I'm looking forward to doing that again this year. And I'm looking forward to hanging out and seeing who's going to win this one. Very exciting. Over to you.
Well, here come the stakes once again for race number 17. It's the Prime Creative U14 Women's Race. On stake number 1, in the Shell A Harvey Adventure, its crew BBG Honda, their coxswain is Emma Ramsey, stroke Claire Stevenson, number 5, Hannah Barrington, 4, Molly Penman, 3, Mara Lambert, 2, Sydney Cowan, 1, Rebecca Peddle, the spare is Penelope Butler, the manager, Jennifer Barrington. In the Paul Ring, East Can Transport Services Ltd. The coxswain is Tracy Roach, stroke Ella Roach, Lucy McDonald, Lauren Tate, Madeline Noseworthy, Anna Healy, Lucy Bailey, spare Ali Roach. In the Plaza Pre-Owned, it's the War Wealth Rowers. The coxswain is Sarah East, stroke Adele War, 5 Jane O'Brien, 4 Natalie Monk, 3 Ern Lawler, 2 Zoe Marr, 1 Jessica Rideout, and the spare is Kathleen Redfern, the manager Amy War. In Marr's Contracting, it's Airbnb Inc., coxswain Chris Neary, stroke Eleanor Gallant, 5 Sophia Neary, 4 Claire Lovies, 3 Veronica Hayward, 2 Ali Roach, and 1 Haley Barrington. And back to Chris for a second. His other daughter is a stroke, and his daughter on this team is a 5. So do you think there's going to be a team up in the coming years of a Neary as a coxswain and then a Neary as the stroke and a Neary as the number 5? We'll see.
Wowee. So here we are, and we are getting ready to rock and take it out. And this is the final race of this section of the day before the championship races, which, as you guys may know, 6:30 down on the pond. So here we are with our 4 o'clock race, then a short little interlude. And what do you do in between this race and the championship? Go get a few chips, I suppose.
Yeah, we after my race this morning, again, I'm giving Ziggy's another shout out here. I could taste the poutine on the way back down the pond. So as soon as I got out of the boat, after got some pictures with the family, went over and got in the line, which was very short actually, because it was 11 in the morning. But went over, got some of those, hung around for a bit, then went home and had to make sure I was looking good here next to Donnie. Forgot my sunglasses though. You and Keith had a nice pair of sunglasses on, so I'll remember that for next year. But we'll be hanging around here. We'll be hanging around here for the rest of the night.
Oh,
for
yeah,
sure.
no doubt about it. And I got to ask, the championship happens, the race, everyone goes wild, and then what? Everyone stick around and continue to have a laugh and fraternize with all the booths and all the amenities that are happening here at the pond? Is that what happens?
Yeah, I mean, we don't really have a tradition for after the regatta. It kind of changes every year. Obviously we'll come watch the trophy presentation.
Sure.
And sometimes we'll go over to the Dominion parking lot for some of the tailgate parties.
Oh, that's where it goes down.
Yeah, some other times there'll be, our rowing team will have a party at somebody's house, or it changes every year. There's no really clear-cut plan that we have, and I think that's what makes this day so great.
Well, absolutely, man, because it's everyone's adventure and everyone gets to do their own thing to celebrate, whether you just came down for a stroll around the pond or whether you're in the shell trying to make it happen with you and your crew. I mean, there's no doubt that there's something for everybody down here at the regatta every year, especially this year, the weather being so great. Now, like we said, a little bit of wind helping it to happen, maybe keeping a few folks from having their big records But so be it. They're still making great times and having a great time, and that's what it's all about.
Yeah, well, something special about the regatta. There's something for everybody here. You know, if you're not athletic, you can play some of the games. You know, stuff like that. If you're not into the rowing portion, I should say, play some of the games. I mean, it appeals to everybody, and that's what's so special. That's why we see 50,000 people down here every year.
Wow, that's a number to put in the bank. And I got to ask you, a little crown and anchor. It's been a while. Do they still use coins in society? Are we still playing that game? Because I got a few loonies and nickels there, and a few mason jars in a drawer somewhere. And so that's the game for me that I grew up playing. It's the crown and anchor. And is there anything so ubiquitous with regatta than crown and anchor? Give me a break.
I would love to see like a stat of how much money is spent every regatta day. Like, I don't know if there's a way they could, estimate that or something, but I would love to see how much money is spent every regatta day. That'd be really cool to see.
Well, to me, on the economic lens, when you're looking at the sort of municipal reality of it all, events like this are amazing stimulators, whether it's the regatta, Churchill Park Music Festival, the George Street Festival happening, or any of the other events that bring community together for commerce and for culture. It's always a benefit to our area to have things like this happen because of the money that changes hands and the stimulus that it brings to us, and then we get more potholes, babe. So we like that.
Yeah, that's true. Absolutely.
So more parties equals more potholes. Don't forget it, folks. You heard it here first. So here we are now, and we're watching them all get ready and poised to head up that pond for one more big push. Oh, I see. We're asking what's going on. And sure enough, the chase boats, as they're called, are helping these shells to straighten up for the big race. And I was wondering what was going on out there. And I also wondered why they needed the help.
Maybe they could tie them on and fly down the pond and shatter some of the records.
I mean, they definitely have those chase boats to blame for giving a leg up. So we'll have to see now how they back away and allow the equilibrium to occur. But yeah, no, pretty cool.
I was just going to say, I've noticed in a couple of these U14 races, a couple teams have had some trouble lining up here. I guess maybe it's the change of course, because again, it used to start at the top of the pond and come the other way. So I've noticed that a couple teams have had some trouble.
Well, I'll tell you what, thank God we got those little chase boats out there. And next year it'll be me and you out there pushing in, making sure everybody goes well.
We should get our mics out there, too. Have one cameraman.
Perfect.
A cameraman or camerawoman, and come out and we'll document our time out on the chase boat.
Michelle, are you in? You're into that? Great. Perfect. We'll see you out there. Love it.
We'll have to increase our budget a bit. Why don't we get like a red boat with Rogers TV on the side?
No, that's what I'm talking about. I'll settle for just 5 extra granola bars also. It'll be perfect. That's all I need.
Now we're getting up there. The boat was one thing, but the 5 granola bars, that's going to be pretty pricey there.
I'm putting it in my rider, so I will absolutely be coming back for that one next year. Until then, guys, thank you so much for joining us. If you're tuning in for the first time, this has been a day-long plenary. Thanks to our incredible folks here at Rogers Television St. John's and all the community sponsors. And thank you so much.
Oh, my goodness, look
and
at this.
Thank you, exactly.
Wow.
This is what I'm talking about. These are the flavors that we are here for. I'm satisfied. Thank you so much. Blessings.
That was wonderful. Like, I want $1 million.
I
Come
know.
back. Come over with $1 million and just lay it right here, right?
They had one gift they could give us, and I hogged it. So maybe next year it'll be your, $1 million is okay, but granola bars.
I mean,
bro, come on. I think I won this round. So sure enough, here we are, and we're watching it getting ready to go. And it's interesting. We learned firsthand those chase boats can be quite helpful. The gun is off, and the rowers are rowing.
Well, all teams are pretty much equal here to start off this race.
And again, this is the top of the pond coming right on home into the head of the pond, so that's very exciting for the viewers, let's remind.
Into the wind, I might add, too,
True.
which makes this very challenging.
Yeah, interesting. I wish they were wishing that they didn't do it this way this year.
Actually, one of the girls on the Ideal Masonry team's sister is a pretty good friend of mine. And I was talking to her, and I thought that they were going the other way. So I was like, they're going to shatter the record. They're going to have to win with them, but they had to come this way. So it's a bit more challenging for not only them, but all these crews.
Well, as long as it's everyone's challenge, that's going to make for an interesting result. But I will say right now, we do see that it has been head-to-head, but there feels like a little bit of an evolution happening here as we look most left. One seems to be pulling ahead, but we don't know. Again, looks can be deceiving.
I noticed that this is the first year they don't have that little sail on the top of the boat, with the laser pointer they used to use. This is the first year they don't have those on the boat.
And why is that, do you think?
They might have new technology or something like that. I'm not sure. Because that used to be a staple. When you'd see the boats getting those put on, you'd know Regatta Day's pretty close.
Listen, I'll say it's about 5 years away until wearable technology that so many of us are engaging in right now as it pertains to our wellness and fitness goals and the tracking and all the things that I'm sure that automation and technology is going to do something interesting regarding tracking the abilities of the people in the boat in real time while they're racing towards the finish line. So stay tuned, guys, because technology and innovation continues to inspire the regatta in a bunch of ways, and I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to happen in the years ahead.
For sure, the regatta can only go up.
You
That's
said
for
it.
sure. And we should be in on the meeting next year, the
Well-
committee meeting, you know, shoot our Chicago Bulls intro idea.
Exactly. I'm thinking pyrotechnics, but
Some fireworks.
We'll
you
get our
know,
list
yeah.
together. Yeah, they'll be happy with us, I have a feeling. And sure enough, the Regal Who's Who hanging out in the back there in that covered little boat, watching it all happen, sipping on something nice, saying, "Good luck, guys. You got this." And they might.
Nice pontoon boat. It's like they're up to the cabin.
I know, right? If only. And now here we go. And you can feel the determination as they come down, and the coxswain is giving it to them. Let's go, let's go. And I learned from you today that you got to go hard for 10, let it ride.
Yeah.
10, let it ride. So I think I'm going to row, actually. I think I figured it out.
Yeah,
Thank you
there
for
you
letting
go.
me in on all the
You got the
secrets.
secret sauce,
You did,
yeah.
Yeah, pretty exciting.
Yeah. Now, it's one thing, you know, to just say it, but then once we get in the boat, you're just going all out the whole way. So.
Totally. Yeah, I can only imagine what's going on in their heads right now as they are pulling their way to the end. And will they come in first? Well, time will tell.
This is the age where they still got to wear the life jackets as well,
Oh, yes,
which might
true.
add a bit of extra weight to
True.
them too, you know. So
Yeah, no, it might slow down a little bit, but for all the right reasons. Safety first.
well, this is looking to be another close race here. Look at the three crews in the back.
Oh, yeah, no,
It
look.
looks like BBG Honda is going to come away with the win here unless we
Yeah.
see an incredible comeback by one of these crews. And yeah, it's going to be
And
BBG
there you
Honda.
have it.
They got it. They finished the job. Now who's going to be second here? It looks
Oh,
like
here we
it's going to be
go.
our crew on stake 4, War Wealth Rowers. My God, a lot of
That's
teams
really,
with
that,
some
you
tongue
did
twisting
well.
names
You did
here.
well on that one. You hauled it out.
Well, here they come. It looks like War Wealth Rowers will get second just narrowly here. And East Can Transport Services will be getting third place. And in fourth place, last but not least, it's Airbnb Inc. Well, what a day.
What a life.
This was absolutely amazing. You know, kudos to all the rowers here. This was fantastic. Oh,
Oh, yes, yeah.
Wow.
Thank you so much. And
wow.
Yes, sir, yeah.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much.
We should do this more.
Yeah, you know
Wow.
what, guys?
I mean,
it's luck's living up
this
here. What
is-
can we say?
This is amazing.
It's VIP times.
We're
and
doing this more. Have we got a reclining chair that
I
we
know,
can just
exactly.
like, sit back on? And
We'll put this in our list of requests for 2026. How about that?
yeah, there you go. I like the sounds of that.
Amazing. Thank you so much to the Rogers crew. Always in good humor, having a laugh with us, and doing their volunteerism as well, guys. So thank you so much. And now here we are watching close-up views, little commentation going on between the rowers and the coxswain. The race is done. The ones who won and the ones who didn't. And here we are. Ah, and our homie Robin, who we love, is coming through. We have one more interview with her that we can throw to and show to you folks right now.
Hi, Robin Sears back with Spirit of Newfoundland here at the lake. And who do we have here today?
My name is Bruce Tizard.
And Bruce, what's your favorite part of the regatta?
The 2 championship races.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Men and women?
Men and women.
And do you have a fond memory of being at the regatta?
Oh, I went to every regatta with my dad because he rowed, right?
Did he?
Yeah.
How many years did your dad row?
Oh, Dad put in about 30 years before he retired. He was 50 when he retired because the last year he rowed, he was 49.
Wow. Was he the oldest in the boat?
Oh, yes, yeah. The
Was
rest
he?
of them were in their 20s, 35, and stuff like that, right?
So you've been coming ever since you're a little boy?
A little boy. Like
Oh.
some of these little boys.
Yes, that's fantastic. Thank you so much for chatting with me. I appreciate it very much, and you have a wonderful day at the regatta.
All righty.
We'll see what's happening around the pond. Bye for now.
And thank you so much for joining us. Thanks, Robin, very much. We're loving the little interviews that you're doing with all the folks hanging out down here at the pond. And may I just remind that we're about to get into what happened in the race that just was, and Seth is going to be counting all of that down. But I want to thank Prime Creative and all of the amazing sponsors who put boats in the water and help make this regatta happen, for all the hardcore crews who want to get out and make it happen, because it really is a community play, and every one of our sponsors who helps these rowers to row deserves a round of applause and snaps, and I'll give all those to you right now. So what do you think now? We're getting over here to soon having all the folks. Oh, wow. But before we do that, guys, Lori and Mitch have more to say, and we're going to throw over to them for a little interview right now.
Okay, well, it's over for us.
You know, we've had an amazing time with you today at the Winner's Circle, talking to all the winners, talking to all the crowds. It's just been awesome because, you know what? This is our third year doing this together.
It's the third year. It's been fantastic. It was hot. My brain is absolutely fried, and I still have questions rattling around in my head. I want to ask the athletes more stuff. I want to know, do they just wake up one morning and they're like, yes, the regatta, like that's what I'm working towards? Or is it like, did someone get them into it? I can't ask.
I got to be honest, after talking to everybody, I kind of want to row myself. So, you know, that's really cool as well.
It seems like a fantastic time. I am jealous. I'm also very honored. I am not from Newfoundland and Labrador. As you know, our producer kind of makes fun of me sometimes. I say regatta.
Regatta instead of regatta.
I say regatta instead of regatta. So I'm honored to be here and celebrate it with you.
Yes, and you know what? We're so happy to be here, and we are signing off, but you are in good hands with Laura, Bill, and Amanda for the rest of this evening to talk to the winners. So what are you doing for the rest of the day?
I'm going to go home. I'm going to go for a bath. And I think I'm going to eat a burrito and go to bed. Because I work tomorrow, which I regret not taking it off because I'm tired. What about you?
I think I'm going to do the exact same thing, maybe a burrito too. That sounds delicious.
Right? See, it feels like, you know, it's kind of healthy, like maybe not, but I don't know. It's easy.
It hits the spot, right?
Exactly. But I'm kind of sad I didn't take advantage of any of the wonderful food trucks here today. But
There's still time.
There is still time.
Yep.
Maybe I'll do a little sneak, get some mini donuts.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. We are so happy to be
Thank you
here.
very much.
And until next time.
See ya.
Thank you so much, folks. And whether it's the regatta, or the regretta, we are hanging out here bringing this home. I'm joined by the one and only Seth Hyde, and you'll be hearing his voice year-round, but especially this fall with the regiment and the entire Hockey Bonanza coming through. And I wanted to give the viewers a little heads up that they're going to be hearing a lot more from you, my man.
Yeah, well, I mean, my parents aren't going to like that. You know, they're gonna flick on the TV. They're going to be like, oh, we got to hear Seth talk still.
No rest for the wicked. And sure, it's only wicked. And here are the results coming through. We're going to be announcing those shortly, and we're going to wait for that bumper to come on up and say hello to us. And Seth is going to walk us through all of that. It's been incredible, and as you're seeing here, from granola bars to the grapes, the Rogers crew is taking
Chase
really
boat
good care of
going
us.
behind us right
Chase
there,
boat
look.
right there,
There it
right
goes.
there, it's gone. That's us. And of course, we got to thank our sponsors one more time. Home Depot, incredible contest going on right now. Hit RogersTV.com to check it out, and you might walk home with your own barbecue at the end of today. And of course, we have Steel Communications, who we love. The Spirit of Newfoundland, awesome. And so cool that we had some guests pop by today, from Keith Power, who is a lead hand and actor extraordinaire, plus commentating interviewer here, hung on down with the pond. And of course, our Premier Hogan, who is always so distinguished and so amazing and warm and upfront and honest and all the things that we want our leaders to be. So we're so thankful to have him come by and hang out with us and talk about community and culture and all the things that we are gathered here today to deliver to you on behalf of Rogers for the Regatta. And so now waiting for the results. They are now getting typed up and tabulated. And I got to say, you know, when we get into our final two races again, 6:30 and 7 o'clock, what is on your mind and what are you thinking?
Again, for the male race, I do think that it's going to be Home Hardware. But for the female race, you know, there's a lot of teams that could win, and that's what's going to make that race really exciting. That's the last race of the regatta this year.
Wow.
And I think they truly did save the best for last.
Well, we're going to see now, because we had a few ideas about who was going to win today and who was going to walk away with it all, and things sort of go left every now and then, guys.
absolutely.
So don't think that you know what's going to be happening, that's for sure. And let's see. So pretty soon now we're going to get ready for the final two. And I got to say, you know, in our last few minutes of hanging out together, This was another great year, so let's pound it out there and
Oh,
say
yeah.
job well
This is
done.
awesome. Awesome.
And, you know, Brad watching over us from out of town, making sure that we did our good job and texting us here and there. So thank you so much, Brad. And, of course, everyone here at Rogers, especially Michelle, who's been hanging out with us. She's the real MVP. She's just over our shoulder there, but she's keeping us all in line. So thank you so much, Michelle and Roger and everybody here helping out with us today at race day. And after this, I'll be walking around the pond, checking it all out and finding a good spot to sit and take in those last 2 races. And without any further ado, over to you.
Here we go, our race results for the final race before the championships. In first place, BBG Honda, 340.80. Second place, War Wealth Rowers, rowing 404.10. East Can Transport, 407.80. And Airbnb Inc., 430. And just to touch on what we talked about earlier, with this windy pond, all those teams did worse than they did in time trials because of the wind going against them.
Yeah, and that's going to happen. You never know how it's going to roll, and you don't even know the morning of the decision to have it go ahead, how it's going to be hours later. And as I'm learning from the old color commentator himself, that the wind can come and go at the drop of a dime, and you just don't know what's going to happen. So lots of interesting realities that always have an impact about how the races are going to go here at our regattas that we have down here, especially today. Well, I'll tell you what, from all of us here hanging out at the desk, especially myself and the man himself, Seth Hines, I want to thank you guys very much for tuning in. And so, Mr. Hyde, I got to ask you, looking into the crystal ball, who's walking away, or we're going to leave your official prediction right here, right now. Who's walking away with it this year?
Well, for the male division, I'm going to go Home Hardware. And for the female division, Ice Roll. I think that anybody could win it. So we'll see. We'll see.
Well, thank you guys so much. Stay tuned and hang out with us and keep watching this back. This is Rogers' live telecast of the annual St. John's Regatta happening right here. Stay tuned, and we'll see you guys back very soon.
This program is brought to you by Rogers Xfinity, connecting you to more of what you love. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
We want to hear from you. Provide feedback on this show or find out how you can get involved. Call, email us, or scan the QR code to take our quick survey.
Public transit, garbage pickup, parks and recreation programs, snow removal on your street. How can you stay informed about these and other important local services? Tune to City Council coverage on Rogers TV. See your community leaders at work on Rogers TV City Council coverage. You're watching an interesting local show on Rogers TV and you want to know more. That's when you head to rogerstv.com. Our website provides more information about our programs, our hosts, our schedule, and about how you too can get involved with Rogers TV. Visit us online at rogerstv.com.
For 25 years, you've been helping to make our roads safer by doing the right thing. You've been the designated driver, you've stayed over, called home, you've called a cab or a friend, and planned ahead. Let's keep doing the right thing. Support sober driving by getting yourself and your friends home safely.
Do the right thing.
Visit ArriveAlive.org to find out more. Arrive Alive. Drive sober.
After a night out with your friends, there's always options for getting home safely. You could call your BFF, your mom or dad, whoever you can count on for a safe ride home. You could call your favorite cab company or 1-888 taxi guy, or you could use the Arrive Alive smartphone app to help you choose your ride. Be it a friend, transit, or taxi, getting home safely is app easy. Now available for iOS and Android devices. Visit ArriveAlive.org to find out more. Arrive Alive. Drive sober.
This is Rogers TV.
With freelancing and a lot of the studio and professional work on the west coast of Canada, so it was probably for the best that I didn't go out on the band, because that would have kept me away from that. I would never have been able to establish myself after the Navy, but it was nice to be asked.
Yeah, I bet.
And I'm sure it would have been a hell of an experience, but it was great to have a chance to meet the man and to play with him, and I've been fortunate with a lot of the great people I've gotten to work with over the years. And
tell us about Doc Severinsen.
Doc, I met Doc at the International Trumpet Guild conference in Banff in 2008. Jens Lindemann was running the thing, and Jens called me up and said, I want you to come up to the ITG because I'm going to feature a bunch of trumpet players from different countries and with a big band, and I want you to be on the concert, So that's great. So I went up there, I brought one of my charts up, and we rehearsed with this big band. It was like, Walter White and Ingrid Jensen and Alan Vizzuti and Andrea Tofinelli and a bunch of different trumpet players were all They're all taking turns playing with this big band. It was like a big parade of trumpet players at the beginning of this concert. And I was the first one to go on. Jens is up on the microphone there, and he's talking. He's saying nice things about me. He's talking, oh, this guy plays this instrument and that instrument. And he's saying all these great things about me, which really and truly, at a trumpet conference, you got 1,000 trumpet players in the audience, and you got a big band there. You know that everyone in the audience is sitting there going, really? You don't say. Let's see, you know?
Yeah.
And he's saying nice things about me, so I'm not feeling too bad about that. But then I hear this voice right behind me saying, well, I guess you better not screw it up then. He used a different word than that. But I turned around and it's Doc Severinsen. I was like, oh, great.
For anyone who doesn't know, because this is a business podcast primarily, Doc Severinsen led the Tonight Show band for...
I think everyone knows Doc Severinsen.
Decades.
30 years.
Yeah. If you don't know him, well...
Yeah, Doc... and the next time I encountered Doc was about 5 years later. We did a concert. Jens was responsible for this one as well. He put together a concert at Kerner Hall in Toronto. And the big band was basically what they called the Yamaha All-Star Big Band kind of thing. So they got everyone involved in this. And I was playing lead trumpet in the band. And I forget who else was in the section. I think Steve McDade was there, another one of my heroes in Toronto. Anyway, and Doc was there. And we rehearsed with Doc. And this was a new situation for me, a new experience for me, because I'd worked with a lot of really, I would say, really great big band leaders over the years. But Doc Severinsen is arguably probably one of the only big band leaders who had a big band that he rehearsed and worked with and performed with every day, every working day and evening for 30 years.
Yeah.
So the way he rehearsed a big band was different than anything that I experienced. And it was quick and efficient, and it asked so much of you without feeling like you're being tasked with anything.
Yeah.
You know? To describe it, it was a really new experience, and it was very exciting. And so we rehearsed, and then we came to the concert, and I've been playing these, I don't know if you've seen these mouthpieces that I played.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about it. Yeah.
Wedge mouthpiece. It's not, I don't know if you can see that on the camera there, but it's kind of got a dip in it. So
yeah.
Yeah, it's not as symmetrical. It's not flat like a coin, like conventional mouthpieces. So I've been playing on these mouthpieces. I can describe the whole thing.
Yeah.
But you can go on wedge mouthpieces, and Dave Harrison, the inventor, does a better job than I would.
Do you have any extras there? I wouldn't mind trying one later, but...
Oh, yeah, we'll get into that.
Okay.
Anyway, so I'm warming up backstage, right? And Doc walks over and he says, man, I love your sound.
Really? Doc says to you.
Yeah. And I'm like, I said, well, thanks, man, because I had always thought Doc Severinsen had that golden trumpet sound that nobody else had, And I'd listened to all the Tonight Show recordings. I'd worn out the tapes, back in the day when we had cassette tapes. And so I was thrilled to have him say that to me. And I was he's like, what's that mouthpiece? And I'd just gotten this new wedge mouthpiece. I'm telling all about it. I could see him glazing over. He's not interested. He was just being nice, And then we go on stage and we're playing with the band. And there was this piece that we did where the trumpet section came out in front of the band. It was a thing that he did with the Dorsey band back early. It was a 2-trumpet feature, and so we basically split the trumpet section up into 2 halves. So between us and him, there was 5 or 6 of us.
Yeah.
And so it was all the trumpets on the front of the stage. And I'll never forget, because there was a lot of trumpet players in the audience. A friend of mine, Larry Larson from the Kitchener-Waterloo Symphony, he's sitting in the front row with about 3 other trumpet players on either side of him, right? And so another one of those don't screw up moments, right? Anyway, so we're playing this tune, and we play, and it was much like the Maynard Ferguson story, where there's a few bars rest, and Doc turns to me and says something. But I heard him.
Yeah.
I heard what he said. He said, man, he says, I'm really digging your sound.
Yeah.
Which to me was a really nice thing to hear. I've worked very hard at having a good trumpet sound, and So I was thrilled to have him say that, and I was so excited about it that I came in a bar early after that. With all these trumpet players sitting
No way.
yeah, thinking, okay.
So did that screw everyone up a little bit, or like how did you guys recover?
I mean, I like come blaring in. I just kind of, it's a bar. and then I played with the band. I could see Doc kind of going,
okay.
I take it back.
Last time I'll give you a compliment.
That's it. The last time I'll give you a compliment. Yeah. Anyway, it was, and you know, I had the chance to hang with him after the concert. We talked a lot. And he was, you know, he was in his 80s at that point. And he's still around. He's just
like 95 now or something.
He just did his 10th final concert a little while ago. I saw him play a few years ago with the Canadian Staff Band, Salvation Army Staff Band in Toronto. But this was the last one I played with him was 2013. So that's 11 years ago. And he was in his 80s at that point. And he was talking about, you know, that he still practices every day and still works hard at it. And he's probably one of the fittest people I've met. He had a Marine sergeant was his trainer, personal trainer, that would work out with him like every day.
Wow.
And it was really inspiring. You know, I as you've seen in the house here, we've got a little gym in the house, and my wife and I work out. We exercise every day. Fitness, being in good health, makes a huge difference to be able to do something as physical as playing a musical instrument. And having that conversation with Doc and seeing, I mean, he's a guy he's been around playing for, 70 years almost, right? You know, since he first started playing professionally and whatever. You can see pictures of Doc as a kid playing these trumpet sections. And then you put that with his career with the Tonight Show Band and his touring as a soloist and a conductor and all the stuff that he's done since and before that. What an immense career he's had. And he's been able to do it because he's practiced a lot, really efficiently, and he stays in really good shape. He's, and so it's really, I found that really inspiring to have that experience,
Like you've, young man growing up in St. John's, the experiences that you've had in the musical world. I mean, I've followed along on Facebook when that became a thing, and that's how I knew that you had rubbed shoulders with some of these people. What does it mean to you to be, have grown up in St. John's and then, like, you've been all over the musical world and met so many interesting people? How does it make you feel now, in reflection?
Well, everyone's got to come from somewhere, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know. I've never really given it much thought. I've always kind of moved forward, take whatever opportunities that were there and make the most of them. The experience with Doc Severinsen, it got me to count bars a little more carefully, right?
That's important in music.
It is, yeah. But it's not a very forgiving business, right? You're in a recording studio and you got a whole orchestra around you or a big band or whatever, and a lot of times in a big band or an orchestra, when the going gets going, you're the loudest person in the band, right? And so that can put a lot of pressure on a person. So being able to keep a clear mind and keep focused on what the task is at hand, and making sure that you've got the preparation, that you've put the hours in, that that you can rely on what tools you've built in order to be successful. Because you're in a recording studio, that if you step all over it, they're on the phone calling the next person on the list.
Yeah.
And
there's a lot lining up in that list, I would imagine.
I had one situation where this was at CBC in Toronto, and it was an full orchestra movie soundtrack that we were doing. I don't know half the people in the thing. I knew the guy playing second trumpet because he was one of the guys from Toronto Symphony. So you go in a lot of these movie soundtrack sessions. You're in there for a day or a couple of days or whatever, and you get a stack of music, and they're all cues like 3M4, whatever. It's just they don't name them. They're not like, oh, Billy sings a song.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, mailman gets bitten by a dog, whatever. It's just these cues, and you go through it. You get the first one. The conductor calls the first one. You read it. You play it down. Usually,
your sight reading.
Usually, there's no rehearsal.
Whoa!
So you get to the session. You kind of thumb through the stuff. You look for anything that looks tricky. And you have a go with that.
Yeah, yeah.
And then if anything looks easy, well, you go past that because you figure you'll you rely on your sight reading skills and all the tools that you've brought in your tool bag, right? And we get to this one cue, and I open up the sheet, and it's like two pages of kind of lyrical legato trumpet playing. And I look at the second trumpet player's music stand. He's got nothing. He's just got bars rest, right? And I look over the trombone section. They got nothing. French horn's got nothing. I'm like,
this is where I usually panic when that happens. But anyway,
maybe it's just me and woodwinds or something, or strings or whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, there was some electronic pads that had been pre-recorded. So this is like a movie soundtrack. So there's all kinds of different elements to the sound. And the conductor counts it in. He said, "We're just going to take this from bar whatever." And that's like 2 bars before I come in. Okay, so I got my headphones on, got my horn there. Nobody else is doing anything. Everyone's just sitting there picking their noses, And so I pick my horn up and I start playing. So we record the thing, and I did what I came to do. I did the job, and they wanted a second take to kind of just make sure they have everything, choices, whatever. Do this slightly differently, that kind of thing. We did 2 takes of it, and I played them. I didn't embarrass myself at all. And I was pretty happy with how I did, and then they were happy, so I went away from that. And a lot of times you do a recording session, you never think about it, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, I was on a plane, Air Canada plane, looking through the movies, and I see, I think that's that movie soundtrack that had the big trumpet solo, right? Because a lot of times you don't have that kind of a big feature in a movie, so I thought, I'm going to watch this movie, And thankfully, the trumpet solo came in like within the first 5 minutes of the movie. I'm not going to say what movie it was, but it came in the first 5 minutes of the movie because the movie was terrible. But the trumpet solo sounded really good. I was pat myself on the back. I think I'll have another drink, I turned the movie off after that because it was a horrible movie. So,
Mike, we're having an incredible conversation, and I do have to ask you this. So you're in the Navy, and you decide to go freelance. You go, tell us a little bit about that journey.
The journey?
Yeah.
The journey was a Forces Reduction Program in 1994, wherein the Canadian Forces decided they were going to reduce from having 9 bands and a couple of station bands to having, they went down to 5 bands. So the Navy Band, which is the Navy Band on the Pacific coast of Victoria, was being dismantled.
Interesting.
It's actually back up. They I don't know why this happened, but they put that band back together. They actually increased the numbers again a little bit and brought 1 or 2 of the bands back, but I think there's only 6 maybe now. And at that point, I was a petty officer 2nd class, equivalent of a sergeant, and I was qualified to go up in rank to petty officer 1st class or a warrant officer, if it's the Army equivalent. So because of that qualification that I'd gotten, when they were reducing the numbers, they were basically giving everyone a golden handshake, right? Just, here's a bunch of money, please leave. And there was a bunch of people that didn't make this, because they didn't have the seniority, they were cut.
Right.
So it was really sad for quite a few people, because I knew people that would wanted to stay in and weren't able to. And I'd been really thinking with the Maynard thing, that offer sort of in the background, and some other things that I was becoming involved in, things that I was really interested in being involved with that I wouldn't be able to pursue by being still in the military. When they came up with that offer, I thought, you know what, I'm going to take the money and run and go. So I had a little bit of a nest egg when I got out of the Navy. some money to live on so that I could have the opportunity to not starve while I was building my freelance career. And at that point, I'd been doing a lot of bass playing. So I was in Victoria, Vancouver, and between the Vancouver Island and the mainland, I was pretty busy.
In your freelance?
In my freelance world, I got pretty busy fairly quickly, which I was very grateful for. But I did take the offer to get out, and I think probably by doing that, somebody else got to keep their gig.
Yeah,
I'm not patting myself too much on the back for that because my reasons were perfectly selfish. But in retrospect, it'd be nice to think that somebody else got to keep their gig because I got out. But yeah, I never looked back.
So you've been freelance for over 30 years?
Yeah, it was in 1994, so just about 30 years. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah. I was in on the West Coast in British Columbia for a total of 18 years. And it's funny because I was just back there last month and saw a bunch of people that I'd worked with, and I realized that I've been away from there for nearly as long as I lived there. But I spent a lot of time in Ontario, playing the shows for Mervish and doing a lot of touring out of Toronto and a lot of studio work between there. And I go back to Vancouver once in a while and do some recording work as well. But
you just go to Japan a little bit, didn't you?
I did. I went there on 2 tours with shows for a company out of New York called Nederlander Productions or whatever. But they run a lot of the shows in New York and have touring companies that send Broadway shows out. So I went out there twice. I was there, I think, about 7 weeks, and then the second time I went out there was about a 6-week tour. I saw Bill Carney there both times.
Yeah, Bill. We went to school. Bill, great drummer. Let me ask you this: what are you working on right now for anyone who's interested in the musical side of what you're doing?
Well, right now, this minute, I'm taking this afternoon to hang out with you. If you weren't here, I'd be at my computer and my keyboard there, writing music, finishing up the score for a musical theater production that's being mounted by Terraboo's Productions here in St. John's. It's going to take place at the Majestic Theater and at Theater Aquarius in Hamilton. This is kind of like a first run of the show, and then I think they're going to fine tool it and then maybe send it to Toronto and have a run there. I don't know what their plans are, but so I've been working with that production for a little while. Bob Hallett asked me if I would be interested in writing for a show like that because he thought this particular show would be, as he put it, in my wheelhouse. And I've done a lot of writing for big band orchestra and worked in music theater. I've been playing music theater. I don't know how many music theater productions I've played trumpet for. So my experience in that world, I guess he felt that I had the scope of knowledge that I could bring something valuable to the table. I hope that's the case. So I'm working on that, and my wife and I, we've got some concerts coming up over the next little while. We're kind of gradually, cautiously getting back to touring after COVID and some other things that have been occurring in our lives. But we'll be at the Stratford Music Festival this summer in Ontario. Looking forward to doing that. We're playing somewhere in Welland, Ontario, coming up in a few weeks, and just kind of building back to our touring schedule as much as we have the breath for these days. Because you can hear it's a bit of a brighter sound. I don't know how much these microphones can handle.
Yep.
So that's
the redlining.
The redlining, yeah. So one of my favorite licks is the Wayne Bergeron's thing from the Incredibles. That's the A I was talking about before.
Which I've never been able to play in my entire life.
No, but this is the Wayne, like I said before, this is the Wayne Bergeron Yamaha trumpet. So this is actually built especially for playing that lick.
Amazing.
I'm kidding.
I'll take it all, hook, line, and sinker.
There you go. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, to go from what we were talking about with a little back and forth, G to A kind of thing, to what I was doing just there, there's a bit of time and concept building involved in that. You wouldn't be able to get that all into a session like this, but with time, you could get close to it. But it also takes concept building, right?
Well, you know what, Mike? We have had one heck of a chat here this afternoon, and I have to say thank you. Last time I sat next to you would have been 1983, I guess, in high school.
We graduated in 84, so I don't know if you said that last year.
82, 83.
That's right.
84.
I quit the trumpet section in high school. I wanted to play percussion. They looked like they're having so much fun back there. I wanted to play the drum.
Yeah, I was going to criticize you for that. You really let me down when you did that, you know?
We do what we can, right?
Well, you know, this has been an incredibly enjoyable afternoon for me. You know, as I said to everyone, there's talent, and then there's Mike. Frankly, you've brought the instrument, and you've done so well in the musical world. It's just so exciting to sit next to you and listen to you talk about it. I could go on and on and on. I mean, you have French horns back there and everything. We never even got into that.
No.
My son played French horn for a while. It was the first time I ever played.
That's a tough instrument.
Sticking the hand in and trying to make it work.
Gotta make it. Yeah, it's a tough instrument, and that's another instrument that I wouldn't take that out. And like if the orchestra phoned me up, hey, you want to play French horn? No, I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah.
When I'm here in the studio and I've got stuff here and I can practice the lick and then I can make it sound good, then I can do that. But I don't have time to work on a whole piece of music for somebody else. I'll do it in my studio, and I've done tons of that stuff with my big band.
Yeah,
stuff. And it's another instrument where I'll be sitting there recording something, looking at it on the page, and thinking, "Who wrote this crap?" And I realize I was the guy who wrote the crap. But sometimes I write things without thinking about how hard they are. But without practice, you can get your mitts around it and figure it out. You know?
Mike, you know, we'll finish this up for everyone watching now, but I'd say this. What's interesting about music, the juxtaposition of music and business, like, you know, you've been freelancing now for over 30 years. It just fascinates me. The importance of music to people is so important. But then someone like yourself who's freelanced, you know, you've been solopreneur for so long. I find that fascinating, and I hopefully, you know, people watching Gale Force Winds. Let me ask you this to end it. What advice would you give to people, be it business advice, musical advice, or a juxtaposition of both?
Well, when I was a kid, my dad said to me, never say no to a gig, just make sure you're prepared when you get there. And that's kind of the business of music, is that you have to be willing to play all kinds of different, and when you're starting out, you're playing all kinds of different sorts of gigs. But if you do a really good job, then you'll get hired for another gig, and then the gigs start getting better, and they start getting more high profile. And there's in music they always say there's three components to any gig that you're going to do. There's the money, there's the music, and then there's the hang. And if you have two of those elements, the gig is worth doing. If you only have one of them, it's not worth doing. So money and the music is good, people aren't so great, you can deal with that. Just get paid, play the music, and off you go. Sometimes in the jazz world, the money's not that great, but the music is fantastic and the people are great. So you got those two elements. You'll do the gig because it has those two elements. And then there'll be other times where the money's great, the people are great, but the music ain't so great.
Yeah.
You take the gig because you know you're going to enjoy yourself and you get paid. But the mistake a lot of musicians will make is that they take a gig just because the money's there. Then they realize they're really unhappy and it's been a completely unfulfilling experience and it doesn't get them anywhere. And if the music is just good, but the people are terrible, the money's terrible, well, that only goes so far. And then the same thing for the hang. Once in a while, we get all three. But when it comes to taking a gig, whether you're not going to take it or take a gig, that's a good thing to kind of have as a rule of thumb. Although I was using my fingers to count, but
You're fine.
Thank you for joining Gale Force Winds Season 3 on Rogers TV. Please tune in again next week.
We want to hear from you. Provide feedback on this show or find out how you can get involved. Call, email us, or scan the QR code to take our quick survey.
Public transit, garbage pickup, parks and recreation programs, snow removal on your street. How can you stay informed about these and other important local services? Tune to City Council coverage on Rogers TV. See your community leaders at work on Rogers TV City Council coverage. You're watching an interesting local show on Rogers TV and you want to know more. That's when you head to rogerstv.com. Our website provides more information about our programs, our hosts, our schedule, and about how you too can get involved with Rogers TV. Visit us online at rogerstv.com.
After a night out with your friends, there's always options for getting home safely. You could call your BFF, your mom or dad, whoever you can count on for a safe ride home. You could call your favorite cab company or 1-888 taxi guy. Or you could use the Arrive Alive smartphone app to help you choose your ride. Be it a friend, transit, or taxi, getting home safely is app easy. Now available for iOS and Android devices. Visit arrivealive.org to find out more. Arrive Alive. Drive sober.
With Rogers TV, you can cheer on the home team from the comfort of your living room. We'll head to the rink, the field, the court, or the pitch, so you don't have to. Tune in and cheer on your local amateur athletes on Rogers TV.
You're watching Rogers TV. This program is brought to you by Rogers Xfinity, connecting you to more of what you love. Visit Rogers.com for more details. The following program was provided by a valued member of our local community. Rogers TV is proud to support local producers and share local voices, ideas, and opinions. For more information, please visit our website. The opinions expressed in the following programs are those of the participants and do not necessarily reflect those of Rogers Cable or Rogers TV.
Coastal Outdoors is proud to present Adventures Unknown.
Donnie, what are you doing later? Tell you what, I live here in St. Martin. I'm a fellow Canadian, half Newfie. My mom was born in Bishops Falls. We'd love to have you here in St. Martin. So why don't you get yourself down here? We'll have some fun, have lots of adventures. We'll see what happens.
I got the golden ticket. I haven't been on a plane in like 3 years. Hello, St. Martin! Wow! Here I am. We all like you all. Looking forward. How you doing, buddy?
Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Welcome to St. Martin, man.
Yeah, it's great to be here.
We got the good weather out for you. Just throw that back there.
hot.
That it is.
What?
It's very hot. And this is the cooler season right now.
Is it?
Yeah.
How did you come to live here?
I am ex-military. I'm a bodyguard. One of my my military contacts, he reached out to me a couple days after Hurricane Irma had hit the island and devastated it. And I said, give me 5 minutes to quit my job.
Wow. Is this like a party town? Is it like...
There is a lot of partying that goes on here, yes. I guess if you're looking for adventure, the number one adventure in St. Martin is the partay.
Oh, that's nice. It's amazing here. It's like, palm trees, like I say, everywhere. And, a big outdoor kitchen and a big, table for 8 or 9, 10 people to just chill out and have a party. But I'm here alone and I have this all myself, and it's amazing because, I'm home, in a basement. Then just look over here. I got my own yacht, and there's a captain comes with it too. I got a yacht. Woo! Now that's refreshing.
I was doing alright, but just your side had my heart storming. The moon went high and stars quit shining. Rain was dropping, thunder, lightning. You wrecked my whole world when you came. You hit me like a hurricane.
Caught me a red-eye flight out of Houston. Found me a window
Headed out west for South California. One Tito's in, I'm thinking about you in that little border town where the desert glows gold when the sun goes down. My head's 30,000 feet in the clouds, knowing 20 minutes from now I'll be somewhere over Laredo, dreaming about those rodeo nights. Laid there on the banks of the Rio, new silver buckle on your jeans next to mine. Couple wrong for each other, lone star crossing lovers, born to get gone from the get-go. But you're on my mind every time I'm chasing.
And just right onto the Curling Canada website, just Google Curling Canada volunteer or Montana's Briar in St. John's, and it'll bring you right up to the volunteer site there. And then you can go in how you volunteer, your clothing, and some of the areas that you can volunteer for.
Wonderful. And everybody who volunteers gets to have the Briar tankard for a night, right? That's not true. All right.
I'm fine with that.
Eugene, no, wait. I want to be blue because...
Okay.
Because go Leafs, go. Okay.
Oh, well, where's my Habs hat? Go up and get my Habs hat.
This interview is over. Okay, so give me a couple of pointers here. What do I need to do?
So we hold the handle back like this right here. So we hold the handle back. Now, a normal curling ice, you turn it to get it to curl. It works a little bit on this, but not so much. But we sort of push down a little bit and forward. And that one is a little bit short of the house. So what you need to do is you're either going to put one beside it, the bump, or try to draw right around it to the button.
Okay. Yeah?
Give it a good heat.
Oh,
There we go. That one never made the hog line.
I'll hit it with my purse next time.
There you
Okay.
go. A little
Are you ready?
Yeah, you're ready. A little harder flick. That's a good one right there. Right there. Now
No, we're actually going to end the interview right here. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Google Curling Canada, look up the Briar, volunteer. Eugene, you've been lovely. Not very good at this, but great guy.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, and we look forward to seeing everyone at the Briar here next March.
Back to you at the desk.
So we got to see Jason try to curl, which was a good attempt. So Jason, I know we're Team Go Leafs Go, but you didn't win. But it's okay. But speaking of other sports, while we're talking about the regatta, I'm now joined by Paula, who's going to tell us about a fun little sport that is involving my hands.
Yes. So the fun sport is handball Newfoundland.
Okay.
That's our new sport we're trying to integrate here in St. John's.
Okay. So for our audience, and more importantly for me, who knows nothing about handball, what is handball?
So handball is very simple to explain. It's just an Olympic sport.
Yeah.
Where you pretty much have a ball, you throw it, there's 6 players, and then there's a goalkeeper. It's 2 teams. Very simple. Like a mix of, you could say, soccer and basketball kind of thing.
Okay, but no feet in all hands?
Just hands.
just
no
hands.
feet.
Okay.
Not at all. Just
How
running.
big is the ball?
Yeah.
About this size. It's
Okay.
not that
Like a volleyball?
Kind of, just smaller, because you have to be able to grab it with your hands.
Okay.
Right? Like a volleyball, you're just hanging it up. Right?
Okay. Okay. So this is an Olympic sport, and you're trying to get a team started here in Newfoundland and Labrador. So who gets to play handball? What ages? What's the skill set?
I'm so glad you asked. It's anyone. It's open to everyone. Pretty much, we're pretty much like sent here
Yeah.
to train all the people. You want to be a referee? We'll train you.
Okay.
You want to train other people? We'll train you for that too. You want to play the sport? We'll do that as well. We'll
Okay.
have different teams. For example, varsity, male, female. Then we'll have middle schoolers, elementary, high school, division of genders as well. Yeah, everyone's welcome.
Okay, so for our audience who are now being like, okay, there's a new sport that I could now become an Olympic athlete, who are they contacting?
How do they get involved?
Yeah, it can't be me.
No, of course. You can contact us at Instagram. So there's Handball Newfoundland Instagram. Very easy to find. We also have emails. So info at newfoundlandhandballers.ca or Sandra at handballers No, NewfoundlandHandballers.ca as well. We have so much contact. That's why I get mixed up.
No sweat. So you used to play handball when you were younger.
Yes.
So what was your favorite part about it? Was it the athleticism? Was it winning? What was the deal for you?
Honestly, I love winning. I'm very competitive. And you know me, I will fight to win. Yeah, so I went to a French school and here in Newfoundland. And the French school would teach us how to play handball pretty much. I think my favorite part was just getting to know everyone, going to different tournaments. Because this is an Olympic game, right? You can go international, national, everywhere.
Yeah.
It's a big thing.
Okay. And so I know that we were talking to Sandra earlier. She's an actual handball player who's
Yes.
off screen because they didn't want to be on here. And so I know Sandra was talking about how like she was playing on the Nigerian team nationally before she moved here and like absolutely loved it.
Yeah.
So I think I have been unofficially recruited to learn to play handball. I was unofficially told. So I guess I know there's supposed to be an international tournament happening next year. So the goal we were hearing was to try and get together a Newfoundland Labrador team to play internationally in the tournament next year.
Yeah, so the plan, like we said, people that may have no experience, next year the goal is that they'll be internationally. They'll be going to different tournaments. We want to expand. So not only St. John's are we thinking, we're thinking Corner Brook. We're thinking all areas, little areas. We're thinking every single elementary school, every high school, every middle school, train them so they can be good enough to then send them away to different provinces and win. Go to the Olympics.
Okay, so
I love it.
So the game plan, Newfoundland Lab. So not only am I trying to put together a Regatta celebrity team, now we need a Newfoundland and Labrador handball team.
Yes.
Okay.
So which country is the world leader in handball? So did you learn handball here in Newfoundland?
I just learned it from my coach in French school. Very simple. Then I got contacted by Sandra. She was like, I need you to help me with this. You know, you're the visionary. You need to lift it up and go with it.
Okay. All right.
I love it. I love the enthusiasm. I think handball definitely has a future in Newfoundland.
So now I'm tapping you, Amanda. Since you're not rowing in the next regatta, I guess we're competing in a handball tournament?
I'm up for it.
Okay, we're in.
Of course, I'm signing you guys up.
Thank you so much for joining us, Paula. It's been an absolute pleasure. And I think Jason is back down around the pond. Hold on, we'll get the official briefing from Perry. Okay, all right. Okay, so I'm getting no, it is not going back out to the pond. So we're going to go back to talk about a couple of the races coming up. So I do have questions for you, though, Amanda. So we were talking about the fact that after the rowers went last year, based on the times, they picked their stakes, they picked their boats and all of that. So I know the women's are going after. So the long course first is what we're starting off with for this one.
Yeah.
And then we're following up for the short course. So the wind, as we were talking about, seems to have shifted for me personally. I'm trying to gauge, do you think that the wind is going to play even more of a role in this thing? Because as we were talking about earlier in the afternoon, the wind was picking up. What do we think it's going to look like for this evening?
Yeah, so I don't, typically in the evenings, the wind kind of dies down a bit from what it was at lunchtime, especially around 6:30, 7 o'clock. It's hopefully going to die down a little bit. The crews have done their best to choose a stake and a boat so that it will minimize the role that it plays in their race. But as you mentioned, because the long course races, the two men's races started the day, so now the championship races are the same, right?
Okay.
So, and next year it will switch so that the short course women's races will start the day, 2 of them, and then the men will start rowing third. So it used to be that it was always the women were first in the championship and the men rowed second, and it's kind of an advantage to have the later race because that's when the water gets flatter.
Okay.
As the evening goes on, the wind drops down, and it's maybe only an hour or half an hour, but it's more rest from your time this morning. So that's been a recent change to see the switch back and forth between who rows first in the morning, who rows first in the evening. So yeah, as you mentioned, this evening we have the men's long course championship rowing first, and then at 7 p.m. we have the half course women's championship rowing second. And somebody actually asked me since we went off air, there's people having a race.
I'm just like, we're watching a side race up the hill.
It is quite a grueling hill. It's quite steep. So anyway, some guys at the back just opted to walk.
I would be on that side.
Yeah, but Oh, what was I talking
Someone
about?
had asked you earlier.
Yeah, asked me earlier about the mixed crews that were rowing at the 2 p.m. race.
Yes.
So are these not only the mixed crews, but the men's crews that chose to row the half course?
Yeah.
So if they had a time that got them into the top 5, would they be then rowing in the half course championship? But that is a no.
Okay.
So even if their time was in the top 5 of the half course, because it is comprised of all men, it is still a women's championship race,
Okay.
as far as I understand.
Okay.
So this is like the rules are evolving now with the sport and with the committee as it changes each year. So that's as it stands right now.
Okay, so knowing that, do you think that might change now, considering that that new race is now going to be a permanent thing within the regatta?
Well, I don't know, because this is the first year for they're calling it the special race or the open category. And I talked to a few of the participants in that race, and they said that, you know, after years of competing at a high level, coming back to do this open race with, you know, your partner or your friend, it's the way to go. It's a lot of fun. They said they did spins 3 times a week, and then in the last week, when it's getting close to the regatta day, they said we better start rowing twice a day now.
Oh no, absolutely not.
Which is so funny, because the competitive edge takes over when, as the day draws near, you say, oh my gosh, we really need to ramp up, and because they're used to training with the 2 a day kind of workouts. But that wouldn't have been necessary for a race like the mixed one, which is meant to be kind of more about getting people involved, getting people out there to try the sport. So anyway, but back to the wind. The concern here with the first long course championship race is that with the big upset we had, we saw the CAF Browning Harvey team knock out Fine Strokes, which was a surprise. So we thought we would see Fine Strokes rowing again here in the men's long course championship race. So because of that, the time of the Canadian Armed Forces men this morning was about, their time was 11:04. Which is almost a full minute behind the crew that's right next to them in stake 3, which is the Torbay crew. So these 2 crews are going to have to be very careful, because as we know, it takes a minute to get around the turn, approximately, sometimes less. So stake 3, the Toyota Plaza, the Torbay crew, might be coming out of their turn as the Canadian Armed Forces Browning Harvey are going in. So what I was, again, chatting with Tina Ring Hunt and Gord Delaney, who are 2 very decorated, super duper coxswains, and they would say, if that were me and we were neck and neck in this full course race, because as we talked about this morning, there's not a lot of distance down there near the gut. And crews have to kind of negotiate about, if we're going in first and we have this much of a lead, this is what's going to happen. So either this crew will ease off, this crew will go wide, so it doesn't end up being like a game of chicken where we don't know who's going to slack off first or who's going to let up their rowing pressure. So as we had Keith White on at the beginning of the day, the ultimate goal is safety.
Absolutely.
So it would be wise for those 2 coxswains who are in turning the buoys next to each other to kind of touch base in a friendly, sportsman-like way, camaraderie-like, to just agree on a strategy about how they're going to do the turn. If the times from this morning are predictive of their performance this night, which they probably will be.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so the 2 heavy favorites, the Canadian Home Hardware, have chosen stake 5 in the Levi Shoddy Rogers. This boat, formerly the Miss Tubular, now named after a famous coxswain, Levi Shoddy Rogers, who is the great-grandfather of a former rower crewmate of mine, Allison Connolly. And the Volkswagen crew has also chosen the Levi Shoddy Rogers, but they're on stake 3.
Okay, and so let's say you're rowing again, championship race. Would you go with the Levi Shoddy Rogers, or would you end up back in the Miss Lily, which was the Pomerleau, which was the one, which I think was also Levi Shoddy Rogers was tubular previously.
Yes, correct.
Miss Lily Pomerleau.
Right.
You rowed in the tubular. And so you didn't row in the Pomerleau for the championship.
But I have rowed in Pomerleau for championship. So it just depends on the year and the summer and which boat your crew has trained in the most. Where you're most comfortable. because every year there's different maintenance done on the boats. So you might be having, a particular issue that kind of nags one summer, and you know that your crew doesn't like that boat, or that doesn't work well for this person in that crew. But it seems that the two top teams, the two favorites, have been sharing this Levi Shoddy Rogers. So after the time trials, crews that are seated in the top-ranked boats get priority booking.
Okay.
So they can then start to train in their boats. So this is a strategic decision, what shell they've chosen to do their championship race in.
Okay.
So it wouldn't be something that came as a surprise.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then if you, if you had the option between the two, is there one that you're leaning towards if you were rowing this championship final?
Well, I just trust what the experts do.
Okay. And so I know a couple times today when we were talking about the different positions that people were sitting in the boat. So I never really got to ask you, was there a seat or position that you preferred when you were rowing?
Yeah, I was always in one. So I was always
the furthest away from the coxswain.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So when I was younger, like in my teens, I would sit up in 5 and stuff. But as we all got older and finished growing, I'm on a relatively short side for a rower.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I am. I'm sitting here next to you at a towering 5'3". So they put me in 1, and because 1 has a big role to play getting around the turn.
Yeah.
So in the last time I rowed, myself and Amanda Ryan, who is back out tonight with the Volkswagen crew, we were the bow pair. So
Okay.
we were seat 1 and seat 2, furthest from the coxswain. There's struggles back there because you can't really hear what's going on.
Yeah.
You just have to make your own fun and hope you hear the workout. And,
Okay.
well, of course, I'm kind of saying that in jest, but it's half true. 3, 4, 5, and 6. So 3 and 4 are in the middle of the boat. They're
Okay.
kind of known as like the engine, and
Okay.
then 5 and 6, who are the 5 seat is leading the starboard side or the bow side, and 6 seat is setting the pace for the whole entire boat.
Okay.
So as you can see here, this looks like Torbay.
I believe so, because they were in the darkish blue
Torbay
earlier.
or Kia, because I think they're both wearing blue, but maybe it's Torbay getting warmed up there.
Okay.
So they're going to be practicing a few starts before they line up. And yeah, that is definitely Torbay, the 2025 Hall of Fame inductee Graham Roach, the coxswain there. And we saw Chris Roach in 6 seat. So Blaine Edwards, who's sitting in 5 seat as the leader of the starboard side, he formerly rowed with the NTV crew.
Yeah.
So he has tons of experience. This is not his first championship race. Also in the Torbay boat, Noah Bradbury, Lucas Roach, Noah Percy, Kyle McGraw, Donnie Decker. And so Donnie also formerly rowed with NTV.
Okay.
And then their spare, Matthew Manning, was passed with the Crosby Industrial Services crew.
Okay.
Yeah, and has a history of rowing on the slide seat side.
Okay.
And they're coached by Dean Hammond, who of course we'll see in the Volkswagen.
Okay.
The women's championship race, he is the coxswain for the Volkswagen crew. So.
Okay. So, like you were saying earlier, a couple of repeats throughout the day.
Exactly. Yeah. The different roles to play throughout the day. Dean is coaching in this situation, coxing in the next. He'd probably be rowing if he had time.
Well, lucky for him, he doesn't, so he gets to rest at some point today.
And he has a new baby George at home. So
okay, so he's busy.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely, and doing a great job. And so for that reason, I know that the Volkswagen team, they did all their spins at 6 o'clock or 6:45 a.m. So different crews find their way. Like we heard the HMP crew, they rode a lot of lunch times.
Yeah.
And they would kind of trade shifts around with their coworkers to make that work. The Volkswagen crew came down in the mornings. Another bit of a change that from people who rode in years gone by, the spins or the practice sessions used to be 35 minutes.
Yeah.
Now they're officially 45 minutes.
Okay, so what would those, if you were doing the practice sessions, what would those extra 15 minutes add?
Absolutely everything.
Okay.
Yeah, because in these last couple weeks when it gets really busy and the learning curve, you're really improving a lot. Every minute on the water counts.
Okay.
Yeah, and so 35 minutes, if you're late or if you're with 6 people, it's hard to coordinate. Or if you get down and you want to do a bit of a warm up, or there's an equipment issue, or somebody forgot their sneakers, or the coxswain is having trouble setting up the phone for the spin, then it eats into your time.
The phone for the spin?
Oh yeah, so you can get an app on your phone that gets your stroke rate, and yeah,
So
it's
there's
really cool.
Now I'm nosy. Okay, in case I ever become a coxswain, what is this app?
I don't know, but Dean would be able to tell you.
Okay, so now we need need to ask Dean.
Yeah, so
Okay.
or probably any of these coxswains in these 10 boats who will be steering these top 10 fastest crews here in the championship race tonight. But you set up your phone in your boat, and you can see the boat speed, the strokes per minute, so the stroke rate that's called. You can see, you know, basically your data then after the spin about how long you took to get from point A to point B, which, as many people I'm sure who are watching at home, that is not a luxury that we have always had.
No.
So back when people would come down and use the chalkboard to sign up and say, we're going to take this boat out at this time. And now, of course, all the bookings are done online.
So I have a shady question for you now. In the time of the chalkboard, has anyone ever erased another team's name, or were we playing with good sportsmanship?
Well, I was not around in the days of the chalkboard, but
any rumors?
Based on some of the stories I've heard, I would say there was some erasing that
because
happened.
it was like we all seem to have a bit of a competitive spirit. Was there a point where it's like, not today?
Yeah, you know, I'd be interested to talk to some of the veteran kind of legacy rowers to hear stories of the chalkboard days. But I do know, you know, people met and are now married and have families like over that chalkboard. So
see, forget the chalkboard, over the winner's circle. We sat here for the engagements, which I'm pretty sure Def and Jason at one point. We still need to check in to see like if the wedding's gone down yet.
That's right. I guess the was that last year or the year before that?
It was our first year together, and there was the engagement and winner's circle, and I guess my research at some point today, before the end of the broadcast, will be, did we get a wedding out of that one?
I bet we did. I have a good feeling.
I just didn't know if it's happened already, or like, did we miss out on the regatta wedding?
Where was our invite?
I feel like the entire, that's a large wedding to have to get everyone who was attending. But maybe the regatta committee knows something we don't know.
So great shot right here of the Canadian Armed Forces, Browning Harvey. So I can tell you right now, these guys are tickled pink to be back for the show. It was probably the upset of the day that we had this decorated fine strokes crew come in at a time that was 6th place instead of 5th place. So the Canadian Armed Forces, Robert Roach, who's sitting there at the helm, steered them to a great row this morning and earned them a berth in this spot. So for them, as one of the crew members says, everything is gravy. So everything is gravy. We're here. We're in the show. They're going to get a giant oversized 5th place medal no matter what, because they're 5th overall. And this definitely these guys haven't been rowing for a long time. So this is really impressive for them, but I guess it's playing in their favor that they're keeping fit for their jobs, for their work.
Works out.
Yeah, and probably a great way of stress relief for these corporals to get out and just be on the water and with nature and with each other.
I would say this is probably a lot more fun than like basic training.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah. You know, sometimes we see them like going around the lake with all their gear on, and
there's a lot less weight to maybe. I'm not built for the military in any respect, but I would presume that this was a lot less weight and a little bit less stressful. Like, just the entire demeanor.
Yeah, because you're completely focused on being in the boat, moving at the same time as your crewmates. So rowing, and if they're choosing to row at the morning, it can be therapeutic down here for these sunrises or sunsets, you know, whatever the case may be. But it is really, it's been a nice summer weather-wise, the wind notwithstanding, but they've had some great days this season. So, yeah, big congrats to the Canadian Armed Forces Browning Harvey for getting themselves a spot here today after they don't have decades of rowing under their belt, but they have some good quality years, obviously, as we see them pick up and row into their warm-up here.
And so for you, when you were rowing, which was your preferred spin time or practice time? Were you a morning or a night?
Oh, God. You know, mornings, I love to sleep, I have to say.
I don't blame you.
Yeah.
Don't even.
But you have to train at the time that you're going to race. So we know that the regatta starts, your maximum latest time to start is 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. So you might as well get used to it.
Okay.
So in the rowing season, you just get into this routine of early bedtimes. You come home, if you row in the morning and then in the night, you come home from the lake, you eat, you go to bed. There's not a lot of other stuff going on in your social life in the summer when you're committed to rowing at this level, as these 10 teams that we'll see shortly are.
Okay, so the wind has changed, and I know I said that I would put
Did
in
it?
an order. The wind, and I'm only judging it by the smell, okay? I'm judging it by the smell of hamburgers that's hitting me, not by the breeze I am feeling. The smell shifted, and now I smell burgers, which I'm pretty sure are coming from Johnny Mace. So I know I was supposed to get a food truck order in at lunch, and I didn't. So now my game plan is, like you, who gets it at the end of the day, I might be doing that now. So I'm switching my game plan to be more like a championship rower.
Well, the Spirit of Newfoundland had beautiful, tasty
did.
sandwiches.
I grabbed
for
one
us
as
at
I
lunch.
ran away.
Yeah.
There was a lovely egg sandwich, sandwich, as
Yes.
that is now beautifully named, or lovely Chris sandwich that I departed with.
And as we watch the Torbay crew warm up here, did you attend the luncheon that occurred
I
today?
did.
Tell me about it.
It was wonderful. So we had the Ashley Peach, who started off the ceremony. We got to listen to.
Did she do a speech?
A little speech, but more so of like an introduction to who would be speaking. And then they're on the lifetime president that we were
Tanny
talking.
Collins?
Yes, Tanny
Yep.
Collins was talking about the history of the regatta and all of that today. So it was lovely. The lieutenant governor was talking about celebrating again, like when we chatted with her, Armin Gosling. And I have info for you because we were discussing her hat earlier. She
Where'd
does
she
get
get it?
some at Twisted Sister here
Okay.
locally. She's gotten some in Halifax. So basically, if she's traveling, she's coming home with a hat. So now you can also plan your hat shopping trips.
And we should say we're not being paid or endorsed. To
No, none of that. This was purely
By
fashion
Twisted
curiosity.
Sister.
Fashion curiosity
Well,
won
good
over.
to know for folks who like hats and who want to attend the Lieutenant Governor's garden party. So my mom attended this year, as I mentioned, and she was without fascinator. So I will be sending her to Twisted Sister to get a hat to prepare for next week's or next year's garden party. Sorry.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Would there be a garden party involved in the Canada Summer Games?
I don't know. You know, I know that the opening and closing ceremonies are kind of play that that celebratory role. I don't think the Lieutenant Governor hosts a specific Canada Games garden party, but I do know that opening and closing ceremonies tickets are sold out.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's going to be a great spectacle.
You're going to be down there.
I'm going to go for the opening because I'm working with Drs. Julie Stevens and Dr. Katie Wadden to do some research on volunteer well-being, which is super exciting. So we're going to try and get the volunteers to fill out some of our surveys, and
you'll be our eyes and ears on the ground.
Yeah, and I can report back next August.
Please do. I will find you before that.
Okay, awesome. So we're going to get the East Coast Kia Men's Championship boats lined up here, race number 18 of the day. So as I mentioned, the Kitty Vitty Brewery crew, who came in this morning with a time of 10:56, they are over on stake number 1 in the Iceberg Gold is the boat that they have chosen.
Okay.
Their coxswain is Yvonne Knight. The rowers are stroke Mike Shea, Tim O'Neill on 5, Mike Lacey, Trevor Ring, Jeff Clooney, Matt Hiscock, and their coach is Bill Janes. So as people watching on the camera who are looking out for their loved ones in the Kitty Vitty Brewery, stake 1 is furthest away from the boathouse. Unfortunately, it's closest in the weedy section that we've been talking about all day. So that's where you can look for them.
Okay. And then in stake number 2, stake number 2, we have the Canadian Armed Forces Browning Harvey Limited, coxed by Robert Roach, stroked by Rick Blanchard, and then we have Ryan Penny, Darian Golami, Brandon Tilley, Tim Ryan, Damien Daw, and spares Alex Buzan and Perry Doran, and their coach is Penny Blanchard.
And so their qualifying time, which gave them the upset, was 11:04.94, which beat out Fine Strokes was at 11:06.
Okay.
So yeah.
That's like seconds.
I know. It's very close. All right, and on stake 3, in the shell called Toyota Plaza, we have the Torbay crew, and their coxswain is Graham Roach. Their stroke is Chris Roach, and the rowers are Blaine Edwards, Noah Bradbury, Lucas Roach, Noah Percy, Kyle McGraw, spares Donnie Decker, Matthew Manning, and coach Dean Hammond.
And they are 3 roaches rowing that one. And then in the shell, Miss Lily with the East Coast Kia crew, who are coaxed by the one and only Gord Delaney, stroked by Cameron Hickman. We have Alex Kingsley, Ian Morris, Nathan Ryan, Thomas Dyer, Ty Mitchell Moore, and the spare Luke Power. And their coach is Emma Ramsey, and their manager is Charlene Devereaux.
Yeah, and on stake 5, the defending champs and the favorites from this morning is Capital Home Hardware, who've chosen to row in the boat the Levi Shoddy Rogers, the coxswain Kevin Greeley, the rowers Stroke Eric King, Bradley White, Jason Wade, Ian Power, Morgan White, Frank Norris, spares Jonathan Hammond and James Cadigan, coach Raymond Cadigan, and their manager is Dana Reed. So that is your lineup.
Okay. So the Shoddy, what is like Shoddy's nickname? Is their nickname? What is the story behind that one?
You know, that's a great question. I suspect sometime it might have something to do. So there's a lot of different names for practice spins, practice sessions, or whatever. And when you go for time, it's sometimes called a poke. It's sometimes called go for a shot.
Okay.
So it might be, he was a coxswain, a very talented one. So it might have something to do with the fact that Levi Shoddy Rogers took lots of crews for shots out on the pond. But I wish I had the knowledge of the chalkboard people because they could come and tell me for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. See, I was not leaning that way in the Shoddy. I did not know it had anything to do with being coxswain. And I was like, okay, maybe they had a fun time.
Well, if I was a betting gal, that's what I would guess.
And we know that you are not a betting gal. No, you are a championship winning gal.
And just to reiterate, the Torbay crew who warms up down here in the shed with the ergs, they wanted to send out a few special thank yous to Councillor Ralph Tapper. So he's with the town of Torbay, and of course we all know Tapper's Ultramar on the top of Tapper's Hill. Tapper is a big Torbay name, and of course he's a city councillor and has really supported the men here in their journey this summer. And they also want to send a special thank you to Carl Galliana, who lives in Michigan in the United States. And his mother, Teresa Bradbury, was born and raised in Torbay before moving to Michigan. And Carl and his mother still love Torbay. They visit frequently. And when he heard about this rowing crew wanting to represent Torbay, he offered to help sponsor them. So this is why they can row under the banner of the Torbay name. And he gets 10 hard for him today.
That is fantastic. So I do have a wicked... a sigh of relief of some background chaos. So I did have a question for you. So remember how you were letting me know about the Torbay Embassy?
Where was it?
You said you had, and there was like, they set up the Torbay, and because Torbay set up an embassy tent over there, I needed a passport to get into that. So I was wondering, can you grant me a visa into the town of Torbay?
Well, you know, as I'm sure lots of our viewers will be interested, the immigrant experience, I'm willing to bet you know a lot more about visas.
I do, but I'm seeking you as the official.
Well, I think we're going to have to talk to Graham Roach.
Okay,
yeah,
we'll work on that.
Yeah, he seems to be the Torbay man. But yeah, I'm going to just mention a couple other Torbay folks. Andrew Tobin has played a big role in the regatta for many years. He's not down today, but another fellow Torbayman, Matthew Manning, who is sparing for the Torbay crew, grew up in Torbay, rowed with Outer Cove. So yeah, lots of Torbay and Outer Cove have traditionally had Outer Cove rivalries, but of course, in my training with the M5, I went to the Outer Cove Town Hall every day, and my coach, Bert Hickey, would give me a hard time about being from Torbay, but, you know, it's all in jest. It's all good fun.
They still let you row, so it can't be that bad.
Yeah, that's right. So this is a shot here. We just had Gord Delaney standing up with the red hat on. That's by far the youngest crew, so they are in the senior men's category, but these boys here are in their early 20s.
Yeah.
So we have a couple who rowed in Canada Games in 2017. We have Cameron Hickman, who's sitting in the stroke seat of the East Coast Kia boat, who would have rowed in the Canada Games in 2017, and Alex Kingsley in 2022. So these, we know Canada Games is not in rowing this summer, unfortunately, but they do come with a wealth, you know, over a decade of rowing experience. They would have started as, this past, it was called squirts, the squirt category.
Yes.
But now it's called under 14.
Okay.
These are the crews that row one way, and they may row with life jackets in the boat. And this is, and that is the Capital Home Hardware crew, the coxswain is frantically waving his arms, so it looks like there may be an equipment issue. But he's probably not going to even go near the stakes to line up. But would you agree? It seems to be they're trying to get somebody's attention. Yeah,
they're
absolutely.
calling people over.
Yeah. So I don't know if they're calling the chase boat, if they're calling somebody who's on the bank who might have some supplies, but they were frantically gesticulating to try and get somebody. We saw Frank there. He's actually featured on the beginning of the cover of the program is Frank Norris. He's got anyone who can see the Regatta edition of the 2025 program either online or who came down Lakeside and got a copy. Frank is featured on the cover. And he has his two arms up in celebration. I suspect that is last year. That is last year after they won the championship, and Frank is there celebrating. He has had a lot to celebrate this year, him and his wife, Kellyanne, welcoming a new baby.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so congrats. And they both rode today, so I guess the grandparents were on duty.
It's a family sport in every respect.
Yep, absolutely.
So remember earlier how we were talking about paddling, rowing, and canoeing, and I promised you some terms.
Oh, thank goodness you're not asking me again, because I had no idea.
I wasn't asking you. I went to the internet to come up with some terms.
What did it tell you?
So when it comes to paddling, you have like the blade, which is the part of the paddle, not the oar. You have the catch, which is when the blade enters the water for the start of a stroke. There is the dive, which is the part of the stroke where power is applied. And then there's the feather, which has nothing to do with birds, regardless of my duck hazards in the water, which is when you turn the blade to reduce the wind. You have port, like we were talking about port and starboard. There's the bow, the stern, the gunwale, which is spelled gunwale, not anything to do with whales, which is the upper part of a canoe or
Is it gunwale with an H or no H?
No H, so Gunwale.
Yeah,
but
and speaking of the gunnels, we're getting some attention over the gunnels of the Capital Home Hardware. Our producer Perry says it looks like they're pointing to the oar hook, which rowers would refer to as an oar lock, but good job, Perry. Oar hook is pretty close.
See, we're picking up terms everywhere we can find them.
Just anything goes. I knew what he meant. So it might have been loose. It might have been that the screw that changes, that kind of tightens up the gate, it's called. It might have come a bit loose, but okay, what else did you learn?
So specific to paddling, not like dragon boat paddling terms. So we got the steersperson and the helm, so which would be our coxswain.
Exactly.
And then power 10, which is like the hard 10 that we've been talking about all day. The ready, which means prepares all teams for paddling, and then timing and all of that. Then you have the color and the drummer, because dragon boats have a drummer to help them keep pace and all of that, so which is really cool.
Cool. So the coxswain is like the drummer and the steersperson all wrapped up into one.
Without the drum. So whistles that I've seen them wearing is to motivate
their
teams.
Maybe next year someone could take a boron in the coxswain seat and do a little drumming.
That would be cool. And then so for canoeing, which what we will be seeing in the next couple of weeks
in the Canada Games.
Yep. So you have the J stroke, which is a corrective stroke, which helps keep the canoe straight. You got the draw stroke, which pulls the canoe sideways towards a paddle. A pry stroke, which pushes a canoe. And then there's the kneeling position, which is the traditional position for better control and power. And then canoeing also comes in solo or tandem.
I love it.
So I did my research. Am I announcing anything for the Canada Games? No, I'm just here for good times.
So a couple of parallels. All the time in fixed seat boats, there are 6 rowers with staggered seats and 1 coxswain for a total of 7 humans in our fixed seat boats. But in slide seat or Olympic style rowing, there's singles, pairs, doubles, quads, and 8s.
Okay, let's run that one slowly again for me.
So in the Olympic rowing, you can have boats with 1 person, 2 people, 4 people, or 8 people.
Okay.
But here, all of our boats are 6. And some of the strokes that you'll be seeing at the start of this championship race, we're getting underway here shortly. So they're going to start this race with some very short strokes.
And we have Keith White.
Keith White,
at the ready.
Yeah, getting ready to be president. And past President Gail Malone getting ready to shoot the gun to indicate the start of the men's long course championship race.
And they're off.
And they're off. So let's hope for a clean start. They haven't all been perfect today under the conditions. But just to remind people now that we're watching, closest to us in the television, in stake 1, is the Kitty Vitty Brewery.
Okay.
And then next to them is the Canadian Armed Forces men on stake 2. So because these 2 times were seated 4th and 5th going in, they're kind of stuck with Weedtown on 1 and 2. But it's a long race, so hopefully they'll row out of those weeds and settle in and put their best oar forward.
They're doing exactly that. And so as we see, it looks like from our angle, the stake 5 is doing what it intended to do by picking that stake.
Well, the wind is favorable on the stakes 4 and 5 sides of the lake, Kitty Vitty Lake, closest to the boathouse, because the wind is blowing from the top in the other direction. So you can see here, stake 5 is Capital Home Hardware. Next to them is Gord Delaney with his young East Coast Kia men. Then we have Torbay there in the middle on stake 3. So awesome.
So from the look from our view, with the aerial view, we have stake 5 in the lead. We have stake 3, which is looking like a close second. Stake 4 looking like it's in third position. Stake 2 and 1 seem to be tied from this angle.
Yeah, if anything, I would give the Kitty Vitty Brewery a little edge over the Canadian Armed Forces. Oh, it looks like it froze a bit. But
I think that is
we're
some
back.
drone. Yep, and we're back.
Yeah. So the wind is helping these crews now. It's
because
still
it's pushing them
in that
up.
direction, so they're having a tailwind, so
Okay.
they can. It's helping them head down towards their turn, and on the way back they'll have a headwind. So it looks like they're settling into a real nice rhythm as we approach the 2-minute mark. So it's going to be no surprise. These men know that when they row past the orange buoys indicating the half-course kegs, they know they're around the 2-minute mark. So we're
Okay.
going to see one of those coming up shortly. If perhaps,
Yep,
so they're
right
going
as you
through
said.
right now. Phew.
You know your sport.
And then, yeah.
So from the way it looks right now, the buoys usually end up marking the same amount of distance for the stakes, correct?
They're hopefully equidistant between the kegs, yes.
Okay, because then I was looking, because it looked like stake 4 and 5 were going through the same spacing between the buoys, but that doesn't matter right now until the end.
You know, and it could be the case because, as I mentioned, there's about a minute and sometimes more between the crews on 3. So, yeah, we have Torbay on stake. Torbay is on stake 3, and next to them is the Canadian Armed Forces.
Yeah.
And so they have to be strategic about their turn.
Absolutely.
And making sure that there's enough. The Canadian Armed Forces crew has to leave enough room for the Torbay crew to turn and to come out of their turn in a safe manner.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So as we're making it, you can see as the paddles go out, where we're talking about
Oars.
Oars. See, with all the boat talk. As the oars come out, you can see the little white caps.
Yeah.
From there.
Yeah, and you mentioned about feathering, which is something that you found in the paddling terminology.
Yes.
That is also a technique we do in rowing. So the feathering helps cut down on the wind when you're in your recovery stage. So you're
Okay.
lifting your oar from the end of the one stroke to the beginning of the next.
Okay.
Instead of having like a sail,
Yeah.
you turn your wrists or you use your forearms to make your blade flat.
Okay.
And then as you roll over your knees and come forward to your toes to set up at the catch again, you gradually get it back in that sail format,
Okay.
in that 90 degree. So great shot of the favorites here, Canadian Home Hardware in the red T-shirts,
Yep.
the red uniforms, who are rowing into their turn. And as we can see, they're getting close. So here on
Yeah.
5, he's going a bit wide.
Yeah.
So
in order to make that turn around the buoy safely.
Right, and as I chatted with some of our expert coxswains in this kind of wind, they're going in wide but coming out tight.
Okay.
That is the advice I heard.
So not a wide U and not a V, but
Yeah, so this
a
is
double V.
the worrisome part that I just want to bring people's attention to is on 3, the blue shirts are
Yeah.
turning, and Canadian Armed Forces is coming towards them.
Yes.
So these boats, they might cross paths,
Yeah.
and stake 3 will then go over into 2's water.
Yeah.
But
ensure safety.
Hopefully they've
Figured it out.
They've figured it out, and they're keeping their eyes on each other. But when we're turning at this stage of the pond and there's this much time in between, that is a definite consideration. Here's the Canadian Armed Forces men going in. Capital Home Hardware is coming out.
Yeah.
Yep. And then we saw Kitty Vitty Brewery go by as well.
And we can see them picking up space.
Yeah.
And that's
those Torbay men, they're really fighting
They're
to hang
dedicated.
on. Yeah, they're wanting to hold on and keep the Capital Home Hardware in their grasp.
Yeah. And it seems like right now they're pushing past.
They are pushing. And here we have stakes 1 and 2. Kitty Vidi Brewery and Canadian Armed Forces are finishing their turn.
Yep.
One has
Kitty
gone
Vidi-
a bit wide.
Yep.
Yeah.
So they'd have to pull out of the weeds.
Right. Well, we don't know the weed situation down there as well, but they need to get back kind of a gradual line towards the right side of stake number 1 to gear up for their finish. But, you know, good clean turns. It was safe turns. The coxswains are competing with the wind, so they weren't all super tight turns, but they got around safely, and everybody is now on the way back. So the first half of the race has been completed successfully.
And we see that Capital Home Hardware still seeming like they are in the lead for this one.
Yep. And then that's kind of a nice artistic shot.
I was like, if you're painting, if the group of 7 had to paint this, this is the scene they would paint.
The happy little trees, happy little grass.
Bob
weeds.
Ross would be so proud of us.
He really would. So yeah, that was a really nice shot of Mike Shea, Tim O'Neill, Mike Lacey, Trevor Ring, Jeff Clooney, Matt Hiscock taking the boat home in their Kitty Vidi shell. And the camera's now back on Capital Home Hardware. Placentia championships from 2024. They're definitely looking to hold on and make this a consecutive win.
Absolutely.
2 consecutive years.
And the way it's looking from this angle, it looks like that might just be possible for them.
It might be, but you know,
we don't know till the first boat crosses the buoy.
And it's a real barn burner here for second place. So we have the Torbay crew and the East Coast Kia. You can bet they're eyeing each other through their peripheral vision. And like we were talking about this morning, the coxswains are going to probably throw out a few reminders to keep heads in the boat. You want to have eyes forward instead of, you know, one of my coaches used to say, every time you crane your neck and look, you lose a second.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know if it's true or not. I'm like, how can that be? But I guess your head weighs a lot.
See, I'm a looky-loo, so I would definitely be struggling not to see where everyone else was.
We would have to get you some of those horse
blinders. Fully. It would be necessary.
Yeah. So stake 4, or the Capital Home Hardware, now starting their 4th quarter. This has got to feel good as they see the half-course buoys come into their view, because they know with every stroke they're getting further away from being in this pain zone and closer to the finish.
And then they can probably begin to hear the crowd now, so to keep them motivated as they go to the end.
Yeah, and I don't know if I haven't really heard it, but maybe on the water, the Marquis used to play the Regatta song, like so when you get to the Marquis, that music used to come on. I'm not sure if that comes into their ears today, but they definitely do that in Placentia and Harbor Grace. Yeah.
So did they row the Harbor Grace this year?
Yeah, except it was delayed a day for wind and rain and so on. So it was supposed to go ahead on Saturday, and I think it went ahead on Sunday.
Okay.
So you can see the drone is chasing Capital Home Hardware as they're rowing by the slide seat side. Another fun fact, this little gate system where they're about to go by is called the jog.
Okay.
And that's where every morning and every night they put the boats in one by one through the jog. The boathouse staff put them out, and then every night they put them back in.
Okay.
So for people might think, you know, the boats are just tied up at the wharf all summer, but they're not. They're going in the shell house each and every night.
So in the shell house, are they still in the water, or are they like on rafters?
On racks.
Okay.
Yeah, there's some quite strong racks because the boats are a couple hundred pounds.
Oh, wow.
And they sit on racks, and the boathouse staff gets down here five at the latest probably to start taking the boats out for the first spin of the morning.
So are the boats wooden or carbon fiber? What's the deal? What are our boats made of?
Oh God, just get an engineer.
I'm asking the hard questions.
I think we know them by brown bottom and as white bottom. I know that. And so
do those mean anything?
It means the brown, I think, is it the brown bottoms of the competition shells? But I do know that the same 5 shells have been selected for the women's and the men's championship races.
Okay.
So those are the boats you want, but those boats only come out after time trials.
Okay.
So to kind of preserve these racing shells, when we get on the water in May, I think it's the white bottoms, and then the brown bottoms come out. My God.
What were their times in the first for Capital Home Hardware?
The Capital Home Hardware, when they rode this morning, their time was 9:32:47.
Okay.
Yeah, so unofficially we're at 9:45. I don't think it's a big deal about the placing. I mean about the time, because they've got open water.
And it's clean and clear and no duck hazards as they make their way across.
Awesome.
You can see, I think that's going to be another photo shot.
Maybe that's next year's cover. So last year it was Ian Power, who's been rowing since I was a kid. We were both kids. We're about the same age. It was his first championship last year. It's so awesome to see him get his second. His dad, Ken Power, is a legendary celebrated rower. Holy smokes.
Okay, so
Oh my
stake 4,
goodness.
then stake 3.
I think it was the young guys.
Yeah.
I do, but I don't know if they're even going to know. I think it was East Coast Kia came second and Torbay came third, but we got to get the results.
Absolutely. The final numbers will come to us.
And if that's the case, it went kind of in the order of the stakes, because the East Coast Kia crew in the Miss Lily on stake 4 was lined up next to Capital Home Hardware on number 1.
Yeah.
They rode their little hearts out.
They did.
Holy smokes.
Those are some big hearts.
Yeah, those big hearts out.
Yeah.
And here we have
The
Kitty.
Torbay.
No, that's Kitty Vitty
Vitty?
Brewery.
Okay.
Yeah, so you again, and this is other rowers who've been here since the 90s, probably before. Tim O'Neill has rowed for a long time.
And we have the Armed Forces.
Armed Forces, so we're approaching. Oh no, the clock has stopped. So
Yeah.
Canadian Armed Forces, their time this morning was 11:04. I'm sure they'll be hoping to beat that, but this wind is comparable, maybe stronger than they rode this morning.
Exactly.
But as we heard from Tim Ryan, number 2 oar in their boat, it's all gravy.
It's all gravy.
Because this is a surprise for them to get in.
Exactly.
And it really puts their season off to a nice close. So get out of the way, Ducks.
I'm literally, the duck hazards are not doing well for me. There's one with its head in the water, and I'm just hoping it stays there. And look at that.
Excellent. So these corporals can take a break.
Absolutely.
Great job. They have been rowing many years. So some great rowing by all boats in that race.
Absolutely.
And we have the Kitty Vitty Brewery coming in.
Avoiding duck hazards.
Avoiding duck hazards.
Oh, yeah.
You can't look. Just don't look.
That is not the answer, but they crossed, and that was it. And that was a fantastic crossing for
It was
them.
a great row. I think what may have happened with the Kitty Vitty Brewery crew, they got caught up on stake 1 on the turn.
Yep.
They seemed to go
a little wide.
A little off camera there. So we had to recap. In first place, Capital Home Hardware, defending champs. Second place, East Coast Kia, Cox by Gord Delaney, since they were in diapers, basically.
And they grew up on the boats.
Yeah, they grew up with they came out with an oar in their hand. This is Graham Roach, 2025 Hall of Fame inductee. Great row for those Torbay men. We also have Matthew Manning Spare, who's local, Torbay local, and Dean Hammond, who's the coach of this crew. And I suspect we'll see these guys back.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, they'll be back.
Rowing is in their blood.
Yep. And the 4th place, the Canadian Armed Forces, Browning Harvey rode in the Jerry Angel. We're waiting on some official times, but congratulations to them. And 5th place, Kitty Vitty Brewery in the Iceberg Gold. So congrats, big congrats to all the full course champs.
And then maybe a final victory walk around. Well, row
Well,
around.
they deserve it. I know, as I mentioned, it's the exact same 5 boats.
Yeah.
So they've got to
They
get
might
in
not have
so
the time to do
women
that.
can get them ready.
Yeah.
But so now when they dock, there is a special place for the people who came in first go to the winner's dock,
Okay.
which is the spot closest to the jog. And this is a really exciting time because it's not just like you're docking after a regular practice spin. When you get there, all of your friends and family are waiting. There's cameras in your face. You feel like, you're like a celebrity.
You are.
Yeah, Adam Creek. So this is like Coach Bert Hickey used to say, it's our Olympics, and it absolutely is. And so it's just a really nice feeling to get that moment of recognition. Here's Robert Roach taking his man back in.
Is rowing in the Olympics?
It is, of course it is. It's just somehow got omitted from the Canada Games.
Okay.
Which is so sad, but maybe in 2029 it will make a comeback.
Okay.
And that is the Capital Home Hardware crew is taking a bit of a victory lap there. So awesome job. They're thanking the officials who are in the...
And duck hazard, duck hazard.
It's okay. They're just rowing easy now. I don't think they'd sacrifice a duck. So cool drone aerial footage of the Capital Home Hardware 2-year champs now, returning champs.
Congratulations.
Huge congrats. I think actually, was it Jason Wade, the number 4, who did this proposal 2 years ago?
I believe so.
It's ringing a bell. Yeah. And they used to row, I think, on Wade's excavating. So anyway, we'll get to talk to them later.
Absolutely.
And hear
we'll
all
find
about
out. And then we will do the real inquisitory work.
Yeah, the real intel will be gathered. So there wasn't even a false start, as we've seen multiple times today. The men's NTV satellite network the East Coast Kia Men's Championship race went off without a hitch. So congratulations to all the crews. It'll be great to get the official times.
Yeah. And I was like, I see all the oars on one side, and then the others are just resting.
So they're turning to finish off their victory lap.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're watching the champs here take a victory lap. And we can even see the little green all on that side of the lake. And now they're all picking up together.
There were less weeds from like the oars this time. Like I didn't see any oars pull up any weeds.
No, oh, you could see some though on the tiller, the ropes of the Robert Roach's boat there. It definitely was a factor. So yeah, they're thanking their friends, their family. Kevin Greeley should be happy with that row. I'm sure they're all pleased.
Absolutely. Over here motioning to our floor director, Gian, that I would love a burger.
And so the Capital Home Hardware is being occupied or rowed by the Volkswagen St. John's for the next race. So I know for sure that these women are down here chomping at the bit, waiting for the boat to get in, so they can start to fix their feet, as we'd call it, fix the length of their oars, do their oar locks, get their seats comfortable, and their feet secured. So that's the kind of preparation that's going to happen now in between the transition from the Capital Home Hardware in the Levi Shoddy Rogers to the Volkswagen St. John's. So some people choose to watch the race from up around here. You see on the bridge at the top of the pond. It's hard with, you can't really see the turn from up there. You kind of have to choose where you want to watch the race from. But I kind of like to watch it from the top so you can see the finish.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like it from our seats. If I had to pick, I really enjoy watching from right here because we get the aerial view and that drone foot. Oh, hello, someone's head. That drone footage definitely helps.
Big smiles there. We can see from the Capital Home Hardware, from back to front or from bow to front. All right.
All right, so our results are out. So Capital Home Hardware coming in at 9:55.24. East Coast Kia coming in at 10:17.17. Torbay at 10:18.22. That like milliseconds. The Canadian Armed Forces coming in at 11:37.02. And Kitty Vitty Brewery 11:54.59.
But holy, at least we called it right, because I did think it was East Coast Kia that came in first.
Yeah.
And it was, in fact, them. These times confirm it. Canadian Armed Forces Browning Harvey with a time of 11:37.02, and Kitty Vitty Brewery with a time of 11:54.59. So, yeah, something happened there with their turn, but they had a great row to come in the top 5 for sure.
Absolutely.
And yeah, just to go back to front to give the Capital Home Hardware guys another little shout out, coxswain Kevin Greeley stroke Eric King. Number 5 is Bradley White leading the bow side. Jason Wade, Ian Power, Morgan White, Frank Norris, Francis Norris, Jonathan Houlihan, and James Cadigan are the spares. Coach Raymond Cadigan, manager Dana Reed. So congrats to the Capital Home Hardware crew on an awesome row, an awesome season. Again, so returning another one. They did it in 2024. They did it in 2025. Let's see what's in store for 2026.
Okay.
The 208th. So they're taking it to their spot on the winner's dock, which is the spot closest to the jog.
So they did a good lap.
Yeah, they did a nice victory lap, and you can see the other. Oh no, they're not taking it to the one closest to the jog. That's where I would bring it, but I guess they're not.
I guess because of that's wherever the Volkswagen.
Right, they're probably standing there, which is kind of nice because typically the winning spot goes right down there. There's another berth down there besides the behind the crew that's next to them, but I can see the Volkswagen rowers are, I think, stood up there waiting for that boat. And this is not the first time they would have done this handoff.
Yeah.
I suspect that because when they choose the same boat for Regatta Day, they start to kind of coordinate their spin times, and as one crew gets out, the other crew gets in. really nice shot of the winner's circle there.
You can see the logo and the crest in the middle. It's
Can
fantastic.
you see us?
No, we're on the across the street.
Oh, yeah. We're in the bushes over here.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Don't worry, they get to see us in a minute.
Yeah. Lucky them. So, yeah, in recent years, they've totally overhauled this space at the boathouse at the dockside, and it's really nice. The winner's circle celebrating the history of the Royal St. John's Regatta.
Now you see us. Well,
oh,
our
yeah,
tent.
there we are. So we're the red trucks there in the top right of the screen, I would say.
Yeah.
And then next to us, the blue square, that's
Is
us. I'm gonna put my papers out. Yeah, there's my papers.
And there we go.
That's pretty cool. And then next to us, our friendly neighbors NTV are one truck over.
Yeah.
I believe we're sharing some of the footage with them today.
I believe so. I think
Yeah.
we got some views from them.
This is super cool. As the excitement builds for race number 19.
The adrenaline must be pumping between the winners coming off and passing that energy off to the next set of
Yeah,
rowers.
you know, it's always a kind of a reminder when you watch the men or another crew come in after a hard row. It's like, oh goodness, I have to go do that now. It's going to be so hard.
Exactly.
It's going to hurt so much, but you know.
But they're ready.
They're ready. They're ready. They've trained. That's what they're there for.
It will not be like me when I first decided to run the telly, where there was no training and just some good vibes.
Did you run the telly this year?
Not this year. The first time I ran the telly, I did it with no training after working a bartending shift, and I was like, let's just do the thing.
Did you get through it?
Yeah, I did.
Good
and
for
I did
you.
it 2 years, and then I was going to do it when I was pregnant, and then I woke up throwing up, and I said, we're not going to do this. And that was the last time I ran the telly. But maybe next year.
You're quite adventurous.
We do it for the plot, okay? And I was recently watching a reel, and it's like, if you're going to do it for the plot, prepare for the plot to thicken. And so it does.
It does. Yeah, around mile 10, it gets
literally,
really thick.
it was even like, as a point I was running, and someone said, don't wear rings when you're doing, because your fingers could swell. I didn't prepare till I was looking, and I was like, oh, I have sausage fingers, and that was not the goal at the end of it. And then I think the thing I remember most is after the telly, if you don't prepare, make sure you have nothing to do for the next 2 days, because your legs will hurt, and it will not be a fun time.
You know, also happening today on Regatta Day, speaking of running, the Kids of Steel Triathlon.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, so that always happens I think it's in Barring Park at the same day as Regatta Day. So covered on my social media feeds today is if you're not rowing, then you have kids at the Kids of Steel.
Oh my God! So the year of sports is proving to be true, whether it's regatta, the kids running, or the Canada Summer Games.
And I know a lot of rowers who haven't returned for the championship races tonight. They probably went straight from their boat over to the Kids of Steel Triathlon to help their kids through that race and support them there. It's all these super cute, like little photo pictures. It's like, I do it for the snacks, or
I do it for the snacks.
Yeah, I'm running from my mom or whatever.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Yeah.
Have you ever participated in triathlon?
Oh God, yeah. What? Let's not talk about it.
You say it like we shouldn't, and I feel like this is an entire
Well, I don't want it to be about me, but it's been a while, and I can't imagine doing it right now. So
okay,
the last time I did try was 2017.
So triathlon includes running, biking, and swimming?
Yeah, but not in that order. It's swimming, biking, and running.
Okay, so is it? I'm not. Yeah, why?
Why do it?
Why do it, and why the order? Is there like some?
Oh, I think the order. It's like you put the highest risk of
injury,
death first. So swimming.
Okay, I guess true. So you don't want to be exhausted when you could drown.
You know, I really don't know, but that's always when I was doing it. I think that's why, because you're in the water, you're away from people who can help you quickly, and then on the bike you have some wheels, you have some equipment, probably some hills, and then running it's just you and some sneakers. So if you need to collapse, then
you can safely do
someone can come and drag you.
Okay.
But yeah, I did. I ran a number of local triathlons and did 2 half Ironmans with actually Katie Wadden.
Okay.
Yeah, and Alyssa got a bunch of multi-sport athletes all around here.
Every time you read the background of all these athletes, I was like, you play soccer, basketball, tennis, you're everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I think that it also aids with their like aerobic levels in the actual boat when it comes to all that rowing. They have that anaerobic exercise skill set. So
yeah,
fantastic.
and I think parents and with what we know and have learned about long-term athlete development, we have an idea about those core sports to put your children in at young age to develop the skills that will form that foundation.
As a mom who has a child to put in sports, what are they? So I know where.
So I see a lot of kids develop into very successful athletes who start with things like gymnastics.
He did that?
Yeah, who develop these core skills. Things like swimming.
He's doing that.
Yeah, that can the core skills, the balance, the strength, the aerobics, and then the hand-eye coordination comes in.
Okay.
So, you know, the things like gymnastics and swimming are individual, but you also need to learn how to be part of a group, how to coordinate your hand and your eye action, so anything in a team.
Okay, so we need to get him in a team sport.
We hockey, soccer, baseball.
I'm afraid of hockey. I can't do the early mornings. I think that's like a me issue, not so much a him issue. I don't think I could do the hockey mom early morning style situation, so we might be doing the basketball, soccer.
Yeah.
I'm cool to be a soccer mom. I'm okay with that life.
I think that would be great.
It comes with blankets.
And I've also learned today about hobby horse and handball.
Yeah, well, hobby horsing, I don't think I could handle the hobby horsing. I think I would see too much jumping in my living room, and I can't handle that.
That sounds like noisy.
It sounds...
And destructive, potentially.
Gymnastics was an interesting run for him because everything became part of gymnastics equipment in the house, and I was not prepared. Our couch was not prepared, more so. But handball might be our next sport because that is a team sport. And we're trying to start a Newfoundland and Labrador
So
team.
she said French school. I wonder, was she talking about École de Grandval?
Probably.
I don't know of another French school, but
I think there is only one.
Yeah, so I love it that, you know, we have those outlets in our community where she goes to the school to learn a different language, and now she's bringing to this sport. And it seems like she's starting up with a lot of passion, a lot of drive, and a lot of vigor.
Absolutely.
And I really hope she finds support. And so if people are out there wanting to try a new thing, we
Newfoundland handball.
Yeah, Newfoundland handball. Check it out. You know what else is sweeping the nation?
What?
Pickleball.
I have seen that, and I'm trying to think that might be my sport because I love the tennis aesthetic, but I like that pickleball is a little bit more tame.
And isn't it inside?
It is inside. It's not weather dependent, which is more my speed. And so I have a friend who does play pickleball, and they say it's gentler on the knees. And my knees they could use some gentle. I do not have mega knees, so we need something gentle on that.
Well, I think you should report back on your pickleball.
I will. I think so. Our next regatta, the things I'm coming back with are handball information. I'm coming back with pickleball trophies.
Put in some hobby horse too.
Okay. I will tell you that I am not meant to jump over those little barrier things. I'm not built for that. I will buy a horse, well, a hobby horse, and we'll braid the mane. That I can accessorize for you.
Yeah, and if you're not practicing the hobby horse sport, the horse will have bling.
Yeah. Oh, it will be a very blinged out horse.
Awesome. So we just had a little shot there of the Canadian Armed Forces women warming up. I believe that was, or am I telling lies here?
No, I think you were telling the truth.
That was definitely Haley Ivany. And I'm Amanda Hancock. This is
Laura Beltonba, and we are definitely not rowing today.
Yeah, and we're so happy to be here to be bringing you the coverage of the 207th Annual Royal St. John's Regatta, the Year of Sport. Thank you to the provincial government, the sponsors, the Year of Sport sponsors, also the Royal St. John's Regatta Committee, to Rogers for being a platinum sponsor of today's event and making it all happen.
And an extra shout out to the sponsors that help us do our job. We have the Spirit of Newfoundland, who has kept us fed and hydrated throughout today. We have Home Depot, which is offering you the chance to win a barbecue if it's not already been won. And then Steel Hotels, who keeps you comfortable regardless of where you find yourself in the province. So if you're exploring the summer, make sure to pick your stay at Steel Hotels.
Yeah, my only thing I've been thinking about since I stayed at the Jag, I wish there was a way to know who all of the artwork was.
I think if you ask John Steele, he has an itemized list. Because like, he was heavily involved in picking every single piece that ended up there. So
I do want to ask John Steele if I ever meet him, because there's a picture that's my very favorite, and it's a musician looking out over this giant crowd. It looks like this giant festival, and he's back on, and I don't know who it is.
Okay,
it's
I'll
on the
do
fourth
the digging.
floor.
I'll do the fourth
Please
floor.
do. Yeah.
I'll do the digging
I'll
for
send you a picture of it, because I was like, this is my favorite photo or a piece of art in here, and I don't know who it is. So yeah, but I love the Jag.
Like,
awesome.
From the carpet to the wall to that really cool staircase, everything about it is like,
And there's like a secret bar on the 8th floor. Like there's the restaurant's on the ground floor, and then there's up top, there's extra,
Yes.
like with a nice view of the harbor and stuff.
And they have a wonderful concert space.
And I don't know about that, but I do know about the lap pool. Whew, I love it.
A spa.
Yeah, they have a spa.
There's a spa. That's what I'm leaning towards. I'm booking it for the breakfast in bed and a spa treat. So that's where you're going to find me at some point at the end of the summer.
Yeah, and who will be ready for the spa tomorrow? Probably lots of these rowers who are getting to row at 7 o'clock. It's now showing 7:15, so we're a bit behind, it seems. Is that correct? Or was it 7:30 that this is scheduled for? No, I think it is 7.
Yeah, it's
scheduled for 7, so we're a little bit behind. It might have had something to do with
Victory laps and the wind and weeds.
The victory laps, the wind, the weeds. Also, there was an equipment issue at the beginning for the Capital One later. Yeah, so a bit of a later start, but this is the Smith-Stockley crew coming out to take their line.
A little switch up some sweaters.
I love those visors. The white visors just look so cool, but
I like the white visors with the black sweater.
Yeah.
I will say.
Well, you talked about the contrast.
Yeah, it works for my brain.
Yeah, and it's very easy to pick them out. So we see here at the helm of Smith-Stockley is John Barrington. In the 6th seat is Tessa Thorne. Behind her is Sarah East, who is a championship rower from, I think either BC or Ontario. Rowed with the national team, great rower. You can see her rowing there on 5-seat, rowed with High Flow Hydraulic in their 4-year spurt of championships. So really a pleasure to have her join us here at the Royal St. John's Regatta. In the middle of the boat there on 3 and 4 was Carla Chater and Teresa Butler. So Teresa also from High Flow Hydraulic. And then behind Teresa is Frank Norris's wife, Kellyanne Norris. New mom with new baby at home, and then behind Kellyanne on number 1 is Michelle Horan.
Okay.
And now on the screen is Tina Ring's team, Atlantic Inspection Services, who have chosen stake 1 for this race. And on their 6 is Hannah Burton. So Hannah is up there closest to Tina. Behind Hannah, who you're just coming in, you can see in the screen here now, is Ashley Hutchings. And the bow 4, so starting in the back with the person in the 1 seat is Clara Manning, Grace Follett, Caitlin Foley.
Okay. So this is basically their warm-up, or are they heading towards the stakes now?
It depends where the other crews are. So if the other crews haven't left the dock yet, they might be doing a loop before they start in to head to line up. But given the time, they might be going to line up right now. So let's see. It doesn't seem like anyone else has reached the top of the pond yet. So Smith-Stockley, they'll be looking to line up on stake 4.
Okay.
So they're probably having a look to say, do we have time to do another loop, or do we want to stop for adjustments?
Yeah.
And this is Haley Ivany. So she started coxing and rowing on the slide seat side, and she is now coxing the Cal group, so a longtime sponsor of that group. And this is a crew in which we have a last-minute replacement. So Stephanie O'Quinn, we're sending you our best wishes. It was just a simple trip, and she ended up with a broken leg.
Oh, goodness.
As we see Volkswagen warming up here, just a little bit more information. So Courtney Langmead, who is registered in the program as the spare for Smith-Stockley, is rowing in the race with the Cal group. But once you're in the spare pool, is what it's called, you can spare for any crew as long as you're registered as a registered spare for that regatta.
Okay.
It's like legal for her to fill in with the Cal group.
So would it matter if she didn't practice with them?
It would matter for their time and performance, but it wouldn't matter for the rules.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess that's what my question was. Like how it would be in terms of figuring out like where you sit even in the team.
Yeah,
and all
I mean,
that.
I'm sure the Cal group and Stephanie O'Quinn would want to be out there, but you know, these things happen and we have to make adjustments. And I know Courtney Langmead is an exceptional athlete herself. She ran the Cape to Cabot in October. She does CrossFit out at the Heavy Timber CrossFit facility out in Corner Brook. She is a social worker, does great work. So yeah, she's
jack of all trades.
Probably not going to hurt him.
That's fantastic.
Yep. So she's up for the challenge of getting her second row in today and competing in this highly anticipated event. And here's Denise Carew with her all-star rebar crew. In 6th is Maggie Carew. 5 is Christine Power. So Christine last year was the spare with the Volkswagen St. John's. Christine rode with OzFM for a number of years. And then behind Christine is Stephanie Lagasse, Heather Tizard, Sherry Whalen, also a past champion OzFM rower, and participated with the Canadian National Bobsled Team in the 90s.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
hold on,
Yeah,
what?
we got some cool running stuff going on here.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
All right.
So let's get them queued up.
So we have race 19, the Sterling Communications International Women's Championship. And so in stake 1, we have Atlantic Inspection Services in the Miss Lily, Cox by Tina Ring, Stroke by Hannah Burton. And then we have Ashley Hutchin, Caitlin Foley, Grace Follett, Clara Manning, Lauren Cody, and Spare Jessica Follett.
And on stake 2, All-Star Rebar, Cox and Denise Carew, rowers Maggie Carew, Christine Power, Stephanie Lagasse, Heather Tizard, Sherry Whalen, Anna Cook, Spares Nicole, and Megan Saunders, coach Jack Fagan.
And then in the Iceberg Gold, which is the Volkswagen St. John's
I actually
crew.
think that's a mistake because they're in the Levi Shoddy Rogers.
I was like, that doesn't seem right.
But anyway.
But they're Cox by Dean Hammond, Stroked by Alyssa Devereaux. We have Janine Wadden, Jenny Wadden, Amanda Ryan, Nancy Beaton, Katie Wadden, Connie Duffett, and Spares Laura Roach and Steph Davis.
Excellent. And on stake 4, we have Smith Stockley, Cox and John Barrington, rowers Tessa Thorne, Sarah East, Clara Chater, Teresa Butler, Kellyanne Norris, Michelle Horan, and Spares Courtney Langmead, who's, as we know, participating with the Cal group on stake 5, and Mackenzie Cal, coached by Pat Barrington.
And we have the Cal group in the Toyota Plaza, which is coxed by Haley Ivany, stroked by Dana Hogan. But then we have Stephanie O'Quinn. Stephanie O'Quinn is not in this one. And then we have Catherine Ducey, Vanessa Alexander, Kat White, Shannon Driscoll, coached by Ben Colburn and managed by Craig Whittle.
Yeah, and so as we see the Volkswagen, this is Connie, and then in front of her is Katie Wadden. I should mention that these rowers have had success in the Canada Games. So Alyssa Devereaux, along with Stephanie Davis, their spare, won a bronze medal in the 2009 Canada Games when myself and John Smythe, who is currently at a World Championships in Italy or Austria somewhere, coaching his Australian rowers.
Okay.
And so, yeah, we coached them in 2009, and they won a medal in the 4 at the Canada Games.
Okay. In the 4 seat.
And it's called a straight 4. So in the sliding seat rowing, you can have a coxed 4, which has a coxswain, or a straight 4, which actually the person who sits in the stroke seat and in the bow seat between them, they steer the boat and they make the calls. So Alyssa actually was the bow of that boat, and she steered the boat and made the calls. And now in 4 seat, she is stroking the Volkswagen crew, who you see here in the fluorescent yellow unisuits. And this is the Smith Stockley crew with their Cox and John Barrington having a look at where it is they want to go. And here we have stake 1, the Atlantic Inspection, their Cox and Tina Ring. Yeah, so I'm not surprised. Tina, with her experience, she's been out for about 5 or 6 races today. She's sitting pretty. She has the rope gathered in close, or the toggle. And they're probably going to start making the Are You Ready #1 announcements very soon.
Seems like they're getting everyone in line.
And it looks like things are starting to calm down. Like
it
it's
does.
getting, the wind is as
from our angle
we'd hoped. Yeah, we kind of got that glassy look over the water. It's probably a different story down past the boathouse, but for now, hopefully it sets everybody up for a clean start with no false starts, and we'll get this race underway.
Knocking on wood for that one.
Last but not least, race number 19, the Sterling Communications International Women's Championship. What a beautiful sight.
It does look like glass. 5
fast boats lined up ready with willing individuals ready to put it all on the line.
And with the shot we have, we can see the Memorial Field, like Danny Breen was talking about earlier.
That's King George, which has undergone some improvements.
It looks lovely.
To get ready for the Canada Games. We can also see the timing tower. So it's my left.
And we're off.
Here we go. On the left of stake 5 is the timing tower, and they can actually have shots of the finish line of the boats as they cross. They have that live footage. So if ever there were a dispute, again, it's not like the chalkboard days. They could look to that coverage.
Okay.
So it looks like we're away cleanly as we're heading into this first 30 seconds. and the crews are completing their starts. So I suspect lots of these crews would start with the combinations of half, 3/4, full strokes, and they go into a series of 5, 7, or 10 with the short, hard, long. The goal with this is to get your boat speed to the maximum boat speed in the shortest amount of time.
I'm going to need you to explain that half, 3/4 stroke situation.
Yeah, so pretty much when your boat is at a complete standstill and you go to take a full stroke that has your full compression and your full legs, it's not as effective as if you use kind of a short pry stroke to really get the boat moving. And then once you have some initial momentum, then you lengthen out to your longer strokes.
Okay.
Good question.
And it looks like stake 3, it seems to be in the lead from this angle.
Yeah, and even though they had a pretty significant lead in the morning, so we saw Volkswagen post a time of 5:27 and Smith Stockley post a time of 5:36. You can bet your bottom dollar that Volkswagen is not counting out Smith Stockley. They know that this is a skilled crew, a young crew, and a fit crew. So they're going down together, and they're definitely their nerves are playing a factor here now.
And we just got a note for our viewers. So if you're watching in Gander, bingo will start when this race ends. So if you're waiting for that, don't worry about it. You still get to play bingo.
I'd like a card, please. So number 1 seat, Connie Duffett, is closest to the turn, followed by Smith Stockley and the Visors. We've got the girls, so we just saw Dean starting to put his rudder on. Hopefully he'll go in tight for a nice close turn, and we're about to see he'll make a call for the stroke side to hold water.
We already see stake 4 making that turn.
Yep, so stake 4
and 3.
Yep.
We'll see who comes out of the
Everybody's turning together, where all the boats have started to turn. Now the question of who comes out first.
Exactly.
So it looks like Volkswagen has picked up all 6 oars. Smith Stockley has picked up all 6 oars. So now it's about the angle and the pickup. So at this point, the rowers are going to say, let's start the race again. So their plan for coming out of the turn, they'll probably break it down into smaller sets of 5, 7, or 10 to get back to that maximum boat speed again.
Okay.
So you can see Alyssa there setting a really nice pace for the crew behind her.
And stake 1 seemed to have done a bit of a wider turn. And so let's see if they can correct.
And that seems to be the trend on stake 1 today.
Between that wind.
So here we go. Really nice rowing going on here. Behind Alyssa in 6 is number 5, Jenny Wadden, who has won many championships in the past 5 to 7 years with high flow hydraulic. So out there against some of her former crewmates. And then on number 4 is Amanda Ryan, getting married in September 20th to Brian Davis. So we wish her congratulations and good luck.
Exactly.
And then behind number 4 is Nancy Beaton, whose daughter Billy Beaton Cutler rode earlier today with Ideal Masonry.
Okay.
In the under 14 category.
And so from this angle, it definitely seems like the Volkswagen team is ahead. And so they might be able to clinch another finisher.
Yeah, hopefully. They're the defending champs. They came in 9 seconds ahead of Smith Stockley based on this morning's results. So we'll see what that gap is here today. They're wearing kind of more traditional rowing uniforms called unisuits.
Okay.
Yep. And I'm sure the sponsor, Danny Matthews, who's principal dealer for Volkswagen and Audi, will be very happy with this performance. I saw a picture yesterday of all the staff at the Volkswagen dealership pointing to an empty space they have for a plaque on their wall. So they're ready to welcome this, what's looking to be a win, with open arms.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the girls are really rowing strong here, keeping it together.
It looks like it'll be a clear win, but it's not going to be an easy one. You can definitely see that there is a staggered, but they are trying their best to catch up.
Yeah, and it's a great, with the Volkswagen's on 3, followed by Smith Stockley on 4, and on 5 is the Cal group. So we see here these boats 1, 2, and 3. 3 experienced coxswains. Dean Hammond has won championships with both men and women on the full and half courses. Same with John Barrington and Haley Ivany. All of these coxswains have won in their day. So
absolutely,
a lot of experience. These girls just want this to be over. They're pushing now.
And they're doing everything.
Let's go Volkswagen.
I think we can see the boys coming up.
and they're set for a great time for these
they
conditions.
did it, and you can see the cheers within all the ladies in the boat.
It looked like a 5:12, which is a great row for this time. Then we have Smith Stockley coming in around 5:22. Next is the Cal group. I love it that they kept the clock going. That looks like about a 5:28.
Yep.
And now we have All-Star Rebar coming in around 5:35.
Yeah.
Yep. And next we'll have Tina Hunt bringing in the Atlantic Inspection Services in Iceberg Gold. And this is a Canadian, oh yeah, that's right, Atlantic Inspection. And coming in at 5:52, which is about around what they rode this morning. So great work, everyone.
That's fantastic. And look at that.
Awesome.
That's all the
love it.
races.
That is all the races. I'm so excited. We've got some fist pumps there from number 3 oar Amanda. Oh, we got a nice hat in front. So Dean there is just picking up the number 6 oar and picking away to make sure the boats have enough distance in between each other. And congratulations to all these women on a fine championship race. Again, it got away with no false starts. Results pretty much as expected. Some very strong rows out there. Unfortunately, some broken legs at home. We're thinking of you, Stephanie O'Quinn.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but great job, everybody.
And so while we wait for the final results, this was fantastic, which means we sat through another 18 races.
We did. Well, 10 plus 2.
Yeah,
yeah.
18 races. The Rogers team, not just us.
Oh, right.
The announcers.
I'm just thinking about myself.
Oh, it's okay. And seeing you want to talk about yourself and your triathlon past.
Look, I love it. Haley Ivany and the Cal grouper. So Dana Hogan there sitting in the stroke seat. She's a celebrated swimmer. So she swam with Bun Varsity, and then she carried on to coach swimming, competitive swimming at the master's level and at the youth level as well. So Dana Hogan, another multi-sport athlete, stroked the Cal group there to their 3rd place finish. And
any
congratulations.
relation to Premier Hogan?
I don't think so, but you know, we can always ask. You never know. Newfoundland is 1 degree of separation.
It is.
Yeah. So we saw Premier Hogan, which was super exciting, starting some races earlier in the day. As we know, he rode himself in 2007, 2008, just like our past Premier, Andrew Fury, who was a rower with Team M5 and Team Broken Earth. So yeah, everyone gets to play a part here at the Royal St. John's Regatta. So it looks like those crews are teeing up to take their boats in. We have Smith Stockley after they'll be collecting their silver medal. So congratulations to them.
Alrighty, and so as they begin to dock their boats, we're gonna see what Jason was up to for his...
Okay, friends, up at the head of the pond, just heard a pistol go off, so I was like, I gotta find a cop, like now.
Here we are.
All right, Corporal Peter Goss. Hello,
Yes,
sir.
yes.
How are you?
Good, I'm doing great.
That's good, I'm glad. You're with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
I am.
And I don't know, so I wasn't intending to talk about this, but was just over kind of up by the winner's circle, and at Rogers we did an interview with Her Honor, the Lieutenant Governor.
Sure.
And this is, and I don't know if people know this, the Lieutenant Governor is basically the direct representative of the King here in Newfoundland.
She certainly is, yes.
It is the Royal St. John's Regatta. She is our version of royalty, and this is the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. And I don't know if everybody connects the dots there.
Yeah, sure. So we are the RCMP. We're the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. We are Canada's national police force, and you're correct.
Yeah. And you're also recruiting.
We are recruiting. Recruiting efforts are in full swing, and we're hiring right across the country for an amazing, amazing, rewarding career.
So, people who want to become an RCMP officer, it's not necessarily a grueling process, but it is involved. It's daunting, we will say. Can you talk a little bit about it?
Yeah, so the RCMP application process, on an average, depending on the individual, could take you anywhere between 8 months to 12 months to get through the entire process. So it's
so to get through the application process, and then you go off to learn and train. And
so once you make it through all the application process and you're deemed suitable to join the RCMP, you meet all the requirements, then you go off to Regina, which is in Saskatchewan.
Yes.
And you do a 26-week basic training course there.
Okay, so 8 months of an application process. Sounds like there's some detail in there that helps you pinpoint whether or not somebody is properly qualified for that type of position.
100%. So it starts off really general. So it's just an application process. You go in on the Government of Canada website, and you go in and you fill out an application online, and your application is reviewed and processed. Once you make it through that, you're screened in as you meet the basic requirements. Then there's an online, we send you a link. You watch a presentation, a virtual presentation. It takes about an hour, and then you do an online assessment.
Okay, so let's fast forward and assume that I'm somewhat through this process, okay?
Yeah.
And I'm putting you on the spot here. Ask me some of the questions that me answering honestly would help you determine whether or not I am RCMP potential caliber.
All right, so to keep the integrity of the application process intact, I will give you a kind of a general idea of what we're looking for. So,
which translates into our lawyers told us to say this.
So honesty and integrity is the big thing that I preach to our
I'm out. No, I'm joking.
So I always tell people it's not, it's you as a total package as a person of what makes you who you are. So we're not looking for people who haven't had rough times, made maybe not great choices in their life, but we're looking for people who've made choices, moved on, fixed them, matured because of them, have good decision-making abilities on their shoulders, and they can really we're looking at people with a full package who are honest, have good integrity, are accountable, and have made life decisions that are not great. We're all better than the worst thing we've done, right? Yes. So we're just looking at people who are very honest and have integrity to get you on to the next stages of the force.
So given that perfection is not a thing at all, especially in human beings, the ideal candidate is not one who has purported to have not made mistakes, but the one who has owned, grown, and shan't make again.
Exactly. That's what it's all about. It's all about life experience, having those experiences in life where, we've all been dealt different hands in life, and some of our best applicants and people that go away eventually to be members of the RCMP are people who've made good and bad choices. So I always tell people the big thing about if you're serious about this career and you're in the application process, just be honest. And if they ask you a question, don't be afraid to tell the truth and explain the circumstances around why you did or why you didn't do something. Makes you nervous, eh? We got you.
So thank you so much, Corporal. I really appreciate it. Real quick before we go, it's got to be in your training somewhere. There's a reflex. When that happens, is it like you just dial in, or are you like, is it context dependent and you're expecting it so it doesn't trigger?
Yeah, we're all a little hypersensitive, yes.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you very much, Corporal.
Appreciate it.
Back to the desk.
Take care.
All right, and we are down in the winner's circle, and I have the results from the race 18. So in first place, it's rowing in stake number 3, that was. We have the Volkswagen team with 5 minutes, 16 seconds, and 41 milliseconds. Smith and Stokely with a 5:24.19. The Cal Group at 5:31.94. All-Star Rebar at 5:39.21. And Atlantic Inspection at 5:55.92. That's fantastic to all our rowers. Thank you so much for everything you've done, and congratulations once again to everyone who was rowing today. And I think I'm going to be throwing it over to Amanda because she's got a guest with her.
Hi, I'm here with Graham Roach, the 2025 Hall of Fame inductee, and also the coxswain of the Torbay crew. Graham, I've been talking about you all day on TV.
Oh, thank you.
Congratulations on a great season.
Thanks.
And how was it out there today?
Oh, we had a great row against the Kia team. I think it was the second or two. I'm not even sure what it was. Yeah. It was excellent. Really, really winning now, of course, coming back. But our fellows rowed through it really well, so we're really pleased with the outcome. Yeah, really good.
Yeah.
Exciting, yeah.
And how does it feel to be rowing for Torbay?
Really good. It's excellent. We're representing the town, and the town are really supportive of us. So it's good all around. Really good.
And how did it come together? As you and me are both two fellow Torbaymen, and another one over there looking at us. So tell me a bit about how the crew came together.
Mostly some of the boys were rowing down here as it was, and we're from Torbay. So we started with that and just said we'd try and get a team together from Torbay. More or less when they were at intermediate age and they came up through. Actually, a couple of the boys I had, my nephew Luke and Noah Bradbury, were with me from squirt age. So they came right up through and they were from Torbay, and we just got the team together with them and got more fellas and got the team together, and it's been successful ever since.
It sure has been successful. And so all 6 rowers, is everyone from Torbay in that boat?
Oh, the majority are. There's 1 or 2 or not, I think, but majority are, yeah.
And did Betty tell me earlier there's some cousins in the boat? Is that right?
My nephew's in the boat. And yes, my cousin's in the boat, yeah.
So your what's it like to be rowing with your nephews? Does it make it even more special?
I don't know what it's like for them to be rowing with me, actually. It's hard to say. I know I don't have to do a lot of yelling at them, so.
I don't know, Graham. You're just such a friendly guy. Even if you were yelling at me, I don't think I'd mind. And also, this is an extra special year because something else happened this summer. You're in the Hall of Fame, bud.
Oh, no, actually, that was a few years back.
I thought it was this year.
It was a few years back. But that's still exciting.
Absolutely, my mistake. But it's been a great summer. And did you guys go out to Placentia and Harbour Grace?
We went to Placentia, but not Harbour Grace. We couldn't make it. Yeah. So that was a good experience for us out in Placentia to also. Gave us some really good experience racing in that. Yeah. So it was quite a breeze out there too. We've had hard luck with the winds all the races this year.
Would you say the wind played more of a factor in your row this morning or tonight?
I think tonight. I think it was definitely more windier tonight. Yeah.
Okay, well, we're starting to get some medals given out around here, so thanks a lot.
Well done.
Congratulations, Graham, on a great day.
Thanks so much.
Okay.
Well, Amanda, that was lovely to see you chatting with Graham. And while we were doing that, we saw the medals get handed out for our Capital Home Hardware team as they got their medals. And I can see them right now in the winner's circle holding that very, very heavy-looking trophy over there.
Yeah, and we've got some little mini Capital Home Hardware rowers in the circle, too.
Some future winners we can definitely see out there in the winner's circle. And as we were talking earlier, it was the engagement of the year before that made it down. So hopefully we'll be able to grab one of them.
Was it Jason Wade?
I believe it was. I remember I see the champagne pop and the spray. It is going to be a fun time for whoever has to watch those uniforms.
It's the beginning of a long evening, I think.
Absolutely. I feel like the roulette will also count for tonight. Congratulations to those gentlemen once again. All right. I think so. Right now, I think Amanda's off trying to grab some more folks for an interview. So as we can see, the Capital Home Hardware team has a couple baby teams, and Amanda is very happy with the winners from the women's race. Oh, we have some young rowers.
We have a special rower.
Okay.
And her pals. So,
all right, come on in.
This is the daughter of one of the Volkswagen Championship ladies. So tell us who you are.
I'm Billy Beaton Cutler.
And you have a friend here?
McKinley. Kennel.
McKinley Kennel. All right.
And what did you do with your afternoon today?
Played games and ate cotton candy.
And win.
I feel like that's an important part you're forgetting there.
So what's the name of your crew?
Ideal Masonry.
Okay, and tell us about your race.
It was good. We pulled up a lot of weeds at the end, which slowed us down, but overall it's a pretty good race.
And for you, McKinley, was this your first time rowing?
No.
Okay,
Fourth year.
Fourth year. So how do you think
they're old veterans.
You know what? I'm new to this. So fourth year in it, how do you think you were back next year?
Probably.
Probably?
I'd say.
Okay, we're committed.
And Billy, how is it watching your mom out there cross the line first in the championship?
Oh, it was so amazing. I love being like the #1 fan.
Oh.
I know Billy, since she's been a baby, has been cheering for, probably rode a few strokes in her mom's belly.
Probably.
Yeah. And also, Billy, is it inspiring for you to watch your mom? You, more than anyone, know how hard she works and how much time she puts in. So tell us about that.
Well, she goes every morning at like 6 a.m.,
Oh, wow.
which it's a lot.
It's a lot because Billy also has other siblings in her house, to be a specific 5.
Yeah.
So there's 6 kids and a Nancy and a Chris, and they juggle the rowing for both Nancy and Billy and make it work.
Yeah.
So are you happy to have a break coming up soon after this?
Very excited, very excited.
And for you, McKinley, what was your favorite part for rowing? Are you more of an early morning practice or are you an evening?
Well, in the mornings, I hate that I have to wake up so early, but I do like the fresh air and being able to
Fresh air.
realize that I do rowing because of why I like it so much. And in the morning, it really just hits me.
All right, and then you're ready to face the rest of the day? So how are you looking forward to now that the season's over? What's the first thing on your to-do list for the summer? Sleep.
Oh, guess what? And I know that Billy's going to be starring in a big production coming up.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
What production's that?
It is The Lightning Thief.
Okay.
From Best Kind Productions.
All right.
And how can we go see you in The Lightning Thief with Best Kind Productions?
You can come to the Bowering Park. That's what it's called.
All right. So, and which seats do you sit in the boat?
I sit in 6.
And you, McKinley?
5.
Okay.
So you guys are partners in everything.
Absolutely.
You weren't?
She was in 2. She went from 2 this year and then went up to 6.
Oh, wow.
So how's it been stroking the team this year, Billy?
It's been fun. Kind of stressful, but fun.
Would you do it again?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
We have some great future winners.
I think in 2026 we're going to have to do a Billy and McKinley follow-up interview.
Absolutely. So we're paring down Winner Circle. Same place next time? All right.
So congrats on a great day. High fives.
Wicked. See you next year.
Have a great night, you two.
Congrats once again. All right, so we are watching more winners, and we're going to see if we can grab a few winners. Oh, and look at that, we are stealing a Capital Home Hardware winner into the winner's circle.
Looks like we have a Kevin Greeley here, but they're also announcing the official results. But congratulations, Kevin, on a second-year consecutive win.
And how does it feel?
Oh, it feels great.
Yeah.
It feels really good.
Okay, the adrenaline's still pumping for you?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay, so what are the plans now that the rowing season's over?
Oh, just relax, spend a little bit more time with the family, and
Kick back?
in a little while they may talk about next year.
Oh, in a little while. Okay, so
Yeah,
I'll
he means like in 2 hours.
I'm like, what's the time on the clock? So I'm saying 8:30. We have a chat about next year.
We could, yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
How many championships is this for you now?
This is my second.
The first one being last year?
Okay, so now rowing's already been in your blood for a while already.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so I know you said hours, but like 10 minutes is long enough. We're coming back next year for another win. What do you think?
I couldn't say for sure.
Okay, and so what seat were you in for this year?
I was the coxswain.
How was that?
Oh, it's a lot better than rowing.
So as an expert coxswain, I'm trying to be a coxswain one day, eventually, when I put together the celebrity team. Do you have any advice for me of what I need to know if I'm going to cox a team?
Be patient.
Okay, so I need to work on that one.
Be patient.
Be patient. Any tips that you found that heavily motivated you guys this year?
I know those guys pretty well motivate themselves.
Okay.
They worked hard and they knew what they had to do. So,
So can I ask, is one of the guys on your crew, Jason Wade, was he who used to be with Wade's Excavating?
yes, he is Wade's Excavating.
And Ian Power and who else? Crews from other crews are now forming Capital Home Hardware.
We basically had 3 crews from a few years ago that got a couple of guys out of it was Wade's Excavating. Domino's had a crew. We took 2 guys out of there. And, RJK or whatever was another team that Johnny Houlihan was with. And we took 2 guys out of there. So
Seems like you put together a winning combination.
it worked out that way. That was great, yeah.
Well, you had a great day. Congratulations. Enjoy celebrating your second championship win.
Thank you very much.
And we'll see you next year. No worries. All right, as we can see going on in the winner's circle right now, we have I believe that is the second place. I believe the silver medal's going around. I am not the great spotter, but we have a ton of families that are able to make this regatta come together. So there are a ton of babies in the winner's race, so in the winner's circle. So I think those are our future rowers. From what I can see, there are a couple new teams that are being made and put together, and they seem just as excited as the rowers to get their medals. So I see a couple hands grabbing. There is someone holding a medal very proudly, shining out that way. And the winner's winners. I think that is the Volkswagen team that has put on. Yes, that is the winners of the race 18. So that's the Volkswagen's team and their kids and their families who are all part of what helped them get the win tonight. And so I guess we will be trying to grab them in a little bit while Amanda wanders the winner's circle getting our next interview.
Tell them to come over.
All right, and I think Amanda is coming back, and she does have a guest with her. Amanda, I think I'm going to wait for Amanda. Are we bringing them over to me, or are we coming over to you for that one? I guess I'm going to wait for the hand signal on that from Gian.
So they're going to get one of these cameras over here. Because I just was saying how Amanda just got home.
We can see Amanda waving and smiling. I think Keith nearly had a drop of that Kim Sterling Memorial Trophy. And I think we're coming over.
Five. All right, I am here with a very excited Ryan, the mother of Amanda Ryan, as the Volkswagen crew is hoisting the trophy up over their heads. Cheryl, how are you today?
Oh my gosh, this has been such a wonderful day. I mean, as you know, our Amanda's been gone away to Europe for 6 years. She's just back. She's back with her friends, back rowing. And she's just won, and there she is with our new little grandson. And it's just, there's no words.
She has the hand of a little boy, and she's picking him up. Who is this now?
This is Stephen and Michaela's little boy. This is our little grandson. And Amanda has really wanted to have him with her today. So it's just a great day.
It is. It's a great day. Congratulations to you. And we also have, this is...
Amanda.
This is a proud daddy, Gary Ryan.
Yeah, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you feeling today?
That's fine. I'm just trying to keep up with this crowd.
I think we're all trying to keep it together over here.
Oh, it's not easy.
It's a good day.
You've got a lot to be proud of.
Well, I mean, we have her home. That's number one. She's getting married. We have a wonderful in-laws behind us, and Brian is wonderful. And now to win the regatta, I mean, what can you say?
It's shaping up for 2025 to be quite a year for Amanda.
It sure is.
It's all about getting fed last night.
And what? I know you're the cook in the house, so what'd you feed him last night?
It was chicken, pasta, noodles, as always.
And I know that you've got roots in Placentia, and the Volkswagen crew came out victorious in championship in Placentia this year. So were you there to take that in?
We were as well.
Wouldn't miss it.
Wouldn't miss it, no.
And how was that to take that in?
It was pretty exciting. Oh, here he comes.
And here's Amanda herself. Come here. Give your mother a squeeze, for the love of God. Are I still on? Okay. Oh my God. Sorry. I don't have it anymore because she needs to go back to get her trophy.
We have Toby.
Hi. I say hi. This is Toby, and this is Amanda Ryan's 1-year-old?
It's 18 months.
18-month-year-old nephew, and she's rowing for him today. And thank you, Toby. I think you're going to be a Rogers broadcaster in the future. Yeah, something. Can't get it out of his hands. Thank you. Okay. And good luck. Congrats at the wedding coming up. See you then. Okay. So you can see some of the excitement and emotion here lakeside as the Volkswagen ladies get their awards. Their coxswain Dean Hammond is spraying them with champagne. Dean's new baby is right there next to him. That's George. So we're so happy as Amanda hoists the trophy up over her head, handing it over to Nancy Beaton, whose daughter Billy we just spoke to. Next is Alyssa, who's had 2 kids in the last couple years. And Alyssa switched from rowing on the bow side to stroking this crew to victory today. Connie Duffett recently joined the girls. in the boat. Her daughters were rowing today. Handing it over to Laura Roach, who is the crew spare. And now Laura is hoisting the trophy over her head. Spares play a big part. She's really helped out the Volkswagen crew this year. And there's the two veterans, the sisters, Katie Wadden and Jenny Wadden, stepping forward with the trophy there now. So big congratulations to the Volkswagen crew. Hi. Oh, here we have Connie's mom. Hi, Connie's mom.
Hi, Amanda. How are you?
How are you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Tell the people at home who you are and what your name is.
My name is Kathy Andrews, and I'm Connie Duffett's mother. And she's gotten, last year was the big excitement with winning the championship last year. And now to win it second time, it's just like amazing. Amazing.
Yeah, so what's it been like for her this summer? Very busy?
Very busy. She's got 2 active children, and she doesn't stop. She's up 5:30, a full-time job, and just loves rowing and the sport.
Yeah. So, and it's been in your family. So is she wearing the grandfather's?
She's wearing my father's medal that he won in 1936. So it's amazing.
So I bet she pulled a few strokes for him out there today.
I'd say she pulled more than 1 or 2 for sure.
Well, so this is Connie's second consecutive win.
It is her second consecutive win. It's just a dream come true.
Yeah.
It's like never give up on your dreams.
Connie has been rowing for decades and was her first championship last year.
Last year was her first championship, and and she's been rowing 27 years this year.
So you heard it here. Never give up on your dreams. Congratulations to Connie. Thanks for being here and supporting Connie.
Thank you, Amanda.
And now I'm going to talk to my friends. So nice to see you.
Hey.
Hi. So, who are you? No, I'm just kidding. We have the stars of the Volkswagen crew. Tell us who you are.
Katie Wadden.
I'm Nancy Beaton.
How was it out there today, ladies?
It was a windy day, but yeah, no, it was awesome.
It was great. It was really good. It was a battle.
Yeah.
It was a hard race.
A battle in what way?
On
the head.
On the head, yeah. Pushing your hardest is always hard, you know?
Yeah.
And what are we holding here?
This is it, man. This is, the Kim Sterling Trophy.
And both of your names are on that more than once?
A few times, yeah. We got a few now. And, one more to add, so... Yeah.
So every year there's something we know that makes each win special and unique. So why was this year, the year of sport, the 207 Royal St. John's Regatta? Tell me, both of you, why was it special for you this year?
I mean, I think the older you get, you just realize what a privilege it is every single year to be able to do this and to do it with, well, we're basically sisters at this point.
And your actual sister.
And my actual sister, and then, my rowing sisters and Dean. So it was an absolute privilege to be, almost 40 and to do it together with
45.
Or 45. With all the kids and the support of our partners and families. And yeah, tonight was a blessing. Yeah.
That's right.
And special thank you to your partner for being your sponsor.
Oh, he's an incredible guy. Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, he didn't hesitate, and he's been incredible support. So
awesome. And Nancy, what made it special for you in 2025?
Oh, yes.
This guy.
Yeah. Let's.
Okay, so we have Dean Hammond and George Hammond.
George.
Hi,
George.
So this is the coxswain of the championship team. Volkswagen also was the coach of Torbay. Yeah, so Dean, tell us about your day and tell us who you have here.
This is my son, George. Apparently they say he can get a moose license whenever he wants. So
How old is George?
6 months.
So this is his first regatta.
First regatta. Well, second, Placentia.
What does he think?
He loves it.
What does he think of Dad getting up so many mornings in a row?
I don't know. I think he likes the smell of the coffee whenever he turned, maybe.
He was the alarm clock for Dean.
Alarm clock.
6:15.
George, are you an alarm clock?
Oh, yeah.
No comment. So
Awesome.
Dean, tell me, how was this regatta? You coxed NTV in the past and now you coxed Volkswagen. How was this season for you?
The season is great. I'll always say that these girls, they know how to race. It's unbelievable. The game faces they have on them is unreal. It's just a pleasure to be a part of. Yeah.
And now you're a role model for someone very special. Do you think we have a future rower in your arm?
You never know. I mean, maybe he might be a coxswain. Who knows?
Yeah, and with all the sports Dean does, maybe he's a baseball player, triathlete, swimmer, runner, cyclist, darts, hockey.
I'm going home.
Sorry, I'm embarrassing you now, but big congratulations. How did you juggle the coxing with Volkswagen and the coaching with the Torbay crew? It seems like a lot.
It was definitely more than I thought it was, but we always rode the same time, so it was a bit difficult. Both teams were rowing at 6 a.m. every morning.
So was that a bit of a trade-off for Volkswagen this year? It was like, if Dean's going to cox and we're going to row at this time?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
It was easy for us. We'd take him one day a week if we had to.
She said they'll take him one day a week, so he's that good. How was the turn out there in this wind, both of you?
The turn was really good today. It's a bit tough coming up, but everybody gets that. But one thing I want to say is I'm so proud of the Torbay guys. The race they had, I know they got third, but boys, you pushed them hard, and it was amazing to watch. Very proud.
Yeah, I agree, and I love Torbay.
Of course.
So congrats on great job. And Katie, how was the turn for you back in 2, getting around there?
It's pretty easy for me. I balance the boat, but what I can say, but I balance it really well. But no, Dean, he nailed it 2 in a row. So yeah, we were pretty happy. Yeah.
And the Smith-Stockley crew is here getting their medals, but even though you came in about 8 or 10 seconds ahead of them, you didn't let them out of your sight.
No, we kind of thought they were strategizing in the morning.
They're a very strong crew. They really are. They're very strong. They pushed us hard today on the way down. They're very impressive.
And you also have some, national team champs, former champs in that boat, so you couldn't count them out.
Oh, never count anyone out.
Myself and George are leaving.
Okay, nice to meet you, George. Okay, well, what else?
What else do you want to talk about here? You've been talking all day, so you're done.
Yeah, I'm going to say thank you to 2-seat Katie Wadden, legendary rower, and throw it back to Laura Bell. Congratulations, Katie.
Thank you very much.
All right, so you got a chance to talk with the Volkswagen winners. How was that?
Oh, it's great. I've been waiting to talk to them, since I went up. They have an Airbnb at the top of Boathouse Hill, so before I came down for the evening broadcast, I checked to see if they were still in the Airbnb, but they'd already gone to, we call it the dungeon, to start the warm-up, so I missed them at that time. As we've been talking about all day, they're dedicated to their warm-up, they're dedicated to the preparation on this race day, so they had left. So it was the first time I got to see them, and I don't get to see them too often, but very proud of them, and everything Dean said is absolutely true. The girls know how to race, they know how to push, and I'm proud they came out here and did it again with great results.
So at one point when they were in the winner's circle and they were being handed their trophy, they were chanting 666. Do you know what was it like?
Sounds kind of satanic.
No, roll that back. They were chanting 6, but was that because of the seats and who was in that seat?
I actually think it's because Jenny Wadden has now won 6 championships in a row.
Oh, 6, that's a lot.
Yeah, because she won 4 with high flow hydraulic, and now she's won 2 with the Volkswagen. So,
okay.
But I want to confirm that, but I'm pretty sure that's the case.
Oh, wow, that's 6 championships under her belt. That's
consecutive, which is like, yeah, lots of people have 6, and Jenny also has twins and a 10-year-old, double digits. I'm not sure who's 10, so yeah, she's busy.
You say busy so casually. I have won no championships with 1 child and no skill set.
Yeah, and it was also really cool to talk to Billy, Billy Beaton Cutler, who is Nancy's daughter.
Yes.
So Katie and Nancy came over and chatted after their race, and that's the mother of Billy, who we just talked to, who is getting ready to end her rowing season and start up her theater season.
Oh my gosh,
with
there's
her
no breathing for that one.
No.
But as we were talking, a lot of these athletes are in multiple sports or multiple activity athletes, so they are competing, performing, and doing so much.
As you heard Connie Duffett's mom say, she gets up 5:30 every morning, and she's busy all day.
Oh my goodness.
And so I think the kids, when they see their parents role model this behavior, and then they do it too.
Absolutely.
So not surprised to see busy, successful kids and busy, successful parents.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think we were watching around. We saw the Smith and Stokely ladies come out. I think we're going to try and grab a couple of them as they make their way around. So I'm going to go do a run and dash and see who I can find.
Yeah, good
while
luck.
You keep
Do you want to trade mics?
Absolutely.
Hi.
All right.
So here I am,
Steal one of
dockside.
you.
It's a hive of activity here. They're calling up the Torbay men's crew to collect their bronze medals. We spoke with their coxswain, Graham Roach, earlier. So we have Chris Roach there, Graham is there. Next to him is Blaine Edwards. And the other guys on the Torbay crew are collecting some well-earned hardware. Am I still on? We're not on? Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. How are you?
All right. I was telling them this morning when we were you out there. It was so funny. Oh, here.
Tell me when I can go. All right, so I'm here with Sherry Whalen, currently with All-Star Rebar, but formerly my crewmate on Oz FM. So welcome, Sherry. Congrats on a great day.
Oh, thanks. It was a really, really good day. Yeah. The wind was like a little bit choppy. The weeds were fun to deal with, but yeah, no, it was good. Great crew we have. Oh my God, we had so much fun.
So was this your first year rowing with All-Star Rebar?
Yes, yeah, very first. Yeah, they called me in January, and we all started. We worked pretty hard over the winter, lots of erg work, and then we picked up a great coxswain. We have a 21-year-old stroke.
Awesome.
How much older I am, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did your old crewmate Christine Power recruit you into this boat?
No, we all got after her. So I think I was first, and then she came on, and she brought on Maggie, and then Maggie brought on her aunt Denise Carew.
Denise had some great turns today. I was
Yes,
watching.
yeah.
You had a great day.
She's a gem, and she's a pro for sure. Yeah.
As are you. So congratulations.
Oh, thanks, Amanda.
So great to see you
Nice seeing
lakeside.
you. Okay, take care.
Okay, you too. And now we're going to talk to Laura Bell, who's with the Smith Stockley second place rower.
All right, and I'm now here with Tess, who was just rowing as a loose term, but second place with the Smith Stockley ladies. How are you feeling coming off the boat?
I couldn't feel any better, if I'm being honest.
Really? Okay, so we saw that you were battling some harsh winds earlier in the day. The winds were still on in the second half. Did you feel that it changed anything in the way you were rowing?
Our only goal when we're out there is to row hard and put our best effort out there, and I feel like that's what we did.
Okay, I can absolutely vouch for that from sitting in the watching. And so we were talking to you earlier about what is it that keeps you going? Because you've been doing this for about 10 years. How do you keep getting motivated? We've heard about the early mornings, the late evenings. What is it for you?
It's almost like you feel, if I didn't do it, I'd feel like I was missing out on something.
Okay.
It's like you build a family by the end of it. It's unmatched.
Okay. So have you been rowing with the same team for the last few years, or what has switched up for you?
I've been rowing with Stockley for about 5 years. A few different people, but same crew for the most part.
And so I've been asking the hard questions over the course of the day, and I know I promised you this was the easiest thing you would do after finishing that. But do you have a favorite boat that you've happened to row in?
We've always rowed the Lily.
Okay.
And I've had very good experiences with that boat.
And so as you look at now at your career as a rower, do you think we'll ever see you in the coxswain seat?
Stay tuned.
All right, and with that, we're staying tuned. I'm going to head back to Amanda. Thank you so much, Tess.
All right, I'm here with Craig Whittle, who we've been talking about all day on the television. This is, a very decorated rower, sponsor of Fine Strokes, rower of today. Craig, you've had a busy season.
Yes, it's been pretty fun. My daughter's rowing, my wife's rowing, and we decided to come back again. So it's been a pretty busy summer, but it was a good day.
It was a good day. So tell us about your race this morning. And some are calling it the upset of the day. Not to pour salt in the wounds, but they are.
You know what? We had a good first half, and we ran out of gas. It might have been age, might have been lack of off water training. But it was still a good day. We were out there, we worked hard, and kudos to the guys that passed us.
And you have a good bunch of guys. You got Sean Simmons back in the boat after how many years?
15 years, and he had a heart attack last summer, and spent 13 days in the hospital. So it wasn't about today for us. It was about the whole summer, and we really enjoyed the whole summer. Unfortunately, we didn't have a good race today, but you know what? It doesn't take away from the summer.
And also, something very special happened for you this summer. Tell us about. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I got inducted to the Hall of Fame, and it's quite the honor, and I'm truly humble. My dad's in the Hall of Fame, so it's quite special to go in while he's still around, and he's probably going to be around for a long time, but you never know, right? So.
And I heard the luncheon was quite emotional. How do you feel about the luncheon?
Oh, well, you know what, Jimmy, I think broke me.
Jimmy Carroll, you mean?
Jimmy Carroll, got it all, got everybody a bit soft, and then I struggled to get through it,
And your dad is in the Hall of Fame is he part of the crew that walked the boat in from Placentia?
Yes, he's won Placentia Lions that walked to St. John's with the boat and won 2 Triple Crowns back-to-back, 76, 77, and the last team from out of town to actually win the regatta.
That's amazing. And I was wondering, was the TCH built when they carried the boat in, or did they go a different way?
I'm not 100% sure, but I do believe there was some TCH involved there for sure.
A bit of TCH. And you know what? There's also some Triple Crowns involved in your crew this year.
Yes, you know what? We've got some guys in the boat that's won some Triple Crowns,
That's awesome. And so you've got a lot to celebrate tonight. You got to start a little bit early because you didn't have to come back for the second spin. So how are you going to spend, tonight and the rest of your summer?
You know what? Tonight we're going to enjoy, the season, and the rest of the summer we're going to get some more family time in, get some, boating, lots of fun, lots of friends, and.
So was this Chrissy's, your wife's first summer rowing?
First time rowing, and pulled off second in the second women's race.
They had a great performance for a bunch of first-year rowers.
Totally, they did really well, and they're pretty stoked. So.
And what was it like to have every member of your household rowing?
You know what? It's pretty cool. We got one more that's not quite of age yet, but I think he's coming.
Excellent. Well, hopefully, will it be next year or a couple years to wait?
He's only 7, so we got a couple of years, and you know what? He's a very confident boy, so he's going to be the best.
Okay, well, we'll have to stick around. There's Frank. He will allowed to cut him across the shot. I'm going to say congratulations and good luck, and have a great night to Craig Whittle. And there you have it.
Thank you.
All right, so that was
as the sun sets on Kittavee Lake for St. John's Regatta 2025. I'm here with the first-year crew, Riverside Therapeutics, including my bestie. I'm going to ask you to introduce yourselves.
Kelly Sims.
Right on.
Michelle McDonald. Dawn Ring.
Jen Brown. And you are the?
Coxon.
Awesome. So everybody knows that we've been talking about you all day. You're a first-year crew. What brought you down here? What's going to maybe keep you back next year?
I think what brought us down here was the community and the love for sport in our crew. We come from a dynamic, I guess, diverse background of sport, and we just saw this as an opportunity to get together and really kind of showcase our love for sport.
And how did you get Jennifer, who has so many roles and hats to wear today, how did you get her to come and coach a first-year crew, Cox, the first-year crew?
Well, we were feeling pretty desperate. We were hoping for a miracle, and Jen pulled through and believed in us and took us on at the last minute, and it's been amazing.
So you didn't just do the St. John's Regatta, you are also in Placentia. So tell me about your Placentia experience.
Placentia was great. We had a really good race. We were in the second race of the day, and we didn't place that time, but we had a really great race that day.
And Jennifer, what do you have to say about these girls for their season?
These are a fabulous group of women who have just showcased their extraordinary talent for, I guess, fitness, exercise, the love of community, and they just killed it today. I'm super proud of them.
Have you ever seen them in a CrossFit class?
Today, let's go CrossFitters. Let's go CrossFitters.
Join us in a CrossFit class. Let's go.
This crew has two CrossFit coaches, Kelly Sims and Christy Hines, and they could take our floor director over there and probably press them over their heads. Despite the size of them, they are very strong, mini-mites I call them. And also, we have some offspring who rode today, so tell us about that.
My daughter Lila O'Neill, she was in the U18 race this afternoon and placed first with Outer Cove crew.
Wow, and so how are they feeling about that?
Super pumped. They worked hard all year. They came back for the second year in a row, and they really were super happy with how they placed. Yeah.
And I know from your being one of your followers on your social media feed that you got some to spare, and you got some mommy-daughter rows in this summer. So how's that make you feel?
We did. I mean, it's all like it's super cool when you have the opportunity to row with your daughter or take part with your children in any sport, right? It connects you in many ways. And it's, I can't say enough about how awesome it's been.
But at the end of the day, Mom won.
Doesn't Mom always win?
Yes!
Woo! Okay, so I think we've got some revelry to participate in. Anything else? Any closing words for the 2025 season?
I think we just have to say thank you to our sponsor who gave us the opportunity to be able to row as a crew. So to Riverside Therapeutics, thanks so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Riverside.
Thank you, Riverside.
And she was also in the boat, right?
Yes, absolutely. Chrissy Dooling. Absolutely.
Woo, go Chrissy.
Woo. So big shout out to Riverside Therapeutics and their crewmate, Chrissy Dooling. Congratulations, an epic first year, and we'll see you back next year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our handball coach over there.
Oh, is he telling us to stop?
All right, I ran down because our handball coach told me I got to get those steps in. But it has been quite the day.
It has been an awesome day, as is every regatta day.
Yeah.
Haven't had a bad one yet.
This is my third regatta day, and I have enjoyed every moment I've gotten to spend with the Rogers crew, with you, with the wonderful regatta committee, all the rowers. It is a 10 out of 10, would do again.
Awesome. And the year of sport, so we're putting a cap on the 207th Royal St. John's Regatta. We'll be back in 1 year plus 1 week.
Yes, because we will not have the Canada Summer Games next
We
time.
will be back to our regularly scheduled first Wednesday in August for the 208th running of the Royal St. John's Regatta in 2026. God, what's it? God, we hope. Please, God.
Okay. I like you. We can tell that you have been talking since 7.
I gotta go to church.
You just got to get a nap. I think that's where we are. A nap is needed. So thank you to all of you for tuning in and joining us again for another year. It's been fantastic. We want to give another thank you and a shout out to our sponsors. We have Home Depot, which has a barbecue that if people if you did win, we still want to join you. And then we have to give a very big thank you to Steel Hotels. If you're looking for a place to stay on your travels this summer, make sure to check out Steel Hotels, whether it's the Jag, the Albatross, or any of their other wonderful establishments.
And last but not least, the Spirit of
Newfoundland, who kept us fed, hydrated, and running. And so it's been fantastic. So we want to thank all the volunteers from all the Rogers team and all the other volunteers, like Danny Breen mentioned, who helped set this up, because we know tomorrow it's going to look like nothing happened.
Yeah, and getting their medals now in the winner's circle. So we're starting to wrap up and things are starting to set down here, but we're still doing medal presentations. We have Jessica Gallant from the Royal St. John's Regatta Committee, who's had some medals on a dinner plate, and Amanda Muse, who used to row with the NTV, giving out the medals. And we have the, I think it's the Atlantic Inspection Agency crew collecting their medals with Tina Ring, who's their coxswain. She's been in that winner's circle quite a few times today. So big congratulations to this Atlantic Inspection crew and all the rowers here at the 207th Royal St. John's Regatta.
And for me, Laura Beltenbach, for my wonderful co-host for today, Amanda Hancock, we're saying we're good night.
Thank goodness.
Good
Signing
night,
off.
goodbye.
For the day.
It's been a jam, and we'll catch you all next year.
See you next year.
Bye, folks.
This program is brought to you by Rogers Xfinity, connecting you to more of what you love. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
We want to hear from you. Provide feedback on this show or find out how you can get involved. Call, email us, or scan the QR code to take our quick survey.
Public transit, garbage pickup, parks and recreation programs, snow removal on your street. How can you stay informed about these and other important local services? Tune to City Council coverage on Rogers TV. See your community leaders at work on Rogers TV City Council coverage. You're watching an interesting local show on Rogers TV and you want to know more. That's when you head to rogerstv.com. Our website provides more information about our programs, our hosts, our schedule, and about how you too can get involved with Rogers TV. Visit us online at rogerstv.com.
For 25 years, you've been helping to make our roads safer by doing the right thing. You've been the designated driver, you've stayed over, called home, you've called a cab or a friend, and planned ahead. Let's keep doing the right thing. Support sober driving by getting yourself and your friends home safely.
Do the right thing.
Visit arrivealive.org to find out more. Arrive Alive. Drive sober.
After a night out with your friends, there's always options for getting home safely. You could call your BFF, your mom or dad, whoever you can count on for a safe ride home. You could call your favorite cab company or 1-888 taxi guy. Or you could use the Arrive Alive smartphone app to help you choose your ride. Be it a friend, transit, or taxi, getting home safely is app easy. Now available for iOS and Android devices. Visit arrivealive.org to find out more. Arrive Alive. Drive sober.
This is Rogers TV.
But our ascendant sign is the face we put onto the world, so it's how people see us, even if we don't quite see ourselves that way. The more you can embrace that, the easier it is for people to feel comfortable around you, right? And then on the opposite side of your chart is where you get into your intimate relationships, your collaborations and your partnerships. They see the other side of you, and we're always trying to balance both sides of our energy.
Well, I think by using myself as an example, it gives our audience a good idea of how this works and what it feels like. What brought you to this?
I've been an entrepreneur for 30 years. I've been branding myself in many different ways. I've hired a lot of branding experts. I've done a lot of different things in my life. And when I found astrology, it gave me the permission, astrology and human design, they gave me the permission to really be myself. Because I knew I was different, and as a manifestor, we're 8% of the population. It's kind of it's an exciting thing to know, but also how do you integrate this information? And when somebody's brand new to this world of astrology or anything, the cosmic, they're like, I don't really get it. It's a little out there for me. But I'm like, just stay with me until I explain a couple of things to you. So when I learned these things for myself, it actually made my life so much easier and made me show up in my business more myself, which magnetized clients.
Yeah, and I've really noticed through your social media profiles how you come through. It's very powerful, and it really does draw me in, and I know you're using your method to do it.
It changed my business.
Yeah.
It gave me viral reels. It started bringing the right women towards me. I only work with women. So when I'm a Libra rising, and when I started leading with this, I'm leading with friendship, and you trust me. When you come into my world, I'm there with you for the long haul. And on the opposite side of my chart is the Aries, so the people who stay with me forever, they know I'm here to initiate them. So you and I are opposite, right? If you're Aries on the ascendant, you're Libra on the other side. So people will stay with you long term because they trust you. They feel like you are looking for equality and justice and balance and relationships, and you're on an equal playing field with people. You don't come from a place of hierarchy, and that comes through, and people feel relaxed around that energy. So I lead with that, but then on the opposite side is the Aries, so they know I'm going to help them get things going and take action for themselves. And if they're not ready to take action, or they won't take action ever, they know I'm not their person.
Right. And that's a big part of business, is finding the right fit, who is the right client for you, and not everyone is.
No.
I think that's a message that we hear a lot from women entrepreneurs. But speaking of taking action, I want to just talk for a few minutes about your book, The Soul Flow. And this book is something that was a work of passion for you that probably seemed impossible when you started out. Tell me about it.
Yeah, so at a time I was going through transition, I had I had a yoga studio business that was very successful. It was my second multi-six-figure business, and I was very excited about it, but then I was ready to shift gears from it. I was looking for something different, and I wanted to read stories of courageous Canadian women who had overcome massive challenge or broke through, parts of their lives that they wanted to change and go in completely different directions. And there was no inspiring stories about it. So I was like, I need to write this book, and I want to interview women. And then I'm like, okay, how am I going to do that? Well, I'm going to need to travel across the country, of course, to interview women everywhere. And I was a Lululemon ambassador, so they got behind me and helped me do workshops across the country and planet, introduced me to some women, and I asked all my contacts, like, who do you know that's amazing that would be perfect for this? And I basically bought a van and lived in a van for 30 days, traveled across the country living in the van, and took a photographer with me, and we basically interviewed 21 women across the country in a 30-day period and created this beautiful book. So
what an amazing project, and I have to pick it up again and just show a few of the images here of the different women. And it's such a lovely read because it's a page really with their perspective, what they've been through, many different things that they've been through, and a delightful, uplifting book. And I find the story of how you did it equally as uplifting, and knowing from where I sit to do 21 interviews like this in 30 days plus cross the country.
It was crazy.
Yeah.
It was definitely crazy, but I live for adventure and I walk my talk. So, if I'm trying to encourage someone to get things started and they're like, I can't see how it can happen, you don't need to see the whole picture. You just need to see the next step. And if you have enough faith and trust in your own abilities, which is what I love to empower people to do, it works out. It always works out. You can't fail. If you get the roadblock, there's always something that's going to open up and give you another way to go through. It's like when one door closes, a window opens, and then you go through the window and see where that takes you. And that was this, because I'm like, okay, I've bought a van. Now it's going to cost however much to outfit this van. Like, how am I going to do that? And then, I need logos on the outside. How am I going to do that? And money just found its way to me because I was in the energy of this will happen. The right people will support this mission and I will get it done. So I started a Kickstarter campaign and successfully raised over $10,000 to do the things. Add part of, getting this printed and all of that work, which was only 38% of Kickstarter campaigns get funded. I didn't even know that. I was like, no, it's not an option. This is not going to work. This is how this is going to go. And I had the faith that it will work out, and it did.
Wow. And I think that's the kind of attitude that so many women entrepreneurs bring to their businesses, simply because there's no other option. We're going to do it. We have the idea. It's going to get done. Check that off.
I agree with you 100%, is that women have a different kind of fire. It's like, especially if you're supporting a family or this is do or die, like I need this to work. There's no other option, especially, if you have a job that isn't giving you the freedom and the lifestyle that you want, or you can't even afford to pay for things for your family, you have a burning ambition and there's no one or nothing, like the mama bear gets activated and there's no one who can stop that ball from continuing to go.
Wow. Well, what a great note to end this discussion for Women Rising. And people can find you in Norman's Cove. And again, I love the fact that we can be anywhere in this province. Thank you, technology.
Thank you, technology.
Thank you, technology. We can work from anywhere. And thank you, Tara. This has been just a joy.
Thank you so much for having me.
Now don't go away. We'll be right back with more engaging information to challenge your mind. Welcome back. We're here on the floor to meet some of the participants in the trade show, and we are here now with Edgewise Environmental. Two of the employees, Jennifer, hi.
Hi.
And Emily.
Hi there.
Hi. Now tell us a little bit about what you're doing here and the business. We'll start with you, Jennifer.
So we're a marine environmental consultancy. So we actually developed Canada's first formalized training for marine mammal observers. So we train people to go offshore and do marine mammal observation, seabird observation, and passive acoustic monitoring. We're also a marine environmental consultancy, so we offered tailored solutions for marine mammal mitigation, mainly in the offshore industry, and we're really focusing on the renewable energy sector now. So we're doing a lot with the oil and gas industry and then moving towards offshore wind and things like that. We're currently developing a product using AI and drone technology to identify marine mammals. So we're going to pair that with what we already do with our visual monitoring and our PAM monitoring and actually increase accuracy and really better improve the offshore technology for marine mammal observation and mitigation.
Well, Jennifer, I've learned a lot. I'm not sure I understand it all, but I've certainly learned a lot. And Emily, what brought you to this company?
So I did marketing in school, really into the digital marketing and all of that stuff. I've lived in Newfoundland my entire life, right next to the water, and really always kind of drifted towards it. So seeing Edgewise and kind of what they did and their mission really kind of drew me to Edgewise and their mission. And really made me want to work with them.
And what are some of the big projects on the go for the future?
So like Jen mentioned, right now we're currently developing a course with Whale Seeker using their technology called Mobius. So we're in the process of getting ready to launch a course to incorporate our training with their technology. So that's something that's really big that's coming down the pipeline.
Sounds so exciting, and not something we hear about every day, and not something as traditional as what we think about as women-owned businesses. Yeah. And the owner of your business, she's not here right at the moment, her name is?
Ashley Noseworthy.
And Ashley's presenting at the seminars today.
She is.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for your time, and we'll be keeping an eye on you. As we continue our tour of the trade show, we've landed here in Salt Sea and Twig with Liz Comden. Liz, your story is so interesting. Just share it with the folks.
Sure. So we are a sustainable, eco-conscious skincare company. I also make jewelry as well. That's my creative aspect and my outlet. And we use a lot of wild foraged ingredients right from the land and the sea of Newfoundland. And we use it to really highlight the beauty of what Newfoundland and Labrador has to offer.
And I love the fact that you worked Gateway to Trade with Deb Uden. Let's talk about that.
Yes. Deb has been amazing in helping me grow the business. And so, we did the Gateway to Trade. Well, I did the Gateway to Trade program with her back in 2022. And that really was a helpful launch into learning how to export and move the product from, the small community of Cormac that I live in to across Canada and internationally.
And you are going on a trade mission coming up?
Yes, we are heading to Atlanta, Georgia in May, and we've been working with the Atlantic Canadian governments through a launch export trade program. And that's bringing us to Atlanta in May to learn more about trade and export into the United States and internationally.
Sounds all very exciting. Thank you so much. And the wonderful things you can do with Enlo and the experiences you can have. Can't see enough, but thank you so much and best of luck. Liz.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Joining me is Joanna Brown of the company Rivet. Joanna, welcome.
Hi, so nice to see you.
Very nice to see you. We have met virtually.
Yes.
I'm one of your students.
Oh, I'm so happy about that.
We're doing Pitch Perfect. We'll get back to that. I want to talk first about Rivet. That's the first I've heard that name. I love it.
Well, that's because it's hot off the presses. so I've been doing sales consulting for a few years, and I just went full time with it. And so Rivet is going to be a sales enablement company, and we have the awesome Sophie Harrington doing all the branding and getting things ready. So the work continues, but that's coming soon.
I'm excited because I have, I get to sit with you every week, and you get to coach us all and bring us out of our shells. Really hard to do with me, but maybe put me back in. You get to coach us, and you're teaching us what to say when we go out there and present ourselves to the world and want to sell our products. So how did you get that gig?
Sure. So I'm based here in Newfoundland. I grew up here. I live here. And when I joined the tech sector, that's kind of my background. When I joined the tech sector 14 years ago, I got to work here, but I worked for a consulting company bringing different products and services to the market. And so we got to sell kind of all across Europe, all across Canada and the US, which was a really great first experience. And because they were a consulting company, they sold to a lot of different industries. And so it was really the norm to talk to government and then insurance and then private sector and kind of do that. And when we were doing that, it was pretty evident just around how you thread the needle between those different sectors, right? And what that looks like. And it's the same whether you're in the tech sector or within business. Bringing that kind of value and understanding what your value is to clients is a huge piece of it.
Value.
You've probably heard me say that a lot.
I have heard you say value, and you've given us documents to work to find our value statement or where our value is. It's easier said than done at times. So what's your approach? And actually this course, I should say, was brought to us through Enlo.
Yes.
And again, another wonderful affiliation. And while I'm on that topic, you were a speaker here at the conference.
Yes.
Okay, tell us a little bit about that.
Sure. So kind of all in the same vein. So I was so happy to chat today at the Enlo conference because it was around the path to growth in a changing sales landscape, which is applicable exactly to my business. So with Rivet, the goal is to help companies go from really early stage, in this case tech, to their first few $1 million. And to do that and to grow, they really need to focus in on what is the value they're bringing to the market. And so I think how things have changed a lot is that you're not going to the market with features and what things look like. People are also getting completely bombarded with information. Like think about yourself, what kind of emails you get, what kind of calls you get. You're only going to answer and respond to things that you actually care about and that are not broad. And so I feel like I've spent my whole sales career trying to teach teams how to be not salesy because it's just people don't have time for that anymore, and the pandemic kind of tenfolded that really quickly. And so when we talk to any company, even if the goal is we want to hit this revenue or we want to get this many customers, we actually 90% of the time have to go back to the value proposition. It doesn't matter kind of how we start the conversation. We'll always kind of start at that base, make sure that makes sense, and then how do we go from there? Because everything hinges on that. I was really happy to do the pitch training because it's the same thing, right? Pitch training, but what are you going to say? You need to go back to what your value proposition is. And so I think there's just so much merit in revisiting that and making sure it's what where you can help.
Well, one of my guests said, I hate sales because it's how you think about sales.
Yeah.
I think we all hate sales when we think of smarmy. Was it what WKRP one time? Probably too old for you, but there was a sales guy on there, and I mean, it was what we all think of, the used car sales guy.
Yes.
And this is not what it's all about. That doesn't cut it anymore. It's like, and again, selling. I think they said you never sell features. You sell benefits. What is it there that I can take away? What's your value proposition? Right. Am I doing okay, Teach?
You're doing so great.
Okay, thank you. What's my value proposition that I'm gonna take away and show you the benefits of being with me on this journey? So it's a little bit of a mind switch, But especially maybe a bigger mind switch. How are you getting people from nothing in tech up to a couple of million? That's interesting.
Yeah. So I mean, I think the thing is, no one is going to buy from you unless you're solving a challenge. Like what I really like about tech is that people have to solve massive challenges, and they have to solve them with the idea that they can do it on a global scale. And so it forces them to adapt really, really quickly, because you have to really double down on what's working and figure out what that is. If you talk to 10 customers, first of all, how do you get 10 customers to talk to you? Then once you're talking to them, if it's not going anywhere, you do not have the time, money, or resources to keep doing that. So you have got to figure out what they care about. And you need to kind of like narrow the field. So that's a piece of it. Like, how do you narrow the field? Because you really just cannot be everything to everyone. And that's across any business, tech or not. And so I think understanding like what actual pain points can you solve, or what motivations do buyers have to buy from you is a big piece of it. And I do think like people think like, oh, like you hear a lot, scalable sales process, and you think like, oh, perfect, someone's going to come in and just set up some systems and it'll be a beautiful, you know, like it'll be a perfect upward path, right? But I actually find sales is pretty nitty gritty. Like you do have to do the right things, you do have to have the right things in place to help yourself, but you are figuring it out. Like you are like adapting as you go and figuring it out. And so I really like the pitch training, because we're just doing it at a higher level. You know, we're figuring it out a bit before we get to the conversation, and then we're gonna have the conversation and we're gonna learn what happens, and then we're gonna go back and keep doing that.
I mean, truly these days there's so much noise, and getting yourself, do you have any tips for people trying to get to get in that initial call? I mean, you have your pitch, where do you go then?
Yeah, so I think what I found when I was like selling for a long time, but when I think I was like, wait a minute, this is like actually a big difference now. I was working from Newfoundland, but I was working for a company in California, and they were selling cybersecurity solutions. And cybersecurity, again, is like a big general term that can be a whole bunch of different things, and there's lots of different niches within there. But we needed to actually prove a lot of value. We needed to talk to the very heads of these companies, and we happen to be selling into the heads of all like commonly known like Fortune 500 companies. And so we need to talk to the head of, name a company that was a common brand, to talk to them. But it was the pandemic, and there's cybersecurity concerns across the board. And so to get to them was so incredibly hard that we had to like triple down on what actually matters and how do we talk to them. And otherwise we would have like never gotten in the door. And so it was a really good effort. And ever since the pandemic, you know, you can like draw a line in the sand. Getting through that noise is 10 times harder, and what that looks like. And so I think, you know, if you don't have something to say, that's a big problem. But even for impact, people can say a lot of things, but it has to be actually change their mind enough to change what they're doing right now. Because we all get very comfortable in what we know and how we operate. And even if you know there's a better way, you're not going to change your behavior unless it's that painful.
That painful.
Yeah.
Well, I think in our course one day you explained how one time you had done this presentation and you thought it was great. And I don't know, you finished the story.
Yes. So I learned a lot of things. Sorry, and to answer your question a second ago, I think you have to lead people down the path a little bit, because one, people don't know what your industry sells. If you were to ask me, you don't know what I sell until I kind of paint that picture for you, right? Until I say I do this and this and this. So it's on me, the onus is on me as a company to kind of explain like, here's what I do in a bucket. And then you tell people like how that can help them depending on what they care about. But oh my gosh, I've done every like mistake in the book for sure.
This is how we learn.
Yeah. Come to me if you want to avoid some of the mistakes. This is the real thing, right? So, yeah, one time, I mean, really early on, well, actually not even really, I probably would do this yesterday, but I was talking to a client, and I was so chuffed. I was so happy because I was like, this is great. The presentation went smoothly. I didn't mess up. I said everything I need to say, and this is awesome. And then my boss at the time, who was a really nice guy, he was like, and how do you think that went? And I was like, well, I like pretty good, you know? And he's like, no, he's like, I don't think they're going to call us back. And I said, well, what do you mean? Like, this was great. We talked, you know? And he's like, how much do you think you talked versus they talked? And I was like, oh no. And I was doing most of the talking. I said every word I wanted to say, and I said it in a way that I wanted to say it, but I was not listening, and I was not adapting, and that went nowhere. That literally went nowhere. They were like very kind, and they're like, yes, thank you. But I didn't actually find out what they actually care about on that call, which was my actual job, not to deliver a perfect pitch. And so anyways, that was a huge lesson learned. I think if you ever use Gong or different sales tools now, it's like a common practice to know how much are you talking versus how much is a prospect or a potential client talking.
I love this. What a great note to wrap on. And I'm just going to go back to Dale Carnegie, let the other person do most of the talking. And that was way back in the 50s. So, you know, we're just recycling him, but for today's market. And aren't you doing it great? I love talking to you. Really great to meet you.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Joanna Brown. Well, don't go away. We'll be right back. Well, that was a great interview with Joanna. And people ask me, how do you keep your energy up for all these interviews? We've established I'm an Aries, so there's plenty of energy to go around, but every now and then I can use a coffee. Well, hello.
Okay. Yeah, your dish has arrived. Please follow the indicator to pick up your food as soon as possible.
Like right now. Well, thank you.
It is a pleasure to serve you. Looking forward to seeing you again.
There's no question. I think you'll see me again. It's so much fun to do things like this, and you never know what you're going to see at an NLO conference. So please continue to join us for Women Rising, and I'll see you next time.
We want to hear from you. Provide feedback on this show or find out how you can get involved. Call, email us, or scan the QR code to take our quick survey.
The drama of Stanley Cup final hockey, big game players coming up with big game plays, and these two are writing their own stories this time around. These Florida Panthers, this is like old school hockey. Sam Reinhart, the night of his life. The reign's going to continue. The Florida Panthers back-to-back Stanley Cup champions. What an experience it is to share with your teammates. This is the most exciting time for all.
For 25 years, you've been helping to make our roads safer by doing the right thing. You've been the designated driver, you've stayed over, called home, you've called a cab or a friend, and planned ahead. Let's keep doing the right thing. Support sober driving by getting yourself and your friends home safely.
Do the right thing.
Visit ArriveAlive.org to find out more. Arrive Alive. Drive sober.
I'm Wendell Clark with a word about winning. We all know it takes a team effort in any sport and with any challenge. You can be a part of the winning team that shuts out impaired driving. Whether you're out on the town or just hanging out with friends, drink responsibly. Always have a plan for a safe ride home for yourself, your family, and your friends. You'll be helping to shut out impaired driving.
Visit ArriveAlive.org to find out more. Arrive Alive. Drive sober.
You're watching Rogers TV.